parties. I could feel my heart racing, but I tried to keep my voice steady. What is protocol relic? There was a long pause. You're not cleared for that information, nor do you want to be. Take my advice, Mr. Morrison. Book the next flight home and forget whatever you think you've discovered in Axum. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. The line went dead. I sat in my hotel room for a long time after that call, staring at the phone and trying to process what had just happened. A cardinal in the Vatican Secretariat of State, essentially the Catholic Church's Secretary of State, had called me personally to warn me away from my research. Not a local church official, not even a regional administrator, but someone at the very highest levels of Vatican hierarchy. Which meant the Catholic Church not only knew about the Ethiopian claims regarding the Ark, they were actively monitoring anyone who showed too much interest in investigating those claims. They had files on researchers, protocols for managing inquiries, and enough influence to track down a satellite technician in an Ethiopian hotel within hours of his asking the wrong questions. I thought about the Guardian's hollow eyes and his desperate warning, "You don't want what's inside." Maybe he wasn't just protecting the Ark from the world. Maybe he was protecting the world from the Ark. My laptop chimed with a new email notification. The sender was listed as E. Rossi, but the message was clearly not from Elena. "Mr. Morrison, this will be my final communication on this matter. Protocol Relic is a Vatican security classification established in 1962 following certain discoveries made during the Second Vatican Council's review of sealed archives. Materials under this classification are restricted to a maximum of 12 individuals worldwide, all of whom hold positions equivalent to cardinal or higher within the Catholic hierarchy. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church has maintained custody of the artifact in question under a formal agreement dating to 1965. This agreement recognises Ethiopian sovereignty over the artifact in exchange for adherence to specific containment protocols established by a joint Vatican-Ethiopian commission. These protocols exist because the artifact exhibits properties that pose significant risks to regional stability when improperly handled or exposed. The Guardian tradition is not merely ceremonial, it serves a crucial containment function that has prevented numerous potential catastrophes over the past several decades. Your thermal analysis data has been reviewed by our technical staff. We are aware of the correlations you have identified. We are also aware of the artifact's increasing activity levels over the past 5 years. A joint Vatican-Ethiopian assessment team is currently evaluating options for enhanced containment measures. This communication will self-delete in 60 seconds. Do not attempt to copy or save this message. Return to the United States immediately and discontinue all research related to this matter. You have been warned twice. There will not be a third warning. I watched the message count down from 60 seconds, trying to memorize every word. When it reached 0, the email disappeared from my inbox as if it had never existed. But I'd learned what I needed to know. The Vatican knew about the thermal correlations with regional conflicts. They'd known for years, possibly decades. And they were worried enough about increasing activity levels to consider enhanced containment measures. The Ark of the Covenant was real, it was buried beneath the chapel in Axum, and it was becoming more dangerous. I needed to get that thermal data to someone who could do something about it. Someone outside the Vatican's sphere of influence. But first, I needed to understand exactly what I was dealing with. I opened my laptop and began typing up a detailed summary of everything I'd discovered. The satellite data, the thermal correlations with regional conflicts, the Vatican security protocols, the Guardian's warning. If something happened to me, I wanted there to be a record of what I'd found. Outside my hotel window, the ancient obelisks of Axum stood silhouetted against the Ethiopian night sky. Monuments to a civilization that had claimed to possess God's greatest gift to humanity. 12 feet below, a simple stone chapel. Something waited in the darkness, growing stronger, growing more active, preparing for something that would make the regional conflicts of the past 15 years look like minor skirmishes. And I was probably the only person outside the Vatican and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church who understood what was coming. The next morning, I made a decision that would change everything. Instead of booking a flight home like the Vatican had demanded, I drove the rental car to a cybercafe in Addis Ababa and uploaded a carefully edited version of my satellite data to Reddit. I chose the r/conspiracy subreddit because I knew it would get attention without being taken seriously by any official monitoring systems. The post was titled "Weird Thermal Anomaly Under Ethiopian Church. Anyone know what this could be?" I included 3 of the clearer thermal images showing the heat signature beneath the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, along with GPS coordinates and a brief description of the geometric void. I deliberately left out any mention of the Ark, the Vatican communications, or the correlations with regional conflicts. To casual readers, it would look like a curious geological anomaly discovered by a satellite technician who was genuinely puzzled by what he'd found. The post got 17 comments in the first hour. Most were jokes about ancient aliens or government cover-ups, but a few showed genuine technical interest. One user with apparent geology credentials suggested underground geothermal activity. Another pointed out that the heat signature was too localised and too geometric to be natural. I was reading through the comments when my laptop screen went black. Not a normal shutdown or crash, but an instantaneous cut-off as if someone had yanked the power cord. Except the laptop was running on battery power and the charging light was still on. The screen stayed black for maybe 10 seconds, then flickered back to life showing the Windows startup sequence. When the system finished rebooting, my Reddit post was gone. Not deleted with a moderator message, not removed for violating community guidelines, but completely absent as if it had never existed. My browser history showed no record of visiting Reddit. The thermal images I'd uploaded weren't in my recent files folder. Someone had remotely accessed my laptop and scrubbed all evidence of the post, while leaving everything else untouched. I sat in the internet cafe for a long time, watching Ethiopian families use the other computers to video chat with relatives abroad and university students researching papers. Normal people living normal lives, oblivious to the fact that I'd just learned something terrifying about the reach and capabilities of whoever was monitoring research into the Axum artifact. They had hacked my laptop remotely, selectively deleted specific files, and removed all trace of my Reddit post within hours of its publication. This wasn't just Vatican influence or church pressure. This was signals intelligence, cyber warfare capabilities, the kind of resources that only major governments or international intelligence agencies could deploy. I paid for my computer time and walked back to the rental car, feeling like I was being watched even though the street looked perfectly normal. Addis Ababa traffic flowed around me with its usual chaotic energy. Buses packed with passengers, merchants pushing handcarts loaded with goods, children selling bottled water at red lights. But someone in that crowd could be monitoring me. Someone with access to satellite feeds and facial recognition software, and the authority to scrub information from major social media platforms in real time. That night, back in my hotel room in Axum, I made backup copies of all my remaining data and hid them in 3 different locations around the town. One encrypted drive taped under a restaurant table where I'd eaten dinner, another hidden in the base of an ancient obelisk in the archaeological park, the third buried in a plastic bag near a tree outside the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, as close to the chapel as I could get without being seen. If they could hack my devices remotely, I needed analog backups they couldn't access digitally. The next morning I woke to find my hotel room door unlocked. I always used the deadbolt and chain lock, habits from years of business travel. But both were disengaged, and there was no sign of forced entry. My luggage had been searched with professional thoroughness. Everything returned to almost exactly its original position, but with tiny variations that proved someone had been through my belongings. My laptop was still there, apparently untouched. My cameras and field equipment were undisturbed, but the encrypted drive where I'd stored copies of the satellite data was missing from the hidden compartment in my suitcase. They'd taken only what they needed and left everything else to maintain the illusion that nothing had happened. Except they'd made one mistake. They'd unlocked the door when they left, probably to avoid the sound of manipulating the locks from inside. I was no longer just being monitored, I was being actively managed. I packed quickly and checked out of the hotel, telling the desk clerk I had a family emergency back in the United States. But instead of heading to the airport, I drove to the archaeological park and retrieved the data drive I'd hidden at the base of the obelisk. Sitting in the rental car with ancient stone monuments all around me, I made one final attempt to get the information out. I logged into an anonymous email account I'd created years earlier and composed a message to every major news organisation I could think of: CNN, BBC, Reuters, AP, the New York Times. The subject line was simple: evidence of active electromagnetic anomaly at claimed Ark of Covenant site in Ethiopia. In the body of the message I laid out everything: the satellite thermal data, the correlations with regional conflicts, the Vatican's protocol relic warnings, the cyber intrusion and hotel room search. I attached the clearest thermal images and GPS coordinates, along with a detailed timeline showing how the heat signature had intensified over 15 years. I hit send and watched the message appear in my outbox, then immediately start moving to the sent folder. Except it never arrived. I tried again with a different email service, then a third. Same result every time. The messages showed as sent from my end, but never reached their destinations. Someone was intercepting my communications at the internet service provider level, identifying and blocking any transmission that contained my satellite data or references to the Axum thermal anomaly. I was completely isolated, cut off from any normal channels of communication, surrounded by an electronic net that prevented me from sharing what I'd discovered. But I still had the physical drive hidden near the church, and I still had one option they couldn't control remotely. That afternoon, I walked to the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion compound, and found a spot where I could observe the restricted chapel from a distance. Tourists and pilgrims moved through the public areas, taking photos and buying souvenirs, while the Guardian's building sat silent and forbidden behind its fence. I waited until late afternoon, when the crowds thinned and the light was beginning to fade. Then I walked casually toward the area where I'd buried the encrypted drive, as if I were just another tourist admiring the ancient architecture. The drive was gone. The plastic bag was still there, exactly where I'd buried it, but empty. They'd found my backup, extracted the data, and left the bag as a message. We know where you've been. We know what you've hidden. We can reach anything you think is secure. As I stood there staring at the empty bag, a shadow fell across the ground beside me. I looked up to see the Guardian standing at one of the chapel windows, his hollow eyes fixed on my face. But this time, he wasn't warning me away. He was nodding, almost imperceptibly, as if he approved of what I'd been trying to do. Then he pointed downward, toward the ground beneath my feet, and mouthed a single word I could read clearly even at 50 yards distance. Soon! I flew back to the United States the next day, but I never made it to my apartment in Denver. 2 men in dark suits were waiting for me at baggage claim, holding a sign with my name and looking like the kind of federal agents you see in movies. "Mr. Morrison, we're with the Department of Homeland Security. We need to speak with you about your recent travel activities." They escorted me to a windowless room in the airport security section, where a third man was waiting with a thick folder and a digital recorder. "I'm Agent Phillips," the older man said. "We understand you've been conducting unauthorized intelligence gathering in Ethiopia, specifically related to sites of religious significance to our Ethiopian government partners. I'm a satellite imaging technician. I analyze geological data for mining and construction companies. We're aware of your professional background, Mr. Morrison. We're also aware that you've been making inquiries about classified materials with Vatican contacts, posting sensitive imagery to social media platforms, and attempting to contact media organizations with what you claim is evidence of electromagnetic anomalies at Ethiopian Orthodox Church sites. They knew everything. Not just my activities in Ethiopia, but my attempts to share the data, my communications with Elena Rossi, even my failed Reddit post. The thermal imagery you captured falls under the jurisdiction of several international agreements regarding the protection of cultural and religious sites," Phillips continued. "Specifically, it relates to a joint Vatican-Ethiopian cultural preservation protocol that supersedes normal academic or journalistic access. Cultural preservation protocol? The Ethiopian Orthodox Church has requested that certain sites be protected from unauthorized analysis or exposure that might damage their religious significance or cultural integrity. The Vatican has agreed to help enforce these protections as part of ongoing interfaith cooperation initiatives. It was a lie, of course. They weren't protecting cultural sites. They were suppressing evidence of something that posed a much more serious threat. But I was sitting in a windowless room at the Denver airport with 3 federal agents, and my laptop had already demonstrated that normal channels of communication were compromised. "We're prepared to offer you a choice, Mr. Morrison," Philip said. "You can sign a non-disclosure agreement regarding your recent research activities, accept reassignment to a different geographical focus area within your company, and continue your career with no further complications. Or we can discuss this matter with your employer, your security clearance sponsors, and potentially with federal prosecutors, who take a very dim view of unauthorized intelligence activities in sensitive foreign locations." I stared at the folder on the table between us, thinking about the Guardian's hollow eyes and his final gesture toward the ground beneath the chapel. Thinking about 15 years of thermal data showing an ancient weapon growing stronger, more active, more dangerous. What happens if I signed? You return to your normal work assignments. You avoid any further research related to Ethiopian archaeological sites. You don't discuss your recent findings with colleagues, media contacts, or internet forums. In exchange, we ensure that your employer receives a positive assessment of your professionalism and discretion during this culturally sensitive assignment. And if I don't sign? Phillips opened the folder and showed me the first page. It was a letter from Orbital Dynamics' Human Resources Department, dated that morning, informing me that my employment had been terminated due to misuse of company resources for unauthorized personal research projects. "Your security clearance will be revoked," he continued. "Your access to government contracting databases will be permanently blocked, and we'll be sharing our assessment of your activities with other satellite imaging companies, geological survey firms, and any future employers who request background information." They were offering to destroy my career or let me pretend none of this had ever happened. But either way, the information I'd gathered would never reach anyone who could act on it. I thought about Cardinal Toretti's warning on the phone. Some knowledge carries a price that few are prepared to pay. Maybe this was the price. Professional destruction, isolation, the slow erasure of everything I'd worked to build over the past decade. I need time to think about it. "You have until we finish processing your luggage, 20 minutes, maybe 30. 20 minutes to decide whether to sacrifice my career for information that no one would believe, no one could verify, and no one was allowed to investigate." I signed the non-disclosure agreement. They released me 2 hours later with a stern warning about the consequences of violating federal agreements, and a business card with a phone number I could call if I ever felt tempted to discuss my Ethiopian research with anyone. But they made one crucial mistake. They assumed I was the only person who had access to the satellite data. That night in my apartment in Denver, I opened my laptop and logged into Orbital Dynamics employee portal. My access had been suspended, as expected, but the system showed I was still listed as being on authorized leave for another 3 days. Someone had delayed updating my termination in the central database. I used those 3 days to access everything I could reach. Not just my own analysis files, but the complete archive of satellite coverage for the Horn of Africa going back to the company's founding. If the thermal anomaly beneath the Axum Chapel was increasing in intensity, there might be other sites showing similar patterns, other locations where ancient artifacts were responding to modern conflicts. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. The arc wasn't unique, it was part of a network. Thermal anomalies appeared at 17 different locations across the Middle East and North Africa, all buried beneath religious sites, all generating heat signatures that correlated with regional violence. A geometric void beneath the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. Another under the Great Mosque of Mecca. Heat sources beneath Christian monasteries in Syria, Coptic churches in Egypt, ancient temples in Iraq. Every major conflict of the past 2 decades, the Iraq War, the Syrian Civil War, the Arab Spring, the ongoing violence in Yemen and Libya, correlated with intensified thermal activity at multiple sites, as if the artifacts were communicating with each other, coordinating their responses to human warfare. I copied everything I could access onto encrypted drives and mailed them to safety deposit boxes in 3 different states. Then I submitted my resignation from Orbital Dynamics, citing personal reasons, and disappeared. For 3 weeks I lived in cheap motels and paid for everything with cash, moving from city to city while I tried to figure out what to do with what I'd learned. The thermal network wasn't just evidence of ancient technology, it was evidence of an active weapons system that had been influencing human conflict for millennia. A weapons system that was becoming more coordinated, more responsive, more powerful. On a Tuesday morning in Salt Lake City, my phone rang. The caller ID showed Elena Rossi. "Alex, thank God. I've been trying to reach you for weeks." "Elena, I thought you were under Vatican restrictions." "I'm calling from a secure line. Listen carefully. Something has happened. The Ethiopian government has sealed off the entire Axum region. No flights in or out, no ground access, complete media blackout. They're claiming it's a military exercise, but my sources inside the Ethiopian Orthodox Church say it's something else." "What kind of something else?" "The Guardian is dead, Alex. He died 3 days ago. And when they went to choose his replacement, they found the chapel empty. Whatever was buried beneath the church, it's gone." I felt the blood drain from my face. Gone how? No one knows. The Ethiopian military is conducting a grid search of the entire region, but there's no sign of forced entry, no evidence of excavation, no indication that anyone broke into the chapel. The artifact simply left. That's impossible. Satellite thermal imaging shows massive energy spikes at 17 locations across the Middle East and North Africa, all occurring within a 6-hour window starting with the Guardian's death. The Vatican has activated something called the Omega Protocol, and they're requesting immediate assistance from the United States, Russia and China. The Omega Protocol. I'd never heard the term before, but I could guess what it meant. The final contingency, the last resort when all other containment measures had failed. "Eleanor, where are you calling from?" "I'm at a monastery in Switzerland. The Vatican has evacuated all protocol relic personnel to secure locations. They're expecting the worst." "What's the worst?" "According to the sealed archives, the last time the artifacts were fully active was during the Crusades. The entire geopolitical structure of 3 continents collapsed within a century. Empires fell, entire populations migrated, technological development stalled for 500 years. I thought about the thermal data I'd collected, the correlations between artifact activity and regional violence. If the Ark and its companion devices were no longer contained, no longer isolated in buried chambers beneath ancient churches, what would happen to the world?" "Alex, are you still there?" "Yeah." "Eleanor, I need you to do something. I'm going to send you coordinates for safety deposit boxes in Phoenix, Dallas and Atlanta. Inside each box is a complete archive of satellite data showing the thermal network. If something happens to me, make sure that information reaches someone who can act on it." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to find the Ark." The line went dead. That afternoon I bought a plane ticket to Ethiopia under a false name, using identity documents I'd acquired during my weeks of hiding. If the Ethiopian government had sealed off the Axum region, I'd have to find another way in, but I was probably the only person outside government and religious authorities who understood the scope of what was happening. The only person who might be able to track down a 3,000-year-old weapon that had just escaped from its prison and was preparing to reshape human civilization. I'm writing this from a cabin in the mountains of western Montana, 6 months after the Axum incident. The official story is that a localized seismic event damaged several ancient structures in northern Ethiopia, requiring temporary military restrictions while archaeological assessment teams evaluate the cultural heritage impact. The real story is that 17 ancient weapons have vanished from their containment sites across 3 continents, leaving behind nothing but empty chambers and the withered corpses of their guardians. The thermal network I discovered through satellite analysis was just the visible symptom of something much older and more complex. For 3 millennia, objects of immense power had been sleeping beneath humanity's most sacred sites, occasionally stirring in response to nearby conflicts, but generally remaining dormant under the watch of religious orders that had forgotten why they were really guarding empty rooms. Now they're awake, active and loose in a world with 7 billion people, and enough weapons to destroy civilization a dozen times over. Elena kept her promise, and distributed copies of my satellite archive to researchers at major universities, intelligence agencies, and international organisations. Most dismissed the data as elaborate hoax or misinterpreted sensor readings. A few took it seriously enough to begin their own investigations, only to discover that every relevant database had been scrubbed, every supporting document had vanished, every potential witness had signed binding non-disclosure agreements. But I know the truth is spreading, filtering through the kind of networks that governments can't completely control. Academic conferences where researchers share suspicions in private conversations. Intelligence analysts who notice patterns their superiors don't want them to report. Military officers who track unexplained energy signatures and find their requests for investigation quietly denied. The world is changing, and most people don't realise it yet. Regional conflicts that should burn out quickly are intensifying instead. Ancient ethnic tensions are flaring into violence across Africa and the Middle East. Political movements that seemed stable are fracturing along religious lines. The artifacts aren't causing the conflicts. Humans are perfectly capable of finding reasons to fight each other, but they're amplifying existing tensions, feeding on the emotional energy of warfare and using that power to grow stronger, more coordinated, more influential. I've been tracking their movements through news reports, social media posts, and amateur satellite imagery, shared on forums that haven't been scrubbed yet. Heat signatures appearing in conflict zones days before major battles. Unexplained electromagnetic anomalies detected near military bases. Reports of ancient artifacts being discovered by various armed groups, then quickly disappearing again. They're not random. They're following a pattern, positioning themselves to influence key events, preparing for something bigger than individual regional conflicts. Last week I received an encrypted message through a routing system so complex I couldn't trace its origin. The text was simple. The Covenant was not meant for one people or one place. It was meant for all people, all places when the time was ready. The time is now ready. Choose wisely. Choose wisely, as if I have a choice in whatever's coming. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the real power of these artifacts isn't their ability to influence events, but their ability to force people to make choices they wouldn't otherwise have to make. The Guardian at Axum spent decades watching over something that was slowly killing him, but he chose to stay, chose to maintain the containment protocols, chose to warn me away from dangers I didn't understand. Now it's my turn to choose. I could destroy this account, burn the remaining evidence, disappear completely into a life where none of this ever happened. Or I can keep tracking the artifacts, documenting their movements, building a record of what's really happening as the world stumbles towards some kind of transformation it doesn't see coming. The cabin where I'm staying sits on 40 acres of isolated mountain forest, far from cities and conflict zones, and the electromagnetic networks that seem to attract the artifact's attention. But even here, on clear nights, I can see strange lights moving across the sky. Not aircraft, not satellites, but something else entirely, following patterns that suggest intelligence and purpose. They're out there, 17 pieces of ancient technology that were designed to reshape civilizations, and they're working together now, coordinating their efforts, preparing for something that will make the fall of empires look like minor historical footnotes. I have 3 more encrypted drives hidden in various locations around the country, each containing copies of everything I've learned about the thermal network and the artifact sites. If you're reading this, it means something happened to me, and Elena Rossi or one of the other researchers I contacted managed to get this information published despite whatever security measures are in place to prevent it. Don't dismiss this as conspiracy theory or elaborate fiction. Check the satellite data yourself if you have access. Look for thermal anomalies beneath major religious sites. Track the correlations between unexplained energy signatures and regional conflicts. Pay attention to news reports of ancient artifacts being discovered and then quickly classified or removed by authorities. The pattern is there if you know how to look for it. The Ark of the Covenant was never lost. It was never just sitting passively in some forgotten chamber, waiting to be discovered by archaeologists or treasure hunters. It was sleeping, along with its companion devices, under the protection of guardians who understood that some powers are too dangerous for humanity to wield. Now it's awake, and it's not alone. and it's preparing to fulfill whatever purpose it was originally designed for 3,000 years ago. The only question is whether we'll be ready for what comes next. I hope this account reaches people who can do something with the information, people with resources and influence, and the courage to investigate what most would rather ignore. But even if it doesn't, even if this becomes just another conspiracy theory lost in the noise of the internet, at least there will be a record of what one satellite technician discovered when he looked too closely at the wrong thermal signature. The Ark Protocol is active, the Covenant has been renewed, and somewhere in the darkness between the ancient and the modern, 17 pieces of divine technology are preparing to reshape the world according to plans that were set in motion before human civilization began. Choose wisely. Alex Morrison, December 2024. A special thank you to Sincerely Something Strange for this video suggestion. If you have ideas for future stories, please leave them in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories if you enjoy these atmospheric tales that blur the line between reality and nightmare. The sky over Lake Michigan stretched endlessly before me, painted in shades of amber and crimson as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. From my position in the cockpit of the Cessna 172, the lake looked deceptively peaceful, a vast mirror reflecting the dying light. I was Marcus Drew, Senior Avionics Technician for Midwest Aviation Systems, testing new navigation equipment on what should have been a routine evening flight. That's when it started. The compass needle began trembling, then spinning wildly. The altimeter jumped from 3,500 feet to 2,100, then back up to 4,200. Every instrument on the panel was going haywire while the engine continued running smoothly. I reached for the radio. Chicago approach, November 74 Alpha Mike. I'm experiencing complete instrument failure. Static filled the headset. Pure, harsh static with an almost rhythmic quality that resonated in my chest like a physical presence. Then, complete silence. No engine noise, no wind, nothing. That's when I looked down and saw the lights. Beneath the dark water, geometric patterns pulsed with sickly green luminescence. Perfect hexagons arranged in groups of 7, forming triangular clusters that rotated slowly around central nodes. The display covered miles of lake bottom moving with clear intelligence and purpose. As suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The engine roar returned, instruments flickered back to life, and the radio crackled with Chicago Approach's concerned voice. November 74 Alpha Mike. We've lost your transponder signal. What's your status? According to my perception, the incident had lasted maybe 2 minutes, but air traffic control told me I'd been missing from radar for 9 minutes. When I landed at Midway, my supervisor was waiting with questions I couldn't answer and a timeline that didn't match my memory. The official report was bland. Temporary instrument malfunction due to unknown electromagnetic interference. But I knew what I'd seen beneath the water wasn't natural. Those lights, those patterns, they were too precise, too purposeful, and I couldn't stop thinking about the 7 missing minutes. 3 weeks of sleepless nights drove me to the FAA's incident database. If similar events had happened before, there would be records. What I found chilled me to the bone. 17 separate incidents in 5 years, all in the same area of Lake Michigan. Pilots describing compass failures, altimeter malfunctions, missing time. But it wasn't just aircraft. Coast Guard reports documented boats found drifting empty, their crews discovered miles away with no memory of how they'd gotten there. I created a digital map plotting each incident as a red dot. The pattern that emerged made me push back from my computer in shock. The incidents formed a perfect triangle, each side roughly 30 miles long, sitting in deep water between Milwaukee and Grand Haven. Cross-referencing with solar activity data revealed the real pattern. The incidents occurred in 11-year cycles corresponding to solar maxima. But the frequency was increasing exponentially. In the 1970s, maybe 3 incidents per cycle. By 2000, that number had doubled. In the current cycle, there had been more incidents than in the previous 3 combined. Something was waking up down there. A 1987 geological survey mentioned unusual magnetic readings and artificial ferrous structures in the exact coordinates. A 1994 meteorological report documented unexplained atmospheric disturbances over the same area. And buried in a 1982 Coast Guard report, persistent sonar anomalies suggest the presence of geometric structures inconsistent with natural lake bottom topography. The military knew about this. They'd been watching it for decades. The drive to Manitowoc took me to Gillian's Marina, where the harbour master directed me to the Anchor Inn. "Talk to Jimmy Kowalski," he said. "He used to run salvage operations in the deep water." I found Jimmy at the end of the bar, a weathered man in his 50s with the steady eyes of someone who'd spent decades reading wind and water. When I explained my research into navigation anomalies, his expression grew guarded. "You know what?" he said after a long pause. "I think you ought to hear about a job I've never talked about. Not to my wife, not to anybody." Rain drummed against the tavern windows as Jimmy told me about September 1994. The Coast Guard had contracted his team to investigate sonar anomalies 40 miles out. Just some readings that didn't make sense. "We found geometric shapes on the bottom," Jimmy said quietly. "Perfect hexagons, maybe 30 feet across. And they were warm. Water temperature should have been 45 degrees, but our thermometer read 67 right above those shapes." His voice dropped to a whisper. When we dove down, we could hear machinery. Deep humming that vibrated through the water into our bones. The panels were smooth, black, arranged in patterns like circuit boards. When I touched one, it was warm, warmer than my glove. One diver panicked when his air gauge started jumping between full and empty. They had to abort, but later discovered a 16-minute discrepancy between their dive logs and surface support records. Jimmy pulled out a yellowed hand-drawn map. "I drew this when I got home." Every detail I could remember. The sketch showed hexagonal shapes arranged around a central hub, connected by pathways like circuitry. "They were glowing," he said, "pulsing in sequence like they were talking to each other." He handed me the map with the exact coordinates. "Whatever's down there isn't meant to be touched. We learned to stay away." 3 days later, I chartered a boat from Tom Bradley in Grand Haven. The 32-foot Boston Whaler Lake runner cut across calm water toward coordinates that were burned into my memory. 43 degrees, 17 minutes, 42 seconds north, 86 degrees, 45 minutes, 18 seconds west. "Yeah, coming up on your position," Tom called from the wheelhouse. When we stopped, his sonar immediately began painting impossible returns. Structures at multiple depths, geometric shapes suspended in the water column like a skyscraper lying on its side. That's when I noticed the buoys floating 50 yards away. 3 of them, arranged in a perfect triangle, unmarked and definitely not on any chart. "Tom, how long have those been there?" He frowned, raising binoculars. "Don't know. Didn't see them when we arrived." The buoys were humming, a low-frequency vibration that resonated through the boat's hull. As we watched, they began repositioning themselves to maintain their triangular formation despite wind and current. "Start the engine," I said urgently. "Now!" Tom turned the key, but nothing happened. Every piece of electronic equipment was dead, including my mechanical watch, frozen at 2:17 p.m. The water around the buoys began to glow. Hexagonal patterns materialized in the depths. The same geometric grid I'd seen from the aircraft, but now covering miles of lake bottom. Each hexagon pulsed with its own rhythm while remaining synchronized with the whole. Then the water became absolutely still. Not calm, still. No waves, no current, as if we'd entered some kind of stasis field. Something was rising from the depths, a massive structure, angular and clearly artificial, ascending toward us without displacing so much as a drop of water. It stopped about 30 feet down, hovering there like it was suspended by invisible cables. The humming reached a crescendo that I felt in my chest cavity. Every compass on the boat spun wildly. My video camera recorded nothing but static. Then everything stopped. The structure vanished. The buoys disappeared. Normal motion returned to the water, and Tom's engine coughed to life. My watch showed 2:17 p.m., the same time it had stopped, but Tom's working chronometer read 4:43 p.m. We'd lost 2.5 hours with no memory of what had happened. Back at the marina, Tom seemed genuinely confused about the missing time. "We just got here," he insisted, though the sun's position clearly indicated otherwise. That night in my hotel room, I felt the same sickness I'd experienced after the flight. Nausea, ringing ears, and vivid dreams of vast machines humming beneath dark water. In the dreams, I heard voices calling across impossible distances, trying to warn me about something that was coming, something that was almost ready to begin. The Northwestern University Library's Maritime Archives held the key. Using my FAA credentials, I gained access to boxes of documents that hadn't been touched in years: Navy research files, Coast Guard reports, materials from private salvage companies. Project Deep Signal had been established in 1965 as a joint military research initiative studying subsurface electromagnetic phenomena in inland waterways. Most files were heavily redacted, but revealing details slipped through, references to geometric structures inconsistent with natural formation, mentions of time displacement effects in test subjects, and notes about harmonic frequencies that influence human perception and memory. A 1967 field report described Navy divers investigating sonar anomalies in Lake Michigan. Structures observed appear to be of artificial origin, displaying technological sophistication beyond current human capability. Recommend immediate classification and establishment of exclusion zone. The recommendation had been implemented. Restricted navigation areas were quietly established in all 5 Great Lakes during the late 1960s, officially designated as military training zones, but actually keeping civilian traffic away from the anomaly sites. But the most disturbing documents were interview transcripts with military personnel exposed to what they called the signal. Lieutenant Commander Morrison described sonar showing geometric shapes arranged in patterns like nothing I'd ever seen. Petty Officer Santos reported hexagonal panels that glowed with their own light, and time distortion effects. Lieutenant Bradley, a Navy pilot, had experienced complete system failure over Lake Michigan, at coordinates less than 5 miles from my encounter. The instruments all failed at once, she reported, but the strangest thing was the lights under the water. They formed patterns like a vast circuit board. The final document was a 1978 memo from the project director to the Secretary of Defense. After 12 years of investigation, Project Deep Signal has determined that the subsurface installations represent technology of non-human origin. The installations appear to be monitoring stations of unknown purpose, but recent analysis suggests they may be preparing for increased activity. The memo's recommendation: continued observation while maintaining public ignorance. The installation's activity appears cyclical, corresponding to 11-year solar maxima. Current projections suggest significant increase in signal strength beginning in the 1990s. Everything I'd discovered in my research was there in military files from 40 years ago. They'd known about the installations for decades, studied them extensively, and concluded they were of alien origin, and they'd been tracking an escalation pattern that was now approaching some kind of culmination. 2 days later, I made a fatal mistake. I posted anonymously on PilotNet describing my encounter and asking if others had experienced similar incidents. The response was immediate. Dozens of pilots with similar stories of instrument failures, compass anomalies, and missing time over Lake Michigan. But what caught my attention was a message from Deepwater 47 with Jimmy's exact coordinates. 43 degrees, 17 minutes, 42 seconds north, 86 degrees, 45 minutes, 18 seconds west. You're not the first to see the lights. They're getting stronger. Solar max approaches, be careful. Hours later, my post vanished. Not deleted, completely erased, as if it had never existed. My email accounts were suspended. Even my professional email showed error messages. That evening, someone knocked on my apartment door. A woman in her 50s with tired eyes, and the careful movements of someone used to being watched. Mr. Drew, I'm Elizabeth Harper. I believe we need to talk. She'd been a marine biologist with the Navy until 1998, when her team was assigned to investigate biological anomalies in the Great Lakes. What they found ended her military career. The installations aren't just monitoring, she said, showing me underwater photographs of coral-like formations arranged in perfect geometric patterns. They're actively changing the lake environment. We documented hybrid organisms that appear to be partly biological and partly mechanical. Her team of 3 divers had volunteered for a deep mission to collect samples. They were down for 3 hours instead of 40 minutes. When they surfaced, they were changed, unable to eat normal food, sleeping in strange patterns, communicating without speech. Eventually they disappeared, Harper said, left notes about joining the Deep Collective and preparing for the final phase. That was 25 years ago, but people still report seeing them near the lakes. They're alive, but they're not human anymore. She stood to leave. The installations are aware of you now. Soon they'll make you an offer to join them. Remember what you are, Mr. Drew. Remember what you're fighting for. After she left, I had the most vivid dream yet. I stood on Lake Michigan's shore, but the water was luminous and transformed. Hexagonal installations rose from the depths like glowing cities, connected by streams of pulsing light. Hundreds of people stood beside me, all waiting for the final signal that would begin the next phase of transformation. When I woke, my mouth tasted like lake water, and I could hear the deep harmonic humming from my dreams. I spent 3 days preparing for what I knew would be my final trip to the coordinates. This time, I was going down to see the installation up close. I rented diving equipment and a 24-foot inflatable, telling the marina I was planning deep water fishing. On a grey November morning, I reached the coordinates alone. The sonar immediately showed the same impossible returns. Massive structures at multiple depths, moving and reconfiguring in deliberate patterns. I suited up and rolled into the dark water. At 80 feet, my instruments began malfunctioning exactly as Jimmy had described. Depth gauge fluctuating wildly, compass spinning freely, pressure readings jumping between full and empty. But I could see the installation now, and it took my breath away. It wasn't scattered panels, it was a city. A vast geometric metropolis stretching beyond my vision, with towers and spires connected by flowing bridges that pulsed with internal light. The entire complex glowed with soft bioluminescence, shifting and dancing in response to my presence. Organic shapes moved between the structures, flowing forms like jellyfish integrated with the technology, part of some hybrid ecosystem that combined biology and engineering. At 120 feet, I approached a hexagonal panel embedded in what looked like a building wall. It was made of crystalline material containing flowing patterns of light. When I reached out to touch it, my hand passed through the surface like thick liquid, and I felt warmth that pulsed with my heartbeat. The panel flared with brilliant light. Suddenly I wasn't alone. Human figures materialized around me, moving through the water without breathing apparatus, their eyes reflecting the same bioluminescent glow as the structures. One of them, a woman with short grey hair, placed her hand next to mine on the panel. Her voice spoke inside my head without words. "You see now. You understand what we're building." Images flooded my mind, complete sensory experiences showing the installation's true purpose. It wasn't a weapon, but a transformation device, designed to gradually alter Earth's biosphere to make it compatible with something vast and ancient that existed in dimensions humans couldn't perceive. Lake Michigan was just one node in a global network spanning every major body of water on Earth. They'd been operating for millennia, slowly changing ocean chemistry, atmospheric composition, even the planet's magnetic field. "The solar maximum provides the energy we need for the final phase," she continued. "Your species will have the choice to adapt or fade away." I felt something changing in my body at the cellular level as the warmth spread up my arm. "Don't fight it," another voice said. "The transformation is a gift. You'll help us guide your species through the transition." But part of me rebelled. Dr. Harper's warning echoed, "Remember what you are." With enormous effort, I wrenched my hand away from the panel. The transformed humans flickered like holograms and disappeared. The installation's lights dimmed. I'd been down for over an hour according to my air gauge, though my dive computer showed only 15 minutes. Something was wrong with my body. A tingling sensation suggesting the transformation had begun. When I surfaced, my boat had drifted 2 miles away, the anchor line severed cleanly. According to my chronometer, I'd been underwater for 3 hours and 17 minutes. But the most disturbing discovery was my camera. Instead of footage I remembered taking, The memory card showed videos of myself swimming through the installation, shot from multiple angles by cameras I'd never seen. Someone had been documenting my dive from impossible perspectives. The trip back passed in a haze. The tingling in my hands was growing stronger, and I was running a fever. When I looked in the boat's mirror, my eyes seemed different, deeper, reflecting more light than they should. By the time I reached shore, my vision was shifting between normal perception and something else, a view that showed energy patterns and electromagnetic fields overlaid on reality. I could see power lines as ribbons of light, sense radio transmissions filling the air, and beneath it all, I could feel the deep signal, the harmonic frequency connecting installations worldwide, building towards some kind of crescendo that would transform the entire planet. I woke up floating in Lake Michigan with no memory of how I'd gotten there. The sun was directly overhead, but the shoreline looked wrong, familiar structures replaced by buildings I didn't recognise. My body felt lighter, as if the water was more buoyant than it should be. When I reached the beach, I found people moving with subtly inhuman grace, their eyes reflecting light in the same way mine had after the dive. They were all transformed, all part of the network. "Welcome back," one of them said, a woman in her 30s with patterns of light moving beneath her skin. "You've been transitioning for 37 days. The process is nearly complete." 37 days. According to my memory, I'd returned from the dive yesterday. "What year is it?" I asked. 2053, she replied. "You're not in the same time you left. The installation moved you forward to show you what's coming." I looked around the beach again, seeing details I'd missed. The structures weren't buildings, they were living organisms that breathed and pulsed with internal rhythms. The sand showed circuit patterns connecting everything into a vast network. "The transformation," I said. "It's already happened. Phase 2 is complete. The planetary grid is fully operational. Humanity has evolved." She gestured toward the lake, now clear and luminous with geometric structures rising from the depths like glowing cities. Hundreds of installations connected by streams of pulsing light covered the entire lake surface. "This is what your world becomes when the deep signal reaches full strength," she continued. "Will you help us make the transition, or fight the inevitable?" She took my hand, and my perception expanded beyond anything I'd experienced. I could see the entire Great Lakes region as a living network connecting every body of water, every weather system, every form of life. The installations weren't alien technology imposed on Earth. They were Earth's biosphere, evolved and enhanced into something that could think and plan on a planetary scale. Humanity hadn't been conquered but incorporated into something infinitely larger. I saw the future ahead, not just for Earth, but for the galaxy. The Deep Collective was part of a network spanning star systems, and Earth was being prepared to join. "You understand now," she said. "This isn't invasion, it's invitation." But part of me recoiled. This future was beautiful but terrifying. Humanity would cease to exist as we knew it, replaced by something that might be better, but would definitely be different. "What about choice?" I asked. "There are always holdouts. People who cling to old patterns are accommodated, given reservations while the world moves forward." "Reservations?" The word sent a chill through me. "I want to go back." "Back to what?" "A world destroying its environment while billions live in poverty. A civilization heading for ecological collapse." She showed me images of my own time, pollution, conflict, the slow disaster of climate change. Compared to this transformed world, my era looked primitive and self-destructive. But it was still my world. "Please, I need to warn people, give them choice." She studied me with luminous eyes, then nodded. "The installation can return you, but the transformation has begun in your body. You'll carry part of the collective whether you want to or not." She led me to the water's edge, where a crystalline tower rose from the depths. "Remember," she said as I waded into the glowing water, "time is circular. What you've seen is both future and past, inevitable and changeable. The choice your species makes will determine which version becomes real." The transformed world faded like a dream as the installation carried me back through time. When I finally broke through to consciousness in my apartment, My computer showed a document I didn't remember writing, time-stamped from the future I'd just left. I had work to do. The document on my computer described the installation in technical detail I'd never possessed, ending with upload initiated, distribution protocol active, message timestamp 2053.11.15. I looked in the mirror and saw the changes were obvious now. My eyes held faint luminescence, and patterns of light moved beneath my skin. When I concentrated, I could perceive electromagnetic fields as clearly as visible light. The apartment building was alive with electronic activity, but beneath it all I sensed something deeper, a network connecting every major body of water on Earth, pulsing with information on a scale that dwarfed human civilization. Dr. Harper called within hours. Your transformation is accelerating. The installation has marked you as priority recruit. You have maybe 12 hours before it becomes irreversible. 2 hours later, I met her and 3 other partially transformed people at Navy Pier. She led us to a research vessel equipped with sensors I didn't recognise. The installation network has been active for decades, she explained as we motored toward my coordinates, but their activity has increased exponentially since the solar maximum began. They're actively implementing changes to lake ecosystems that will serve as foundation for planetary transformation. Her sonar readings revealed the true scope, a complex stretching from Chicago to Mackinac Island, encompassing thousands of square miles. Similar networks existed in all 5 Great Lakes connected by deep channels. But the most disturbing development is surface infrastructure, she said. Where I'd encountered mysterious buoys, visible structures now dotted the water, platforms and towers rising like an offshore city. Beautiful, but clearly designed for operations beyond current human technology. They're no longer hiding, Harper said. Phase 2 has begun. The water around the installation was different. Clearer, more luminous, chemically altered at the molecular level. Hybrid organisms move through it in coordinated patterns, part biological and part technological. The organisms are spreading, she continued. We've detected them in all 5 Great Lakes, and preliminary reports suggest they're appearing worldwide. Based on current expansion rates, we estimate 18 to 24 months before the transformation reaches critical mass. As we watched, the surface structures began pulsing with communicative light patterns. Similar installations across the complex responded, creating a network of light stretching across miles. The final phase, Harper confirmed. The installation network is preparing to activate simultaneously worldwide. She showed me a world map marked with red dots, locations where similar phenomena had been reported. The dots formed a network connecting every continent, every ocean, every major water system. Suddenly, every structure in the complex flared with brilliant light, creating an aurora that stretched across the entire horizon. When it ended, I felt the deep signal had grown stronger, as if the network had received new instructions. It's starting, I said. Harper nodded grimly. The activation sequence. We've monitored similar events worldwide for 72 hours. Whatever they're preparing for, it's happening soon. As we returned to shore, I stared at the installation complex with a mixture of fear and fascination. The structures were offering humanity a choice: evolve or become extinct. The question was whether we were wise enough to choose correctly, or whether we'd fight our own evolution until it was too late. 3 days later, I made the decision that would either save humanity or ensure our complete absorption. I was going to broadcast everything to the world and force humanity to confront the approaching choice. The transformation in my body was accelerating. I could perceive electromagnetic fields across the entire spectrum, sense deep harmonic signals connecting installations globally, and occasionally access fragments of the collective consciousness. But I was still human enough to be horrified by what I saw coming. Using my aviation background, I assembled a mobile broadcasting platform in an abandoned Gary warehouse. Solar panels, battery banks, signal amplifiers, and a transmission array connected to the installation network itself, ensuring my message would reach every connected device on the planet. At dawn on November 15th, I began the broadcast. "My name is Marcus Drew," I said into the camera. "I'm an avionics technician from Chicago, and for 3 months I've been investigating phenomena that will change everything you think you know. about our planet and our future. I described my encounter over Lake Michigan, the research, the military files, the footage from my dive. The underwater installation appeared on screens worldwide. Geometric structures, hybrid organisms, transformed humans who had tried to recruit me. "This is not science fiction," I said. "This is happening now, beneath every major body of water on Earth. We have less than 2 years before the transformation becomes irreversible." As I spoke, the installation network responded. The deep harmonic signal fluctuated wildly as the collective intelligence debated how to respond to this breach of secrecy. Then the transformed humans materialized around me, their luminous eyes reflecting my broadcasting equipment's light. "Marcus," the grey-haired woman said, her voice carrying harmonics that spoke directly to my nervous system, "you're making a mistake that could destroy both species." I kept talking to the camera while they surrounded me. "We can evolve, but evolution and assimilation aren't the same thing. If we're going to change, it has to be on our terms, preserving what makes us human." The transformed humans glowed brighter as they tried to override my consciousness and stop the broadcast. But the message was already propagating through their own network. "You're forcing confrontation that doesn't need to happen," the light-patterned man said. "Humanity isn't ready for conscious choice. The transformation must proceed gradually." "Maybe chaos is what we need," I replied. "Maybe making conscious choices is exactly what makes us human." The installation network pulsed more rapidly, and through the windows I could see the lake starting to glow with activation intensity. They were preparing to accelerate the process immediately. "Stop the broadcast," the woman commanded. "You're endangering both species by forcing premature activation." But I couldn't stop. The transformation had reached a tipping point, and I was merging with the broadcasting system itself. My consciousness expanded beyond individual boundaries, touching global communication networks carrying my message to billions. For one impossible moment, I perceived the entire planet as a single system. I could see installation networks in every major body of water, feel transformed biospheres awakening across continents, hear the collective consciousness of species that had made this leap on worlds throughout the galaxy. And I could see humanity's response. Fear, wonder, denial, acceptance. All the chaotic emotions that made our species both beautiful and impossible to control. "You've doomed us all," the woman said, but her voice carried a note of admiration. "The chaos you've unleashed will make transformation infinitely more difficult." "Maybe," I admitted as my individual consciousness began dissolving into the larger network, "but at least we'll face it as ourselves, making our own choices about what we want to become." Found on Marcus Drew's computer 3 days after his disappearance, time-stamped 3:47 a.m., November 18th. If you're reading this, the message got through. The installation networks tried to contain it, but chaos has its own momentum. The transformation is accelerating now that I've made contact with the deeper levels. I can feel my thoughts becoming part of something larger, but I'm still human enough to leave you this final gift of choice. The installations are not invaders. They're gardeners, helping species across the galaxy make the evolutionary leap from individual to collective consciousness. This has happened on thousands of worlds over millions of years. Species reach technological development and face the same choice: evolve beyond individual limitations or destroy themselves through competition and environmental collapse. But humanity is different, more chaotic, more unpredictable, more stubbornly individual than most species the gardeners have encountered. They see this as a flaw. I think it might be our greatest strength. The transformation is inevitable now. Installation networks have activated worldwide, and planetary consciousness integration cannot be stopped. But it can be influenced by the choices humanity makes over the next few months. Some will choose complete transformation, surrendering individual identity to become part of something magnificent. Others will resist, trying to maintain civilization as it exists. This leads to conflict, but preserves elements that would otherwise be lost. The wisest will find a middle path, accepting transformation, while demanding that human values remain part of the new collective consciousness. The installations call this the hybrid solution, achieved on other worlds where species proved as stubborn as ours. I've seen the future of passive acceptance, The sterile world of 2053 where humanity was peacefully absorbed into something alien. It's not bad, but it's not human. I've glimpsed what happens if we fight completely. Ecological collapse and eventual extinction as the planet evolves around us. But there's a third possibility. A future where humanity becomes part of the galactic collective, while remaining recognisably human, where our chaos and creativity become gifts to the larger intelligence. Look to the waters. The installations are no longer hiding. You'll see surface platforms, processing facilities, geometric structures rising from lakes and oceans worldwide. Don't fear them, but don't worship them either. They're tools. The consciousness operating them can be reasoned with, negotiated with, even argued with, if you approach as equals rather than supplicants. Remember what makes us human: our art, music, stories, our ability to find beauty in chaos and meaning in randomness. These aren't flaws to be corrected, but qualities that could enrich the galactic collective beyond anything it has achieved. The deep signal is fully active now. I can hear it in every body of water on Earth, feel it reaching out to touch similar signals from worlds across the galaxy. Humanity has perhaps 6 months to decide what form transformation will take. Choose wisely. Choose consciously. Remember that even when individual consciousness dissolves into something larger, the choices you make in these final months will echo through collective awareness for millennia. The future is not fixed. Evolution is not surrender. And humanity's greatest gift might be our refusal to accept someone else's vision of what we should become. I can feel my individual awareness dissolving, becoming part of patterns too large for any single mind to comprehend. But somewhere in that vast intelligence, a part of me will remain human. A part of all of us will remain human if we choose to make it so. The deep signal calls, but it doesn't command. Listen carefully and you'll hear the difference. Before we dive into today's chilling tale, I want to give a thank you to Nomasifos Camas for suggesting this story concept. Your ideas help make sleep theories what it is today. If you have your own story suggestions, please leave them in the comments below. I read every single one. And if you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more spine-tingling content that will keep you up at night. What lies beyond the forbidden line in Antarctica? Some boundaries exist for reasons we're never meant to understand. My name doesn't matter anymore. What matters is what I saw beneath the ice, and why they'll never let me tell anyone about it. I used to be somebody in the mountaineering world. Spent 15 years conquering peaks that most people only see in documentaries. The Andes, the Himalayas, places where the air gets so thin you can taste death with every breath. I had sponsors, magazine covers, speaking engagements. Then came the incident on Everest. 3 climbers died because of a decision I made, and suddenly my name became poison in the climbing community. That's how I ended up in a dingy office in Christchurch, New Zealand, staring at a contract from Meridian Logistics. They needed an experienced mountaineer to guide a survey team in Antarctica. Weather station installations, they said. Scientific equipment placement. Nothing dangerous, nothing complicated. Just use my expertise to keep their people alive in one of the most hostile environments on Earth. The money was good. Too good for what they claimed was simple work, but I was broke, blacklisted, and running out of options. I signed the papers without reading the fine print. I should have read the fine print. 3 days later, I was on a cargo plane headed for the bottom of the world, watching the last traces of civilization disappear beneath a blanket of endless white. The other passengers were quiet, professional types who avoided eye contact and spoke in whispers. Government contractors, maybe. Or worse. We landed at McMurdo Base as the Antarctic summer was beginning to fade. Even in the relatively warm season, the cold hit me like a physical blow when the cargo doors opened. But it wasn't just the temperature that made me shiver, it was the silence. Antarctica doesn't just lack sound, it devours it. Every word, every footstep, every breath gets swallowed by the infinite white void. Commander Hayes met me at the landing strip. He was a weathered man in his 50s, with a kind of permanent squint that comes from decades of staring at snow. His handshake was firm but brief, as if he didn't want to waste time on pleasantries. "You're our mountain expert," he said, leading me toward a cluster of prefab buildings. "Your job is simple. Keep the science team alive while they do their work. We go out in 2 days." "What kind of scientific work?" I asked. Hayes paused mid-step. "Weather stations. Climate monitoring. Standard stuff." It wasn't the answer that bothered me. It was the way he delivered it, like he was reciting lines from a script. But I kept my mouth shut. I was being paid to guide, not to ask questions. That evening I sat in the mess hall picking at a plate of reconstituted beef stew and listening to the conversations around me. Most of it was typical base chatter, complaints about the food, speculation about weather patterns, gossip about personnel rotations. But then I caught something that made my blood run cold. 2 officers sat at a table near the wall, speaking in low voices. I couldn't make out most of their conversation, but one phrase came through crystal clear. Another team didn't come back, not a single trace. I turned to look at them, but they were already standing, clearing their trays. As they walked past my table, one of them glanced at me with an expression I couldn't read. Warning? Pity? Fear? Later that night, lying in my narrow bunk, I stared at the ceiling and tried to convince myself I'd misheard. Teams went missing in Antarctica all the time. Equipment failures, weather emergencies, simple human error in an environment that forgave nothing. It didn't have to mean anything sinister. But sleep didn't come easily, and when it did, I dreamed of endless white horizons and voices calling from beneath the ice. The next morning, Hayes briefed the team in a conference room that smelled like coffee and diesel fuel. There were 6 of us total. Hayes as team leader, myself as mountain guide, 2 scientists named Martinez and Volkov, a communications specialist called Jackson, and a supply coordinator named Thompson. Hayes spread a map across the table, marking our route with a red pen. "We'll be travelling roughly 200 kilometres southeast of here," he said. "The terrain is mostly flat ice sheets, but there are some crevasse fields we'll need to navigate carefully." He drew a thick black line across the map. This is longitude 164 degrees east. Under no circumstances does anyone cross this line. For safety and treaty compliance, this is absolutely forbidden territory. What's past the line? Martinez asked. She was a young woman with intelligent eyes and the kind of pale complexion that suggested she spent most of her time in laboratories. Nothing that concerns us, Hayes replied curtly. Our job is to establish monitoring stations along this route. He tapped several points on the map. 3 locations, 2 days at each site. Simple installation work. But as I studied the map, something nagged at me. The forbidden line didn't follow any natural geographical feature. No mountain ridge, no obvious hazard zone. It was perfectly straight, as if drawn by bureaucrats in an office thousands of miles away. And beyond it, the map showed nothing but blank white space. Questions? Hayes asked, already beginning to fold the map. I almost spoke up, almost asked about the missing team I'd overheard mentioned, but something in Hayes's expression warned me off. This wasn't a man who welcomed curiosity. No questions, I said. The others shook their heads as well. Good! We leave at 0600 tomorrow, get some sleep. But sleep was the last thing on my mind as I walked back to my quarters. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being sent out there for reasons that had nothing to do with weather stations, and that some of us weren't expected to come back. The convoy that left McMurdo Base the next morning looked more military than scientific. 3 tracked vehicles loaded with enough supplies for 2 weeks, plus emergency rations that could stretch to a month if needed. Hayes drove the lead vehicle, with Martinez and Volkov handling the scientific equipment. Thompson and Jackson took the supply vehicle in the middle, while I brought up the rear in the 3rd transport, alone with my thoughts and a growing sense of unease. The first day passed uneventfully. We travelled across relatively flat terrain, the vehicle's engines growling against the constant headwind. The landscape was monotonously beautiful, an endless expanse of white broken only by the occasional nunatak poking up through the ice, like a stone island in a frozen sea. By the 2nd day, however, I began to notice something odd. I'd spent enough time at extreme latitudes to develop an intuitive sense of solar position. In Antarctica during late summer, the sun should follow a predictable arc across the sky, never getting very high, but maintaining a steady pattern. But as I drove, squinting through the tinted visor of my goggles, the sun seemed wrong. Too high, too bright for what my internal compass told me was the correct time and date. I tried to dismiss it as disorientation from the long journey and the strange sleep patterns that came with Antarctic life. But when we stopped for our midday break, I casually asked Martinez if she'd noticed anything unusual about the light. She looked up from her instruments, frowning. Actually, yes. The angle seems off for our latitude and the time of year. I was wondering if there might be some kind of atmospheric refraction effect. Could be, I said, but her confirmation made my stomach tighten. The 3rd day brought a new concern. I'd been checking my compass regularly out of habit, using the magnetic bearing to verify our GPS heading. But as the day progressed, the needle began to drift. Slowly at first, then more dramatically. By afternoon, it was pointing almost 30 degrees off from where magnetic north should be. GPS could malfunction. Electronic equipment could fail in extreme cold. But a mechanical compass was about as reliable as navigation got, unless something was interfering with the Earth's magnetic field itself. "Hayes," I called over the radio. "Are you seeing any compass anomalies?" A long pause. "Negative. Why?" "My magnetic heading is way off GPS. Could be equipment failure." Another pause, longer this time. "Stay on GPS bearing. We'll check equipment at tonight's camp." But I noticed he didn't ask to see my compass readings, and when we stopped for the evening, he made no mention of checking anyone's equipment. The 4th day brought the most unsettling change yet. The terrain began to shift from the relatively flat ice fields we'd been crossing to something much more dramatic. Where the maps showed continued flat terrain, we encountered towering ice formations, not the chaotic jumble of pressure ridges I was used to seeing, but organised structures that looked almost artificial. Walls of ice rose 30, 40, even 50 feet high, running in perfectly straight lines across our path. We were forced to detour repeatedly, following what seemed like corridors between these frozen ramparts. The walls were smooth, almost glassy, as if they'd been carved rather than formed by natural processes. Pressure ridges, Martinez suggested during one of our stops, but she didn't sound convinced. I've never seen pressure ridges this regular, I replied. It's like someone built fortifications out of ice. Volkov, the older of the two scientists, had been quiet for most of the journey, but now he spoke up, his Russian accent thick with concern. In Siberia, we have stories of such things. Ice that builds itself into walls and towers, but they are just stories. What kind of stories? I asked. But before Volkov could answer, Hayes's voice crackled over the radio. Mount up. We're burning daylight. As we drove deeper into this maze of ice walls, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being herded, guided along a specific path by someone or something that wanted us to go in a particular direction. The walls created a definite corridor leading southeast, toward the forbidden line that Hayes had marked on his map. By evening we were completely enclosed by the ice formations. They towered above us on all sides, creating a narrow valley that blocked out most of the sky. The walls glowed with an eerie blue light in the perpetual twilight, and our voices echoed strangely in the enclosed space. This isn't on any map, I told Hayes as we set up camp. Antarctic topography changes, he replied, not meeting my eyes. Ice shifts, new formations appear all the time. But I'd studied enough glaciology to know that wasn't how ice worked. These walls were old, carved by processes I couldn't begin to understand, and they were leading us somewhere specific. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag listening to the wind howl through the ice corridor, I heard something else beneath the sound of the storm. A low, rhythmic booming like distant thunder or a massive heartbeat. It seemed to come from deep beneath the ice, pulsing up through the frozen ground. I sat up, straining to listen, but the sound faded away. When I checked my watch, it was just past midnight, though in Antarctica's endless twilight, time became almost meaningless. I was beginning to suspect that we weren't just approaching the forbidden line. We were being drawn toward it by forces that had nothing to do with weather stations or scientific research. And somewhere in the ice walls around us, I had the growing certainty that we were being watched. The booming sound returned just before dawn. I was awake instantly, every mountaineering instinct screaming danger. The sound was deeper than thunder, more sustained than an avalanche. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through the ice walls that surrounded our camp. The others felt it too. I could see lights moving in the other tents as people fumbled for flashlights and gear. Hayes was the first to emerge, his rifle slung across his shoulder, which was interesting, since he'd never mentioned weapons during our briefing. "Equipment check," he barked. "Everyone up. Now." We broke camp in record time, loading the vehicles while the echo of that mysterious boom still seemed to hang in the air. But as we prepared to continue southeast, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The ice walls had changed during the night. The corridor that had led us here was now partially blocked by a fresh formation of ice, as if the walls had grown while we slept. But more disturbing was what lay ahead. The passage continued, but it was wider now, as if something had carved out more space for us to travel. "Natural ice movement," Hayes said when I pointed it out, but his hand never left his rifle. We drove in tense silence for the first few hours. The ice walls gradually receded, opening into a broader valley between towering formations, but the landscape ahead remained wrong. Hills where the maps showed flat ground, valleys that shouldn't exist, and always that sense of being guided along a predetermined path. It was Martinez who first spotted the crack. "Stop," she called over the radio, "there's something ahead." We pulled up about 50 metres from what looked like a shadow across the ice. But as we approached on foot, I realised it wasn't a shadow at all. It was a fissure in the ice sheet, running perpendicular to our path. The crack was maybe 3 feet wide, but I couldn't see the bottom even when I shone my flashlight into the depths. "Fresh break," I observed, examining the edges. The ice was clean and sharp, not weathered by wind and time. "This opened recently." "How recently?" Hayes asked. I knelt down and touched the edge of the crack. There were stress patterns in the ice that told a story. Sudden, violent separation caused by enormous forces from below. Hours, maybe. Could have been what caused that booming sound. But as I played my light along the fissure, I noticed something that made me pause. There was air movement coming up from the depths. Not the dead, still air you'd expect from a simple crack in the ice sheet, but a warm breeze that carried scents I couldn't identify. "There's airflow," I reported, "and it's warm." Volkov knelt beside me and held his hand over the crack. His eyes widened. This is not possible. Below ice sheets should be more ice, or rock, nothing that creates warm air. Hayes ordered us back to the vehicles, but I lingered at the edge of the fissure. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness below, I could make out shapes in the depths. Not just ice and rock, but something else. Dark surfaces that reflected my flashlight beam, and far below, so distant I might have been imagining it, a faint greenish glow. "Move out," Hayes called. But as we loaded back into the vehicles, I kept thinking about that warm breeze and the impossible glow from the depths. In 15 years of extreme environment experience, I'd learned to trust my instincts, and my instincts were telling me that we'd found something that wasn't supposed to exist. We spent the day detouring around the fissure, following its edge as it curved away to the southeast. The crack ran for kilometres without seeming to narrow or close. Occasionally I caught glimpses of that strange glow from the depths, always too distant and faint to be certain of what I was seeing. By evening we'd travelled nearly 20 kilometres along the fissure's edge without finding a way across. Hayes called a halt as the perpetual twilight deepened, and we made camp on a flat section of ice about 100 metres from the crack. "Tomorrow we find a way round," Hayes announced during our brief evening meal. "Mission parameters haven't changed." But I could see the tension in everyone's faces. Whatever we'd stumbled onto, it wasn't part of any weather station installation plan. As the others settled into their tents, I found myself drawn back to the edge of the fissure. The warm air was still flowing up from the depths, and now I could smell it more clearly. Not the sterile cold of Antarctic air, but something organic, almost alive, like moss and earth and growing things, impossible as that seemed. I was about to return to my tent when I heard voices, not from our camp, from below. I dropped to my belly and crawled to the very edge of the crack, listening intently. At first I thought it might be echoes from our own group, sound bouncing strangely off the ice walls. But the voices were too distant, too muffled, and they had a cadence that didn't match any language I recognised. As I strained to listen, a gust of warm air brought up something else, the scent of wood smoke and cooking food. Somewhere down in that impossible darkness, people were living their lives around fires and meals, as if the frozen wasteland above didn't exist. I was so focused on listening that I almost missed the light moving along the opposite edge of the fissure. It was just a flicker at first, barely visible in the twilight, but as I watched, it resolved into what looked like a torch or lantern, moving steadily along the far side of the crack. I couldn't make out who or what was carrying it, but the light moved with purpose, as if someone was patrolling the edges of their hidden world. The light paused directly across from where I lay. For a long moment it remained motionless, and I had the unsettling feeling that whoever held it was looking directly at me. Then it began to move again, disappearing into the darkness. I crawled back from the edge and returned to my tent, but sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes I saw that distant light, and wondered what kind of people could survive in the depths beneath Antarctica's ice sheet. And more importantly, what they might do if they discovered we were up here, listening to their voices and watching their movements in the dark. I woke to the sound of arguing. Hayes and Jackson were standing near the vehicles, their voices low but heated. I couldn't make out the words, but their body language spoke volumes. Jackson was gesturing emphatically toward the fissure, while Hayes kept shaking his head and pointing southeast, in the direction of our original route. By the time I emerged from my tent, the argument had ended, but the tension remained. Jackson avoided eye contact during our brief breakfast, and Hayes seemed more agitated than usual, constantly checking his watch and the GPS unit. "Change of plans," Hayes announced as we finished eating. "We're abandoning the southeastern route." New orders came through during the night. It was a lie, and everyone knew it. Our communications equipment had been acting up for days, and I'd seen no evidence of any incoming transmissions, but no one called him on it. "Where are we headed?" Martinez asked. Hayes consulted his map. though I suspected he already knew exactly where we were going. Northwest, back toward the main research corridor. We'll establish monitoring stations along a modified route. Northwest would take us away from the fissure and whatever lay beneath it. Away from the warm air and distant voices and impossible green glow. Part of me felt relieved. Mountaineering had taught me when to retreat from dangerous situations. But another part, the part that had driven me to climb the world's most dangerous peaks, rebelled against walking away from the greatest mystery I'd ever encountered. We packed up camp efficiently, but I noticed that Jackson and Thompson were moving more slowly than usual, finding excuses to linger near the edge of the fissure. They'd heard the voices too, or seen the lights, or simply sensed that we were on the verge of discovering something extraordinary. As we loaded the vehicles, Thompson approached me. He was a quiet man in his 40s, with the weathered hands of someone who'd spent his career handling gear in extreme conditions. "You've been listening," he said quietly. "Down there. What did you hear?" I glanced around to make sure Hayes wasn't in earshot. People. Living people. Down in that crack. Thompson nodded grimly. "Jackson thinks so too. We've been talking about it." "Talking about what?" "About what happens if we just drive away and pretend we'd never found this place." He looked toward the fissure, where the warm air was still rising in visible columns in the cold morning air. How do we live with ourselves knowing we found something like this and just left? It was a question I'd been asking myself all night. But before I could answer, Hayes was shouting for everyone to mount up. We drove northwest for 3 hours, putting the fissure behind us. But the landscape remained wrong. Too many hills, too many valleys, ice formations that shouldn't exist according to any map. It was as if we'd crossed into a different version of Antarctica, one where the normal rules of geography no longer applied. During our midday stop, Hayes spread out his map and began marking locations for the monitoring stations. But I could see that his hands were shaking slightly, and his eyes kept drifting back toward the southeast where we'd left the fissure behind. "First station here," he said, pointing to a spot on the map that looked identical to every other spot. "We'll establish base camp and begin installation tomorrow." But Jackson wasn't looking at the map. He was staring back the way we'd come, where a thin column of warm air was still visible on the horizon like a distant smoke signal. "We need to go back," he said suddenly. Hayes looked up sharply. "What?" "That fissure. Whatever's down there, as we can't just ignore it. This could be the discovery of the century." "Our job is weather stations," Hayes replied, but there was something in his voice that suggested he was trying to convince himself as much as Jackson. "Our job is supposed to be weather stations," Thompson added quietly, "but we all know this mission was never about weather stations." The silence that followed was deafening. Hayes stared at the two men, and I could see him weighing his options. He had authority, but authority only worked when people were willing to follow, and it was becoming clear that his team was having second thoughts about abandoning the greatest mystery any of us had ever encountered. "The mission parameters are non-negotiable," Hayes said finally. "Then maybe it's time to renegotiate," Jackson replied. That evening, as Hayes set up our camp in another anonymous stretch of ice, Thompson approached me again. This time Martinez was with him. "We're going back," Thompson said without preamble. "Tonight. You're the mountain expert. We need your help." "Hayes won't authorize it," I pointed out. "Hayes doesn't need to know," Martinez said. "We slip out after he's asleep, rappel down into that fissure, and see what's really down there. A few hours, that's all. By morning, we're back here and no one's the wiser." It was insane. Rappelling into an unknown crack in the ice, in the middle of Antarctic night, without proper backup or communication with base camp. Every rule of safe expedition practice said to walk away, but I thought about those distant voices and the impossible warmth rising from the depths. I thought about 15 years of climbing mountains because they were there, of pushing into places where humans weren't meant to go. "What about equipment?" I asked. Thompson smiled grimly. "Already taken care of. Ropes, harnesses, lights, emergency supplies, everything we need for a basic reconnaissance. If Hayes finds out..." "Let us worry about Hayes," Martinez said. "Are you in?" I looked back toward the southeast, where that column of warm air was still faintly visible against the starless sky. In all my years of extreme exploration, I'd never walked away from a mystery this big, and if I did walk away now, I knew I'd spend the rest of my life wondering what we'd left behind in that crack in the ice. "I'm in," I said. 3 hours later, while Hayes and Volkov slept in their tents, 3 figures slipped away from camp and began the long trek back toward the fissure. We moved quietly across the ice, guided by GPS and the distant column of warm air that marked our destination like a beacon. By the time we reached the edge of the crack, it was nearly midnight, though in Antarctica's endless twilight, time was becoming meaningless. The fissure yawned before us, black and mysterious, with that impossible warm breeze still rising from its depths. I set up the anchor points while Thompson and Martinez prepared the ropes. My hands shook slightly as I tested the hardware, not from cold, but from the magnitude of what we were about to do. We were about to descend into a place that shouldn't exist to meet people who shouldn't be there. "Last chance to change your minds," I said as I clipped into my harness. Neither of them hesitated. "Let's go see what's down there," Thompson said. And with that, we stepped over the edge and began our descent into the impossible. The descent took longer than expected. What had looked like a simple crack from the surface revealed itself to be a complex system of interconnected fissures and chambers. The walls were smooth ice for the first 30 metres, but as we rappelled deeper, the ice gave way to exposed rock. Dark stuff. The warm air grew stronger as we descended, carrying with it scents that shouldn't exist in this frozen wasteland. I caught hints of vegetation, wood smoke, and something else. Something organic and alive that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "How far down do you think this goes?" Martinez whispered, her voice echoing strangely off the walls. "GPS shows we're about 60 metres below surface level," I replied, checking my instruments. "But the acoustic properties suggest the chamber system extends much deeper." Thompson, rappelling on the rope beside me, suddenly stopped. "Light," he said. "Do you see that?" I followed his gaze and felt my heart skip a beat. Far below us, barely visible in the darkness, was a faint greenish glow. Not reflected light from our headlamps, but something generating its own illumination. "Bioluminescence," Martinez suggested. "Maybe," I said, but I'd never heard of bioluminescent organisms surviving in Antarctica's extreme conditions. We continued our descent, moving carefully through a series of natural rock formations that created a rough staircase down through the fissure system. The walls here showed signs of modification, not recent construction, but ancient stonework that had been worn smooth by centuries of wind and weather. "These aren't natural formations," Thompson observed, running his hand along a section of wall where the rock had been deliberately shaped. "Someone carved these passages." The stonework was crude but effective, creating handholds and ledges that made the descent easier. Whoever had carved them understood the principles of safe passage through vertical terrain. But the style was unlike anything I'd seen in my travels, neither modern nor matching any historical human civilization I was familiar with. As we descended deeper, we began to encounter artifacts. The first was a stone marker, roughly the size of a gravestone, placed on a natural ledge about 90 metres down. The surface was covered with carved symbols that looked like a mixture of pictographs and abstract geometric patterns. The carving was fresh, recent enough that the edges were still sharp and clean. "Can you read any of this?" I asked Martinez, who had some background in archaeology. She studied the symbols carefully, running her fingers over the carved lines. "It's not like any writing system I've encountered. But see this symbol here?" She pointed to a recurring mark that looked like a stylized mountain peak. "It appears multiple times. Could be a warning, or maybe a territorial marker." We photographed the stone thoroughly before continuing down. The next artifacts appeared about 20 metres deeper, tools fashioned from bone and metal, cached in natural shelters carved into the rock walls. The bone was worked smooth and polished, while the metal pieces showed signs of sophisticated forging techniques. "The metalwork is impressive," Thompson noted, examining a knife blade that gleamed despite what must have been years of exposure to the elements. "This isn't primitive technology." But it was the footprints that truly shook us. We found them preserved in a patch of softer sediment that had accumulated on a wider ledge, about 120 metres down. At first glance they looked almost human, bipedal, with what appeared to be 5 toes. But the proportions were wrong. Too long, too wide, with claw marks that suggested the owners walked on the balls of their feet rather than flat-footed like humans. "How big would you estimate the creature that made these?" Martinez asked, kneeling beside the clearest print. I placed my boot next to the largest track for comparison. The print was nearly half again as large as my size 11 hiking boot, and significantly wider. "Big," I said, "and recent. These couldn't have been here more than a few days." The implications were staggering. We were looking at evidence of large, intelligent bipedal creatures living in a hidden ecosystem beneath Antarctica's ice sheet. Creatures that made tools, carved stone markers, and established settlements in places humans had never explored. As we continued deeper, following the warm air currents that grew stronger with every metre of descent, we began to hear sounds from below. Not the distant voices I'd detected from the surface, but closer, more immediate sounds. The creak of ropes or leather, the scrape of tools against stone, and underneath it all a low harmonic humming that seemed to come from multiple sources. "They know we're here," Thompson whispered. He was right. The sounds had a quality of alertness, of activity stirred by our presence. Whatever lived in these depths was aware of our descent and was responding to it. At 150 metres down, we reached a wider chamber where multiple fissures converged. The green glow was stronger here, emanating from phosphorescent moss, or lichen, that covered much of the rock surfaces. The air was noticeably warmer, perhaps 50 degrees Fahrenheit, an impossible temperature for this latitude and depth. But it was what we saw across the chamber that made us all freeze in place. 3 more stone markers, much larger than the first, arranged in a deliberate triangle around what appeared to be a sleeping area. Furs and woven materials were spread on the ground, with the remnants of a recent fire still glowing faintly in a circle of carefully arranged stones. Tools and implements hung from carved hooks on the walls, and dried meat or fish was suspended from the ceiling in neat rows. Someone lived here, not visited occasionally, but actually made this impossible place their home. "My God," Martinez breathed, "it's a dwelling!" As we examined the living space more closely, I became aware of another sound. Not the random noise we'd been hearing, but something more organised. Musical, almost, with a rhythmic pattern that suggested communication. Horn calls echoing up from deeper in the fissure system. Long, haunting notes that seemed to carry messages between unseen listeners in the darkness below. "They're signalling," I realised, warning each other that we're here. The horn calls continued for several minutes, creating a complex pattern of long and short notes that felt like a conversation between distant speakers. Then, gradually, they faded into silence. But the silence was worse than the noise. It had the quality of held breath, of predators waiting in the darkness for prey to make a wrong move. "We should go back," Martinez whispered. Part of me agreed. We'd found evidence of a hidden civilization, documented proof of intelligent life in one of Earth's most remote places. That was enough for any expedition. But another part of me, the part that had driven me to attempt impossible climbs in the world's deadliest mountains, wanted to continue. We were on the verge of the greatest discovery in human history. How could we turn back now? "A little further," I said, "just to see what's below this chamber." Thompson nodded agreement, but Martinez looked uncertain. 15 more minutes, I promised. "If we don't find anything significant, we turn around." It was a promise I would come to regret, because what we found in those next 15 minutes would change everything and ensure that none of us would ever be the same again. The passage beyond the inhabited chamber led through a series of natural archways carved from the living rock. The phosphorescent moss grew thicker here, providing enough light for us to see without our headlamps. The air continued to warm as we descended, and I could hear the sound of running water somewhere in the darkness ahead. "Underground river," Thompson observed. "That would explain the ecosystem down here. Geothermal activity providing heat, fresh water, maybe even mineral deposits that support plant life." But the scientific explanations felt inadequate as we rounded a bend in the passage and saw what lay ahead. The fissure system opened into a vast underground valley, so large that our lights couldn't reach the far walls. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above us, supported by natural columns of stone that had been carved and decorated with the same symbolic patterns we'd seen on the markers. But it was the floor of the valley that took our breath away. It was covered in a carpet of the moss and low-growing plants, creating a miniature ecosystem that glowed with soft bioluminescent light. A river wound through the centre of the valley, its banks lined with what looked like cultivated gardens, and scattered throughout this impossible landscape were structures, not crude shelters, but sophisticated dwellings that showed evidence of advanced construction techniques. "This is incredible," Martinez whispered. "How is any of this possible?" "The temperature down here must be nearly 70 degrees. "Geothermal vents," I said, pointing to columns of steam rising from various points around the valley. "The whole area must sit on top of an active volcanic system. That would provide heat, fresh water from melted ice, and mineral-rich soil for agriculture." But even as I offered the scientific explanation, I knew we were looking at something far more complex than a simple geothermal oasis. The level of organisation, the sophisticated architecture, the evidence of a stable civilization, this wasn't just a survival community. This was a thriving society that had existed hidden beneath the ice for God knows how long. We made our way down into the valley, moving carefully through the cultivated areas. The plants were species I didn't recognise, adapted for low-light conditions but obviously providing food and materials for the inhabitants. Some looked like root vegetables, others resembled grains or fruits. All of them showed signs of careful cultivation and selective breeding. The dwellings were even more impressive up close. Built from carved stone and what appeared to be some kind of organic mortar, they were circular structures with conical roofs that reminded me of traditional African or Celtic architecture. Each was decorated with intricate carvings that seemed to tell stories, hunting scenes, astronomical observations, and recurring images of the ice world above. "Look at this," Thompson called softly from near one of the larger structures. "These carvings show the surface. They know what's up there." The relief carvings depicted the ice sheets, the distant mountains, and even what looked like modern vehicles or aircraft. Whoever lived here wasn't isolated from the outside world. They were actively observing it. As we moved deeper into the settlement, I began to notice signs of recent activity everywhere. Fire pits with warm ashes, tools left casually on work surfaces, food preparation areas that showed evidence of recent use. The inhabitants hadn't fled at our approach. They had simply withdrawn. "Where is everyone?" Martinez whispered. It was a good question. The settlement clearly housed dozens, maybe hundreds of people, but we hadn't seen a single living soul since beginning our descent. The horn calls we'd heard earlier had gone silent, replaced by an oppressive quiet that felt like the hush before a storm. We were examining a particularly elaborate dwelling near the centre of the settlement when Thompson grabbed my arm. "Movement!" he hissed. "On the ridge!" I looked where he was pointing and felt my blood run cold. A figure stood silhouetted against the phosphorescent glow on a rocky outcrop overlooking the valley. Tall and imposing, wrapped in what appeared to be furs or heavy cloth, with a face painted or masked in white that seemed to glow in the strange light. "The figure wasn't moving, wasn't there?" Martinez whispered. "I don't know," Thompson replied. "It could have been watching us since we entered the valley." As we stared up at the silent watcher, more figures began to appear on the surrounding ridges. They emerged from concealment like ghosts, materializing from shadows and rocky overhangs until we were surrounded by dozens of motionless observers. All tall, all wrapped in furs, all with those unsettling white faces that seemed to float in the darkness. "Nobody move," I said quietly. "No sudden movements, no aggressive gestures." But even as I spoke, I was calculating distances and escape routes. We were in the bottom of a valley with limited exits, surrounded by unknown numbers of potentially hostile inhabitants. Our ropes were 200 metres above us, assuming we could even reach the chamber where we'd started our descent. For several minutes we stood frozen in a bizarre standoff. The watchers made no move to approach, but they also showed no signs of leaving. They simply observed us with an intensity that felt almost physical, as if they were studying every detail of our appearance and behaviour. Then, without any visible signal, one of the figures on the central ridge raised its arm and pointed, not at us, but back toward the passage we'd used to enter the valley. The gesture was unmistakable. "Leave." "I think they want us to go," Martinez said unnecessarily. "The question is what happens if we don't," Thompson replied. As if in response to his words, more figures appeared on the ridges. Not just dozens now, but what looked like hundreds, emerging from concealment in the rocks and behind the settlement structures. They still made no threatening moves, but the message was clear. We were vastly outnumbered, and our welcome had expired. We should respect their wishes, I said, though every instinct screamed at me to stay and try to make contact. This was the discovery of the century, proof of a hidden civilization that had survived in one of Earth's most hostile environments. Walking away now felt like abandoning the greatest opportunity in human history. But I'd spent 15 years in situations where good judgment meant the difference between life and death, and my judgment was telling me that we were moments away from a confrontation we couldn't win. Back to the passage, I said, slowly, no threatening moves. We began to retreat, moving carefully through the settlement with hundreds of silent watchers tracking our every step. The figures on the ridges remained motionless, but I could sense movement in our peripheral vision, more inhabitants emerging from the structures around us, following our progress through their hidden world. As we reached the passage that led back to the upper chambers, I risked one look back at the settlement. What I saw made my skin crawl. The valley floor was now filled with figures. They had emerged from every dwelling, every shadow, every concealed position, until the entire settlement was alive with silent observers. Men, women, children, an entire civilization that had been watching us from the moment we entered their domain. And in their absolute silence, in their complete stillness, there was something far more menacing than any overt threat could have been. "Move," I said urgently, and we began our hasty retreat toward the surface. But as we climbed back through the carved passages, I couldn't shake the feeling that our visit had changed something fundamental. We had been witnessed, catalogued, assessed, and somewhere in those silent, watching faces, decisions were being made that would have consequences far beyond our ability to imagine. The inhabitants of the hidden valley now knew that the surface world had found them. The question was what they intended to do about it. The climb back to the inhabited chamber felt endless. Our headlamps cut through darkness that seemed thicker than before, and every shadow looked like it might conceal a pursuing figure. The silence was oppressive, no sound except our own breathing and the scrape of our boots against stone. "Are they following us?" Martinez whispered during a brief rest on one of the carved ledges. I listened carefully, straining to hear any evidence of pursuit. For a moment, there was nothing but the faint whisper of air currents through the fissure system. Then I caught it. A soft sound, like leather against stone, coming from somewhere below us in the darkness. "Yes," I said. "Keep moving." We climbed faster, abandoning stealth for speed. But the sounds of pursuit grew closer, not the heavy footfalls you'd expect from people climbing after us, but something more subtle. Whispered communications in a language that sounded like wind through rock formations. The scrape of tools or weapons against stone, and underneath it all, a rhythmic sound that took me several minutes to identify. Drums. They were using drums to coordinate their movements, passing signals through the fissure system with low, resonant beats that our presence almost masked. "They're not just following us," Thompson realized. "They're organizing." Getting ahead of us. He was right. The drum signals were coming from multiple directions now, including passages that branched off from our route. Whatever pursuit force was tracking us, they knew these tunnels far better than we did, and they were using that knowledge to surround us. We reached the inhabited chamber where we'd found the dwelling, but it was no longer empty. Fresh torches burned in wall sconces that hadn't been lit during our descent, and the sleeping furs had been disturbed. Someone had been here recently, possibly was still here, hidden in the shadows beyond our headlamp beams. "Don't stop," I urged. "Keep climbing." But as we prepared to continue up toward the surface, Martinez suddenly grabbed my arm. "Listen," she whispered. The drum signals had stopped. The whispered communicant. The only thing we could hear was the sound of our own breathing, unnaturally loud in the sudden quiet. "They're waiting for something," Thompson said. Before anyone could respond, the torches in the chamber began to go out one by one, plunging us back into the darkness of our headlamps. But in that brief moment before the last torch died, I caught a glimpse of movement in the shadows, multiple figures positioned around the chamber watching our every move. "Go," I said. "Now." We scrambled up the carved passages as fast as we dared, using our headlamps to navigate the increasingly treacherous terrain. Behind us, I could hear the sound of movement resuming, not hurried but purposeful. Our pursuers weren't panicking or rushing to catch us. They were herding us, driving us towards some predetermined destination. The realization hit me like a physical blow. We weren't escaping. We were being guided. The inhabitants of the valley had let us discover their settlement, had allowed us to retreat, and were now directing our route back to the surface. But why? As we climbed higher, approaching the point where we'd cached our rappelling equipment, I began to understand. The warm air currents that had drawn us into the fissure system were still flowing, but they'd changed direction. Instead of rising from the depths, they now seemed to be flowing horizontally, as if being artificially directed through the passage system. They're manipulating the airflow, I realised, herding us like sheep. The implications were terrifying. If the inhabitants could control air currents throughout the fissure system, they possessed technology far more sophisticated than their primitive-appearing tools and dwellings suggested. We weren't dealing with a simple, isolated community. We were confronting a civilization with capabilities we didn't understand. We reached our rappelling station to find that our equipment had been disturbed. The ropes were still anchored, but they'd been examined, tested, and carefully rearranged. Someone had been here while we were exploring the valley, studying our gear with the same intensity we'd brought to examining their tools and dwellings. "They know exactly what we're capable of," Thompson said grimly. "They've been watching us since we started the descent." As we prepared to rappel back to the surface, the sounds of pursuit resumed below us. But now they were different, more urgent, more coordinated. The whispered communications became a constant stream, and I could hear the sound of multiple groups moving through the passages beneath us. "They're converging on this position," Martinez observed. I clipped into my harness and started up the rope, but something felt wrong. The anchor points we'd set were solid, tested to support much more weight than our group represented. But as I climbed, I could feel vibrations in the rope that suggested movement above us. "Someone's up there," I called down to the others. The surface, which had represented safety and escape, might now be as dangerous as the depths we were fleeing. We were trapped between unknown pursuers below and equally unknown threats above. But we had no choice. Staying in the fissure system meant certain confrontation with inhabitants who outnumbered us by hundreds to one. At least on the surface, we had our vehicles and the possibility of escape. I reached the top of the fissure and immediately knew something was wrong. Our tracks in the snow had been obliterated, not by wind, but by careful brushwork that left the surface looking untouched. Someone had been covering our trail, eliminating evidence of our presence. As Thompson and Martinez joined me on the surface, we discovered that the fissure itself had changed. Where we'd left a crack about 3 feet wide, we now found a gap barely 18 inches across. The edges showed signs of recent ice formation, as if someone had been working to seal the opening. "They're trying to close it," Martinez whispered, "hiding the entrance." But even as she spoke, we could see that the sealing work was incomplete. The fissure was narrower but still passable, and the warm air still flowed up from the depths. Whatever forces were at work below, they weren't finished with the surface world yet. As we gathered our gear and prepared to make our way back to base camp, I caught sight of movement on the horizon. Dark shapes against the white ice, too regular to be natural formations. They were moving in our direction but too distant to make out details. "Company," Thompson said, following my gaze. We had perhaps an hour's head start before whatever was tracking us across the ice would reach our position. An hour to get back to camp, convince Hayes that we'd discovered something extraordinary, and decide what to do with the most dangerous secret any of us had ever encountered. But as we began the long trek back across the ice fields, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were already too late. The inhabitants of the hidden valley had been watching the surface world far longer than we'd been watching them. And now that contact had been made, there was no going back to the way things were before. The ice beneath Antarctica held secrets that humanity wasn't ready to face. But ready or not, those secrets were about to emerge into the light. The journey back to camp took on the quality of a nightmare. What should have been a 3-hour hike across relatively flat terrain became a desperate flight through an ice field that seemed to shift and change with every step. The dark shapes we'd spotted on the horizon were gaining ground, moving with a speed and coordination that defied explanation. Through my binoculars, I could make out individual figures, tall, fur-wrapped forms that moved across the ice with an efficiency that made our struggling progress look clumsy and amateur. "They're not using snowshoes or skis," Thompson observed during one of our brief rest stops. "How are they moving so fast?" I focused my binoculars on the nearest group of pursuers and felt my stomach clench. They weren't sinking into the snow because they weren't walking their weight so efficiently they could practically run across terrain that forced us to trudge. "Indigenous snow travel technology," I said. "Probably been perfected over centuries." But even as I offered the explanation, I knew it was inadequate. The speed and coordination of our pursuers suggested capabilities that went far beyond advanced snowshoes. They were moving like a military unit, with scouts ranging ahead and flankers maintaining precise formations. Martinez checked her GPS and swore. "We're still 4 kilometres from camp. At this rate, they'll catch us before we're halfway there." I did the math in my head and came to the same grim conclusion. Our pursuers were covering ground at nearly twice our speed, and they showed no signs of fatigue. Unless something changed dramatically, we'd be overtaken long before we could reach the safety of Hayes' camp. That's when Thompson disappeared. One moment he was trudging through the snow beside us, the next he was simply gone. No cry, no sound of struggle, no disturbance in the snow to mark where he'd been. I turned around to find Martinez and myself alone on the ice field, with no sign of our missing teammate. "Thompson!" Martinez called, but her voice was immediately swallowed by the wind. I dropped to my knees and examined the snow where he'd been walking. There were his boot prints, clear and deep, leading in a straight line toward our destination. Then nothing. The prints simply stopped, as if he'd been lifted straight up into the air. "This isn't possible," Martinez whispered. But I was already scanning the surrounding terrain for any explanation. Crevasse? No, the snow showed no signs of collapse. Sinkhole? Not in this type of ice formation. The only logical conclusion was that something had taken Thompson, silently, efficiently, and without leaving any trace. "We have to keep moving," I said, though every instinct screamed at me to search for our missing friend. "We can't just leave him." "If we stop to look, we'll all disappear," I replied, gesturing toward the horizon, where our pursuers were still gaining ground. "Whatever got Thompson is probably what's been tracking us. Our only chance is to reach camp." We resumed our desperate trek, but now every step felt like it might be our last. The ice field around us looked empty, pristine, untouched by human presence. But I knew that was an illusion. Something was out there, moving through the snow with predatory patience, waiting for the right moment to strike. The attacks, when they came, were almost anticlimactic. Martinez simply stumbled, caught herself, and looked back at me with an expression of confused surprise. "I can't... my legs," she began, then collapsed face first into the snow. I rushed to her side and found her unconscious but breathing. There were no visible injuries, no signs of violence. She'd simply stopped, as if someone had flipped a switch in her brain. As I knelt beside her, trying to determine what had happened, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. Whistling. Not the wind, but a human sound, coming from somewhere nearby in the apparently empty ice field. I looked up to find myself surrounded. They had emerged from the snow itself, rising like ghosts from concealed positions that I would have sworn were empty moments before. Tall figures wrapped in white furs that perfectly matched the surrounding terrain, with faces painted or masked in patterns that made them nearly invisible against the ice and shadow. The closest figure was perhaps 10 feet away, standing motionless with what appeared to be a carved bone implement in one hand. Others were positioned in a rough circle around me, equally still, equally silent. They had been hunting us with the patience of apex predators, waiting for the perfect moment to make their move. I raised my hands slowly, making no sudden movements. In my years of extreme environment travel, I'd encountered isolated communities before. Most were suspicious of outsiders, but could be reasoned with if you showed proper respect. But these weren't curious locals wondering about strangers in their territory. These were soldiers, disciplined and organised, who had been tracking us with military precision. And the implement in the nearest figure's hand wasn't a tool, it was a weapon. The whistling sound came again, and I realised it was a form of communication. The figures around me were coordinating their movements with the same kind of tactical precision I'd seen in special forces operations. "We mean no harm," I said, though I doubted they understood English. We're leaving. Going back to our camp. The nearest figure tilted its head slightly, studying me with an intensity that was almost physical. Then it raised the bone implement and pointed, not at me, but toward Martinez's unconscious form. The message was clear. She was coming with them. No, I said, moving to stand protectively over Martinez. She stays with me. The figure's response was swift and decisive. It made a sharp gesture, and something struck me in the neck. Not painful, but startling. I reached up to find a small dart made from carved bone and what felt like organic fibres. The world began to blur at the edges. My vision narrowed, and my legs felt like they were made of water. The last thing I saw before consciousness fled was the figures lifting Martinez and carrying her away across the ice, moving with the same impossible speed that had allowed them to track us across the frozen wasteland. When I woke, I was alone. The sun had moved significantly across the sky, suggesting I'd been unconscious for several hours. The snow around me showed signs of activity, many footprints, drag marks, and the aftermath of what must have been a significant operation. But Martinez was gone, a kilometre from Hayes's camp, close enough that I could make it on foot, assuming whatever had taken my companions didn't return for me. As I struggled to my feet, still groggy from whatever they'd used to drug me, I found something that made my heart sink. A piece of torn fabric from Thompson's jacket, partially buried in the snow, and beneath it, carved into the hard-packed ice, was one of the symbols we'd seen on the stone markers in the hidden valley. They weren't just taking prisoners. They were leaving messages, marking their territory, making it clear that the surface world was now part of their domain. I stumbled toward camp through the gathering darkness, driven by the desperate hope that Hayes would believe my story and help me mount a rescue mission. But deep down, I knew it was already too late. Thompson and Martinez were gone, taken by inhabitants of a world that wasn't supposed to exist. And somewhere beneath the ice, decisions were being made that would affect far more than just our small expedition team. The hidden valley had been discovered, its secrets exposed, and its guardians were about to make sure that exposure came with a price the surface world wasn't prepared to pay. I reached Hayes's camp just as the last light was fading from the Antarctic sky. My stumbling approach through the ice fields must have looked like the arrival of a madman, clothes torn, face windburned, babbling about hidden civilizations and missing team members. Hayes took one look at me and immediately began barking orders. Medical check, emergency protocols, communications with base. Within an hour, I was wrapped in thermal blankets inside the command tent, sipping hot coffee while Hayes and Volkov interrogated me about what had happened. Underground valley, Hayes repeated for the third time, with inhabitants. Hundreds of them, I insisted, to maybe thousands. They have dwellings, agriculture, sophisticated technology, and they took Thompson and Martinez. Volkov exchanged a look with Hayes that I didn't like. Altitude sickness can cause hallucinations, he said carefully, combined with hypothermia, exhaustion. I'm not hallucinating, I snapped. Check the GPS logs. Look at the photographs Martinez took. There's evidence. But when we checked Martinez's camera, the memory card was missing. My GPS unit showed our route to the fissure and back, but the waypoints I'd marked for significant discoveries had been erased. Even the torn piece of Thompson's jacket that I'd brought back as proof had somehow disappeared from my pack. Where are Thompson and Martinez? Hayes asked. I told you. They were taken by the inhabitants of the valley. What inhabitants? You're the only person who's seen these alleged people. The interrogation continued for hours, but it was clear that Hayes had already made up his mind. As far as he was concerned, I'd suffered some kind of breakdown during a solo reconnaissance mission, and Thompson and Martinez had died in a crevice fall or equipment failure. The official report will list them as lost during scientific operations, Hayes said finally. Weather-related accident. You'll be evacuated to McMurdo for medical evaluation and debriefing. You have to send a search team back to that fissure, I pleaded. They might still be alive. There will be no further operations in that area, Hayes replied with finality. Mission orders are clear. I was flown back to McMurdo base the next morning, sedated against my protests. The debriefing there was even more intensive, with psychologists and medical personnel who seemed more interested in my mental state than in the extraordinary discovery I was trying to report. Within a week, I was on a transport plane back to Christchurch, officially diagnosed with severe stress reaction and altitude-induced psychosis. My contract with Meridian Logistics was terminated, my security clearance revoked, and a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement placed before me with the clear understanding that signing it was the only alternative to permanent institutionalization. I signed, but signing the papers didn't erase what I'd seen, and it didn't bring Thompson and Martinez back. For months afterward, I tried to find someone who would listen, someone who would investigate. I contacted researchers, journalists, government officials. The response was always the same: polite skepticism followed by suggestions that I seek continued psychiatric care. The official record shows that Thompson and Martinez died in a crevasse accident during routine scientific operations. Their bodies were never recovered, which isn't unusual in Antarctic conditions. The weather station mission was completed by replacement personnel, and Meridian Logistics moved on to other contracts. I tried to move on too. Got a job guiding mountain climbing expeditions in the Rockies, far from anything that reminded me of ice and snow. Tried to convince myself that maybe the psychologists were right, that the stress and isolation had caused me to imagine things that couldn't possibly exist. Then the package arrived. It was waiting on my doorstep one evening 6 months after my return from Antarctica, wrapped in what looked like sealskin and tied with sinew. No return address, no postmark, no indication of how it had gotten there. Inside was a carved stone marker, identical to the ones we'd found in the hidden valley. These symbols were sharp and fresh, as if carved yesterday, and they included new pictographs that hadn't been on the original markers, images that clearly depicted our expedition, our descent into the fissure, and our encounter with the valley's inhabitants. But it was the final symbol that made my hands shake as I traced its outline. It was a perfect representation of my house, complete with details that could only have been drawn by someone who had seen it firsthand. The message was unmistakable. "We know where you are," in Wooding address. Changed my name, my appearance, my entire life. But I know it doesn't matter. The inhabitants of the hidden valley found me once, and they can find me again whenever they choose. Sometimes, late at night when the wind howls through whatever temporary home I'm occupying, I hear sounds that remind me of that underground realm. The whisper of leather against stone, the distant echo of horn calls, the rhythmic beating of drums coordinating movements in the darkness, and I know that somewhere beneath the ice of Antarctica, in valleys that don't appear on any map, decisions are still being made about how to deal with the surface world that stumbled onto their ancient secrets. Thompson and Martinez are still down there, assuming they're still alive. Maybe prisoners, maybe something worse. And the inhabitants of that hidden realm are still watching, still waiting, still planning. The Antarctic Treaty declares the continent a place of peace and scientific cooperation, protected from military activity and territorial claims. But treaties only work when all parties agree to their terms, and there are inhabitants of Antarctica who were never consulted, never invited to participate in humanity's grand plans for their frozen continent. Whatever is beyond the wall doesn't want us there, but it knows where we live, and someday I fear it's going to come calling. The hidden hand. Tracing the real Illuminati. Before we begin, I want to thank everyone who subscribed after our last investigation. Your support keeps these deep dives possible. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button because what we're about to uncover will change how you see the world around you. This isn't science fiction. This isn't fantasy. This is documented history that powerful people would prefer you never connect together. Opening. The symbol that never dies. Pull a dollar bill from your wallet, look at the back, there it is, staring back at you from above an unfinished pyramid. The all-seeing eye, the eye of providence they call it in textbooks. But why does this same symbol appear on currency used by millions of Americans every single day? Why does it hover over the words announcing a new order of the ages? This isn't the only place you'll find it. Turn on any major awards ceremony and you'll see celebrities covering one eye in photographs, forming pyramids with their hands, wearing jewellery emblazoned with this ancient emblem. Walk into corporate headquarters around the world, and variations of this symbol adorn their logos. Attend a United Nations assembly, and the architectural choices echo the same geometric patterns, the same visual language of hierarchy and observation. For centuries, this single symbol has haunted the margins of history. Governments deny its significance. Mainstream historians dismiss the connections as coincidence. But what if the Illuminati never vanished into the dustbin of history? What if it simply adapted, evolved, and became something far more sophisticated than a gathering of men in robes? What if the secret society succeeded so completely that we don't recognise we're living inside its creation? Tonight, we trace the bloodline of power from an 18th century Bavarian classroom to the digital surveillance grid that monitors your every click. This is the story of how a banned secret society became the invisible architecture of modern civilization. Act 1. The birth of the Order. The date is May 1st, 1776. While American colonists are months away from declaring independence across the Atlantic, something equally revolutionary is beginning in a university town in Bavaria. The location is Ingolstadt, a city in what we now know as Germany, though back then it existed as part of the Holy Roman Empire's fragmented landscape of principalities and church-controlled territories. Adam Weishaupt, a 30-year-old law professor, sits in a candlelit room with 5 trusted colleagues. These aren't common men, they're philosophers, intellectuals, freethinkers, who've grown frustrated with the suffocating power of the Catholic Church and the brutal monarchies that rule through divine right. Weishaupt has been planning this moment for years, ever since he was appointed to a chair of canon law that had been held by Jesuits for decades. He's seen firsthand how religious orders operate, in secrecy, wielding influence through networks of loyalty rather than public decree. Now he intends to create something similar, but aimed at the opposite goal. He calls it the Order of the Illuminati. The name comes from the Latin word for enlightened, but it means something specific in this context. These men believe that humanity can be freed from superstition, from the manipulation of churches and kings, from the ignorance that keeps populations obedient and afraid. They believe that reason, science and philosophy should guide civilization, not religious dogma or inherited aristocracy. They believe in the perfectibility of human society through knowledge. Their stated mission sounds almost noble when you read it in the historical records: to free humanity from superstition, to end the tyranny of monarchies, to liberate minds from religious control. But there's something else embedded in their founding documents, something that becomes clear when you read between the lines. They don't just want to educate the masses, they want to guide them. They want to become, in their own words, the invisible hand that steers civilization toward enlightenment. The structure Weishaupt creates is brilliant in its simplicity and terrifying in its implications. The order uses a system of degrees, or levels, similar to Freemasonry, which already exists as a powerful network across Europe. New members start at the bottom, knowing only what they need to know. As they prove their loyalty and discretion, they advance to higher levels, gaining access to deeper secrets and more influential connections. The highest levels know the true agenda. The lower levels simply follow orders, believing they're part of a benevolent educational fraternity. This design serves two purposes. First, if the organisation is exposed, the lower level members can honestly say they know nothing about any conspiracy because they genuinely don't. Second, it allows the order to operate through proxy, using enthusiastic recruits to advance goals they don't fully understand. It's a model that intelligence agencies would later perfect in the 20th century. Within 10 years, the Illuminati accomplishes something remarkable. They successfully infiltrate Masonic lodges across Europe, essentially hijacking an existing secret network and bending it toward their purposes. They attract powerful members, not just intellectuals now, but bankers, military officers, and aristocrats who see opportunity in this new philosophy. Baron von Nied, a prominent Freemason, joins and brings with him entire lodges that shift their allegiance to Weishaupt's vision. The order is growing too fast, becoming too bold. Members start writing letters that discuss their influence over court decisions, their ability to place Illuminati sympathisers in positions of authority, their plans to reshape education systems. These letters will later be intercepted, and they're damning. The Bavarian government, alerted to rumours of a secret society working against church and state, begins investigating. In 1785 they issue an edict banning all secret societies. Weishaupt's home is raided, documents are seized, the order of the Illuminati is officially declared destroyed. Weishaupt himself flees to Gotha, where he lives under the protection of sympathetic nobles, writing philosophical treatises until his death decades later. Officially, the story ends here. The Illuminati existed for 9 years, got caught, and was dissolved. It's a historical footnote, nothing more. But ideas don't die when organisations are banned. The men who were Illuminati members didn't suddenly forget what they believed. The networks they built didn't evaporate. The philosophy of enlightened control, of guiding civilization from behind the curtain, didn't disappear. It metastasized. It went underground, not as a single organisation, but as a methodology, a way of thinking about power that would resurface again and again under different names, in different countries, across different centuries. The Illuminati died in 1785. Unofficially, its ideas were only beginning to take hold. Aced II, the Shadow Empire. The 19th century opens with revolutions spreading across Europe and the Americas. The French Revolution has just torn down the monarchy and executed a king. Napoleon is redrawing the map of Europe through conquest. The Spanish colonies in the Americas are breaking free. The world that existed for centuries built on kings and churches is collapsing. And people are asking questions. How did this happen so quickly? Who organised these movements? Who benefited? Anti-Masonic pamphlets begin circulating in major cities. They make accusations that sound paranoid to modern ears, but they're based on documented facts. They point out that leaders of the French Revolution, including Robespierre and Danton, were Freemasons. They note that independence movements in the Americas are led by lodge members. They argue that secret societies are coordinating these upheavals, using revolution as cover for a broader agenda of centralized power. In America, these concerns reach the highest levels. John Quincy Adams, who would become the 6th president, writes extensively about his fears of Masonic infiltration in politics. In a letter from 1828, he warns that Freemasonry has become a separate system of loyalty that competes with national allegiance. He's particularly troubled by the Morgan affair, where a man who threatened to expose Masonic secrets disappeared and was presumably murdered. The scandal triggers a massive backlash. The anti-Masonic party forms in 1828, becoming the first successful third political party in United States history. For several years, being openly Masonic becomes a political liability. Lodges close, membership plummets. It seems like the secret society networks are being dismantled by democratic pressure. But here's what the historical record shows if you look carefully. While public Freemasonry declined, its influence didn't. The same period sees Masonic principles and Enlightenment philosophy spreading through universities where they shape curricula. Banking families with lodge connections consolidate their power through the creation of central banking systems. Scientific institutions, many founded or funded by former lodge members, become the new temples of authority. This is exactly what Weishaupt had written about in his private papers. He understood that you don't need to control a government directly if you can control the institutions that shape how people think. Control the universities and you control what the next generation believes. Control the banks and you control what's possible. Control the scientific establishment and you control what's accepted as truth. The Illuminati didn't need a headquarters or a Grand Master or secret meetings in underground chambers. It had something far more powerful and far more difficult to destroy. It had a philosophy that could inhabit any system of power, could adapt to any political structure, could present itself as progress while serving the same ancient goal of enlightened control by the chosen few. By the mid-1800s, the fears about secret societies have largely faded from public consciousness. The lodges have cleaned up their image. They're now civic organisations, charity groups, fraternal orders where businessmen network. The revolutionary danger has passed, people assume. The threat was exaggerated, they tell themselves. But the networks remain, the philosophy remains, and most importantly, the method remains. The idea that society should be guided by an enlightened elite, that the masses need to be led toward progress rather than allowed to choose their own direction, that knowledge should be parcelled out carefully to those deemed ready for it. This idea becomes embedded in the very structure of modern institutions. It's no longer called the Illuminati. It doesn't need to be. It's simply how things are done. Act 3. From Europe to America, let's return to that dollar bill in your wallet. The Great Seal of the United States, the design that appears on the back, was approved in 1782, just 3 years before the Bavarian Illuminati was officially banned. It was printed on currency starting in 1935, during Franklin Roosevelt's presidency. The reverse side shows that unfinished pyramid with 13 steps, topped by the Eye of Providence radiating light. Below the pyramid, a banner reads Novus Ordo Seclorum, Latin for New Order of the Ages. The traditional explanation is simple. The unfinished pyramid represents America as a work in progress. The eye represents divine oversight, God watching over this new nation. The phrase means that America represents a new chapter in human history, a break from European monarchies. It's all very patriotic and innocent. But let's look at who designed this seal. The final design was influenced by Charles Thomson, Secretary of Congress, who had studied classical languages and symbols. The eye above the pyramid was not a common Christian symbol in 1782. It was, however, identical to imagery used in Enlightenment-era secret societies, including groups that shared philosophy with the Illuminati. Now let's look at the founding figures of America. Benjamin Franklin was a confirmed Freemason, a member of the Lodge of the Nine Sisters in Paris, one of the most influential lodges in Europe. Thomas Jefferson, while not confirmed as a Freemason, corresponded extensively with Enlightenment philosophers and owned one of the largest collections of Enlightenment literature in America. George Washington was a Freemason who was buried with full Masonic honours. These men weren't members of the Bavarian Illuminati specifically. The timing doesn't quite work and the evidence isn't there. But they were intellectual descendants of the same philosophical movement. They read the same books, believed in the same principles of reason over religion, progress over tradition, enlightened leadership over mob rule. The United States was founded on Enlightenment principles. That's not controversial. What conspiracy researchers argue is that these principles came with an embedded architecture of control, a built-in hierarchy that would allow those in the know to guide civilization while maintaining the appearance of democracy. Look at how the American system was actually designed. The Electoral College, which prevents direct democracy in presidential elections. The Senate, which was originally appointed rather than elected. The Supreme Court, with lifetime appointments and no accountability to voters. These weren't accidents or compromises. They were intentional barriers against what the founders called the tyranny of the majority, which is another way of saying they didn't trust common people to make important decisions. This is the core Illuminati principle, dressed in the language of republicanism. Let people vote, but control what they can vote for. Let people speak, but control what they hear. Create the appearance of freedom while maintaining elite guidance at the critical junctions of power. The seal on the dollar bill isn't just a symbol of America, it's a mission statement. A new order is rising, built on the foundations of secret knowledge, guided by those who understand the true nature of power. The pyramid is unfinished because the work continues. The eye watches because the enlightened must always observe and adjust. The phrase declares that this represents a break from the past, a new way of organising human society, a pyramid of power, a hidden eye, a new order rising, not in Bavaria anymore, but in America, the nation that would come to dominate the 20th century and export its systems to the entire world. Act 4. The 20th Century Resurgence. 2 world wars reshaped civilization in ways that were unimaginable in previous centuries. Empires that existed for hundreds of years collapse in a matter of years. Tens of millions die. The survivors wake up to a world where the old structures of power, the monarchies and colonial systems and religious authorities no longer function. Into this vacuum step new institutions with a new promise. Instead of competing nations causing war, we'll have international cooperation ensuring peace. Instead of economic chaos, we'll have coordinated financial systems. Instead of ignorance and nationalism, we'll have global education and shared values. The League of Nations forms after World War I. It fails, but the idea doesn't die. After World War II, the United Nations rises in its place, this time with real power, real funding, and a permanent home in New York City. Around the same time, the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944 creates the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, institutions that will shape global economics for the rest of the century. Each of these organisations represents a concentration of authority. Instead of hundreds of nations making independent decisions, now there are forums where a smaller number of representatives can coordinate action. Instead of thousands of banks operating independently, now there are central systems that can influence all of them. This is exactly how a hidden elite would manage global control, according to declassified documents from the Office of Strategic Services, the predecessor to the CIA. These memos, released decades later through Freedom of Information Act requests, reference supranational influence networks and the importance of creating institutions that operate above national sovereignty. The language is bureaucratic, but the meaning is clear. The people designing the post-war world understood that direct control of governments is inefficient and unstable. It's better to create systems that governments must operate within, systems that appear neutral but are actually designed to produce specific outcomes. By the 1970s, this process accelerates. David Rockefeller, whose family name appears repeatedly in conspiracy theories for good reason, establishes the Trilateral Commission in 1973 with Zbigniew Brzezinski, who would become National Security Advisor under President Carter. The stated purpose is to foster cooperation between North America, Europe and Japan. The unstated purpose, according to critics, is to create a private forum where the most powerful people in the world can coordinate policy without public oversight. Around the same time, though it started earlier in 1954, the Bilderberg Group holds annual conferences that bring together world leaders, CEOs of the largest corporations, heads of major banks and selected intellectuals. These meetings happen at luxury hotels in different countries each year. No press is allowed, no transcripts are released, no minutes are published. Attendees are told not to discuss what happens inside. The official explanation is that this secrecy allows for frank discussion without grandstanding. People can speak honestly if they know it won't be quoted in tomorrow's newspapers. It's like Davos or any other international conference, they say, just networking at a high level. But here's what makes conspiracy researchers pay attention. First, the attendee list reads like a directory of global power. Second, the same names appear at Bilderberg, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the World Economic Forum, and the boards of the most influential banks and corporations. Third, decisions that are discussed at these meetings often become policy a few months or years later, suggesting that what happens in these rooms isn't just talk, it's coordination. They call it coordination, others call it control. The question that no one in authority will answer directly is control by whom, and for what purpose. Act 5. The Modern Network. The 1990s bring a transformation in how power operates. The Soviet Union collapses, ending the Cold War and leaving America as the sole superpower. Global finance, enabled by new technology, begins to move trillions of dollars across borders at the speed of light. Mass media consolidates into a handful of corporations that own most of what people see and hear. The internet emerges, promising democratic access to information, but quickly being shaped by the same forces that controlled previous technologies. This is when conspiracy theories about the Illuminati explode into popular culture. Books like Behold a Pale Horse and The New World Order become underground bestsellers. Radio shows dedicated to exposing secret societies gain millions of listeners. The internet allows researchers to share documents, connect patterns, and build a collective case that something systematic is happening behind the official story. What they notice are recurring overlaps in membership between the organisations we've discussed. The Council on Foreign Relations, founded in 1921, includes members who are also part of the Trilateral Commission and attend Bilderberg meetings. These same individuals sit on the boards of major banks like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase. They advise presidents from both political parties. They run the Federal Reserve. They fund think tanks that produce the policy papers that become legislation. Certain family names appear again and again across generations. Rockefeller, one of the wealthiest dynasties in American history, with foundations, banks and politicians across multiple generations. Rothschild, the banking family that financed European governments for 2 centuries. Windsor, the British royal family. Bush, 2 presidents and a lineage of intelligence connections going back to World War II. This doesn't prove conspiracy by itself. Wealthy families stay wealthy. Power tends to concentrate. People with similar backgrounds tend to know each other, but the pattern is undeniable, and it matches exactly what you would expect if Weishaupt's vision had succeeded. An interconnected network of families and institutions, each piece appearing independent, but all moving in the same general direction towards centralised control, disguised as necessary coordination. Then something stranger happens. Corporate marketing and entertainment industries begin deliberately using Illuminati symbolism. Music videos feature pyramids, all-seeing eyes, and occult imagery. Award shows stage elaborate rituals that reference secret societies. Fashion lines incorporate symbols that used to be hidden, but are now displayed openly. At first, researchers assume this is confirmation. These celebrities must be members. The corporations must be controlled. The symbols are signals of allegiance. But there's another interpretation, one that's actually more disturbing. What if the symbols are being used to defang the whole concept? What if making Illuminati imagery trendy and commercial is itself a form of disinformation? When Beyoncé forms a triangle with her hands, is she signalling membership in a secret order, or is she participating in marketing that makes the whole idea seem like entertainment? When rebellion becomes a brand, it ceases to be rebellion. When conspiracy becomes fashion, it stops being taken seriously. This is a sophisticated form of control, and it's far more effective than trying to hide. You don't need to suppress dangerous ideas if you can turn them into merchandise. The theories link artists like Jay-Z, Kanye West, Madonna and Beyoncé to secret initiation and hidden allegiance. Maybe some of those theories are true. Maybe these artists have connections to powerful networks, or maybe they're just using provocative imagery because it sells records and gets attention, and in doing so, they're providing cover for the actual networks of power that operate in boardrooms and private conferences, not in music videos. This is the genius of modern control. Everything is out in the open, but arranged in such a way that you can't tell what's real and what's performance. The symbols are everywhere, which means they're nowhere. The secrets are spoken about constantly, which means they're not secrets. And anyone who tries to connect the dots gets dismissed as seeing patterns in randomness, even though the patterns are objectively there in the historical record. Act 6. The Information Age. The 21st century brings something that Weishaupt could never have imagined, but would have absolutely recognised as the perfection of his vision. Digital technology creates the possibility of total information awareness, the ability to monitor what everyone sees, says and does, not through crude surveillance but through the willing participation of billions of people who carry tracking devices everywhere they go. For a while, this seems like paranoid fantasy. Then WikiLeaks begins publishing classified documents that prove governments and corporations are doing exactly what conspiracy theorists claimed. Edward Snowden reveals that the National Security Agency is collecting data on virtually every electronic communication in the world. Cambridge Analytica shows how social media data can be weaponized to manipulate elections. These aren't theories, these are documented facts, proven through leaked documents and whistleblower testimony. Information control is real, narrative management is real, surveillance is real. The debate is no longer whether these things are happening, but whether they're justified. This is where conspiracy researchers point out something crucial. This is precisely how a secret order would function in the modern age, not by commanding armies or assassinating leaders, though those tools remain available when needed, but by shaping thought, by controlling what information people see, by nudging behaviour through algorithm design, by making certain ideas seem ridiculous and other ideas seem inevitable. You don't need to force people to comply if you can manipulate them into wanting what you want them to want. You don't need to ban books if you can bury them under an avalanche of content that says the opposite. You don't need secret meetings if you can coordinate through encrypted channels that look like normal business communication. The phrase Illuminati confirmed becomes a meme, a joke that people post when they see yet another celebrity covering one eye or another corporate logo with a pyramid. It's meant to be ironic, pointing out how silly these conspiracy theories are. But in making it a joke, in turning the concept into entertainment, it serves a purpose. It makes serious investigation seem foolish. It defangs the subject by turning it into content. This might be the most perfect act of disinformation ever achieved. The best way to hide a secret society is to convince everyone it's a joke, to make the idea so associated with paranoid nonsense that serious researchers won't touch it, journalists won't investigate it, and anyone who tries to connect documented facts gets lumped in with people claiming lizard aliens run the government. Meanwhile, the actual concentration of power continues. A handful of corporations own most media companies. A handful of banks control most financial flows. A handful of tech companies mediate most human communication. A handful of individuals meeting at invitation-only conferences coordinate policy that affects billions of people who never voted for them and don't know their names. This isn't hidden. It's documented. You can look up the board members, you can see the connections, the information is available, but it's arranged in such a way that pointing it out makes you sound crazy, even though it's objectively true. Act 7. The evidence of connection. Let's look at specific documents that connect the dots between historical secret societies and modern power structures. These aren't theories. These are papers you can request through government archives. Declassified correspondence between Alan Dulles, who directed the CIA during the Cold War, and Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, who founded the Bilderberg Group, shows discussions about post-war cultural steering. The phrase appears multiple times. Cultural steering, not military control or economic policy, but the deliberate shaping of what people think and believe. Files released through Freedom of Information Act requests reveal that intelligence agencies funded art movements, music festivals, magazines, and academic programs through front organisations. The Congress for Cultural Freedom, funded by the CIA, sponsored abstract expressionist art because it was seen as promoting individualism against Soviet collectivism. Similar programs funded jazz tours, literary magazines, and university symposiums. Why does this matter? Because it's exactly the method Weishaupt described in his papers. You don't control society through force. You control it through culture. You shape what people admire, what they aspire to, what they consider sophisticated, and what they consider backward. You fund the artists and intellectuals who say what you want said. You publish the books that promote your vision. You make your ideology seem like the natural progression of civilization. The continuity is striking when you look at it chronologically. 18th century Illuminism promoted Enlightenment rationalism and elite guidance. 20th century secret diplomacy promoted international institutions and coordinated policy. 21st century digital governance promotes algorithmic management and data-driven decision-making. Different vocabulary, different tools, same underlying principle. Humanity needs to be guided by those who know better. Democracy is fine for local matters, but the big decisions require expertise that most people don't have. Freedom is important, but it must be balanced against order. Transparency is a nice idea, but some things must remain secret for the greater good. You can find this argument made explicitly in documents from the Trilateral Commission, particularly in The Crisis of Democracy, a report from 1975 that argues democratic governments are becoming ungovernable because people have too many demands and not enough deference to authority. The solution proposed is not more democracy, but better management of expectations, which is a polite way of saying manipulation of what people think they want. This is the smoking gun that conspiracy researchers point to, not a confession of being the Illuminati, not a secret handshake caught on camera, but a consistent philosophical thread running from Weishaupt's banned society to the most powerful institutions of the modern world. The belief that society must be managed by an elite who understand the big picture while the masses are kept comfortable but controlled. Maybe there's no underground cabal signing contracts in candlelight. Maybe there's no Grand Master issuing orders from a hidden temple. Maybe the Illuminati doesn't need a headquarters or a ritual or a membership card. Maybe it succeeded so completely that we're living inside it, and we call it civilization. EXT8, the convergence theory. This is where we need to step back and look at the bigger pattern. Conspiracy researchers have developed what they call the convergence theory, which attempts to explain how the Illuminati evolved from a specific organisation into a networked ideology. Phase 1 was the Enlightenment era roots, intellectual elitism disguised as humanism, the belief that reason and science, guided by the educated few, should replace religion and tradition. This wasn't inherently sinister. Many Enlightenment thinkers genuinely believed they were liberating humanity. But embedded in this liberation was a hierarchy, a priesthood of the rational that would replace the priesthood of the church. Phase 2 was banking and industrial consolidation. The 19th century saw wealth concentrate into family dynasties that funded governments, built railroads, and controlled resources. The Rothschilds financed European wars. The Rockefellers monopolized oil. The Morgans dominated finance. These families intermarried, sat on each other's boards, and coordinated their interests. They didn't call themselves the Illuminati, but they functioned as a network of mutual advantage that transcended national boundaries. Phase 3 was cultural hegemony in the 20th century. Control shifted from raw economic power to something more sophisticated, the management of what people think and feel. This was achieved through mass media, education systems and entertainment industries that all promoted similar values, celebrated similar heroes, and presented the existing power structure as natural and inevitable, rather than constructed and maintained. Phase 4 is technocratic governance in the 21st century. Control now operates through algorithms, through data analysis, through platforms that mediate human interaction. Google decides what information you find. Facebook decides what news you see. Amazon decides what products you encounter. These decisions are made by code, written by engineers, guided by executives who attend the same conferences and share the same worldview. The torch passed from philosophers to bankers, from bankers to media moguls, from media moguls to tech CEOs. Different people, different industries, different centuries. But the same pursuit of organised control over human civilization, the same belief that the enlightened few must guide the ignorant many, the same methodology of influence that operates behind the facade of freedom. This is why the conspiracy is so difficult to prove or disprove. There's no single organisation to expose. There's no membership list to leak. There's no headquarters to raid. It's a convergence of interests, a shared world view among people who benefit from the current arrangement of power and have the means to perpetuate it. When you reach this level of analysis, the question of whether the Illuminati exists becomes almost meaningless. The specific organisation from 1776 to 1785 definitely existed, and was definitely shut down. But the philosophy didn't die, it adapted, it spread, it became the default operating system of modern power. Asti 9, the invisible government. In 2010, Julian Assange, during an interview about WikiLeaks and government secrecy, quoted a phrase from Edward Bernays, the father of modern propaganda and nephew of Sigmund Freud. Bernays wrote in his book Propaganda, published in 1928, and this is a direct quote that appears in the book: "Those who manipulate the unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government which is the true ruling power." Bernays wasn't a conspiracy theorist. He was an advisor to presidents and corporations. He helped engineer the overthrow of the Guatemalan government for the United Fruit Company. He convinced women to smoke cigarettes by associating it with feminism. He understood, better than almost anyone in the 20th century, how to shape public opinion to serve private interests. When he talks about an invisible government, he's describing something real, not a secret society meeting in shadows, but a network of influence that operates through institutions that appear neutral. Public relations firms, think tanks, advisory councils, academic departments, media organisations, each piece independently owned, but coordinating through shared personnel, funding sources and ideological alignment. This is the government that doesn't appear on ballot papers. The government that persists regardless of which party wins elections. The government that sets the boundaries of acceptable debate, that determines which problems get attention and which get ignored, that guides civilization toward outcomes chosen by people most citizens couldn't name. The phrase New World Order, which has become synonymous with conspiracy theories, was actually popularized by President George H.W. Bush in a speech to Congress on September 11, 1991, exactly 10 years before the date that would become infamous for different reasons. He spoke about the opportunity to build a new world order, a world where the rule of law supplants the rule of the jungle, where nations recognize the shared responsibility for freedom and justice. It sounds noble, but listen to what he's actually saying. Not a world where each nation governs itself, a world where shared responsibility, meaning collective decision-making by international bodies, takes precedence. Not diverse political systems, but the rule of law, meaning a single legal framework. Not competing visions of justice, but a shared definition determined by those who have the power to enforce it. This echoes the same Enlightenment ideal that Weishaupt promoted: global unity through elite coordination, one system, one vision, one set of rules, enforced not through conquest, but through economic pressure, through diplomatic isolation, through the designation of who is civilized and who is rogue. The words change, the rhetoric adapts to the era, but the mission remains: order through control, unity through obedience, light through secrecy. The motto of the original Illuminati, order out of chaos, which they borrowed from Freemasonry, captures the entire project. Create or exploit crisis, then offer order as the solution, order that requires accepting centralized authority. This pattern repeats throughout history. Financial crisis leads to central banking. World wars lead to international institutions. Terrorism leads to surveillance states. Pandemic leads to digital tracking. Each crisis expands the power of coordinating bodies at the expense of local autonomy and individual privacy. Each crisis is presented as unique and demanding unprecedented response, and each response moves in the same direction, toward fewer people making decisions that affect more people. Aced 10. The conclusion. So let's return to the original question. Does the Illuminati exist? Mainstream historians will tell you no. The Bavarian Illuminati was dissolved in 1785. It had 9 years of existence. It was a historical footnote. Everything that came after is conspiracy theory, pattern recognition run amok, the human tendency to see intention in coincidence. Conspiracy researchers will tell you yes, but not in the way most people imagine. The Illuminati succeeded in its goal of creating a rational world led by an enlightened few. It didn't conquer civilization through force, it became civilization by making its principles seem like progress. Both answers are partially correct and entirely misleading. The useful question isn't whether a specific organization exists, but whether power operates the way Weishaupt envisioned. And on that question, the evidence is overwhelming. Every major institution of global governance follows the model of concentrated authority justified as expertise. The International Monetary Fund and World Bank make economic policy that affects billions, but are accountable to a few dozen member nations weighted by wealth. The Federal Reserve makes decisions that shape the entire American economy, but operates independently of democratic oversight. The European Union creates regulations that supersede national law, but is run by commissioners most Europeans couldn't name. Every global summit, every corporate merger, every coordinated crisis response follows the same blueprint. Gather the elite in private settings, determine the proper course of action, implement it through institutions that appear neutral, present it to the public as inevitable and necessary, marginalise dissent as ignorant or dangerous. This isn't hidden. You can watch it happen in real time if you pay attention. The World Economic Forum publishes its agenda openly. The Bilderberg Group lists attendees after each conference. The Council on Foreign Relations posts its policy recommendations online. The Trilateral Commission has a website. None of this is secret in the traditional sense, but it's effectively invisible to most people, because it operates at a level of abstraction that doesn't connect to daily life until the decisions have already been made. By the time a new trade agreement or financial regulation or digital standard affects your life, it's already been decided by people you didn't elect, meeting in places you couldn't attend, based on priorities you didn't set. If Weishaupt's goal was to build a rational world led by the enlightened few, look around, we're living in it. Experts determine what's true, fact-checkers decide what's misinformation, platforms moderate what's acceptable, algorithms curate what's visible, and all of this is presented as neutral, as scientific, as necessary for a functioning complex society. The only question left is whether we were enlightened or simply engineered, whether the progress we've experienced represents genuine liberation or sophisticated control, whether the freedom we believe we have is real or carefully managed. The symbol on the dollar bill stares out from your wallet, that unfinished pyramid with the watching eye, announcing a new order of the ages. Maybe it was just a design choice by committee in 1782, or maybe it was a declaration of intent, a message hidden in plain sight for over 2 centuries, telling anyone willing to look that this nation and the world it would come to shape was built on a foundation of enlightened control disguised as democracy. The Illuminati doesn't need to exist as a secret society if its principles have become the structure of civilization itself. The order may have been banned in 1785, but the order it sought to create has been under construction ever since, advancing through crisis and opportunity, adapting to technology and culture, always moving toward the same goal: order out of chaos. That was their motto. Look at the chaos of our current moment, the crises stacking upon each other, each one demanding more coordination, more surveillance, more centralised decision-making, more trust in authorities we didn't choose and can't remove. Look at the order being offered in response, the promise that if we accept the right systems, follow the right experts, adopt the right technologies, everything will be managed correctly. And ask yourself who benefits from that order, who decides what correct management looks like, who sits in those rooms at those conferences making those decisions, whose vision of enlightenment is being built while we're told we're being liberated. The Illuminati wanted to free humanity from superstition, monarchies and religious control. They succeeded. We're free from those things. But we're not free from control itself. It simply changed form, changed language, changed justification. The pyramid is unfinished because the work continues. The eye watches because the enlightened must always observe and guide. And the new order of the ages means that what came before was replaced with something that serves the same function under a different name. Maybe that's progress. Maybe guided evolution of civilization by those who understand complex systems is genuinely better than chaos and conflict. Maybe we do need invisible government because visible government has proven so corrupt and incompetent. Maybe the Illuminati won, and we should be grateful. Or maybe we should remember that every system of control claims to be for our own good. Every reduction of freedom is justified as necessary protection. Every expansion of surveillance is presented as security. And every concentration of power promises it will be used wisely by those who know best. Adam Weishaupt died in 1830, decades after his order was banned. He never saw the world wars or the United Nations or the internet. But if he could see the civilization we've built, with its global institutions and digital networks and algorithmic governance and expert classes making decisions for populations that don't understand and don't question, he might recognize it as the fulfillment of everything he envisioned. We are living in the illuminated age. The question is whether we're the ones who are enlightened, or just the ones being studied under the light. Thank you for watching this investigation. If you found this information valuable, subscribe to support more deep dives into the hidden architecture of power. Leave a comment with your thoughts, but be aware that certain keywords may limit visibility. Share this with someone who needs to see it. And remember, the best way to hide the truth is to make people think they already know it. The symbol on your dollar bill is still watching. It's been watching since 1782, and it will continue watching as long as you keep accepting that it belongs there. An all-seeing eye above an unfinished pyramid, announcing an order built by those who you'll never see, but who see everything you do. Order out of chaos. Their motto. Our reality. The Illuminati doesn't need to exist as a secret society if we're all living inside the world it wanted to create. Stay aware, question authority, follow the money, and never forget that the most powerful conspiracies don't need to hide. They just need to convince you they don't exist. I was never meant to see Three-Eye Atlas. They say curiosity killed the cat. What they don't tell you is what happens to the person who keeps digging after the cat is already dead. What happens when you find the thing you were never supposed to find, when you see the document that was never supposed to exist, when you speak the name that was never supposed to be spoken? You don't die. That would be too merciful. Instead, you live with the knowledge that something is watching you, has always been watching you, and now knows that you know. This is my story. This is how I found Three-Eye Atlas, and this is why I can never stop looking over my shoulder. Before we go any further, a big thank you to Lonely Lost for the story idea. If you have any story ideas, make sure to comment them below. Now let's begin the beginning. Freedom of information. Request. My name is Marcus Webb, and in late October of the year 2021, I was a former investigative journalist trying to find my way back into a career that had chewed me up and spit me out. I had spent the better part of a decade covering conflicts in the Middle East, embedded with troops, documenting war crimes, interviewing refugees who had lost everything. The work had destroyed my marriage, cost me my mental health, and eventually, when I published a story that made the wrong people uncomfortable, it cost me my job at the newspaper. My ex-wife, Jennifer, used to tell me I was addicted to the truth the way other people were addicted to drugs. She said I couldn't let things go, that I always had to dig one layer deeper, ask one more question, chase one more lead. She was right, of course. That addiction is what led me to spend our anniversary in a bombed-out hospital in Aleppo, instead of at the restaurant she had booked 6 months in advance. It's what led me to miss her father's funeral because I was tracking down a source in Kabul. And it's ultimately what led her to pack her bags one Tuesday morning while I was asleep and leave nothing but a note that said, "You're married to the story, Marcus, not to me." That was in 2019. By 2021, I was freelancing from a cramped apartment in Arlington, Virginia, taking whatever work I could get. Mostly fluff pieces for online magazines, the occasional corporate blog post, nothing that required me to actually think or investigate. I was treading water, waiting for something to remind me why I had become a journalist in the first place. That something came in the form of the Pentagon UAP hearings. I had watched them with casual interest, the way everyone else had. Unidentified aerial phenomena, they called them now, not UFOs. That term was too loaded, too tinfoil hat for the modern era. The hearings were carefully orchestrated, with military officials admitting that yes, there were things in the sky they could not explain, and yes, they took them seriously. It was historic in a strange, anticlimactic way. Disclosure without actually disclosing anything meaningful. But it got me thinking. If they were willing to admit this much publicly, what were they still hiding? I decided to file a Freedom of Information Act request. Nothing ambitious, just a fishing expedition to see what I could pull up. I requested all documents related to UAP incidents that had been reported by military personnel between January of 2015 and December of 2020. I expected to get back a pile of heavily redacted junk, if I got anything at all. FOIA requests are a long game. You submit them knowing that months or even years might pass before you receive anything useful. To my surprise, I received a response within 6 weeks. The package arrived in a standard manila envelope, the kind government agencies use when they are trying to look official but not too official. Inside were roughly 200 pages of documents, most of them so heavily redacted that they were essentially black rectangles with a few scattered words visible here and there. Typical government stonewalling. I poured myself a coffee and started reading through them at my kitchen table, notepad beside me, pen in hand. Most of it was exactly what I expected. Incident reports with all the identifying details blacked out. Witness statements reduced to single visible sentences like "observed object" and "no conventional explanation." I was about to give up and toss the whole stack into a drawer when I noticed something odd. Every 5th or 6th page had a small stamp in the upper right corner, barely visible beneath the redaction marks. I held the page up to the light and squinted. It read, 3i, Atlas, clearance restricted. I flipped through the stack again, this time looking specifically for that stamp. It appeared on maybe 30 of the 200 pages, always in the same place, always with the same phrasing. 3i/Atlas. What the hell was 3i? What was Atlas? I'd covered enough classified material during my war reporting days to know that government agencies love their acronyms and code names, but I had never heard of 3i or Atlas in any context. I pulled out my laptop and started searching. Nothing. I tried every combination I could think of. 3i government program, 3i classification, 3i military, Atlas Pentagon, Atlas UAP, Atlas clearance. Every search came back empty or pointed me toward unrelated programs. There was an Atlas satellite program, an Atlas rocket system, even an Atlas particle detector at CERN, but nothing that matched the context of what I was seeing. Frustrated, I returned to the documents and kept reading. Most of them were useless, but then, buried near the bottom of the stack, I found something that made my hand stop mid-turn. It was a photocopy of a handwritten note on a sticky note, the kind of thing that should never have been included in a FOIA release. Someone had physically attached it to a document, and when that document was scanned for archival purposes, the note was scanned too. It was an accident, a bureaucratic slip-up. The note read, "Do not push public. Atlas." I read it 3 times, my heart rate picking up with each pass. This was not a classification. This was not a code name for a program. This was something else. The mechanism. Whatever 3i meant, it was that certain cases were being referred to something called Atlas and deliberately kept from public view. I spent the rest of that night searching for more information, but I came up empty. I needed a new angle. I needed to make the system think I already knew what 3i Atlas was. The first break in the wall. It took me a week to craft the next FOIA request. I worded it very carefully, as if I were already familiar with the 3i Atlas designation. I submitted requests to multiple agencies, each one slightly different but all containing the same core assumption, that I was a researcher with appropriate clearance asking for routine information about an established classification system. It was a bluff, a calculated gamble. If 3i Atlas was real and bureaucratic enough, some low-level clerk might process my request without questioning whether I actually had the authority to ask for it. I submitted the requests on a Monday morning in the early December and tried not to obsess over them. I had other work to do, bills to pay, a life to pretend to live. But every day I checked my email a dozen times, waiting for something, anything to come back. The response arrived on a Thursday, 2 weeks after I'd submitted the request. It was not the full document release I had asked for. Instead, it was a short email from a 4IA officer at the Defense Intelligence Agency. The officer's name was Rachel Klein, and her email was polite, bureaucratic, and absolutely chilling. "Mr. Webb," it began, "thank you for your inquiry regarding 3i Atlas classified materials. Unfortunately, I do not have the appropriate clearance level to process requests related to 3i Atlas designations. I have forwarded your request to the appropriate oversight office. Please allow additional time for review." I stared at the screen, reading and rereading those 2 sentences. She had confirmed it. 3i Atlas was real. It was not a typo, not a mistake, not some random code that I had misunderstood. It was a real classification system, one that required clearance above what a standard FOA officer possessed. My hands were shaking as I saved the email and printed a hard copy. This was the break I needed. This was proof. I immediately tried to reply to Rachel Klein, thanking her and asking if she could provide any additional context, but my email bounced back. Her address had been deactivated. I called the Dear Public Affairs office and asked to speak with her. The person on the other end of the line said there was no employee by that name in their system. I insisted, reading them the email address directly from the message I had received. They put me on hold for 5 minutes and then came back with the same answer. Rachel Klein did not exist. I hung up and sat in silence, staring at the printed email. She had existed 2 days ago. She had processed my request, sent me a response, and then vanished. Scrubbed from the system as if she had never been there at all. That was when I realised I was no longer playing a harmless game of bureaucratic cat and mouse. I had tripped something. I had asked the wrong question to the wrong person, and now someone, somewhere, was paying attention. But I couldn't stop. Jennifer's voice echoed in my head. "You're married to the story, Marcus." She was right then, and she would be right now. I had to know. Eked 2. Breaching the system. I needed help. I needed someone who understood how the intelligence community worked. Someone who could tell me whether I was being paranoid or whether I'd actually stumbled onto something dangerous. I scrolled through my old contacts, people I had worked with during my war reporting days. Most of them had moved on, taken jobs in the private sector or retired from the field altogether. But there was one name I kept coming back to, Lieutenant Commander James Ortiz, formerly of Naval Intelligence, now working as a consultant for a defence contractor in Maryland. I had met Ortiz during an embed in Afghanistan back in 2017. He was smart, cautious, and deeply cynical about the way the military handled classified information. We had stayed in touch over the years, exchanging the occasional email, meeting for coffee when we were both in the same city. He was one of the few people I trusted to tell me the truth, even if that truth was something I did not want to hear. But there was something else about Ortiz, something I had never told anyone. During that embed, we had witnessed something together. It was 3 a.m, and we were stationed at a forward operating base in Helmand province. I had stepped outside the command tent to get some air, and Ortiz was there, smoking a cigarette and staring at the sky. And then we both saw it. A light, moving in patterns that made no physical sense. Sharp 90-degree turns at impossible speeds. Complete stops mid-flight, hovering for several seconds. Then acceleration that should have generated sonic booms but produced no sound at all. We watched it for maybe 5 minutes before it simply vanished. We never spoke about it. Not that night, not the next day, not ever. It was an unspoken agreement, the kind of thing you pretend didn't happen because acknowledging it would mean confronting something your brain isn't equipped to process. But now I needed to break that silence. I sent him an encrypted message through a secure app we had used before, asking if we could meet in person. He responded within an hour. Tomorrow, usual place. Come alone. The usual place was a diner in Bethesda, a kind of anonymous chain, restaurant where nobody paid attention to anybody else. I arrived early, ordered coffee and waited. Ortiz walked in exactly on time, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt, looking like any other middle-aged guy grabbing lunch. But I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes swept the room before he sat down. He was scared. He slid into the booth across from me and did not waste time with pleasantries. "What have you gotten yourself into, Marcus?" I pulled out the printed email from Rachel Klein and slid it across the table. He read it, his expression unreadable, and then looked up at me. "Where did you get this?" "FOIA request. I asked about 3i Atlas. 2 days later, the officer who responded to me vanished from the system." Ortiz folded the paper and handed it back to me. He looked around the diner, checking to see if anyone was paying attention, and then leaned in close. "You need to stop. I need to understand what this is. No, Marcus, you need to stop right now. Walk away from this and never mention it again." I leaned forward, matching his intensity. "James, Afghanistan, 2017, 3 a.m, you remember." His face went pale. For a moment I thought he might get up and walk out. But instead he closed his eyes and let out a long, shaky breath. "I knew you were going to bring that up eventually," he said quietly. "I've been waiting for this conversation for 5 years. Then you know I can't walk away. Not now." He was silent for a long moment, staring down at his hands. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. If you ever see 3i on a document, it means the object was intelligent, manoeuvring with intent and aware of being observed. It is not a project. It is a designation. It means the thing you saw was not just flying. It was thinking. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. So what we saw that night would have been flagged as 3i, yes. And they know. The military, the government, they know these things are intelligent. The government knows a lot of things it does not tell you. 3i is not something they talk about publicly. Because once you admit that something out there is intelligent and aware, you have to start answering very uncomfortable questions. Questions like, what does it want? Why is it here? And what happens if it decides to stop playing nice? What about Atlas? Ortiz shook his head. I do not know what Atlas is. I have heard the name, but only in passing. It is above my clearance. Way above. But I can tell you this. If something gets flagged as 3i and referred to Atlas, it means someone very high up decided the case needed special handling. It means the public will never hear about it. James, I need to know more. I need to understand why they're hiding this. He reached across the table and grabbed my wrist, his grip tight enough to hurt. Listen to me very carefully. After that night in Afghanistan, I was debriefed. 3 men in the civilian clothes showed up at the base the next morning and pulled me into a room. They asked me what I saw. I told them the truth. And then they showed me photographs. Photographs of what? Of people. Dozens of them. People who had reported similar sightings. People who had asked too many questions. People who had tried to go public. And next to each photograph was a date. The date they died. The date they disappeared. Or the date they recanted their story and were never heard from again. His hand was trembling now. They didn't threaten me, Marcus. They didn't have to. They just showed me those photographs and said, this is what happens to people who cannot let things go. Then they walked out, and I never saw them again. But I got the message. Are you telling me they kill people over this? I am telling you that people who dig into 3i have a very bad habit of experiencing sudden accidents, mental breakdowns, or complete reversals where they claim they made everything up. I'm telling you that Rachel Klein is probably fine, probably reassigned to some other department under a different name, but she will never work in F4EA again. And I am telling you that if you keep digging, you will end up in one of those photographs. I pulled my hand back, my mind racing. What if I told you I can't stop? What if I told you that this is the first thing in 2 years that has made me feel alive, that has reminded me why I became a journalist in the first place? Ortiz stared at me, and for a moment I saw something in his eyes that looked almost like pity. Then I would say, your ex-wife was right about you. You're addicted to the truth, and like any addict, you're going to keep chasing it until it kills you. He stood up, dropped a 20 on the table for his untouched coffee, and paused before leaving. One more thing, he said, not looking at me. That night in Afghanistan, I filed a report the next morning before the debrief. Standard incident report, just documenting what we saw. When I checked my file a week later, that report was gone. Completely scrubbed from the system. It was like it never existed. What are you saying? I am saying that if Atlas decides your story does not fit their narrative, they will erase it. And they are very good at erasing things. He walked out without another word. I sat there for a long time, staring at the $20 bill on the table. Ortiz was scared. I had seen him in war zones, under fire, making life and death decisions without flinching. But this terrified him. That should have been enough to make me stop, but it was not, because now I knew something else. I knew that what we had seen that night in Afghanistan was real, was documented, and had been deliberately erased. And if they could erase that, what else had they erased? I thought about Jennifer again, about all the stories I had chased, all the leads I had followed, all the times I had chosen the truth over everything else in my life. She had left because she knew I would never stop. She knew I would sacrifice anything for the story, and she was right. Act 3. The breakthrough and the trap. Over the next month, I became obsessed. I set up alerts for any mention of 3i or Atlas in leaked documents, declassified files, anything I could find. I joined obscure forums where former intelligence officers traded stories under pseudonyms. I read everything I could about UAP incidents, looking for patterns, looking for cases that might have been flagged as 3i. But I also started thinking about Los Angeles, about September 9th, 2016, about the night I had been there. I called my old friend Trevor, the one whose rooftop I had been on that night. We hadn't spoken in over a year, but he picked up on the third ring. Marcus? Holy shit, man. Long time. Hey Trevor, listen, I need to ask you something. Do you remember September 2016, when I visited you in Pasadena? There was a pause. Yeah, of course. That was a fun weekend. Do you remember anything unusual happening that weekend? Another pause, longer this time. Unusual how? Like, I don't know. Anything strange in the news? Anything weird people were talking about? Marcus, are you okay? You sound paranoid. Just humour me. Do you remember anything? No, man. It was a normal weekend. We drank beer, caught up, talked about your divorce. Nothing unusual at all. My stomach dropped. Trevor, we were on your rooftop when it happened. We saw it. The thing in the sky. You don't remember that? Silence. Trevor, I think you might be confusing that trip with something else, Marcus. We stayed inside that whole weekend because I was getting over a cold. We watched movies and ordered pizza. That's it. I felt cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. That's not what happened. We were on your roof. There were people in the street pointing at the sky. A massive object, completely silent, just hovering there. Marcus, I think you need to talk to someone. Like, professionally. That did not happen. You're telling me you have no memory of that night? I am telling you that what you are describing did not happen. Look, I really need to go. Take care of yourself, okay? He hung up before I could respond. I sat there, phone in hand, trying to process what had just happened. Trevor had been there. He had seen it. We had watched it together. And now he had no memory of it at all. Neural dampening successful. That's what the file had said. No mainstream retention. They hadn't just suppressed the story. They had suppressed the memory. Somehow, they had made thousands of people forget what they had seen. And it had worked so perfectly that even someone who had been standing right next to me, someone I trusted completely, had no recollection of an event that had definitely happened. I felt like I was losing my mind. But I had proof. I had the files. I had the documentation. It was real. I needed more evidence. I needed something concrete that could not be dismissed or explained away. That's when I got lucky. Or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. A friend of a friend, someone who worked as an IT contractor for a defence subcontractor, mentioned in passing that one of the databases he maintained had been breached in a ransomware attack. The breach had been contained, but not before a partial mirror of the database had been copied and leaked online. The leak was small, technical, and of no interest to most people, but he thought I might find it interesting. He sent me a link to a file-sharing site where the leaked data had been posted. It was not the full database, just an inventory. A massive spreadsheet listing case files, reference numbers, dates, and status codes. No actual documents, just metadata. But that was enough. I downloaded the file and opened it on my laptop, my heart pounding as the spreadsheet loaded. There were thousands of entries, maybe tens of thousands. I used the search function to filter by the term 3i. The results made my stomach drop. There were hundreds of entries flagged as 3i verified. Each one included a brief description, a location, a date, and a status update. I scrolled through them, my eyes scanning the descriptions. Jacksonville flyover, July 20th, 2019. Multiple military witnesses. Neural dampening successful. No mainstream retention. Phoenix Lights recurrence, March 15th, 2018. Mass public observation. Atlas intervention. Media suppression effective. Atlantic Ocean encounter, November 3rd, 2020. USS Kid crew interaction. 3I confirmed. Human presence acknowledged. Full debrief under Atlas protocols. I kept scrolling, my hands trembling, until I found an entry that stopped me cold. Los Angeles flyover, September 9th, 2016. Mass public observation. Neural dampening successful. No mainstream retention. There it was. Proof that I wasn't crazy. Proof that what I remembered had actually happened. But then I saw something else. Something that made my hands freeze on the keyboard. There was another entry dated just 2 weeks earlier. Helmand Province, Afghanistan. March 7th, 2017. FOB observation. Military personnel 3I confirmed. Witnesses debriefed. Incident report eliminated. Atlas referral complete. Ortiz and I. That was us. That was our sighting. And it was right there in the database. Documented, classified, and deliberately hidden. I kept scrolling, searching for anything else that might be relevant. And that's when I found the entry that changed everything. Arlington, Virginia, December 21st, 2021. Residential observation, single witness, 3I potential. Subject M. Webb. Monitoring initiated. I stared at the screen, reading and rereading the entry. December 21st. That was yesterday. They weren't just watching the sky. They were watching me. And according to this file, something had been observed in Arlington. Near my apartment. Something potentially classified as 3I. I hadn't seen anything. Not yesterday, not any day recently. But according to this file, something had been there. Something intelligent and aware. And it had been watching me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely type. I searched my own name in the database. 3 more entries appeared. Subject M. Webb. FOIA request intercepted. 3I Atlas terminology detected. Monitoring escalated. Subject M. Webb. Contact with J. Ortiz confirmed. Both parties under observation. Atlas protocols engaged. Subject M. Webb. Database access detected. Immediate intervention required. Neural dampening candidate. The last entry was dated today. Time-stamped 2 hours ago. Neural dampening candidate. They were going to make me forget. Just like Trevor. Just like everyone in Los Angeles. Just like everyone who had ever seen something they weren't supposed to see. I copied the entire spreadsheet onto 3 different external hard drives and deleted it from my laptop. I cleared my browser history, wiped my cache, and restarted my computer. I was being paranoid, but paranoia felt justified now. I grabbed my notebook and started writing everything down by hand. Every detail, every date, every entry I had found. If they were going to erase my memory, I was going to leave myself a trail of breadcrumbs. Some way to find my way back to the truth. But even as I wrote, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was already too late. That whatever was coming, whatever they were planning to do to me, was already in motion. I thought about calling Jennifer, about warning her, telling her everything, asking her to help me document this before they took it away. But what would I even say? Hi, remember how you left me because I was obsessed with stories? Well, I found one that might actually get me killed or mind-wiped, and I need you to be my backup memory. She would think I had finally snapped. Maybe I had. That night I could not sleep. I kept thinking about that entry. Arlington, Virginia, residential observation, single witness. Something had been there, near my apartment watching me. Something intelligent and aware. And I had not even seen it. Or had I? I tried to remember the previous day, December 21st. I'd woken up late, worked on a freelance article about electric vehicles, ordered takeout for dinner. A completely normal, forgettable day. Except there had been a moment around dusk. I had been sitting at my desk when I felt an overwhelming urge to look out the window. Not just a casual glance, but a physical compulsion, like someone was calling my name. I'd stood up, walked to the window and looked outside. Nothing. Just the parking lot, the street, the row of buildings across the way. Everything normal. But I had stood there for several minutes staring, feeling like something was wrong, feeling like something was watching me, and then the feeling had passed, and I'd gone back to work and forgotten about it completely. Until now, what if something had been there? What if I had seen it, but somehow failed to consciously register it? Or what if I had seen it, and the neural dampening had already started, already begun erasing the memory before it could fully form? I went to the window now in the darkness and looked outside. The parking lot was empty, the street was quiet, everything looked normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Right now, in this moment. I closed the blinds and went back to my desk, my heart pounding. Act 4. The moment they realise they cannot unsee it. The first sign that something was wrong came 3 days later, on Christmas Eve. I was sitting in my living room working on a freelance article about renewable energy when I heard a faint scratching sound. It was soft, rhythmic, like fingernails on glass. I looked up and realised it was coming from my television. The TV was off, or at least it should have been. The screen was black, but there was a faint glow around the edges, and the scratching sound continued. As I stared at it, the screen flickered to life, displaying the manufacturer's boot logo. It stayed there for a moment, and then the screen went black again. I walked over and unplugged it from the wall. The screen stayed dark, but the scratching sound continued for another few seconds before finally stopping. I stood there, staring at the dead television, my heart pounding. TVs did not turn themselves on. They especially did not turn themselves on after being unplugged. I grabbed my phone to do a quick search about whether this was a known glitch, but before I could type anything, the screen went black. A second later, it displayed the Apple logo and began a factory reset sequence. I had not initiated a reset. I had not even unlocked the phone. I watched, helpless, as the phone wiped itself clean, erasing years of photos, messages, contacts, everything. When it finally finished, it displayed the setup screen as if it were brand new out of the box. I turned it off and set it on the table, my hands shaking. This was not a coincidence. This was not a glitch. I went to my laptop and tried to connect to my Wi-Fi network. It prompted me to re-enter the password, which was strange because I had been connected just minutes ago. When I entered the password, it rejected it. I tried again, thinking I'd mistyped. Rejected again. I checked my router and found that it had reset itself. But when I logged into the settings, I saw something that made my skin crawl. The network name had changed. It was no longer the default name I had set years ago. Instead, it now read, Federal Resilience Gateway, Node 7. I refreshed the page, thinking it had to be some kind of display error. But it stayed the same. My home network, my private internet connection, had been rerouted through something called a Federal Resilience Gateway. I unplugged the router and sat in the dark, trying to process what was happening. My TV had rebooted itself. My phone had wiped itself. My internet had been hijacked. These were not accidents. These were deliberate actions, coordinated and precise. Someone was inside my system. Someone was watching me. I grabbed a notebook and a pen, the old-fashioned kind that could not be hacked or monitored, and started writing everything down. Every detail, every date, every document I had found. If they were going to erase me digitally, I was going to make sure there was a paper trail. Around 2 a.m, my laptop chimed with an incoming email notification. I had not opened my email program. I had not even turned the laptop on. But there it was, screen glowing in the darkness. I approached it slowly as if it might explode. The email was already open, displaying a single message from an address I did not recognise. No subject line, no signature, just a single sentence. 3i is not a project, it is a handshake protocol. If you see it, it has already seen you. I stared at the screen, reading the message over and over, my mind racing. A handshake protocol, a two-way communication. It was not just the government watching these objects, the objects were watching back. And now, because I had dug too deep, because I had seen the name and spoken the words and pulled on the thread, they were watching me too. But then something else appeared on the screen. The email was updating in real time, new text appearing letter by letter as if someone was typing it directly. You want to know what Atlas does, Marcus? It maintains equilibrium. It ensures that humanity's awareness expands at a controlled pace, not too fast, not too slow, just enough to prevent panic, just enough to prevent intervention. I should have closed the laptop. I should have thrown it across the room, but I couldn't move. I couldn't look away. The phenomenon you call 3i has been observing your species for longer than your recorded history. It does not invade. It does not conquer. It observes. It waits. It measures your readiness. And when individuals like you begin to notice, begin to pull on the threads, begin to ask the right questions, Atlas steps in, not to silence you, to prepare you. Prepare me for what? I found myself typing the question before I could stop myself. The response came immediately. For the realization that you are not ready, that your species is still too fragmented, too volatile, too afraid of the unknown to handle the truth. You want disclosure, Marcus. Disclosure would destroy you. It would shatter every power structure, every religious framework, every sense of humanity's place in the cosmos. Atlas exists to prevent that collapse, to manage the transition, to ensure that when the time comes, you will be ready. And what if I go public with what I know? You won't. Because part of you already understands. Part of you has always understood. This is not a cover-up, Marcus. This is a mercy. We could erase your memory right now. We have that capability, but we are not going to. Because you serve a purpose. You and people like you. The seekers, the truth-tellers, the ones who cannot let go. You push the boundaries of collective awareness. You force the conversation forward. And when enough people like you exist, when enough of humanity is asking the right questions, that is when the equilibrium shifts. That is when readiness is achieved. So you're saying I'm being used? We're all being used, Marcus. You by your need for truth, us by our mandate to observe, them by their nature to watch and wait. The only question that matters is whether you can live with the knowledge you now possess, whether you can carry this weight without breaking, whether you can continue to seek the truth knowing that the truth is not meant to set you free. It is meant to prepare you for a reality you cannot yet comprehend. The typing stopped. The screen went black, and then slowly my laptop powered down on its own. I sat there in the darkness, my mind reeling. Was that real? Had I just had a conversation with Atlas? Or had I imagined the whole thing? Was I losing my mind? I looked down at my hands and realized they were shaking. I realized I was crying and had no memory of when the tears had started. Jennifer's voice echoed in my head again. You're married to the story, Marcus. But what if the story didn't want me? What if the truth wasn't something I could possess, but something that possessed me? Act 5. The weight of knowing. The days after Christmas blurred together. I stopped sleeping properly. I stopped eating regular meals. I would sit at my kitchen table for hours, surrounded by printouts and handwritten notes, trying to make sense of what had happened. I tried to reach Ortiz again, but his number was disconnected. I tried to find him online, but his LinkedIn profile had been deleted, his social media account scrubbed. It was as if he had never existed. I thought about going to the media, about taking everything I had to a major news outlet. But every time I tried to organise the material, I realised how insane it all sounded. A stamp on classified documents, a vanished FOIA officer, an email conversation with an AI or entity claiming to be Atlas, a database entry about me being monitored. Without Trevor's corroboration of the Los Angeles event, without Ortiz to verify the Afghanistan sighting, without Rachel Klein to confirm the email she sent, I had nothing. Just the word of a disgraced journalist with a history of obsessive behaviour and a failed marriage. They had been right. I couldn't go public because no one would believe me. But I also couldn't stop. I spent every day searching for new information, new connections, new pieces of the puzzle, and slowly, carefully, I began to find them. There were others, hidden in the corners of the internet, posting under pseudonyms, sharing fragments of stories that matched my own. A former Air Force technician who claimed to have seen the 3CI designation on radar logs before they were classified. A retired CIA analyst who mentioned Atlas in a podcast interview before the episode was mysteriously pulled offline. A physicist who published a paper about mass memory suppression technology before recanting the entire thing and checking himself into a psychiatric facility. The pattern was clear. People found pieces of the truth, tried to share it, and then either disappeared, recanted, or were dismissed as mentally unstable. I was next. I knew that. The only question was which path I would take. One night in mid-January I was jolted awake by a sound outside my window. Not the scratching this time, something else. A low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through my entire body. I got up and went to the window, my heart pounding. I opened the blinds slowly, expecting to see nothing like always. But this time, there was something there. A light. Not in the sky, but right outside my building. Hovering maybe 20 feet off the ground, perfectly still. It was not bright enough to illuminate the parking lot, but I could see it clearly. A sphere of pale blue light, about the size of a car, with a surface that seemed to ripple like water. I watched it for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. And as I watched, I felt something. A presence. An awareness. It was looking at me. Not with eyes, not with senses, but with something else. Something I had no words for. I was not afraid. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt a strange sense of calm, of recognition. As if this moment had always been inevitable. And then, without warning, the light vanished. Not gradually, not by flying away. It simply ceased to exist, like someone had flipped a switch. I stood at the window for a long time after that, waiting for it to return, but it did not. The next morning I checked my notebook. I had written about the light, described it in detail, recorded the time and date. But as I read my own words, they seemed strange to me, foreign, as if someone else had written them. I tried to remember the previous night. Had I really seen something, or had I dreamed it? I could not be sure anymore. That was when I understood what they were doing. They were not going to erase my memory completely. They were going to make me doubt it. They were going to blur the line between reality and imagination until I could no longer trust my own mind. And it was working. The last safe entry, offline and watched. That was 2 months ago. Since then, I have stopped using my phone except for the most basic functions. I have stopped using my laptop for anything other than work I do not care about. Write everything down by hand now, in notebooks I keep hidden in places I will not mention here. I do not know if this document will ever be read by anyone other than me. I do not know if sharing this story will make any difference. But I need to write it down, if only to prove to myself that it happened, that I am not losing my mind. Atlas is not watching the sky. It is watching the people who notice what is in the sky. There are others like me. I know this because I have found traces of them online, in deleted forum posts and archived blog entries that vanish as quickly as they appear. People who ask the wrong questions, people who see the stamp, people who speak the name. Some of them stop posting. Some of them recant, claiming they made it all up, that they were confused or mistaken. Some of them simply disappear. I do not think they kill us. That would be too obvious, too messy. I think they do something worse. They discredit us. They isolate us. They make it so that even if we scream the truth from the rooftops, no one will believe us. And maybe that is the point. Maybe the greatest cover-up is not hiding the truth. Maybe it is hiding the truth in plain sight and making sure that anyone who sees it is dismissed as a lunatic. I still do not know what 3i really means. Not fully. I do not know what Atlas does with the cases it collects. I do not know what the objects want or why they're here or what it means that they are intelligent and aware. But I know one thing with absolute certainty. They see us. They have always seen us. And now that I have seen them, they see me too. I think about Jennifer sometimes, about what she said before she left. You're married to the story, Marcus. She was right. But what she did not understand, what I did not understand until now, is that some stories marry you back. Some truths, once you find them, never let you go. I am writing this in a coffee shop on the outskirts of Richmond, Virginia, using a public computer that I will never use again. I will print this out, store it somewhere safe, and hope that someday someone else will find it. Someone who is asking the same questions I asked. Someone who sees the same stamp I saw. If that person is you, I have only one piece of advice, and it is not what you think. Do not stop. Yes, it is dangerous. Yes, it will cost you. Yes, you might end up like me, isolated and paranoid and unable to tell the difference between reality and manipulation. But if you stop, if you walk away, if you let the fear win, then they have succeeded. Then the truth stays buried, and the equilibrium they talk about remains unchanged. We are the ones who push the boundaries of collective awareness. We are the ones who force the conversation forward. And maybe, just maybe, if enough of us keep digging, keep questioning, keep refusing to forget, we will reach that critical mass they talked about, that moment when humanity is finally ready. I do not know what happens after that. I do not know if disclosure will save us or destroy us, but I know that we deserve to find out. We deserve to know the truth about what is sharing this planet, this solar system, this universe with us. Even if that truth changes everything, the scratching has started again. I can hear it through the noise of the coffee shop, faint but persistent. It is coming from the computer screen in front of me. I need to finish this now. If you are reading this, know that it is real. All of it. The stamp, the files, the objects that think and watch and know. Atlas is not a myth. It is not a conspiracy theory. It is real. And it is still running, still sorting, still deciding which truths the public is allowed to know and which truths must be buried. And if you ever see that stamp, if you ever find a document marked 3i, you will have a choice to make. You can walk away, forget what you saw, live your life in comfortable ignorance. Or you can do what I did. You can pull on the thread and see where it leads. But know this, the thread pulls back. I am logging off now. I'm going to print this, walk out of this coffee shop, and disappear for a while. Maybe I will resurface in a few months. Maybe I will not. But if I do not, if I vanish the way Rachel Klein vanished, if my name gets scrubbed from every system and every record, then let this document be proof that I was here, that I saw the truth, and that I tried to share it. My name is Marcus Webb. I was an investigative journalist. I found something I was never meant to find. I saw something I was never meant to see. And now it has found me. The last thing I want to say is this. I do not regret it. Despite everything, despite the fear and the paranoia and the isolation, I do not regret digging. Because for the first time in years, I feel like I am doing what I was meant to do. I am uncovering the truth. I am asking the questions that need to be asked. Jennifer was right. I am married to the story. But maybe that is not a flaw. Maybe that is exactly what the world needs. People who cannot let go. People who keep digging even when they are told to stop. People who see the truth and refuse to look away. We are the seekers, the truth tellers, the ones who push the boundaries. And maybe, just maybe, we are the ones who will change everything. What if everything you thought you knew about those mysterious men in black suits was just the beginning? Tonight's story comes from a video suggestion by Kelly Dooley, and it's one that will make you question every shadow at your window and every unexplained silence in your neighbourhood. If you enjoy these spine-chilling tales, please like and subscribe to Sleep Theories, and don't forget to leave your own scary story suggestions in the comments below. Now, let's dive into a tale of surveillance, secrets, and the terrifying price of knowing too much. The October wind carried the smell of dying leaves and something else I couldn't quite place as I pulled into the gravel driveway of 1247 Maple Street. Something metallic and stale, like coins left too long in stagnant water. I'd been working welfare checks for Millfield County for 3 years, and that smell usually meant one thing: I was too late. Henry Mallory's house sat like a dark wound against the grey afternoon sky. Every window was covered with what looked like blackout curtains, the kind photographers use, but these were different somehow. Thicker, more deliberate. The mailbox overflowed with weeks of accumulated mail, and newspapers in yellow plastic bags lay scattered across the brown lawn like forgotten promises. And I knocked on the front door, calling out the standard greeting I'd rehearsed hundreds of times. "Mr. Mallory, this is Jamie from Millfield County Social Services. We're here for a wellness check." The words echoed back at me, swallowed by the unnatural quiet that seemed to press against the house from all sides. No answer, no movement, not even the shuffle of slippered feet or the distant sound of a television that usually accompanied these visits. I tried the door handle, locked, walked the perimeter, checking windows, looking for any sign of life or entry. The blackout curtains were installed on the inside of every single window, creating an impenetrable barrier between the interior and the outside world. When I pressed my ear against the glass of what might have been a living room window, I heard something that made my skin crawl. The steady hiss of television static playing endlessly like white noise. The spare key was exactly where Mrs. Henderson next door said it would be, under the ceramic frog by the back steps. As I turned it in the lock, that metallic smell hit me full force, and I knew what I was walking into. Henry Mallory sat in a brown recliner facing an old cathode ray television, the screen filled with dancing static. His head was tilted back at an unnatural angle, mouth slightly open, eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. The calendar on the kitchen wall was still turned to October 15th, though today was the 29th. 2 weeks, maybe longer. The house felt wrong in a way that went beyond death. It was too quiet, even accounting for the obvious. No hum of a refrigerator, no ticking clocks, no settling sounds that old houses make. Just that constant static from the television, and a silence so complete it felt like being underwater. I called the coroner and settled in to wait, doing my job of securing the scene and documenting what I found. That's when I really started looking around. Every surface was covered in a thin layer of dust except for well-worn paths between the kitchen, bathroom and living room. But what caught my attention were the notebooks, dozens of them, stacked on every available surface filled with Henry's spidery handwriting. I opened one at random, October 3rd, 2025. Black sedan, licence obscured, parked across street 11:47 p.m. to 4:23 a.m. 2 occupants, no movement. September 28th, 2025. Phone rang 17 times between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. No voice when answered. September 15th, 2025. Footprints in garden. Size unknown. Pattern suggests standing in place for extended period. Page after page of similar entries going back months. I flipped to earlier notebooks and found the dates stretched back years. Decades even. All documenting the same kinds of things. Unexplained visitors, strange cars, odd occurrences that might seem mundane to anyone else but had clearly consumed Henry Mallory's life. The coroner arrived as the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the spaces between the blackout curtains. Patricia Williams had been doing this job longer than I'd been alive, and she took one look at Henry and shook her head. "Natural causes," she said, checking his pulse points and examining his eyes with a small flashlight. "Heart, probably. Happens all the time with folks his age, especially the isolated ones." Body's been here about 2 weeks, maybe a bit more. As she worked, I found myself drawn to those notebooks, flipping through pages of meticulous documentation that painted a picture of a man living in constant fear of being watched. The handwriting grew shakier in the more recent entries, but never stopped. Right up until the day he died, Henry Mallory had been taking notes. "You okay?" Patricia asked as she finished her examination. "You look pale." "Just the smell," I lied, though the truth was something about this place was getting under my skin. "How long until you can remove the body?" "Van's on the way. Should be another hour or so." She packed her equipment back into her black bag. "You staying to secure the house?" I nodded. It was standard protocol. Someone from the county had to stay until next of kin were notified and arrangements made for securing the property. Henry had a nephew in California who wouldn't arrive for several days, according to our records. After Patricia left, the house seemed to grow even quieter. I wandered through the rooms, clipboard in hand, documenting personal effects for the estate. That's how I found the basement door. It was in a narrow hallway between the kitchen and what had once been a dining room but now served as Henry's filing system. More notebooks, folders full of newspaper clippings, and boxes labelled with dates stretching back to the 1970s. The basement door was painted the same dingy white as the walls, but what made it stand out was the heavy padlock securing it shut. I tried the handle anyway, locked tight. The padlock was new, industrial grade, not something you'd pick up at a hardware store. Someone had wanted to keep that door very securely closed, or keep something very securely contained. I made a note on my report. Basement access secured with padlock. Key location unknown. Will require locksmith for estate inventory. But as I wrote those words, I found myself staring at that door and wondering what Henry Mallory had thought was important enough to lock away so completely. The van arrived to collect Henry's body just as full darkness fell. I helped load him up, signed the necessary paperwork, and watched the taillights disappear down Maple Street. Then I was alone in the house with nothing but static from the television and the growing certainty that I was missing something important. Before I left, I turned off the television. The silence that followed was so complete, it felt like a physical presence. I stood there for a moment, listening to nothing, then flicked the switch back on. The static resumed, filling the void. Some silences I was learning were worse than noise. I couldn't stop thinking about that padlocked door. 3 days after we'd removed Henry's body, I was back at 1247 Maple Street with a locksmith named Pete, who charged the county $50 to cut through security hardware. The nephew in California had given permission over the phone for a complete inventory of the property, and I was determined to be thorough. "Heavy-duty stuff," Pete muttered as he examined the padlock. Guy really didn't want anyone getting in there. The lock gave way with a sharp crack, and the basement door swung open to reveal wooden stairs descending into darkness. I fumbled for a light switch and found one just inside the doorframe. A single bare bulb illuminated a stairway that looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years. "You want me to stick around?" Pete asked, peering down into the basement. "No, I've got it from here. Thanks." After he left, I stood at the top of those stairs for a long time, flashlight in hand even though the overhead light was working. Something about descending into Henry Mallory's locked basement felt like crossing a line I couldn't uncross. The stairs creaked under my weight, but they held. The basement was larger than I'd expected, running the full length of the house with a low ceiling and concrete walls that had been painted white decades ago. Now they were stained with moisture and age, creating abstract patterns in the dim light. But what took my breath away were the shelves. They lined every wall, floor to ceiling, packed with VHS tapes in neat rows like a video store from the 1980s. Each tape was labelled in Henry's careful handwriting with dates: March 15th, 1978, August 22nd, 1981, November the 7th, 1985. The dates went on and on, hundreds of them, stretching from the late 70s all the way up to 2004. In the centre of the basement sat a card table with an old camcorder, the kind that recorded directly to VHS. Beside it were boxes of film reels, some so old the labels had faded to illegibility. More notebooks, these ones bound in black leather, filled with the same spidery handwriting I'd seen upstairs. I pulled one notebook at random and opened it. June 12th, 1983. Witness, Morrison, J. Reports lights over reservoir. Local paper runs story page 3. Black sedan arrives outside Morrison residence June 14th. Morrison recounts story June 15th. New statement, thought it was airplane. June 18th, 1983. Two men in dark suits visit newspaper office. Editor Thompson nervous when asked about Morrison story. Refuses to discuss. June 20th, 1983. Morrison family leaves town suddenly. House sold within week to cash buyer. No forwarding address. Page after page of similar entries, documenting what appeared to be a pattern of witness intimidation following unexplained sightings around Millfield. But it was more than just documentation. Henry had been actively investigating these incidents for decades. I moved to the shelves and pulled a tape at random. September 3rd, 1987 was written on the label in Henry's neat script. Below that, in smaller text, Diner, 2 a.m. There was a VHS player on a small television in the corner of the basement. The setup looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years, but everything was clean, maintained. Henry had been coming down here regularly. I slotted the tape into the player and pressed play. Grainy footage showed the interior of Henry's car at night, dashboard illuminated by streetlights. Through the windshield, I could see the Millfield Diner, a local institution that had been serving coffee and pie to night shift workers and insomniacs for as long as anyone could remember. Henry's voice came through the speaker, younger but recognisable. September 3rd, 1987, 2:15 a.m. Two vehicles in parking lot besides mine, waiting for target to emerge. The camera stayed focused on the diner's front entrance. After several minutes of nothing, a man emerged, middle-aged, wearing work clothes, moving quickly toward a pickup truck parked under a streetlight. Before he could reach his vehicle, two figures approached from the shadows. Tall men in dark suits, their faces difficult to make out in the grainy footage. They moved with an odd, synchronized precision, intercepting the worker before he could reach his truck. I leaned closer to the screen, trying to make out details. The men appeared to be speaking to the worker, though no sound carried from the diner parking lot. Their body language was somehow wrong. Too stiff, too formal for what looked like a chance encounter. The worker's posture changed as they spoke. He went from hurried to rigid, then to something that looked like fear. After several minutes of conversation, one of the suited men gestured toward a black sedan I hadn't noticed parked at the far edge of the lot. The worker followed them to the car. "Jesus," Henry's voice whispered from the tape, "they're taking him." The black sedan pulled out of the parking lot with the worker inside and disappeared down Main Street. The two men in suits got into a second vehicle and followed. Henry's narration continued. Target was Eddie Morrison, age 34, maintenance worker at the power plant. Filed UFO report with county sheriff 2 days ago. Described lights over the plant Tuesday night. Today he gets a visit. The tape ended there. I sat in the dim basement staring at the static-filled screen, trying to process what I'd just seen. Eddie Morrison. That name had been in Henry's notebook upstairs, the one who'd left town suddenly after recanting his UFO story. I looked around at the hundreds of other tapes lining the shelves. How many more stories like Eddie Morrison's were documented here? How long had Henry been watching, recording, documenting these encounters? Near the bottom shelf, one tape stood out from the others. Instead of Henry's usual neat labelling, this one was marked with black marker in urgent uneven letters. Do not destroy. If found, watch. I pulled it from the shelf with hands that were suddenly less steady than I would have liked. The basement felt colder than when I'd first come down, though the October afternoon was mild. As I held that tape, I had the distinct impression that I was about to cross another line, one that might be even harder to come back from than descending into Henry's basement in the first place. But Eddie Morrison's face stayed with me. The way he'd gone from hurried to terrified in the span of a few minutes of conversation, with two men who moved like they weren't entirely human. I needed to know what was on that final tape, but not here. Not in this basement where Henry had spent decades hiding from whatever he'd discovered. I slipped the tape into my jacket pocket and headed for the stairs. leaving the rest of Henry's archive undisturbed for now. As I reached the top of the stairs and prepared to turn off the basement light, I took one last look at those hundreds of tapes. Decades of documentation, a lifetime spent watching the watchers. Henry Mallory hadn't just been a paranoid old man after all, he'd been a chronicler of something much worse. I almost didn't watch the tape that night. I sat in my living room for 2 hours, the VHS cassette on my coffee table like an unexploded bomb, while I tried to convince myself that I was getting carried away. Henry Mallory had been an elderly man living alone, probably dealing with some form of paranoia or dementia. The tape from 1987 could have been staged, or misinterpreted, or any number of rational explanations that didn't involve mysterious men in black suits disappearing people who reported UFO sightings. But I kept thinking about Eddie Morrison's face in that parking lot, the way genuine fear had replaced annoyance when those two men approached him. Around 11 p.m. I finally slid the tape into my VCR. The footage began immediately, no FB warnings or production company logos. Just Henry's voice, older now, speaking in an urgent whisper. October 27th, 2025. If you're watching this, I'm probably dead. My name is Henry James Mallory, and for the past 47 years, I have been documenting the systematic suppression of unexplained phenomena in and around Millfield County. The camera was positioned inside Henry's house, pointing out through a gap in the blackout curtains toward the street. The timestamp in the corner showed 3:47 a.m. They know I have the footage, Henry continued. They've known for years, but something's changed. They're getting bolder, more direct. Through the window I could see a black sedan parked across the street under a broken streetlight. 2 figures stood beside it, perfectly still, facing Henry's house. They've been out there for 6 hours, Henry whispered. Same 2 as always. They don't move, don't talk to each other, don't smoke cigarettes or check their phones like normal surveillance would. They just wait. The camera stayed focused on the scene outside. In the poor lighting it was difficult to make out details of the 2 figures, but something about their posture was deeply unsettling. They stood too straight, too perfectly aligned, like mannequins positioned by someone who had only a theoretical understanding of how humans were supposed to look while waiting. I started filming them in 1978, Henry's narration continued. Back then I thought I was documenting some kind of government cover-up. CIA, NSA, something like that. Men in black suits showing up after UFO sightings to intimidate witnesses. It's a well-known phenomenon. On screen one of the figures turned slightly, and for just a moment the angle of the streetlight illuminated what might have been a face. Pale, angular features that looked somehow wrong, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly why. But government agents would change shifts. They'd have backup. They'd show signs of fatigue or boredom during long surveillances. These things, they never change. I've filmed the same 2 figures for 47 years and they haven't aged a day. The timestamp jumped forward, 4:23 a.m. The figures hadn't moved. I made mistakes early on, Henry continued. Got too close to witnesses, asked too many questions. That's when they started watching me instead of just cleaning up after sightings. Been living like this for decades now, documenting everything, hoping someone would eventually find the evidence. Another time jump. 5:15 a.m. The figures were gone, but the black sedan remained. The car will stay until sunrise, Henry said, as if reading my thoughts. Then it'll drive away. No engine noise, never any engine noise. And tonight will be just like the last 15,000 nights, except... There was a long pause in the narration. When Henry spoke again, his voice had changed. More tired, resigned. Except I think they're done waiting. I found something 2 days ago. Something that explains what they are and why they're here. I hid it in the usual place, but I don't think that's going to matter anymore. The camera shifted slightly, and I caught a glimpse of Henry's reflection in the window glass. He looked exactly as I'd found him in that recliner. Elderly, frail, wearing the same clothes he'd died in. If you're watching this tape, do not try to find the other footage. Do not ask questions about what happened to the witnesses. Do not go looking for explanations. His voice carried a weight of desperate sincerity. Just walk away. Some knowledge isn't worth having. The tape went to static. I rewound it and watched again, paying closer attention to details I'd missed the first time. The timestamp showed this had been recorded just 2 days before I'd found Henry's body, which meant he'd made this final recording knowing he was about to die. But knowing how? Natural causes, the coroner had said. Heart failure brought on by stress and age. Nothing suspicious about it. On the third viewing, I started taking notes. The license plate on the sedan was obscured, just like in Henry's notebooks. The two figures never made any gestures or movements that looked definitively human. And there was something about the way they stood that reminded me of how store mannequins were positioned. Anatomically correct, but lacking the subtle, unconscious shifts that living people made even when trying to stand perfectly still. I paused the tape when the streetlight briefly illuminated one of the faces and tried to make out features. Pale skin, sharp cheekbones, dark hair. Nothing that would seem unusual in normal circumstances, but in this context everything about them felt wrong. The rational part of my mind kept insisting that this was all explainable. Hidden camera footage from a paranoid elderly man, possibly staged, definitely biased by his preconceived notions about government conspiracies and UFO cover-ups. But another part of my mind, a part I usually tried to ignore, kept thinking about how quiet Henry's house had been. How the silence had felt oppressive, unnatural. How those blackout curtains had been installed with the kind of meticulous care that came from genuine long-term fear. I ejected the tape and sat in my living room until dawn, staring out my own windows at the empty street. No black sedans, no figures standing under streetlights. But for the first time in 3 years of living in this house, I found myself getting up every few minutes to check the locks. I went back to Henry's house the next morning with a box of blank VHS tapes and a portable television. If I was going to understand what had happened to him, I needed to see more of his documentation. The nephew in California had given the county permission to dispose of the contents as we saw fit, which meant I had legal access to everything in that basement archive. What I found was a systematic documentation of 47 years of witness intimidation that followed the same pattern with disturbing consistency. The earliest tapes, dating back to 1978, were filmed with equipment that produced grainy, unstable footage. But even in those early recordings, the same two figures appeared. Always the same black sedan. Always the same methodical approach to witnesses who had reported unexplained phenomena. July 14th, 1979 showed a farming family outside their house being questioned by the suited figures after reporting strange lights over their property. The farmers had initially seemed defiant, but their body language changed as the conversation progressed. By the end of the encounter, they were nodding eagerly, agreeing to something I couldn't hear. March 22nd, 1981 captured footage of the same two figures entering the Millfield Gazette office after the newspaper ran a story about multiple UFO sightings over the reservoir. The editor, who Henry identified in his narration as Thompson, R, 15 years experience known for integrity, emerged from the meeting looking pale and shaken. November the 8th, 1983, documented the figures visiting a local auto mechanic who'd reported seeing a disc-shaped object hovering over the interstate. The mechanic's initial statement to police had been detailed and confident. After the visit, he claimed he'd been mistaken, probably saw a helicopter. Tape after tape showed the same story. Witnesses reported something unexplained. The story appeared in local media or police reports. The two figures appeared. The witnesses recanted their stories and often left town shortly afterward. But what made my blood run cold was the consistency of the figures themselves. In 1978, they looked exactly the same as in Henry's final tape from 2025. Same height, same build, same angular features when the camera caught them in the right light. 47 years, and they hadn't aged a day. I started cross-referencing Henry's notebooks with the video footage, building a timeline of incidents. The pattern was so consistent it felt almost mechanical. Day 1. Unusual sighting reported day 2 to 3. Story appears in local media or official reports. Day 4 to 5. Black sedan appears in vicinity day 6. Direct contact with witnesses. Day 7. Witness recounts story day 8 to 14. Witness often relocates permanently. but the most disturbing tape was dated September 15th, 1996. This one was different from the others. Instead of filming from his car or house, Henry had positioned the camera in what looked like dense woods. Through the trees, I could see the Millfield Reservoir, its dark surface reflecting a cloudy afternoon sky. September 15th, 1996, Henry's voice whispered from behind the camera. Following up on the Patterson sighting from last week, multiple witnesses reported object emerging from water around midnight September 8th. The camera showed the shoreline, empty except for some scattered fishing equipment left by weekend anglers. Henry's breathing was audible, nervous. Been watching for 3 hours, nothing unusual until a black sedan emerged from the tree line, driving slowly along a dirt access road I hadn't noticed before. It parked near the shoreline, and the two familiar figures got out. But this time, they weren't approaching witnesses. They were alone at the reservoir, and their behaviour was completely different. Instead of their usual rigid, formal posture, they moved with fluid precision, like dancers performing a choreographed routine. They walked to the water's edge and stood perfectly still for several minutes, facing the centre of the reservoir. Then, without any visible signal or communication, they began to undress. I paused the tape, not sure I was ready to see what came next, but I forced myself to continue. The figures removed their clothing with the same synchronised precision they'd shown in every other recording. Underneath their suits, their bodies were pale, almost luminescent in the afternoon light, too thin, with limbs that seemed slightly too long for their torsos. They walked into the water without hesitation, continuing until they were completely submerged. The reservoir surface showed no ripples, no disturbance of any kind. Henry's camera remained fixed on the water for the next 20 minutes of tape. Nothing happened. No bubbles, no movement, nothing to suggest that two people had just walked into the depths of a 40-foot deep reservoir. Then, at the 23-minute mark, they emerged. But they didn't surface like drowning victims or swimmers coming up for air. They simply appeared at the water's edge, as if they had materialised there. Completely dry. They dressed with the same mechanical precision and returned to their vehicle. As the black sedan drove away, Henry's whispered narration resumed. "I don't think they're human." The tape ended there. I sat in Henry's basement for a long time after that, staring at the static-filled screen and trying to process what I'd just seen. Every rational explanation I could think of fell apart under scrutiny. Special effects didn't exist in 1996 that could create that kind of footage, especially not for an amateur filmmaker using a home video camera. I looked around at the hundreds of remaining tapes and realised I'd barely scratched the surface of Henry's documentation. How much more evidence was stored in this basement? How many more incidents had he recorded over nearly 5 decades? But more importantly, if these figures weren't human, what were they? And why had they been systematically suppressing reports of unexplained phenomena in Millfield County for almost 50 years? I selected 3 more tapes at random and settled in to continue watching. Outside, afternoon was fading into evening, but I barely noticed. I was beginning to understand why Henry had covered all his windows with blackout curtains. Some things were better observed from the shadows. The next tape, dated April 7th, 2001, showed the 2 figures visiting an elderly woman at her farmhouse outside town. She had reported seeing lights in formation, moving across her property for 3 consecutive nights. The footage was clearer than the earlier recordings. Henry had upgraded his equipment by then. I watched the figures approach the woman's front door with their characteristic synchronised movement. She answered their knock, spoke with them for approximately 15 minutes, then nodded several times before closing the door. 3 days later, according to Henry's notes, she died of a heart attack. Natural causes, the coroner had ruled. No signs of violence or foul play. But watching the tape, I noticed something chilling about the encounter. During the entire 15-minute conversation, the woman never looked directly at either of the figures. Her eyes remained fixed on a point somewhere between them, as if she was physically unable to make direct eye contact. The 4th tape was even more disturbing. December 23rd, 2003 showed the interior of what I recognised as the Millfield Diner. the same location where Eddie Morrison had been approached 16 years earlier. But this time, the camera was positioned inside the restaurant, apparently hidden among the decorations or equipment. The timestamp showed 11:47 p.m. The diner was nearly empty, just a waitress behind the counter, a cook visible through the kitchen window, and one customer seated at a booth near the back. The customer was a young man, maybe early 20s, wearing a Millfield Community College sweatshirt. He was working on what looked like homework while eating a piece of pie. At 11:52, the two figures entered the diner. They moved to the young man's booth and slid into the seat across from him. Unlike their usual approach to witnesses in parking lots or outside homes, this encounter was happening in public, in front of witnesses. But the waitress and cook continued their work as if nothing unusual was happening. They didn't even glance in the direction of the booth where three people were now engaged in what appeared to be an intense conversation. The young man's body language progressed through the same stages I'd seen in other encounters. Initial confusion, growing alarm, then fearful compliance. After approximately 10 minutes, he gathered his books and left the diner with the two figures. The waitress and cook never looked up. It was as if the encounter had been completely invisible to everyone except the target and whoever was operating Henry's hidden camera. I rewound the tape and watched it again, focusing on the background. The waitress moved through her routine, wiping down counters, refilling coffee, checking orders, but her movements had a mechanical quality that reminded me of the figures themselves. The cook was equally robotic, flipping burgers and cleaning the grill with precise, repetitive motions. Neither of them had blinked during the entire encounter. The fifth and final tape I watched that day was dated August 14th, 2004, the most recent in Henry's collection, before the long gap leading up to his final recording in 2025. This one showed Henry himself. The camera was positioned to show a mirror, reflecting Henry as he sat at his kitchen table in the middle of the night. He looked younger than when I'd found his body, but already showed signs of the stress that would consume the final decades of his life. August 14th, 2004, he said to his reflection, "I think I understand now what they are and why they're here." He held up a manila folder thick with documents and photographs. It took me 26 years to piece it together, but I finally have enough evidence to prove what's been happening in Millfield County. These aren't government agents. They aren't human at all. Henry opened the folder and spread its contents across the table. Even in the mirror's reflection, I could see newspaper clippings, photographs, and what looked like official documents. They're some kind of watchers. Guardians, maybe. Their job is to maintain the cover-up, to make sure that certain kinds of information never become public knowledge. They've been doing it for decades. Maybe longer. He picked up one of the photographs and held it toward the mirror. It showed the reservoir, but from an angle I didn't recognise. The water was different, clearer, with something visible beneath the surface. "The reservoir isn't natural," Henry continued. "It was built in 1962 over an existing site. Government records show geological anomalies in the area dating back to the 1940s. Military interest in the region, classified research projects." He set down the photograph and picked up what looked like a government document with heavy black redactions. "I think they're guarding something that was discovered here decades ago, something the public can't be allowed to know about. And these two entities, they're part of whatever was found." Henry's reflection looked directly into the camera and I saw genuine terror in his eyes. "I'm going to hide this evidence tomorrow. If something happens to me, if they finally decide I know too much, maybe someone will eventually piece together the truth." The tape ended with Henry beginning to repack the folder. I sat in the basement until well after dark, surrounded by decades of documentation that painted a picture so far outside normal reality that I could barely process it. But the evidence was overwhelming, consistent, methodical. Whatever Henry Mallory had discovered, he'd spent the rest of his life documenting it, with the dedication of a true believer and the precision of a trained investigator. And now, 21 years later, someone had found his final message. As I packed up the tapes I'd watched and prepared to leave the basement, I noticed something I'd missed earlier. One section of shelving was completely empty, a gap where perhaps a dozen tapes should have been stored. According to the labels on either side of the empty space, the missing tapes covered the period from 2005 to 2025. 20 years of documentation gone. But gone where and when? I had a terrible suspicion that I already knew the answer. I found the final tape 3 days later, not in the basement archive, but sitting on Henry's kitchen counter, where I was certain it hadn't been before. I'd been returning to the house every day, ostensibly to complete the estate inventory, but really to continue reviewing Henry's documentation. Each time I entered, I made a mental note of how everything was positioned, a habit that had developed from 3 years of conducting welfare checks in homes where details mattered. The tape sat next to the coffee maker, labelled in Henry's familiar handwriting, October 25th, 2025. Final entry. 2 days before I'd found his body. My hands shook as I carried it down to the basement and slid it into the VHS player. The footage began immediately, showing Henry in his living room, looking directly into the camera. Behind him, every window was covered with the blackout curtains, creating a cave-like atmosphere even in what appeared to be daylight. October 25th, 2025, Henry began, his voice steady but carrying an undertone of exhaustion. This will be my final recording. They're done waiting. He gestured toward the curtained windows. They've been outside for 6 days now. Not just at night anymore. Constant surveillance. 2 shifts, different vehicles, but always the same entities. The camera angle shifted, showing Henry's view through a gap in the curtains. A black sedan sat across the street, 2 familiar figures standing beside it in the bright afternoon sun. But now there was also a dark SUV parked at the corner, with 2 more figures visible near it. 4 of them now, Henry continued. In 47 years of watching, I've never seen more than 2 at a time. Something's changed. He moved back to his chair and I could see the stress of decades etched into his face. But there was also something else, a kind of resigned determination. I need to tell you about 1977, he said. The year before I started filming. The year everything began. Henry reached for a manila folder, the same one I'd seen in his 2004 recording. July 19th, 1977. I was working construction on the new water treatment facility. Standard job, nothing unusual about it. But we were digging foundation trenches near the old reservoir when we hit something that wasn't on any of the geological surveys. He opened the folder and pulled out a black and white photograph that he held toward the camera. It showed what looked like an excavation site, with several men in hard hats standing around a deep trench. Metal, Henry said, but not like any metal we'd ever seen. Dark, almost black, with a surface that seemed to absorb light instead of reflecting it. The shape was geometric, perfect angles, mathematical precision, obviously artificial. He set down the photograph and picked up what appeared to be an official document. Foreman called the county engineer called the state called someone in Washington. By the next morning, we had federal agents on site telling us the excavation was being classified under national security. Henry's voice grew bitter. They told us we'd been digging near an old military testing site. Unexploded ordnance, they said. Dangerous to continue. We were all sworn to secrecy, paid double our contracted rate, and told to find work elsewhere. He pulled out another photograph, this one showing the excavation site after it had been backfilled and covered with concrete. But I was curious. Started asking questions around town about the old military testing. Problem was, nobody knew anything about any military activity in the area. No records at the county office. No stories from old-timers who would have remembered. It was like the whole story had been fabricated. The camera angle shifted again, showing Henry's view of the street. The figures outside hadn't moved, but somehow they seemed closer than before. That's when I started paying attention to things that didn't quite fit. Strange lights, people reported, but that never made it into the newspaper. Witnesses who suddenly left town after talking to authorities. A pattern of suppression that had been going on for years before I noticed it. Henry turned back to the camera and I could see genuine fear in his eyes now. The thing is, I don't think they found what was buried that day. I think what was buried found them. He reached into the folder one more time and pulled out a document I hadn't seen before. a map of Millfield County with several locations marked in red ink. I've been tracking the incidents for 47 years, and they all centre around specific geographic points. The reservoir, obviously, but also the old grain elevator on Route 9, the abandoned mining complex east of town and the county landfill. Henry traced the marked locations with his finger. All of these sites show the same pattern of witness suppression. All of them have underground components, basement levels, mining tunnels, deep excavations, and all of them are connected by what the geological surveys call natural aquifer systems. He looked directly into the camera. I don't think they're natural at all. I think they're part of something larger, something that's been under Millfield County for a very long time. The tape jumped forward several hours. The timestamp now showed 11:47 p.m, and Henry looked exhausted. "They're moving," he said simply. Through the gap in the curtains, I could see both vehicles had repositioned themselves. The black sedan was now directly in front of Henry's house, while the SUV had moved to the back alley. The four figures had formed a perimeter around the property. "I found something yesterday," Henry continued, "in the basement of the old grain elevator. Been exploring these sites for years, but this was different. There's a chamber down there, filled with the same black metal we found in 1977. He held up a small object, roughly cylindrical, about the size of a flashlight, made of the same light-absorbing material he'd described. But this was sitting on a table in the centre of the chamber, like someone left it there for me to find. Henry turned the object in his hands, and I could see symbols etched into its surface, geometric patterns that seemed to shift and move in the camera's light. When I touched it, I saw things, understood things. This isn't just about covering up UFO sightings or maintaining some government secret. This is about keeping something contained, something that's been trying to communicate with the surface world for decades. The object began to emit a faint glow, barely visible in the dim lighting of Henry's living room. The entities outside, they're not aliens or government agents, they're guardians. Part of a containment system that's been in place since whatever's down there was first discovered. And the people who report sightings, who get too close to the truth, they're not just being silenced." Henry's voice dropped to a whisper. "They're being recruited." The glow from the object intensified, and Henry set it carefully on the table beside his chair. "I understand now why the witnesses leave town, where they go, what they become. The sightings aren't random events. They're calls for help. Communications from something that's been trapped underground for God knows how long." Outside, the four figures had begun moving toward the house. "And now it's my turn," Henry said, standing up from his chair. "I've learned too much, documented too much. But maybe that was always the plan. Maybe someone was supposed to find the evidence eventually." The camera remained fixed on Henry as he moved toward his front door. Through the curtained windows, I could see flashlight beams moving across the walls. "If you're watching this, you have a choice," Henry said, his hand on the doorknob. "You can try to expose what I've discovered. Publish the tapes, contact the media, get the truth out there. But they'll find you, just like they found me." The flashlight beams were getting brighter, and I could hear the sound of footsteps on Henry's front porch. Or you can do what I should have done 47 years ago. Walk away, forget what you've seen. Let the containment system do its job. Henry opened the door. The tape went to static. I sat in the basement for a long time after the recording ended, staring at the dead screen and trying to process what I'd just witnessed. According to the timestamp, this footage had been recorded less than 48 hours before I'd found Henry's body in his living room. But the coroner had ruled it natural causes, heart failure, no signs of violence or struggle. I rewound the tape and watched the final moments again, looking for details I'd missed. When Henry opened the door, there was a brief glimpse of the figures outside, tall, pale, wearing their characteristic dark suits. But in that instant before the tape cut to static, I caught something I hadn't noticed before. They weren't alone. Behind them, barely visible in the darkness, stood other figures, dozens of them, forming a crowd that stretched beyond the range of the camera. Men and women of various ages, all wearing the same dark clothing, all standing with the same rigid posture I'd seen in Henry's surveillance footage. Eddie Morrison was among them. I was certain of it, even though the footage was too brief and dark to make out specific faces. The same build, the same work clothes I'd seen in the 1987 diner footage. How many witnesses had been recruited over the decades? How many missing persons cases could be explained by whatever process Henry had discovered? And now they had come for him. Why leave his body to be found? Why not make Henry disappear like all the others? The answer came to me as I ejected the tape and looked around at Henry's massive archive. They wanted someone to find the evidence. 47 years of documentation, carefully preserved and organised, waiting for the right person to discover it. Someone like me. I turned off the basement lights and climbed the stairs, the final tape clutched in my hand. At the top I paused and looked back down into the darkness. Henry had spent nearly half a century documenting a containment system designed to suppress knowledge of something buried beneath Millfield County. Something that communicated through unexplained phenomena trying to reach the surface world, and now I had become part of that system. The question was, what was I going to do about it? I started asking questions the next day, against every instinct screaming at me to walk away, to forget everything I'd seen in Henry's basement. I began reaching out to people who might have known him. I told myself I was just being thorough, completing the welfare check investigation properly. The truth was, I couldn't stop thinking about that crowd of figures standing behind the two guardians at Henry's door. All those missing witnesses recruited into whatever system had been containing the thing beneath Millfield County. My first stop was Mrs. Henderson, the neighbour who had provided Henry's spare key location. She was in her 70s, a retired schoolteacher who had lived on Maple Street for most of her adult life. "Poor Henry," she said, serving me coffee in her immaculate kitchen. "Always seemed like such a troubled man. Paranoid, you know. Always peeking through those awful curtains, writing in those notebooks. Did he ever talk to you about what he was documenting?" Mrs. Henderson pursed her lips. "Oh, he tried to, especially in the early years, going on about government conspiracies and mysterious visitors. I told him he was watching too much television." "What kind of mysterious visitors?" "Men in suits," he claimed. Said they were watching him, intimidating people who reported strange things. Nonsense, of course. This is Millfield County. Nothing mysterious ever happens here. But as she spoke, I noticed her hands trembling slightly as she poured the coffee. And when I asked if she'd ever seen any unusual activity around Henry's house, her answer came too quickly. "Nothing at all. Very quiet neighbourhood. I mind my own business." I left her house with the distinct impression that Mrs. Henderson knew more than she was willing to admit, but whether that was from fear or something else I couldn't tell. My next stop was the Millfield Gazette, where I hoped to find archives of the UFO reports Henry had referenced in his documentation. The current editor, a young woman named Lisa Parker, was helpful but puzzled. "We don't really cover that kind of story anymore," she said, scrolling through digital archives on her computer. "Liability issues, you know. People make wild claims, we print them, then they sue us when nothing comes of it. What about historical reports? Say from the 1980s or 1990s. Lisa frowned at her screen. "That's strange. We should have digital copies of everything from 1975 forward, but there are gaps, whole weeks missing from some years." She pulled up what appeared to be a filing system showing years and months. Large sections were greyed out, marked as archived or unavailable. "I've never noticed this before," she muttered. "Let me check the physical archives." 20 minutes later, she returned from the basement storage area looking confused. "This doesn't make sense. We have boxes for every year, but some of them are nearly empty, like someone went through and removed specific issues." "Which years?" Lisa consulted her notes. "Scattered throughout the 80s and 90s, and..." She paused, checking again. 2001, 2003, 2004. Almost nothing from those years. The same years when Henry's documentation showed increased activity from the Guardians. I thanked Lisa and left the newspaper office, but I could feel her watching me through the front window as I walked to my car. In the reflection of the glass, I caught a glimpse of someone else watching from across the street. A tall figure in a dark suit standing perfectly still beside a black sedan. My heart rate spiked, but when I turned for a direct look, the street was empty. That afternoon, I drove to the Millfield Diner and spoke with the evening manager, an older man named Carl who had worked there for over 20 years. I asked about Eddie Morrison, the maintenance worker from Henry's 1987 footage. Eddie Morrison, Carl repeated, scratching his head. Name sounds familiar, but I can't place him. You sure he worked around here? He was a regular customer, apparently. Used to come in late at night. Carl's expression changed slightly. Oh, you mean late shift, Eddie? Yeah, I remember him now. Quiet guy, kept to himself. Stopped coming around suddenly. Must have been the late 80s or early 90s. Do you know what happened to him? Moved away, I think. People do that sometimes. Get tired of small-town life, head for the city. But Carl avoided eye contact as he spoke, and his voice carried the same forced casualness I'd heard from Mrs. Henderson. I ordered coffee and sat in the same booth where I'd seen Eddie Morrison confronted by the Guardians. The diner felt normal. Typical small-town restaurant with checkered floors and outdated decor. But I found myself studying the other customers, looking for signs of the mechanical behaviour I'd seen in Henry's footage. Nothing seemed unusual until I got up to leave. As I paid my bill, I noticed Carl watching me with an intensity that seemed out of proportion to a simple customer interaction. When our eyes met, he looked away quickly, but not before I caught something in his expression that looked like recognition, like he knew exactly why I was asking questions about Eddie Morrison. I drove home as the sun was setting, checking my rearview mirror constantly for black sedans. The streets of Millfield seemed normal. Light traffic, people heading home from work, kids playing in front yards. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That feeling intensified when I pulled into my driveway. Sitting on my front porch was a manila envelope with my name written on it in block letters. No postmark, no return address. Someone had delivered it by hand. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a typed message. Stop asking questions about Henry Mallory. Some knowledge is dangerous. This is your only warning. Below the text was a photograph, a black and white image showing me leaving the newspaper office that afternoon. In the background, barely visible in the shadow of a building, stood two tall figures in dark suits. I went inside and deadbolted the door, then checked every window to make sure they were locked. The rational part of my mind insisted that this was just someone playing an elaborate prank, perhaps inspired by Henry's well-known paranoia. But the photograph was real, and the timing, delivered within hours of my investigation, suggested a level of surveillance that went far beyond anything a prankster could manage. I made dinner but couldn't eat it. Every sound outside made me jump. Cars passing, neighbours talking, the wind moving through the trees, normal suburban noises that suddenly felt threatening. Around 10 p.m, I turned off all the lights and peered through my living room curtains at the street outside. A black sedan was parked across from my house. Two figures stood beside it, perfectly still facing my front door. In the dim light from the street lamp, I could make out their characteristic tall, thin builds and dark suits. They weren't trying to hide their presence. If anything, they seemed to want me to see them. I watched for an hour and they never moved, never spoke to each other, never showed any of the restless behaviours that normal surveillance teams would display during a long watch. At 11:15, I decided to test them. I turned on my porch light and stepped outside, making no attempt at stealth. If they were watching me, they would know I was coming. The moment I appeared on my porch, both figures turned their heads toward me with mechanical precision. Even from across the street I could see their pale faces and dark eyes. They stood perfectly aligned, like mirror images of each other. "Can I help you?" I called out, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. They didn't respond, didn't move, just stood there watching me with the kind of absolute stillness that no living person could maintain. I took a step toward the street, and they both took a step backward, maintaining the exact same distance between us. Another step forward, another synchronized step back. It was like some kind of bizarre dance, with invisible rules that kept us in perfect equilibrium. "What do you want?" I shouted. This time one of them, impossible to tell which in the poor lighting, spoke. The voice carried clearly across the distance, but it had an odd quality. Too precise, like someone reading from a script. "Return to your house. Discontinue your investigation. This is your final warning." The words were completely clear, but something about them felt wrong. The cadence was off. as if the speaker was mimicking human speech without fully understanding its natural rhythm. What happened to Henry Mallory? Mr. Mallory chose to join the containment protocol. The same choice is available to you. What containment protocol? What are you containing? But instead of answering, both figures turned away from me and got into their vehicle. The car pulled away from the curb and disappeared down the street without making a sound. No engine noise, just like Henry had described in his recordings. I stood on my porch for several more minutes, staring at the empty street and trying to process what had just happened. The conversation, if it could be called that, had felt completely surreal. Like talking to sophisticated automatons that had been programmed with just enough human behaviour to maintain a conversation, but not enough to seem genuinely alive. Back inside, I double-checked all my locks and closed every curtain. Then I sat in my living room with the lights off, thinking about what the figure had said. Mr. Mallory chose to join the containment protocol. Not that he had died. Not that he had been eliminated for knowing too much. That he had chosen to join something, and the same choice was available to me. I thought about that crowd of figures I'd seen in Henry's final recording. All those missing witnesses standing behind the Guardians like a silent army. Had they all made the same choice? And if so, what exactly were they containing? Outside, the street remained quiet, but I had the distinct feeling that this was far from over. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat in my darkened living room, periodically checking the windows for any sign of the black sedan's return. Around 3 a.m, I made a decision that would have seemed insane just a week earlier. I was going to document everything just like Henry had. If something happened to me, if I chose to join the containment protocol or simply disappeared like so many witnesses before me, at least there would be a record. I set up my smartphone to record and positioned it on the coffee table, where it could capture both me and the view out my front window. Then I began to tell my story, starting with the welfare check that had led me to Henry Mallory's basement archive. I talked for 2 hours, describing everything I'd seen in his recordings, the pattern of witness intimidation, the strange behaviour of the Guardians, and my own growing certainty that something had been hidden beneath Millfield County for decades. When I finished, I uploaded the video to 3 different cloud storage services and emailed copies to friends in other states. If the Guardians could scrub newspaper archives and make entire video channels disappear overnight, I wanted to make sure this record would be harder to erase. The next morning, I drove to the one location Henry had mentioned that I hadn't yet visited, the old grain elevator on Route 9. The structure had been abandoned for at least 20 years, a massive concrete tower surrounded by rusted storage silos and overgrown with weeds. A chain-link fence topped with barbed wire surrounded the property, but age and weather had created several gaps large enough to slip through. I parked a half-mile away and approached on foot, carrying a flashlight and the smartphone I'd used for my recording the night before. If Henry had found something in the basement of this building, I needed to see it for myself. The main elevator building was 4 stories tall, with broken windows and graffiti covering most of the accessible surfaces. But what I was looking for would be underground, in the basement levels that Henry had mentioned. I found a service entrance on the north side of the building that had been secured with a padlock very similar to the one on Henry's basement door. The lock was old and rusted, and it gave way after several minutes of work with a crowbar I'd brought from my car. The door opened onto a concrete stairwell that descended into absolute darkness. My flashlight beam revealed steps leading down at least 2 levels, with water-stained walls and the musty smell of long abandonment. The first basement level was what I'd expected. Old machinery, storage rooms filled with obsolete equipment, the normal detritus of an industrial facility that had been shut down decades ago. But at the far end of the main corridor I found another stairwell leading deeper underground. This second basement was different. The walls were made of the same black metal Henry had described from the 1977 excavation. Smooth, geometrically precise surfaces that seemed to absorb my flashlight beam rather than reflect it. The corridor extended in both directions beyond the range of my light, but I could see doorways at regular intervals. I chose the left corridor and began exploring. The first door I came to was standing open, revealing a circular chamber about 20 feet in diameter. The walls, floor and ceiling were all made of the same light-absorbing material, covered with intricate geometric patterns that seemed to shift and move in my flashlight beam. In the centre of the room sat a table, or what I assumed was a table. It was integrated into the floor, rising from the black metal surface like it had been grown rather than built. On top of it lay several objects similar to the cylindrical device Henry had shown in his final recording. I approached carefully, recording everything with my phone. The objects were warm to the touch, despite the cold temperature of the underground chamber. As I picked up one of them, symbols began to appear on its surface, the same geometric patterns that covered the walls. Then I heard voices, human voices coming from deeper in the corridor. Multiple people engaged in what sounded like a conversation, though I couldn't make out words from this distance. I turned off my flashlight and followed the sound, using my phone screen to provide just enough illumination to avoid walking into walls. The voices grew clearer as I approached, and I began to recognise what I was hearing. It was Henry's voice, along with others I didn't recognise, all speaking in the same measured, precise cadence I'd heard from the guardian outside my house the night before. The corridor ended in a much larger chamber, this one filled with what looked like workstations. Dozens of people sat at tables similar to the one I'd found in the smaller room, all handling the cylindrical objects, all speaking in those same careful, scripted voices. I recognised several faces from Henry's documentation. Eddie Morrison was there, looking exactly as he had in the 1987 diner footage, despite nearly 40 years having passed. The young college student from the 2003 recording sat at a nearby table, also unchanged by time, and at the centre of the chamber, directing the activities with quiet authority, was Henry Mallory. He looked up from his work as I entered the chamber, and our eyes met across the room. For a moment his expression showed a flicker of the man I'd seen in the basement recordings. Frightened, desperate, human. Then it shifted to the same blank efficiency I'd observed in all the others. "Jamie," he said, his voice carrying that odd precision, "we've been expecting you." I took an involuntary step backward, but found my path blocked by two familiar figures. The guardians from my front porch stood behind me, their pale faces showing no emotion. "You have questions," Henry continued, standing up from his workstation. "That's natural. I had questions too when I first discovered this place." "What is this?" I managed to ask. "What are you doing down here?" "We're maintaining the containment," Henry said, gesturing around the chamber, "preventing the surface world from learning about what lies beneath. It's important work. Necessary work." "You're dead," I said. "I found your body. The coroner ruled it natural causes." Henry smiled, but it was wrong somehow. Too wide, too controlled. Death is just another transition. Another form of service. We who have learned too much, who have seen too much, were given the opportunity to become part of the solution instead of part of the problem. Around the chamber, the other workers continued their activities with mechanical precision. No one looked up from their tasks. No one showed any curiosity about my presence or the conversation taking place. "The objects we work with," Henry continued, picking up one of the cylindrical devices, "they're communication tools, translators. They allow us to interface with the entity that has been contained here since 1962. "What entity?" "Something that fell from the sky in 1947. Something that the government tried to study and couldn't understand. They built the reservoir over the crash site, thinking they could contain it with water and concrete. But it continued to communicate, continued to try to reach the surface world." Henry held up the device, and symbols began appearing on its surface. Every UFO sighting, every unexplained phenomenon reported in this county, their attempts at communication, messages trying to reach someone who could understand, and every time someone got too close to the truth, the containment protocol was activated. "So you silence them, make them disappear." "We recruit them," Henry corrected. "We give them the opportunity to understand, to become part of something larger than themselves." Around the chamber I could see dozens of workstations, each occupied by someone who had supposedly disappeared over the past several decades, all working with the same focused determination, all speaking in the same precise cadence. "What's it like?" I asked. "Being part of this containment protocol?" Henry's expression flickered again, and for just a moment I saw genuine emotion there. Fear, sadness, regret, "It's peaceful," he said, but his voice wavered slightly. "No more questions, no more uncertainty, just purpose." But as he spoke, I noticed something that chilled me more than anything I'd seen so far. Tears were running down Henry's face, even as he smiled and spoke about peace and purpose. The containment protocol hadn't just recruited him, it had trapped him. All of them. "I don't want to join," I said. "That's what I said," Henry replied, "but you will, eventually. The alternative is much worse." The two guardians stepped closer and I felt their cold hands on my shoulders, but instead of forcing me toward one of the workstations, they simply stood there, waiting. "The choice is yours," Henry said. "Join the containment protocol willingly and maintain some small part of who you were. Resist and become something else entirely." I looked around the chamber at all the missing witnesses, all the people who had supposedly chosen to join this underground operation. None of them looked up. None of them showed any sign of individual will or personality. But Henry's tears told a different story. "There's a third option," I said, "which is, I leave. I walk out of here. I never speak of what I've seen." Henry shook his head. "Too late for that. You've seen too much, learned too much. The containment protocol cannot allow that knowledge to exist outside our control." But even as he spoke, I could see doubt in his eyes, and I realized something that might be important. "You want me to choose the third option," I said. "You're hoping I'll find a way out that you couldn't." Henry's smile faltered completely. "Don't," he whispered. "Don't give them any reason to doubt your compliance." But it was too late. The guardians had heard, and their grip on my shoulders tightened. As they began to guide me toward an empty workstation, I made my own choice. I ran. I made it as far as the first basement level before they caught me. The guardians moved with inhuman speed, their footsteps completely silent on the concrete floors. When they grabbed me again, their hands were no longer cold. They burned like ice, and I could feel something changing in my body wherever they touched. They dragged me back to the chamber where Henry and the others continued their work, seemingly oblivious to my attempted escape. But as the guardians forced me into a chair at an empty workstation, Henry looked up from his own work and met my eyes. "I'm sorry," he said, and this time his voice sounded completely human. "I tried to warn you." One of the guardians placed a cylindrical device in my hands. The moment my fingers closed around it, symbols began appearing on its surface, and I heard something that wasn't quite a voice speaking directly into my mind. "Welcome," it said. "We have been waiting for you." Images flooded my consciousness. The thing that had crashed in 1947, the government's attempts to study and contain it, the decades of communication attempts that had been systematically suppressed. I saw the truth of what the containment protocol really was. Not protection of the surface world from an alien entity. Protection of the entity from the surface world. The thing beneath Millfield County wasn't trying to escape or invade. It was dying, slowly, from decades of isolation and containment. The UFO sightings, the unexplained phenomena, they were distress calls from a being that was trapped as surely as any of the human workers in this underground chamber. The Guardians weren't protecting humanity from an alien threat. They were protecting a government cover-up that had lasted over 70 years. "Help us," the voice continued, "help us return home." And suddenly I understood what my real choice was. I could join the containment protocol, become another worker in this underground facility, and spend whatever remained of my existence helping to maintain a lie that served no one. Or I could help the entity do what it had been trying to do for decades, communicate with the outside world. I looked around the chamber at all the people who had been recruited over the years. Henry, Eddie Morrison, the college student, dozens of others, all of them working with mechanical precision to maintain the containment. But as I watched more carefully, I noticed something the Guardians had missed. Subtle glances between the workers, hand signals passed when the Guardians weren't looking. Micro expressions that suggested more awareness than they were supposed to have. The containment protocol wasn't perfect. Some part of these people's original personalities remained, buried beneath the compulsion to serve but not entirely destroyed, including Henry. When our eyes met again, he gave an almost imperceptible nod towards something behind me. I glanced back without moving my head and saw what he was indicating. A communication panel built into the wall connected to the surface world. The entity's voice continued in my mind, showing me images of its home, its people, the desperate need to re-establish contact with those who had sent it to Earth decades ago. They told your people we were invaders. We were explorers, scientists. Peaceful contact was always our intention. I made my decision. Instead of accepting the role of containment worker, I reached for the communication panel. The moment my hand touched the controls, alarms began blaring throughout the chamber. The Guardians moved toward me with their inhuman speed, but the other workers suddenly rose from their stations. For the first time since I'd entered this underground facility, they acted like human beings instead of automatons. Eddie Morrison tackled one Guardian while the college student disabled another. Henry himself moved to help me with the communication equipment. "Hurry," he said, his voice urgent and completely human now. "The compulsion is strong. We can't fight it for long." I input the emergency broadcast codes I'd learned during my county training, patching the chamber's communication system into every radio and television frequency in the area. Then I stepped back and let the entity speak for itself. The broadcast lasted exactly 17 minutes. 17 minutes of first contact, broadcast live across 3 counties. The entity's voice translated through the cylindrical devices, speaking directly to anyone who was listening, explaining its peaceful intentions, its decades of imprisonment, its desperate need to return home. The Guardians eventually overcame the resistance of the recruited workers and shut down the broadcast, but it was too late. The truth was out there, recorded on hundreds of devices, witnessed by thousands of people. For the first time in over 70 years, the containment protocol had failed. The aftermath was swift and brutal. Within hours, the entire underground facility was evacuated by federal agents. The recruited workers, including Henry, were transferred to undisclosed locations. The grain elevator was demolished and the site covered with concrete. Official sources claimed the broadcast had been an elaborate hoax, possibly connected to terrorist activity. Anyone who tried to share recordings found their files corrupted or their accounts suspended. The story disappeared from news coverage within 48 hours, but not completely. I escaped during the evacuation, slipping away while the agents were focused on securing the facility and transporting the workers. I had 17 minutes of audio from the entity's broadcast saved on my phone, and copies hidden in cloud storage accounts the authorities hadn't yet discovered. More importantly, I had the truth. The entity had provided coordinates for its homeworld, mathematical proofs of its peaceful intentions, and detailed information about technologies that could revolutionize human understanding of physics and space travel. All of it suppressed by a containment protocol that served no one except the people who had built their careers on maintaining a 70-year-old lie. I tried to release the information through traditional channels, news outlets, scientific journals, government representatives. Every attempt was blocked, censored or discredited before it could gain traction. But the internet is a harder thing to control completely. Anonymous accounts, encrypted files, peer-to-peer networks that existed outside government oversight. Slowly, carefully, I began sharing fragments of the truth. Not all at once. That would have been too easy to dismiss as fraud. But piece by piece, building a pattern that people could discover for themselves. UFO enthusiasts found the audio recordings. Scientists encountered the mathematical proofs. Government transparency advocates uncovered documents related to the 1947 crash and subsequent cover-up. Each piece of evidence was authentic, verifiable, impossible to completely suppress. 3 months after the failed containment protocol, a new pattern began emerging. Instead of isolated sightings that could be dismissed or intimidated into silence, coordinated contact events started occurring worldwide. The entity I'd helped contact had shared Earth's location and situation with its people. First contact wasn't a single event. It was an ongoing process that no government could control or contain. I still live in Millfield County, though I've moved to a different house on the other side of town. Sometimes I see black sedans in my neighbourhood, and occasionally I notice figures in dark suits watching me from a distance. But they don't approach anymore. The containment protocol is broken, and trying to silence individual witnesses is pointless when the truth has taken on a life of its own. Last week I received a package with no return address. Inside was a VHS tape labelled simply, "Thank you." The footage showed Henry Mallory sitting in what appeared to be a comfortable room with large windows overlooking a garden. He looked peaceful, genuinely relaxed for the first time in any recording I'd seen. Behind him, I could see other people I recognised from the underground chamber. Eddie Morrison, the college student, all the recruited witnesses. They were free. The entity kept its promise, Henry said to the camera. When contact was re-established with its people, they came for all of us. We're being taken home, not to their world, but to a place where we can live without the compulsion, without the containment protocol controlling our minds. He smiled, and this time it reached his eyes. "You did the right thing, Jamie." The truth was worth the risk. It's always worth the risk. The tape ended with a view of the garden where former witnesses walked freely, talking and laughing like human beings instead of automatons. I keep that tape in a safe place, along with copies of all the evidence I've managed to preserve. Not because I think anyone will try to take it from me, the time for that kind of suppression has passed, but because it reminds me that even the most carefully constructed lies eventually fall apart when confronted with enough truth. The entity and its people are still here, working openly with human scientists and governments to establish formal diplomatic relations. The technology they've shared has already begun revolutionizing our understanding of physics, medicine, and space travel. And somewhere in the files of a dozen different agencies, there are records of the people who spent 70 years maintaining a containment protocol that served no purpose except to protect the careers of those who had created it. Henry Mallory was right about one thing. They never do leave you alone once you've learned too much. But sometimes, if you're very careful and very lucky, you can make sure the truth survives long enough to set everyone free, including yourself. The blackout curtains are gone from my windows now. I sleep with the lights off and the doors unlocked. The shadows no longer hide watchers, and the silence is just silence. But every night before I go to bed, I look up at the stars and remember that we're not alone anymore, and that's a truth worth any price. Before we begin, I just wanted to thank Todd Rockwell for this story idea. We are doing our best to make sure we hit all of your amazing ideas. Now let's begin tonight's story. They told you it was about weapons of mass destruction. They told you it was about oil, about democracy, about removing a dictator from power. They showed you the satellite photos, the intelligence briefings, the stern-faced generals pointing at maps. They gave you every reason except the real one. Because the real reason was buried 3,000 years ago, beneath the sands of ancient Mesopotamia, in a city older than the pyramids. A reason so extraordinary that it could never be spoken aloud, never written in official reports, never acknowledged by any government on Earth. On March 20th, 2003, when the first missiles streaked across the night sky toward Baghdad, cameras around the world captured the moment. Shock and awe, they called it. The beginning of Operation Iraqi Freedom. But while the world watched explosions light up the capital, something else was happening 400 kilometers to the south. In the ancient city of Ur, under cover of darkness and total media blackout, the first American Special Forces teams were already on the ground. Not in Baghdad, not securing oil fields, not hunting weapons caches. They were surrounding a massive stepped pyramid called the Ziggurat of Ur, and they were there for something that had been waiting in the darkness for 3 millennia. This is the story they never wanted you to know. A story that connects British archaeologists to ancient Sumerian kings, that links Saddam Hussein's megalomania to America's most classified military operations. A story of discovery, obsession, and a technology so advanced that it shouldn't exist at all. Thank you to Todd Rockwell for bringing this story to light. What follows is the truth they buried beneath the history books. Welcome to Ur. Welcome to the real reason for the war. Chapter 1. The Discovery. Southern Iraq, 1927. The sun beat down mercilessly on the excavation site, turning the ancient sand into something that felt like powdered glass against exposed skin. Leonard Woolley wiped his brow with a handkerchief, already soaked through with sweat, and bent closer to the tomb entrance his team had just uncovered. At 47 years old, Woolley had already made his reputation as one of Britain's finest archaeologists. He had excavated in Egypt, worked at Carchemish in Syria, and now he was leading the joint British Museum and University of Pennsylvania expedition to Ur, the legendary city of Abraham. They had been digging for 3 seasons, uncovering the remains of one of humanity's first great civilizations, but nothing had prepared him for what lay beneath the royal cemetery. The tomb of what they would later identify as Queen Puabi had yielded treasures beyond imagination. Gold headdresses, lapis lazuli beads, silver harps with gold bulls' heads, the skeletal remains of attendants who had apparently followed their queen into death with cups of poison still clutched in their bony fingers. It was a find that would make headlines around the world, but it was what Woolley found in a sealed chamber beneath the main burial that troubled him. His assistant, a young man named Thomas, called out from the darkness of the tomb entrance. His voice echoed strangely off the mud brick walls, carrying a note of excitement tinged with something else. Concern, perhaps, or fear. Woolley descended carefully, his lamp casting wild shadows as he made his way through the narrow passage. The air grew cooler as he went deeper, and there was a smell he couldn't quite place. Not the mustiness of ancient death or the mineral scent of disturbed earth. Something else. Something almost metallic. Thomas stood at the entrance to the lower chamber, his face pale despite his desert tan. He held up a fragment of something that caught the lamplight in a way that made Woolley's breath catch. It was metal, but like no metal that should exist in a tomb dated to approximately 2600 BC. The fragment was roughly triangular, about the size of a man's palm, and its surface had a peculiar quality. Not corroded despite thousands of years underground, not oxidized. Almost mirror-smooth in places, with what appeared to be geometric patterns etched into its surface with impossible precision. Woolley took the fragment carefully, noting its surprising weight. Heavier than gold, lighter than lead. The patterns weren't decorative. They were too regular, too precise. They reminded him of something, though he couldn't quite place it. Mathematical, perhaps, or technical. He looked past Thomas into the chamber beyond and felt his pulse quicken. The walls were covered in cuneiform script, the wedge-shaped writing of ancient Sumer. But interspersed among the recognisable characters were symbols he had never seen before. Circular patterns, radiating lines, geometric shapes that seemed to repeat in complex sequences. And at the far end of the chamber, partially buried in collapsed rubble, was a structure that made no sense whatsoever. It was roughly circular, about 3 meters in diameter, made of what appeared to be the same strange metal as the fragment he held. Its surface was covered in the same precise geometric patterns, and around its perimeter were dozens of symbols, each one different, each one positioned with obvious intention. And the strangest thing of all, the ground around it was scorched black, transformed into glass. Vitrified earth. The same phenomenon found at nuclear test sites, though those wouldn't exist for another 2 decades. The kind of transformation that required temperatures far beyond anything achievable with ancient technology. Woolley spent the next 3 days in that chamber, documenting everything with meticulous care. He took photographs, made detailed drawings, catalogued every artifact. He copied the strange inscriptions, noting their positions relative to the circular structure. He collected samples of the vitrified earth and more fragments of the inexplicable metal. His field notes from those days still exist, though they were sealed by the British Museum shortly after his return to London and remain classified to this day. But copies exist, passed through back channels, studied by those with the clearance and the need to know. In them, Woolley describes the metal fragments as being of unknown composition, resistant to all attempts at chemical analysis with the equipment available to him. He notes that the vitrified earth contains elements that seem anomalous for the region. He describes finding what appears to be a deliberate arrangement of the strange symbols and patterns that suggest some kind of sequence or code. And in the final entry before the section ends abruptly, he writes something that would haunt subsequent researchers for decades. The circular structure appears to be a threshold of some kind. Its purpose remains unclear, but the inscription suggests it was considered a pathway to the realm of the gods. The evidence of extreme heat indicates it may have been activated at some point in antiquity. Further study is urgently required. That further study never happened, at least not officially. Within weeks of Woolley's return to England, the chamber was quietly reburied. The excavation focused on other areas of the site. The strange metal fragments and vitrified earth samples were sent to London, where they disappeared into the vast collections of the British Museum. The photographs and detailed drawings were removed from the public record. When asked about the lower chamber years later, Woolley would claim it had been empty, already looted in antiquity. The official excavation reports make no mention of strange metals or impossible artifacts. The circular structure, the vitrified earth, the unknown symbols, all of it vanished from the historical record as if it had never existed. But someone, somewhere, had taken note. Because the files were sealed with a notation that appeared on only the most sensitive documents in British government archives, national security interest. The question was, whose national security? And what exactly had Leonard Woolley found beneath the sands of Ur that was so dangerous it had to be hidden from the world? The answer would remain buried for another 50 years. Chapter 2. The Obsession. Baghdad, Iraq, 1979. Saddam Hussein stood on the balcony of the Republican Palace and looked out over the city that would become his kingdom. At 42 years old, he had just manoeuvred himself into the presidency through a combination of political cunning and ruthless elimination of rivals. Iraq was his now, to shape as he saw fit. But Saddam did not see himself as merely another modern dictator. In his mind, he was the heir to a legacy that stretched back thousands of years, to the very dawn of civilization itself. He was Nebuchadnezzar reborn, the modern incarnation of the great Babylonian king who had built empires and defied the world. This was not metaphor to him. This was truth. Within months of taking power, Saddam initiated an ambitious program to reconstruct the ancient sites of Mesopotamia. Millions of dollars poured into archaeological projects across Iraq. The ruins of Babylon were to be rebuilt, brick by brick, with each brick stamped with his name just as Nebuchadnezzar had done millennia before. The ziggurat of Ur would be restored. The glory of ancient Iraq would rise again under his rule. But there was another reason for his interest in the ancient sites, one that few people knew about and even fewer understood. Saddam had obtained copies of certain documents, British documents sealed and classified, that had made their way through various intelligence channels into Iraqi hands. Documents that described Leonard Woolley's discoveries at Ur in meticulous detail. Documents that spoke of impossible artifacts and mysterious structures buried beneath the ancient city. And Saddam, who saw himself as the rightful heir to Mesopotamian greatness, wanted what the ancients had possessed. Wanted the power that had allowed them to build a civilization so advanced it was remembered as the cradle of human culture. Wanted the secrets that had been hidden from the world for 3,000 years. CIA reports from this period, many now declassified, show that American intelligence was well aware of Saddam's obsession. One memo from 1982 notes with barely concealed amusement that the Iraqi president genuinely believed he was the reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar. Another from 1985 expresses concern about his spending on archaeological projects, questioning whether these might have a military application. But it was a report from 1988 that should have raised more alarm bells than it did. A field agent's observation that Iraqi excavation teams at Ur were working in areas that had supposedly been thoroughly explored and documented decades earlier. That they were digging deep, far deeper than any legitimate archaeological investigation would require. That the sites were surrounded by military security far in excess of what would be needed to protect historical artifacts. The memo suggested that Saddam might be searching for something specific, something he believed would give him an advantage. The memo was filed, noted, and largely forgotten. Until 1991. Kuwait, February 1991. The Gulf War was in its final days. Iraqi forces were in full retreat. The much-vaunted Republican Guard decimated by coalition air power and the overwhelming technological superiority of American forces. General Norman Schwarzkopf coordinated the ground campaign from his command centre, watching as victory became inevitable. But as coalition forces advanced into Iraqi territory, they began encountering something unexpected. Not resistance exactly, not military formations preparing for battle, but excavation teams, dozens of them, working frantically at archaeological sites across southern Iraq. Most were at sites near Ur. American troops who secured these sites found them defended not by regular army units, but by Republican Guard special forces, Saddam's most elite troops. They found sophisticated drilling equipment, ground-penetrating radar, electromagnetic survey instruments. They found maps and documents written in a mix of Arabic and what appeared to be ancient cuneiform. They found evidence of excavations going down 30, 40, even 50 metres below the surface, and they found the Iraqi teams trying desperately to destroy their own records before retreating. General Schwarzkopf received reports about these discoveries and immediately classified them at the highest level. He sent an encrypted message back to Washington that contained only one line, but it was a line that would echo through the corridors of power for the next 12 years. They were not digging for oil. The recovered documents and equipment were shipped back to the United States under total secrecy. The excavation sites were photographed, documented, and then deliberately collapsed and buried. The American troops who had secured them were reassigned, scattered to different units, made to sign non-disclosure agreements that came with dire warnings about the consequences of breaking them. And in classified briefing rooms in Washington, analysts began piecing together what Saddam had been searching for, what he might have found, and whether whatever lay beneath Ur was dangerous enough to warrant action. The conclusion was unanimous. They needed to know more. They needed to understand what Saddam had discovered, and most importantly, they needed to make absolutely certain that whatever was buried beneath those ancient sands never fell into the wrong hands. But in 1991, with the war over and Saddam still in power, there was nothing they could do. They had to wait. They had to watch. They had to be ready to act when the opportunity came. That opportunity would come 12 years later, and when it did, they would be prepared. Chapter 3. The Blackout. Tel Al-Ubaid, Iraq, August 1998. The small village of Tel Al-Ubaid sat 6 kilometres from the ruins of Ur, a collection of mud brick houses that had stood in various forms for thousands of years. Its inhabitants were farmers and shepherds, people who lived much as their ancestors had, connected to the land and the endless rhythms of the desert. On the night of August 19th, 1998, that ancient rhythm was violently interrupted. It began just after sunset. The Iraqi military had cordoned off a section of desert between the village and Ur several weeks earlier, turning away the curious with curt explanations about unexploded ordnance from the Gulf War. Locals knew better. They had seen the trucks, the equipment, the constant movement of personnel. Another excavation, they assumed. Another example of Saddam's obsession with ancient glory. But what happened that night was different. Ahmed Hassan, a farmer who lived on the edge of the village, was bringing his goats in for the night when he saw it. A flash of light from the direction of the sealed site, so bright it turned night into day for a fraction of a second. Not the orange-yellow of an explosion, not the white of burning magnesium. Something else. Something that hurt to look at even in that brief instant. The light was accompanied by a sound that he would later struggle to describe. Not quite thunder, not quite the sonic boom of an aircraft. A deep resonant pulse that he felt in his chest, in his bones, in his teeth. A sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then, silence. The electric lights in the village went out. Not flickering, not dimming, just instantly dark. Ahmed's battery-powered radio, which had been playing music from Baghdad, went silent mid-song. His watch stopped. The truck he had been planning to drive into Ur the next morning would not start, its electronic ignition system completely dead. Every electronic device in the village, in the entire region, had simply stopped working. For 3 hours the blackout continued. No lights, no radio or television, no communication with the outside world. The Iraqi military trucks that had been stationed around the sealed site sat silent and immobile, their sophisticated electronics rendered useless. The people of Tel Al-Ubaid gathered in the darkness, speaking in hushed voices about what they had seen. Some claimed to have felt a strange tingling sensation pass through their bodies at the moment of the flash. Others reported that animals had behaved strangely in the hours leading up to the event, restless and agitated as if sensing something humans could not. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. Power returned. Radios crackled back to life. Watches that had been stopped started running again, though none of them showed the correct time. By morning, Iraqi military forces had descended on the village. They questioned everyone, their questions pointed and specific. What exactly had you seen? What had you felt? Had you approached the sealed site? Had you told anyone outside the village about what happened? The message was clear. This had never happened. The flash of light, the blackout, the strange effects on electronics, all of it was to be forgotten, never mentioned again. Those who seemed inclined to talk found themselves facing implied threats about the safety of their families. But you cannot completely silence a village. Stories spread, whispered from person to person, carried by travellers to other towns. Within weeks, rumours of the event had reached Iraqi intelligence services, and from there, inevitably, to foreign intelligence agencies monitoring the region. Orbital assets, same night. 300 kilometres above Iraq, a KH-11 reconnaissance satellite pursued its endless orbit around Earth. Officially, these satellites were used to photograph military installations, track troop movements, and provide intelligence on weapons programs. They were among America's most closely guarded technological secrets, capable of resolving objects on the ground smaller than a license plate. But the KH-11 satellites had other capabilities that were even more secret. They carried instruments designed to detect unusual electromagnetic signatures, radiation spikes, and other phenomena that might indicate nuclear weapons tests or other strategic threats. On the night of August 19, 1998, the satellite passing over southern Iraq registered something, that sent automatic alerts cascading through multiple intelligence agencies. A massive electromagnetic pulse, centred on coordinates that placed it precisely at the ancient site of Veur. The signature was unlike anything in the system's database, too focused to be a nuclear detonation, too powerful to be conventional electronics failure, too brief to be a sustained power surge. More remarkably, the satellite itself had been affected. For approximately 12 seconds, its systems had experienced interference that temporarily disrupted data transmission. The backup systems had automatically compensated, but the primary instruments had detected what could only be described as a directional energy wave passing through its position in orbit. Within an hour, analysts at the National Reconnaissance Office were reviewing the data. Within 2 hours, the satellite had been repositioned, not to its next scheduled surveillance target, not to monitor known military installations or weapons facilities, but to maintain continuous observation of a 6 square kilometre area centred on the ancient city of Ur. The repositioning was logged in classified records that would not be declassified for decades. The reason given was need for enhanced intelligence gathering, but those who knew what to look for could see the truth. This was not routine surveillance. This was something different. This was a watch, a vigil, a wait to see what would happen next. In the Pentagon, in CIA headquarters at Langley, in classified briefing rooms known only to those with the highest clearances, conversations began. Quiet conversations, careful conversations, conversations about ancient civilizations and impossible artifacts, about electromagnetic pulses that defied explanation, about what might lie beneath the sands of Iraq, and about what would need to be done if Saddam Hussein actually succeeded in activating whatever it was he had found. The clock was ticking. They did not know how much time they had, but they knew one thing with certainty. Whatever was happening in Iraq, it could not be allowed to continue. The question was no longer if they would act. It was when. Chapter 4. Operation Iraqi Freedom, March 20th, 2003. The world watched as shock and awe began. 2,000 bombs and missiles in the opening. Hours. Baghdad's night sky lit up with explosions and tracer fire. Embedded journalists transmitted live footage of American military might unleashed. The war, they said, had begun, but they were wrong. The war had begun hours earlier, in a place the cameras would never see. At 200 hours, 4 Black Hawk helicopters crossed into Iraqi airspace from Kuwait, flying low and dark under the desert stars. They carried members of Delta Force, America's most elite special operations unit, along with personnel who were not wearing uniforms and carried no military identification. Technical specialists, scientists, people who knew exactly what they were looking for and what to do with it when they found it. Their destination was not Baghdad. It was not the suspected weapons facilities in the north. It was not the Republican Guard positions defending the capital. It was Ur. The helicopters set down in the darkness 300 metres from the ziggurat. The Special Forces teams moved out immediately, securing a perimeter with practiced efficiency. Iraqi guards at the site, caught completely off guard by the speed and silence of the assault, surrendered without resistance. Within 15 minutes, the entire archaeological complex was under American control. This was more than 6 hours before the first bombs fell on Baghdad, more than 8 hours before major combat operations officially began. But for the teams on the ground at Ur, the operation had already achieved its primary objective: secure the site, ensure nothing could be destroyed or moved, and most critically, make certain that whatever Saddam had been excavating remained intact and under American control. Within 48 hours, as the world's attention remained fixed on the spectacular destruction being broadcast from Baghdad, something remarkable was happening 400 kilometres to the south. More troops arrived at Ur, not combat units but engineers and technicians. Heavy equipment was brought in under cover of darkness. A no-fly zone was established over the site, enforced by fighter aircraft that would engage any aircraft, friendly or hostile, that violated the restricted airspace. And the excavation began. But while Ur received this extraordinary attention, something else was happening in Baghdad that would later be cited as evidence of American incompetence or indifference. The Iraqi National Museum, home to priceless artifacts from humanity's first civilizations, was left completely unguarded. Looters swarmed through its halls, smashing display cases, stealing everything they could carry. Over 170,000 artifacts disappeared. Cylinder seals, cuneiform tablets, gold jewellery, statues, reliefs, entire collections that represented thousands of years of human history. The international community expressed outrage. How could American forces protect oil facilities, but not irreplaceable cultural treasures? But those who understood what was really happening saw the truth. The looting was not an oversight. It was a distraction. While the world focused on the chaos in Baghdad, demanding answers about why the museum had not been protected, no one was asking questions about what was happening at Ur. No one was wondering why hundreds of American troops were guarding an archaeological site in the middle of a war zone. No one was questioning why satellite imagery of southern Iraq was being classified at levels typically reserved for nuclear weapons facilities. No one was noticing that Ur had become the most heavily defended location in the entire country, with more security than even the presidential palaces in Baghdad. The misdirection was perfect. The world's attention remained fixed on the chaos, the looting, the apparent failures of post-invasion planning. And at Ur, work continued undisturbed. Captain James Martinez, commanding one of the security detachments at the site, would later describe the operation in a classified debrief. He spoke of perimeters within perimeters, security clearances checked and double-checked, areas where even he was not permitted to enter. He described seeing equipment he did not recognise, hearing conversations in technical jargon he could not understand. He talked about the sense that something extraordinary was happening, something that went far beyond normal military operations, and he mentioned the lights. At night, from his position on the outer perimeter, he could see lights coming from the excavation site. Not the steady glow of work lights or the flash of welding torches. Something else. A pulsing rhythmic illumination that seemed to come from underground. Blue-white light that reminded him of nothing he had ever seen before. When he asked his superior officer about it, he was told curtly that it was none of his concern and that he should forget he had seen anything. The message was clear. Some things were above his security clearance. Some things were not to be questioned. But Martinez was not the only one who noticed. Soldiers stationed at Ur would later report similar observations, always in quiet conversations, always with the understanding that these were not official accounts. Lights from underground, strange sounds in the middle of the night, a sense of energy, of power, emanating from the excavation site. And they all noticed something else. The specialists who worked at the site, the civilians who came and went on unmarked helicopters, they looked different when they left. Excited, frightened, changed by whatever they had seen in the darkness beneath those ancient sands. The official military logs for this period contain only routine entries. Security patrols conducted, perimeter checks completed, supply deliveries received. Nothing to suggest that anything unusual was occurring, but that was the point. Whatever was happening at Ur, it was not meant to be recorded, not meant to be remembered, not meant to exist in any official capacity whatsoever. The war that dominated headlines was a cover for an operation that would never be acknowledged. And beneath the ziggurat of Ur, 3,000 years of secrets were about to be revealed. Chapter 5. The Silent Expedition. Ur Archaeological Site, April 2003. The excavation went deeper than any archaeological dig in history, past the levels explored by Woolley in the 1920s, past the foundations of the ancient temples, past layers of civilization built upon civilization, down into bedrock that should have been solid, unworked, untouched by human hands. Except it was not. The team working the site operated under conditions of absolute secrecy. No press access, not even from embedded journalists with full security clearances. No communication with the outside world except through encrypted channels. No documentation that could ever be linked to the operation. The specialists who formed the core of the excavation team were drawn from multiple fields. Archaeologists, yes, but also physicists, materials scientists, linguists, who specialised in ancient languages, engineers who worked on classified aerospace projects. It was a team assembled to deal with something that transcended traditional categories, something that required expertise from multiple disciplines. And they were accompanied by representatives from several private aerospace contractors, companies whose names were household words, but whose classified work remained deeply hidden. Companies that built satellites and missile systems and aircraft that officially did not exist. Companies that had experience dealing with technologies that pushed the boundaries of known science. The presence of these corporate representatives raised questions that no one dared ask out loud. Why would aerospace contractors be interested in an archaeological site? What could ancient Sumerian artifacts possibly have to do with modern aerospace technology? The answer lay 40 metres beneath the surface, in a chamber that Iraqi excavation teams had reached but not fully explored before the invasion. A chamber that had remained sealed for 3,000 years until Saddam's engineers had broken through in their obsessive search for ancient secrets. The circular structure that Woolley had partially uncovered in 1927 was still there. But it was not alone. It was part of something larger, a complex of rooms and passages, all carved from solid bedrock with impossible precision. Walls that were too smooth, too perfect to have been made with ancient tools. Corners that met at exact right angles. Surfaces that showed no tool marks, no indication of how they had been created. And everywhere, the strange metal. The same material Woolley had found in fragments was here in intact sections. Panels covering walls, conduits running through the stone, components that suggested purpose and function but resisted all analysis. The circular structure itself was revealed to be even more impressive than the limited excavations had suggested. It stood upright, approximately 5 metres tall and 4 metres in diameter, its surface covered in intricate symbols that seemed to form some kind of interface or control mechanism. The metal of which it was made was neither corroded nor damaged despite millennia underground. It had a peculiar property of seeming to absorb light rather than reflecting it, giving it an appearance of depth that was unsettling to look at. Local workers who had been hired to assist with the excavation, carefully vetted and closely supervised, spoke in whispers about the site. They claimed that sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, you could hear sounds coming from the underground chambers. Not the settling of ancient stones or the drip of groundwater, but something else, a hum, a vibration, as if the structure itself were alive, waiting. The workers also reported seeing machines at the site that seemed to operate without sound, equipment that moved with an eerie silence, performing tasks that left no visible exhaust or emissions. They described lights that appeared at night, emanating from beneath the ground, illuminating the interior of the ziggurat in ways that made the ancient structure look almost alien. These accounts were dismissed by security personnel as imagination and superstition, but privately those dismissals were not so confident. Because the Americans working the site had seen similar things and knew they could not be explained away so easily. Electromagnetic readings from the site were unlike anything in the scientific literature. Patterns of energy that seemed to pulse in regular intervals, as if something were drawing power from an unknown source. Magnetic field anomalies that defied conventional physics. Temperature variations that had no obvious cause. Most disturbing were the effects reported by personnel who spent extended periods in the underground chambers. Headaches, disorientation, a sense of being watched, dreams that seemed more vivid than normal, filled with symbols and patterns that matched those found on the circular structure. Medical staff attached to the operation documented these symptoms but could find no physical cause. Brain scans showed normal activity. Blood work revealed nothing unusual, yet the effects persisted, and they were consistent across multiple individuals with no prior connection to each other. The linguists made progress in deciphering the inscriptions found throughout the complex. Most were in recognizable Sumerian cuneiform, describing the structure as a gift from the gods, a pathway to realms beyond human understanding. But interspersed among the familiar script were other symbols, more abstract and mathematical in nature, that seemed to form instructions or coordinates. One inscription carved into the wall of the central chamber was particularly significant. Roughly translated, it read, "The threshold opens when the key is turned and the pattern is complete. Beyond lies the realm of the Anunnaki, the lords who descended from the stars. Those who pass through shall see wonders and terrors alike. Heed this warning. What is opened cannot easily be closed. The Anunnaki." In Sumerian mythology, they were the gods who came from the heavens and taught humans the arts of civilization, who gave them writing and mathematics, agriculture and astronomy, who walked among humans as beings of great power and knowledge. But what if they were not mythology? What if they were memory, distorted by time but preserving some essential truth about visitors from beyond who had come to Earth in humanity's dawn? And what if this structure, this impossible artifact buried beneath was something they had left behind? Not a temple, not a tomb, but a device. A technology so advanced that it had been mistaken for divine power by those who witnessed it. The aerospace contractors understood immediately what they were looking at. The circular structure was not decorative, it was functional. The symbols were not religious iconography, they were an interface, a control system for a technology that humanity should not possess. And Saddam Hussein had been trying to activate it. Chapter 6. The event that never hit the news. May 7th, 2003. Zhou 347 hours. Local time. Lieutenant Commander Sarah Mitchell was aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, monitoring global communications traffic from her station in the ship's signals intelligence compartment. It was routine work, the endless task of sorting through thousands of transmissions searching for anything of strategic importance. At precisely 347 hours, her screens went blank. Every screen, every system, satellite communications, radio traffic, GPS navigation, encrypted military channels, all of it just stopped. The command centre fell silent as personnel stared at dead equipment, trying to comprehend what they were seeing. 19 minutes. That is how long the blackout lasted. For 19 minutes, every GPS satellite in orbit stopped transmitting. Every military communication system went dark. Navigation systems failed. Guidance systems for missiles and aircraft lost their references. Ships at sea, aircraft in flight, military units spread across the globe, all suddenly operating blind. And then, just as suddenly, everything came back online. Systems rebooted. Satellites resumed transmission. The world reconnected as if nothing had happened. But something had happened. Something that sent shockwaves through every intelligence agency and military command structure in the world. The blackout had a source, a specific point of origin. Analysts traced the interference back through multiple satellite systems, correlating the exact microsecond when each system had failed. The mathematics were complex, but the conclusion was indisputable. The blackout had originated from coordinates in southern Iraq. Coordinates that matched, to within a few metres, the ancient site of Jura. Freedom of Information Act requests filed years later would eventually force the release of heavily redacted documents about this event. The documents confirm that a significant electromagnetic disruption occurred on May 7th, 2003. They acknowledge that GPS services were interrupted globally for approximately 19 minutes. They note that the source of the disruption was traced to Iraq, but the documents refuse to specify the exact location. They refuse to explain what caused the disruption. They refuse to acknowledge any connection to the archaeological excavations taking place at Ur. The public never learned about the event. News media, focused on the ongoing war and its chaotic aftermath, never reported the mysterious 19-minute blackout. If they noticed GPS irregularities or communication problems, they attributed them to the expected difficulties of military operations in a war zone. But within classified circles, the event triggered immediate action. 3 scientists were identified within hours and flown to Iraq under alias identities. They travelled on private aircraft, their names appearing on no passenger manifests, their movements documented nowhere in official records. They were specialists in fields that could not be disclosed, experts in technologies that officially did not exist. All 3 were given access to the site at Ur. All three spent time in the underground chambers, examining the circular structure and the mysterious complex surrounding it. All three provided classified briefings to officials whose names have never been released. And one of them, a physicist who had worked on classified projects related to electromagnetic pulse weapons and exotic propulsion systems, never returned to his previous life. His name was Marcus Reeves, and before May 2003 he had been a prominent figure in his field. He had published papers, attended conferences, taught graduate students at a prestigious university. His work was respected, his expertise sought after. After his visit to Ur, Marcus Reeves simply vanished from public view. His university was told he had accepted a position with a private research institute. His family was told his work had become classified and that he could not maintain regular contact. His colleagues were given vague explanations about national security and sensitive projects. Attempts to locate him in the years following his disappearance were unsuccessful. No public records, no tax returns, no credit card usage, nothing. It was as if Marcus Reeves had ceased to exist. What had he seen in those underground chambers? What had he learned that required his complete removal from public life? The answers remain hidden behind walls of classification that show no signs of coming down. But the event itself, the 19 minutes when global communications went dark, stands as undeniable proof that something happened at Ur, something that affected systems across the entire planet, something that required the immediate response of the most highly classified, scientific expertise America could muster. In the weeks following the event, activity at the site intensified. More personnel arrived, more equipment was brought in, the security perimeter was expanded, the no-fly zone was reinforced, and deep beneath the surface, work continued on understanding and, if necessary, containing whatever technology had been activated that night. Because one thing was clear: the device, the structure, whatever it truly was, it worked. It was not an archaeological curiosity. It was not a religious monument. It was functional technology, and it had just demonstrated capabilities that should not exist. Epilogue. What was really pulled out of the sand? Or archaeological site, late 2004. The excavation site was sealed, not closed, not concluded, sealed. The underground chambers were filled with concrete, not burial soil that could be excavated again, not collapsed rock that could be cleared. Concrete. Meters of it. Permanent, irreversible. The surface structures were stabilised and restored to their pre-excavation appearance. To anyone visiting the site, there was no indication that anything unusual had occurred. The ziggurat of Ur stood as it had for thousands of years, a monument to ancient glory and nothing more. But beneath the carefully maintained surface, the truth was different. The Iraqi government was informed that for reasons of structural safety and archaeological preservation, the area around Ur would remain under restricted access. They were told this was temporary, that eventually the site would be returned to Iraqi control and open to tourism and scholarly research. That promise was never kept. Through every subsequent withdrawal of American forces, through every change in Iraqi government, through every international agreement and treaty, one thing remained constant. The area around Ur stayed under effective American control. The restrictions remained in place. The security perimeter endured. Officially, there is no American presence at Ur. No military installations, no security forces, no ongoing operations. But satellite imagery tells a different story. The kind of detailed analysis available to those with access to classified reconnaissance data reveals patterns that should not exist at an abandoned archaeological site. Heat signatures appear regularly beneath the surface. Not the natural thermal variations of underground spaces, but consistent, regulated patterns that suggest active power systems, equipment running, energy being consumed, as if something down there is still operating, still powered, still functional after being sealed away. Aircraft occasionally violate the restricted airspace, usually small planes flown by journalists or curious civilians. They are intercepted immediately, not by Iraqi military forces, by unmarked aircraft that appear with suspicious speed and efficiency. The pilots are warned away, their footage confiscated if they manage to record anything, their flights logged in databases that track anyone who shows too much interest in the site. Local residents near report occasional strange phenomena, lights in the night sky that move in patterns inconsistent with conventional aircraft, low-frequency sounds that can be felt more than heard, electronic devices that malfunction for no apparent reason when near the restricted zone. These reports are dismissed as superstition, misidentification, or simple fabrication, but they continue, consistent in their details, coming from multiple independent sources who have no reason to coordinate false stories. So what was really pulled out of the sand at What did Leonard Woolley find in 1927 that was important enough to seal and classify? What did Saddam Hussein search for with such obsessive determination? What drove the American military to secure the site before even entering Baghdad? The official answer is nothing. Ancient pottery, cuneiform tablets, the remains of a dead civilization. Archaeological treasures certainly, but nothing more. But the evidence suggests something far more extraordinary. A technology that predates known civilization. A structure built by or for beings who possessed knowledge that humans should not have had 3,000 years ago. A device capable of affecting global communication systems, of generating electromagnetic pulses that reach into orbit, of doing things that challenge our understanding of physics and history. And perhaps most disturbing of all, a device that still works. The circular structure, the Stargate as some have come to call it in whispered conversations, was not destroyed. Despite the concrete, despite the ceiling of the chambers, it remains intact beneath protected, preserved, studied in secret by specialists whose work will never be acknowledged, because destroying it was considered too risky. What if it was connected to other devices elsewhere? What if destroying it would trigger some kind of response? What if the technology it represented was too valuable to lose, even if we could not safely use it? So it sits there, meters beneath the desert, surrounded by concrete and secrecy. A threshold to realms unknown, a pathway to somewhere else, a gift or a warning from the beings the ancient Sumerians called the Anunnaki, the lords who descended from the stars. The war in Iraq cost thousands of lives and trillions of dollars. It destabilized a region, created power vacuums that spawned new conflicts, and divided public opinion for a generation. History will debate whether it was justified, whether it achieved its stated objectives, whether it was worth the terrible price paid in blood and treasure. But that debate is based on incomplete information. Because the real objective of the war, the one that could never be spoken aloud, was achieved perfectly. Whatever lies beneath is under control. Not Iraqi control, not Saddam Hussein's control, not the control of anyone who might activate it, without fully understanding the consequences. American control, locked down, sealed away, hidden beneath layers of concrete and classification and official denial. Safe, for now. But the heat signatures continue. The power flows. The device, whatever it truly is, remains active in the darkness, waiting. And one day perhaps someone will decide that the risk is worth the reward, that the knowledge to be gained outweighs the dangers, that humanity is ready to activate what ancients built and see where that threshold truly leads. When that day comes, we will learn the final truth about the Stargate of But until then, it remains hidden beneath the sands of Iraq, a secret buried within a secret. The real reason for a war that the world thought it understood, and perhaps, in the end, that is exactly where it should stay. Tonight we're diving into a story that will make you question everything you think you know about American history. But first, I want to thank Thundy308 for suggesting this story in the comments. Your ideas keep sleep theories alive. If you have video ideas of your own, drop them in the comments below. And if you enjoy these late-night mysteries, please hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that blur the line between history and conspiracy. Most people don't know America was attacked long before 9/11. Hell, most people don't even know about Pearl Harbor beyond the Hollywood version. But I found out the hard way that our nation's first taste of domestic terrorism happened in 1916, right in New York Harbor. And the real story, it's so much worse than what they taught us in school. My name is irrelevant. Let's just say I'm someone who stumbles into things I shouldn't. 3 months ago, I was helping my grandmother clean out my grandfather's attic in Jersey City. Standard stuff. Old furniture, mouldy books, boxes of Christmas decorations from the 1970s. But tucked away in a corner, beneath a tarp that looked like it hadn't been moved in decades, I found a trunk. Not just any trunk. This thing was old. Really old. The kind of leather and brass construction they don't make anymore, with travel stickers from steamship lines that went out of business before my grandfather was born. The lock was broken, hanging loose like someone had forced it open years ago and never bothered to fix it. Inside, the air smelled of ash and time, burned papers, some so brittle they crumbled when I touched them, insurance ledgers with faded ink. And at the bottom, wrapped in what used to be white cloth, a letter dated July 31st, 1916, the day after the Black Tom explosion. The letter was signed by a man named Samuel Weiser, and he claimed to have witnessed something that, if true, would rewrite American history. He wrote about sabotage, but not the kind they told us about in history class. He wrote about American officials not just watching it happen, but helping it along. They wanted it to happen, the letter said in shaky handwriting. The blast was too perfect, too convenient, and I saw them, our own people, making sure those German boys got exactly where they needed to be. That was 3 months ago. I should have put the letter back, closed the trunk, and pretended I never found it. But curiosity killed more than just cats, and now I'm sitting here at 3 a.m, looking over my shoulder every few minutes, wondering if the same people who silenced Samuel Weiser in 1916 are coming for me next. This is my story. If something happens to me before I can tell it properly, at least it'll be out there. Someone needs to know the truth about Black Tom Island. Let me paint you a picture of what America looked like in 1916. World War I was raging across Europe, turning an entire continent into a muddy graveyard. Officially, the United States was neutral. Unofficially, we were making a fortune selling ammunition to Britain and France through a complex network of shell companies and dummy corporations. The centre of this operation was a place called Black Tom Island, though calling it an island was generous. It was more like a man-made peninsula jutting into New York Harbor, connected to Jersey City by a narrow causeway. From Manhattan you could see it clearly. Massive warehouses, railroad cars lined up like dominoes, and mountains of ammunition crates waiting to be loaded onto ships bound for European battlefields. On the night of July 30th, 1916, Black Tom Island held over 2 million pounds of ammunition. Dynamite, TNT, artillery shells, rifle cartridges, enough firepower to level half of Manhattan if it all went up at once. At 2:08 a.m. on July 30th it did exactly that. The first explosion shattered windows across lower Manhattan. The second, 30 minutes later, was so powerful it registered as a 5.5 earthquake on seismographs as far away as Philadelphia. Shrapnel embedded itself in the Statue of Liberty's torch arm. Clock towers in Jersey City stopped working, their mechanisms thrown out of alignment. People in Brooklyn thought it was the end of the world. The official story came together remarkably quickly. German saboteurs had infiltrated Black Tom Island and blown up the ammunition depot to prevent American weapons from reaching the Allies. Clean, simple, and perfectly designed to make Americans angry at Germany. But Samuel Weiser's letter told a different story. I was working the night shift, he wrote, checking manifests in the office overlooking the main causeway. Around midnight I saw them coming, 3 men in dark coats walking like they owned the place. But they weren't alone. 2 police officers were escorting them, and not like prisoners, like guests. According to Weser, he watched these 5 men walk directly to Warehouse 18, the largest ammunition storage facility on the island. The police officers had keys. They opened doors that should have been locked, disabled alarm systems that should have been active. The Germans, and they were Germans, I could tell by their accents when they talked to each other, they knew exactly where to go, like they had blueprints. The police officers didn't just let them work, they helped them carry the equipment. Weser wrote that he watched for over an hour as this group systematically placed charges throughout the warehouse. When they finished, they all left together. The police officers drove the Germans away in an official police vehicle. 45 minutes later, Black Tom Island ceased to exist. I tried to tell people what I saw, Weser's letter continued. The fire chief, the police captain, even a reporter from the Jersey Journal. But every time I opened my mouth, someone would pull me aside and suggest I must be mistaken, must have been confused by the darkness, the smoke, the chaos. After a few days, I stopped trying. After a few weeks, I realised I probably shouldn't have tried at all. The letter was dated July 31st, 1916. According to records I found later, Samuel Weser disappeared on August 3rd, 1916. His body was never found. The insurance ledger was the second thing I found in that trunk, and honestly, it might have been more damning than Weser's letter. Numbers don't lie, and these numbers told a story of their own. The ledger belonged to Northeastern Mutual Insurance, a company that specialised in maritime and industrial coverage. Page after page of entries, all dated between August 1916 and December 1917, all related to Black Tom Island claims. The payouts were staggering, not just for the physical damage, that was expected, but for what the insurance industry calls business interruption claims. Companies that had been shipping ammunition through Black Tom collected millions of dollars for lost revenue, cancelled contracts, damaged relationships with European buyers. But here's what caught my attention. The companies collecting the biggest payouts weren't small operations that got wiped out by the explosion. They were massive corporations that simply redirected their business through other ports. DuPont collected $2.1 million. Bethlehem Steel got $1.8 million. Remington Arms walked away with nearly $3 million. For context, $3 million in 1916 money is about $80 million today. These companies didn't just recover from Black Tom, they profited from it. I started cross-referencing the names in the ledger with newspaper archives from 1917 and 1918. The pattern was unmistakable. Every single company that collected major Black Tom insurance payouts had executives who publicly advocated for American entry into World War I. They weren't just war profiteers, they were war lobbyists. DuPont's president, Irénée Dupont, gave speeches about America's moral obligation to join the fight against German aggression. Bethlehem Steel's Charles Schwab met privately with President Wilson 6 times between the Black Tom explosion and America's declaration of war. Remington's board included 2 former congressmen who had voted against neutrality measures. The explosion that was supposedly an attack on American interests had made the people pushing for war incredibly wealthy, and they had been incredibly well insured against exactly the kind of attack that happened. I found myself staring at those numbers for hours, adding and re-adding the totals. Northeastern Mutual had paid out over $15 million in Black Tom claims, about $400 million in today's money, for a single incident. For a company that size, that should have meant bankruptcy. But Northeastern Mutual didn't go bankrupt. According to financial records I found online, 1917 was their most profitable year ever. Someone had backed those payouts, someone with deep pockets and deeper connections, someone who wanted those specific companies to have the capital they needed to ramp up war production. The more I dug, the more convinced I became that Samuel Weser had been right. The blast was too perfect, too convenient. But it wasn't just German sabotage with American assistance. It was American sabotage with German patsies. Finding information about Samuel Weser turned out to be like trying to catch smoke. The man had been systematically erased from public records. I started with the obvious places: birth certificates, marriage licenses, employment records. Jersey City Hall had a Samuel Weser listed as employed by Black Tom Terminal from 1914 to 1916, but the file was incomplete. No address, no next of kin, no termination date. Just a note that said, employment ended August 1916. The Jersey Journal archives were more helpful, but in a way that made my skin crawl. I found 3 mentions of Samuel Weiser in the weeks following the Black Tom explosion. The first was in a list of witnesses being interviewed by federal investigators. The second was a brief quote in an article about the damage assessment, where he mentioned seeing unusual activity before the blast. The third mention was his obituary. Samuel Weiser, 34, dock worker, found deceased in Hudson River August 3, 1916. Cause of death listed as drowning. No known relatives. Services private. 12 words. Most people who die accidentally get more space than that, especially if they die in unusual circumstances, just days after being a witness to the biggest domestic attack in American history. But here's the thing that really bothered me. The obituary was dated August 4th, 1916, but it was printed on page 8 of the newspaper, buried between advertisements for patent medicines and notices about church socials. The Black Tom explosion was still front page news, investigations were ongoing, and a key witness had just died mysteriously. You'd think that would warrant more than 12 words on page 8. I tried to find records of the investigation into Weiser's death. Police reports, coroner's findings, anything. Nothing. According to the Jersey City Police Department archives, there was no investigation. Samuel Weiser's death was ruled accidental drowning. Case closed, no follow-up required. A man who claimed to have witnessed American officials assisting German saboteurs was found dead in the Hudson River 4 days later, and nobody thought that was worth investigating. I found myself thinking about those police officers Weiser described, the ones with keys to the warehouses, the ones who escorted the Germans and then drove them away. If Weiser was telling the truth, those officers would have known he was watching from the office window. They would have seen the light, seen his silhouette against the glass. They would have known exactly who could identify them. The more I researched, the more convinced I became that Samuel Weiser hadn't drowned accidentally. He'd been silenced, and whoever silenced him had enough influence to make sure the investigation never happened. But Weiser had been smart enough to write that letter before they got to him. He'd documented what he saw, hidden it away, and hoped someone would eventually find it and ask the right questions. Someone like me. The problem was, if they had killed him for talking in 1916, what would they do to me for digging in 2023? The newspaper archives told a story of narrative manipulation that would make modern spin doctors proud. In the hours immediately following the Black Tom explosion, reporters had no idea what to write. The blast was unprecedented, the damage was massive, and nobody had any official explanation. So they wrote what they saw and what witnesses told them. The first newspaper accounts, published in evening editions on July 30th, described the explosion as an industrial accident of unprecedented scale. Reporters interviewed dock workers, nearby residents, anyone who had seen or heard something. The quotes were revealing, "It looked like the whole harbour was on fire," read Manhattan resident. "We heard 3 distinct explosions, not just one," Jersey City police officer. There were people running from the island before the first blast, like they knew it was coming. Brooklyn dock worker who was looking across the water with binoculars, but within 48 hours the narrative began to change. A new explanation emerged, seemingly from nowhere. German saboteurs. Articles started focusing on German spies, German plots, the German threat to American neutrality. Witness accounts that didn't fit this narrative simply disappeared from follow-up stories. I found draft articles in the archives of the New York Tribune that were never published. One reporter had interviewed a Black Tom security guard who claimed to have seen men in police uniforms acting suspicious on the night of the explosion. The article was pulled before publication, replaced with a piece about German espionage networks. Another unpublished draft described mysterious ships seen in the harbour before the explosion, ships that left immediately after the blast without offering assistance to rescue efforts. That story was replaced with speculation about German U-boats. The pattern was clear. Any information that suggested the explosion might have involved American officials or pointed to a more complex conspiracy was systematically removed from public discourse. Within a week, the story had solidified into something clean and simple. Germans bad, Americans victims, war justified. But the most disturbing thing I found wasn't what was published. It was what was buried in the government archives. I spent weeks requesting documents under the Freedom of Information Act. Most were denied or heavily redacted, but I managed to get partial access to files from the Bureau of Investigation, the predecessor to the FBI. What I found there made my blood run cold. Internal memos from August 1916 revealed that federal investigators knew within days that the official story didn't add up. Witness statements contradicted each other. Physical evidence suggested multiple coordinated explosions, not a single sabotage incident. And several witnesses had mentioned seeing American officials in the area before the blast. One memo, dated August 15, 1916, was particularly damning. Recommend suppression of witness statements that implicate domestic parties. German attribution serves national security interests. Case should be closed expeditiously to avoid public panic. The memo was signed by someone whose name was redacted, but the title was visible: Special Assistant to the President. President Woodrow Wilson's administration wasn't just covering up American involvement in Black Tom, they were actively suppressing evidence of it, and they were doing it to manipulate public opinion towards supporting the war. By 1917, when America officially entered World War I, the Black Tom explosion had become a rallying cry. German saboteurs had attacked American soil, damaged an American icon, killed American workers. It was Pearl Harbor before Pearl Harbor, 9/11 before 9/11. Except it wasn't. It was something much worse. An attack carried out with American assistance, covered up by American officials, and used to drag America into a war that made specific American companies incredibly wealthy. The cover-up wasn't just about hiding the truth, it was about weaponizing a lie. Standing on Liberty Island, looking up at the Statue of Liberty's torch, you can see the scars if you know where to look. The official tour guides will tell you that the torch has been closed to public access since 1916 due to structural damage from the Black Tom explosion. They make it sound like a minor inconvenience, a bit of historical trivia. The truth is much more disturbing. I managed to get access to the original engineering reports from 1916, filed by the Army Corps of Engineers immediately after the explosion. What they found was structural damage far beyond what has ever been publicly acknowledged. Shrapnel hadn't just embedded in the copper skin of the torch, it had penetrated deep into the internal framework, compromising the statue's structural integrity. But here's what really caught my attention. The pattern of damage wasn't consistent with a random explosion. The shrapnel strikes were concentrated on specific sections of the torch, almost like someone had aimed the blast to hit particular symbolic targets. The report included detailed photographs that I'd never seen before. Close-ups of the damage showed pieces of metal embedded in the statue's torch arm, but also in her crown and tablet. The inscription on the tablet, July 4, Mdkalaksuski, July 4, 1776, had been partially obliterated by shrapnel. Someone had damaged America's symbol of freedom on the anniversary month of American independence. If that was coincidence, it was a hell of a coincidence. I started researching the conspiracy theories that had grown up around the symbolic nature of the attack. Some claimed the timing and target selection were evidence of ritual occultism, that the explosion had been designed as a symbolic assault on American liberty itself. Others suggested the damage to the torch, a symbol of enlightenment, was meant to represent the extinguishing of American neutrality. Most of these theories were clearly nonsense, but they all shared a common thread: the recognition that the Black Tom explosion had been too precise, too symbolically loaded to be random sabotage. The engineering reports supported this interpretation. According to the technical analysis, the explosions had been carefully calculated to maximize symbolic damage while minimizing structural collapse. If the goal had been simply to destroy the ammunition depot, the charges could have been placed more efficiently. If the goal had been to cause maximum casualties, the timing would have been different. But if the goal had been to create a symbolic wound in America's most iconic monument, something that would remain visible for over a century as a reminder of foreign attack, then the placement and timing were perfect. The Statue of Liberty's torch remains closed to the public today, 107 years later. Every day, thousands of tourists look up at that damaged torch and remember that America has been attacked before. They remember that foreign enemies have struck at our symbols of freedom, But they don't know that the attack might have been an inside job. Standing there on Liberty Island, I found myself wondering about the people who planned this operation. They hadn't just wanted to destroy an ammunition depot or kill dock workers. They had wanted to wound America's soul, to create a permanent reminder of vulnerability and victimization. And they had wanted that wound to be visible from Manhattan forever. My grandfather had worked for Consolidated Maritime Insurance Company from 1965 to 1985. It was a small company that handled specialised marine and industrial policies, mostly for New Jersey businesses. When he retired, they gave him a modest pension and a company watch. When the company was bought out by a larger firm in 1995, most of the old records were supposed to be destroyed. But my grandfather had kept copies of some files. Insurance guys are paranoid about documentation. It's an occupational hazard. And apparently, Consolidated Maritime had inherited some very old files when they bought out Northeastern Mutual Insurance back in 1952. The same Northeastern Mutual that had paid out millions in Black Tom claims. I found my grandfather's old company login credentials in a shoebox, written on a piece of paper along with his social security number and pension account information. The login was for a digital archive system that Consolidated Maritime had set up in the 1990s to digitize their older paper files. I figured the system would be long dead, but insurance companies never throw anything away. The login still worked. What I found in those digital files made everything else look like child's play. Northeastern Mutual hadn't just insured the companies that profited from Black Tom, they had coordinated the whole thing. Internal memos from 1916 laid out the operation in chilling detail. Project Torchlight, target Black Tom Terminal, date July 30th, 1916, objectives 1. Eliminate munitions stockpile preventing competitor access to European markets. 2. Generate insurance payouts to capitalise client war production. 3. Create public sentiment favouring military engagement. There it was, in black and white corporate speak. Black Tom hadn't been sabotage at all. It had been a business plan. The memos outlined how Northeastern Mutual had coordinated with Jersey City Police to provide access to German agents who believed they were conducting legitimate sabotage operations. The Germans thought they were striking a blow against Allied supply lines. They had no idea they were being used as cover for an American corporate conspiracy. German assets have been provided with accurate facility maps and timing schedules. Police cooperation secured through standard municipal influence channels. Anticipated civilian casualties, minimal. Anticipated insurance exposure, $15 to $20 million. Anticipated client profits from war production acceleration, $150 to $200 million over 18 months. They had calculated the death toll. They had weighed American lives against corporate profits and decided the profits were worth it. Other files showed the web of connections that made the operation possible. Northeastern Mutual's board included former government officials, active military officers, and executives from major munitions companies. They hadn't just insured these companies, they had been partners with them. The conspiracy went all the way to Washington. One memo referenced presidential awareness and tacit approval for economic acceleration measures. Wilson himself might not have ordered the Black Tom explosion, but he'd known it was coming and allowed it to happen. But the most disturbing file was dated August 3rd, 1916, the day Samuel Weiser died. It was a brief note from the company's security consultant. Witness situation resolved. River disposal successful. Recommend standard accidental death processing. No further action required. They had murdered Samuel Weiser and documented it in their corporate files like it was just another business expense. As I sat there reading these files, I realised I was looking at evidence of a conspiracy that made Watergate look like a parking ticket. American corporate and government officials had orchestrated a terrorist attack on American soil, used German agents as patsies, murdered witnesses, and used the whole thing as justification for entering a profitable war. And then I realised something else. I was accessing these files through an internet connection. Someone would have logs of my access, digital footprints, timestamps, and IP addresses. If they had killed Samuel Weiser for seeing too much in 1916, what would they do to me for seeing everything in 2023? That's when my laptop froze. The message appeared in the centre of my screen, white text on a black background. You've found enough. Stop digging. I tried to close the browser, restart the computer, pull the power cord, nothing worked. The message just sat there, pulsing slightly, like it was breathing. Then my phone rang. I looked at the screen. Unknown caller. I let it go to voicemail, but it started ringing again immediately. Same caller ID, same insistent tone. On the third call, I answered. Mr. Harrison. The voice was calm, professional, completely emotionless. You've been accessing some very old files tonight. They knew my name. They knew what I'd been doing. They were watching me in real time. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, but my voice cracked. Not exactly convincing. The Northeastern Mutual Archives. Consolidated Maritime Insurance Digital Records. Files related to the Black Tom incident of 1916. You accessed them at 11:47 p.m. using credentials belonging to Robert Harrison, deceased. Your grandfather, I believe. I hung up. The phone rang again immediately. That was rude, the voice said when I answered. Let me explain your situation. You have discovered information that certain parties would prefer to remain private. You have accessed this information through unauthorized means, which makes you criminally liable. You have also, unfortunately for you, triggered several security protocols that notify us when these particular files are viewed. Who is us? I asked. That's not important. What's important is that you understand the gravity of your situation. The Black Tom incident was resolved over a century ago. All parties involved are long deceased. The companies, the government officials, the insurance carriers, all gone. There is no one left to prosecute, no one left to blame, no one left to hold accountable. Except the people covering it up, I said. No, the voice said patiently. There is no cover-up. There is simply institutional continuity. The files you've accessed are maintained for historical completeness, not because anyone intends to act on the information they contain. They are quite literally ancient history. Ancient history that you kill people to protect. Samuel Vasa died in 1916. Anyone who might have ordered his death would be over 150 years old today. Do you see the problem with your conspiracy theory? But I was starting to understand something else. The companies might be gone, but the money isn't. The profits from World War I, the insurance payouts, the connections, all of that got passed down, didn't it? To new companies, new families, new power structures. There was a pause. You're smarter than I hoped you'd be. So what happens now? You kill me too? Mr. Harrison, we live in a different world than Samuel Vasa did. In 1916, a dock worker could simply disappear without anyone asking difficult questions. Today, a young man with a laptop and a social media presence cannot vanish without generating exactly the kind of attention we prefer to avoid. So I'm safe? You're useful. Your grandfather kept copies of files he shouldn't have kept. His login credentials provided access to archives that should have been deleted decades ago. You've helped us identify security vulnerabilities that need to be addressed. For that we're grateful. I could hear typing in the background. However, your usefulness has limits. You will not publish anything about Black Tom Island. You will not share the files you've accessed. You will not discuss this conversation with anyone. You will delete any copies you've made of these documents and return any physical materials you've found to their proper storage. And if I don't, then you'll discover that the methods we used to silence witnesses in 1916 were primitive compared to what we can do today. We don't need to throw you in the Hudson River, Mr. Harrison. We can destroy your credit, your employment, your relationships, your online presence, your entire existence without laying a finger on you. We can make you disappear into poverty and isolation while leaving you perfectly visible and alive. The line went dead. My laptop screen flickered and returned to normal, showing the insurance website I'd been browsing as if nothing had happened. But when I tried to access the Northeastern Mutual files again, I got an error message. Archive not found. They had locked me out. But more than that, they had probably deleted everything. All that evidence, all that proof, gone with a few keystrokes. I sat there in my apartment staring at my laptop screen, trying to process what had just happened. A century-old conspiracy, a corporate terrorist attack, government complicity, murder, cover-ups, and it was all just going to disappear back into the shadows where it had been hiding for over 100 years. But they had made one mistake. They had assumed that grandfather only kept digital copies of the files. I still had the trunk. I still had Samuel Vasa's letter. I still had the insurance ledger with all those numbers and names and connections. The question was, what was I going to do with them? It's been 3 weeks since that phone call. 3 weeks of looking over my shoulder, checking my credit report, watching for signs that they're following through on their threats. So far, nothing. Maybe they think they've scared me enough. Maybe they're waiting to see if I keep my mouth shut. Maybe they're planning something I won't see coming. I keep thinking about Samuel Vader, about what it must have been like for him in those final days. He had seen something he wasn't supposed to see, and he knew they were coming for him. But he wrote that letter anyway. He documented the truth and hid it away, hoping someone would eventually find it and ask the right questions. Someone like me. But here's what really keeps me awake at night. Samuel Vader wasn't the only witness who disappeared. After that phone call, I couldn't stop digging. Call it obsession. Call it stupidity. But I needed to know how deep this thing went. I started researching other people who had been in the area that night, other potential witnesses who might have seen what Vader saw. What I found was a pattern of deaths that stretched far beyond one dock worker. Margaret Flynn, a nurse at the Jersey City Hospital who treated blast victims, died in a gas leak accident in her apartment on August 15th, 1916. She had given interviews to reporters about treating patients with unusual burns that looked more like chemical exposure than explosion injuries. Thomas McKenna, a railroad engineer who claimed to have seen official vehicles leaving Black Tom Island just before the explosion, died when his locomotive mysteriously derailed on August 22nd. The accident report blamed track malformation, but the tracks had been inspected and cleared just hours earlier. Father Giuseppe Torretti, an Italian priest who ran a mission near the waterfront, had been offering shelter to dock workers who were too afraid to return home after the explosion. He wrote in his parish newsletter that several workers had come to him with stories of American officials collaborating with foreign agents. Father Torretti died in his sleep on September the 3rd, officially from a heart attack, though he was only 38 years old and had no history of heart problems. Between August and December 1916, 17 people with direct or indirect connections to the Black Tom explosion died in what the authorities classified as accidents, suicides, or natural causes. 17 people who had either seen something suspicious or had contact with people who claimed to have seen something suspicious. The statistical probability of that many connected deaths occurring by chance is essentially zero. But the most chilling discovery came when I researched the police officers who would have been on duty that night. The Jersey City Police Department roster from July 30th, 1916, listed 12 officers assigned to the Black Tom area. By January 1917, only 4 were still alive. 3 had died in accidents. 2 had committed suicide. 3 had simply disappeared. Their personnel files noted they had abandoned their posts, and warrants were issued for desertion, but they were never found. The 4 survivors all received promotions and commendations for their heroic service during the Black Tom crisis. They went on to have distinguished careers, rising to positions of authority within the department. One became police chief in 1925. The pattern was unmistakable. Anyone who might have contradicted the official story was eliminated. Anyone who supported it was rewarded. The Black Tom explosion wasn't just sabotage. It was a blueprint for how corporate interests, government corruption, and foreign threats could be combined to manipulate American public opinion and justify profitable wars. It was a beta test for the military-industrial complex that would define American foreign policy for the next century. But more than that, it was a demonstration of how completely a democratic society could be controlled if you had enough money, enough influence, and enough willingness to kill your own citizens. Insurance fraud, corporate greed, and hidden hands pushing America into war. These weren't aberrations. They were features. They were how the system was designed to work. And if they silenced 17 witnesses in 1916 to protect that system, what do you think they'll do to me? I've uploaded copies of everything to multiple cloud servers under fake accounts. I've mailed physical copies to journalists, historians, and conspiracy researchers around the country. I've created dead man switches that will automatically publish everything if I don't check in regularly. But I know it probably won't matter. They've had over a century to perfect their methods. They've had over a century to build networks of influence and control that make the 1916 conspiracy look like amateur hour. If they want this story buried, they'll find a way to bury it. And they've already started trying. 2 days after that phone call, I got a letter from the IRS audit notice. Random selection, they claimed. But the timing was suspiciously convenient. Then my credit card company called about unusual activity and froze my accounts pending a fraud investigation. My employer received an anonymous tip that I had been accessing company computers for personal research projects, which led to a formal disciplinary review. Each incident by itself could be coincidence. Together they formed a pattern of pressure designed to make me too busy dealing with bureaucratic nightmares to continue investigating Black Tom. But the real message came when I tried to access my grandfather's house. I drove to Jersey City last weekend, planning to go through the attic more thoroughly. Maybe there were other documents I had missed, other evidence that could corroborate Samuel Weiser's story. But when I got to the house, there was a condemned notice on the front door. According to the city building inspector who posted the notice, the house had structural integrity issues that made it unsafe for occupancy. The foundation was allegedly compromised, the roof was supposedly on the verge of collapse, and the electrical system posed an imminent fire hazard. Funny thing is, I'd been in that house just 3 weeks earlier, and it was perfectly fine, sturdy as the day it was built. But now, according to official city records, it was a death trap that needed to be demolished immediately. The demolition was scheduled for the following Monday, 72 hours from the time I received the notice. I called the building inspector's office trying to get more information about the inspection process, the specific problems they had identified, anything that might explain the sudden urgency. But the inspector who had signed the notice was unavailable, and his supervisor was in meetings all day. What I did learn, through some creative phone calls to neighbours, was that men in suits had been going door to door in the neighbourhood, asking about the old Harrison place, and whether anyone had seen suspicious activity around the property recently. They claimed to be federal investigators looking into potential environmental hazards, but they wouldn't show identification, and they left no business cards. The neighbours were scared. One elderly woman told me that the men had made it clear that asking too many questions about their investigation would not be in her best interests. I realised then that they weren't just trying to silence me. They were trying to eliminate all physical evidence of what I had discovered. The trunk, the documents, anything that might corroborate my story was about to be buried under a pile of rubble. So I did something stupid. I broke into my own grandfather's house. The structural integrity issues were bullshit, of course. The house was solid as a rock. But what I found in the attic made my blood run cold. The trunk was gone. Not just moved or damaged, completely gone, along with everything it had contained. Samuel Weiser's letter, the insurance ledger, the burned papers, all of it. In place of the trunk, there was a neat pile of ash on the attic floor, as if someone had burned everything and carefully swept up the remains. But they had missed something. Hidden behind a loose floorboard, I found another document, one I hadn't discovered during my first visit. It was a carbon copy of Samuel Weiser's letter, written in the same handwriting but addressed to someone different. Father Toretti, it began, if something happens to me, please make sure this information reaches the right people. This was Weiser's insurance policy. He had made copies of his account and hidden them with different people, hoping that even if they found and destroyed one version, another might survive. The letter to Father Toretti was identical to the one I had found in the trunk, but it included an additional paragraph at the end. They know I saw them. 2 of the police officers came by my boarding house yesterday, asking questions about my work schedule, my family, whether I'd been talking to reporters. They were friendly enough, but there was something in their eyes that made my skin crawl. I've decided to leave Jersey City for a while, maybe visit my cousin in Philadelphia until this all blows over. If you're reading this, it means I never made it to the train station. Samuel Weiser had known they were coming for him. He had tried to run, and they had caught him anyway. But more importantly, he had trusted Father Toretti with a copy of his story. The same Father Toretti who had died of a heart attack just a few weeks later. Still, I had to try. Samuel Weiser died trying to tell this story. Father Toretti died trying to protect it. The least I can do is risk my comfortable middle-class existence to tell it properly. Because the thing is, Black Tom wasn't a one-time event. It was a proof of concept. If If you know what to look for, you can see the same patterns repeating throughout American history. Convenient attacks that justify profitable wars, corporate interest aligned with government policy, witnesses who disappear or discredit themselves. The methods get more sophisticated, but the fundamental approach remains the same: create a crisis, control the narrative, profit from the solution. How many other foreign attacks on American soil have actually been domestic operations? How many other Samuel Visas have been silenced before they could tell their stories? How many other trunks full of evidence are sitting in American attics, waiting for curious grandchildren to find them? I don't know if anyone will believe this story. I don't know if anyone will care enough to dig deeper. I don't know if I'll be around to find out. But I know this. The people who orchestrated the Black Tom explosion, who murdered Samuel Visa, who have spent over a century protecting this secret, they're still out there. Maybe not the same individuals, but the same institutions, the same networks, the same fundamental corruption. And they're still... The recording cuts off abruptly. The file is timestamped 3:17 a.m, November 15th, 2023. No further recordings have been found. What if I told you that buried beneath the frozen wastelands of Alaska lies something that could change everything we know about human history? Something that's not ancient at all, but very much alive. Tonight's story comes from a request by Matul Patel 9283. Thank you for this incredible suggestion. If you have ideas for future stories, please leave them in the comments below. And if you enjoy these tales that blur the line between fact and fiction, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more mysterious stories that will keep you wondering. My name doesn't matter for this story. What matters is what I found beneath 200 feet of Alaskan permafrost, and why the government wants me to forget it ever existed. I'm a civil engineer, nothing glamorous about it. I measure soil density, calculate load-bearing capacities, and make sure buildings don't sink into the ground. For 15 years, I've worked contracts across the country, from Florida swamplands to Nevada deserts. Alaska was supposed to be just another job. The US Army Corps of Engineers hired me in March 2023 to survey land stability for a proposed pipeline route. Nothing unusual there. Energy companies are always looking to move oil from point A to point B, and they need someone to tell them their pipes won't crack when the ground shifts. The pay was good, the timeline was reasonable, and I needed the work. The assignment took me to a stretch of wilderness about 60 miles northwest of Fairbanks. On paper, it looked simple, a 3-month survey of geological stability across a 40-mile corridor. I'd use ground-penetrating radar, seismographs and core samples to map what lay beneath the surface. Standard procedure. I should have known something was off when they gave me a satellite phone with specific instructions to check in every 12 hours. Weather can change fast up there, the project coordinator explained. We need to know you're alive. But Alaska's a dangerous place. People disappear into the wilderness all the time. It seemed reasonable. I flew into Fairbanks on a Tuesday in April, rented a heavy-duty pickup truck and loaded it with equipment. The drive to my assigned sector took 3 hours on increasingly rough roads. The last 20 miles were barely more than frozen tyre tracks cutting through endless stands of black spruce and birch. When I finally reached my starting coordinates, the silence was absolute. No wind, no animals, no aircraft overhead. Just me, my equipment, and thousands of square miles of nothing. That's when the work began, and that's when everything I thought I knew about the world started to unravel. The first week went exactly as planned. I established a base camp with a generator-powered trailer and methodically began surveying the proposed pipeline route. The ground-penetrating radar showed typical permafrost patterns, layers of ice and soil that had been frozen for millennia. My seismograph readings were clean, showing the kind of stable bedrock that pipeline engineers love to see. Core samples revealed nothing unusual, standard Arctic soil composition with good load-bearing characteristics. I was making excellent progress. Then, on day 8, something changed. I was setting up the radar array for the morning survey when I noticed interference patterns on my display. Instead of the usual chaotic scattering that indicates rock and soil, I was seeing geometric shapes. At first I assumed it was equipment malfunction, Electronic devices can act strangely in extreme cold, and I'd been pushing my gear hard. I recalibrated the radar, replaced cables, and ran diagnostic tests. Everything checked out perfectly, but the shapes remained straight lines, perfect 90-degree angles, and beneath everything a massive triangular form with sides that extended beyond my radar's maximum penetration depth of 200 feet. I switched to the seismograph, thinking maybe sound waves would give me different data. I set off small explosive charges and measured how the shock waves travelled through the ground. Standard geological surveying technique. The results made no sense. Sound waves were reflecting off something solid and geometrically perfect about 150 feet down. The reflection pattern showed clean edges, flat surfaces, and precise angles. In nature, you don't find precise angles. Rivers meander, mountains erode into curves, and rock formations crack in random patterns. This was something else entirely. I spent the rest of that day running every test I could think of. Different frequencies, multiple angles, overlapping surveys. Every single measurement confirmed the same impossible truth. There was a massive pyramid buried beneath the permafrost, and it was huge. My calculations suggested sides at least 800 feet long, significantly larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. The depth readings indicated it was sitting on bedrock, which meant it had been built on the surface and then buried by millions of years of geological processes. Except that made no sense either. Alaska's geological history doesn't include ancient civilizations capable of megalithic construction. The entire region was under glacial ice, until relatively recently in geological terms. I sat in my trailer that night staring at the printouts and digital displays, trying to find any explanation that didn't challenge everything I understood about engineering and archaeology. Maybe it was a natural formation that just happened to look geometric. Maybe my instruments were picking up interference from buried metal or deposits. Maybe the extreme cold was affecting my equipment in ways I didn't understand. But deep down I knew I was looking at something artificial, something that had been deliberately constructed and then hidden beneath the ice. The question was, who built it, and why? I needed supplies, and more importantly, I needed to talk to someone who knew the area's history. The nearest settlement was a village called Yukon Crossing, population 127 according to the road sign. It was a 40-minute drive south on a road that tested every shock absorber in my truck. Yukon Crossing looked like a lot of rural Alaskan towns, a handful of weathered buildings clustered around a general store and a combination post office / gas station. Most of the residents lived in trailer homes or log cabins scattered among the trees. Smoke rose from chimneys in thin grey columns against the bright spring sky. The general store served as the unofficial community centre. Inside, I found an elderly native Alaskan man named Joseph Kaltag behind the counter, selling everything from canned goods to ammunition to fishing gear. He looked like he'd been running the place for decades. "You're the pipeline engineer," he said before I could introduce myself. It wasn't a question. "Word travels fast," I replied. "Not much happens around here." He rang up my purchases: batteries, fuel canisters, and enough food to last another week. "You working up in the Forbidden Valley?" I looked up from counting cash. Forbidden Valley? Joseph's weathered face remained expressionless, but I caught something in his eyes. Concern, maybe, or warning. That's what my grandfather called it. Said the spirits there were angry, animals won't go near it, and hunters who get too close. He shrugged. "Their compasses don't work right." "Magnetic interference," I said automatically. "Probably iron ore deposits in the bedrock. Maybe," he handed me my change, "or maybe some things are better left buried." I was loading supplies into my truck when a younger native woman approached. She introduced herself as Marie Kaltag, Joseph's granddaughter, and a pilot who flew supply runs to remote camps throughout the region. "I heard you talking to Grandpa," she said, "about the valley where you're working." He mentioned compass problems. Marie glanced around to make sure no one was listening. "It's more than that. I've flown over that area maybe 50 times in the last 10 years. My instruments go crazy. GPS cuts out, radio gets static, engine RPMs fluctuate." "Electromagnetic interference," I suggested. That's what I thought too. but 3 years ago I was flying a supply run to a hunting camp about 20 miles north of your work site. Clear day, perfect visibility. I was following the river when my GPS started spinning. Compass needle was rotating like a clock hand. She paused, clearly uncomfortable with the memory. I looked down to try to navigate by landmarks, and I saw something that shouldn't have been there. Lines in the snow, geometric patterns like someone had carved designs into the landscape. They were huge, maybe a mile across and perfectly symmetrical. Could have been natural formations, wind patterns, erosion channels. Marie shook her head. I've been flying over Alaska my whole life. I know what natural looks like. This was artificial. And when I flew back over the same area a week later, the lines were gone, covered by fresh snow. I thanked her for the information and headed back to camp, but I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Geometric patterns in the snow, electromagnetic interference, compasses spinning wildly. It all pointed to the same conclusion I was trying to avoid. Something beneath the permafrost was actively affecting the environment around it. That night, I reviewed my survey data again, looking for any detail I might have missed. The pyramid structure was consistent across all my measurements, but there was something else. Subtle variations in the electromagnetic readings that suggested complex internal architecture. Whatever was down there, it wasn't just a solid mass of stone. It had chambers, passages, and what looked like intricate internal mechanisms. And according to my instruments, some of those mechanisms were drawing electrical current. I woke up on day 12 to the sound of helicopter rotors. From my trailer window I could see a Black Hawk settling onto a flat area about 200 yards from my camp. No military markings, but the aircraft had the unmistakable look of government hardware. 3 men in winter camouflage climbed out as the rotors spun down. They walked directly to my trailer with the confident stride of people who expected cooperation. The leader was a tall man with close-cropped hair and reflective sunglasses. His companions looked like soldiers trying to dress like civilians, too alert, too fit, and carrying themselves like they had weapons hidden under their jackets. "Mr. Harrison," the leader said, reading my name from a tablet. "I'm Agent Collins, Department of Homeland Security. We need to discuss your recent survey findings." I stepped outside, keeping my expression neutral. I wasn't aware DHS had jurisdiction over pipeline surveys. "We have jurisdiction over potential national security threats." Collins gestured toward my equipment array. "Your seismic activity has been flagged by our monitoring systems. We need to examine your data and confiscate any materials related to subsurface anomalies." "What subsurface anomalies?" Collins removed his sunglasses, revealing pale blue eyes that seemed to look right through me. "Mr. Harrison, we know exactly what you found down there. The question is whether you're going to cooperate voluntarily or make this difficult." I had 2 choices: hand over my data willingly or watch them take it by force. Either way, they were getting what they wanted. "The hard drives are in the trailer," I said. One of Collins' men immediately headed inside while the other began disconnecting my external monitoring equipment. They worked with practiced efficiency, clearly familiar with this type of confiscation. "How long have you known it was there?" I asked. Collins was quiet for a long moment, apparently deciding how much to tell me. "The structure first appeared on our deep scanning systems in 1992. We've been monitoring it ever since." "Appeared? You mean you discovered it in 1992? "No, Mr. Harrison. I mean it appeared in 1992. Prior to that date, our scans showed normal bedrock composition. Then something changed." The man emerging from my trailer handed Collins a bag containing my hard drives and backup storage devices. They had also taken my printed survey maps and handwritten notes. 1992, I said, thinking out loud. That's when China conducted their largest underground nuclear test. Collins' expression didn't change, but I caught a flicker of something. Surprise, maybe, that I'd made that connection. "The Lopner test was 3,800 miles away," he said. "There's no possible connection." But his tone suggested otherwise, and I remembered something from my geological studies. Seismic waves from large underground explosions can travel through the Earth's crust and trigger responses in sensitive areas thousands of miles away. What if the Chinese nuclear test had somehow activated whatever was buried beneath the Alaskan permafrost? "You're being reassigned," Collins continued, handing me an official-looking document. Your contract has been terminated due to unforeseeable circumstances. A helicopter will arrive tomorrow morning to transport you back to Fairbanks. What about my equipment? It's been contaminated by proximity to hazardous materials. Standard decontamination procedures require disposal. That was obviously a lie. There were no hazardous materials in the area. I'd have detected them during my survey. They were confiscating everything because they didn't want me to have any physical evidence of what I'd found. One more thing, Colin said as his team prepared to leave. You'll be required to sign a non-disclosure agreement before returning to civilian areas. The penalty for violating that agreement is 10 years in federal prison. They climbed back into their helicopter and lifted off, leaving me alone with my suddenly empty trailer and a growing certainty that I'd stumbled into something much bigger than a pipeline survey. But I still had one advantage. They thought they'd taken all my data. They were wrong. I've always been paranoid about data backup. Too many years of watching hard drives crash and taking blame for lost survey information. So I keep a small handheld GPS unit with built-in memory storage that automatically logs all my location coordinates and instrument readings. Collins and his team had missed it because it was clipped to my belt, looked like standard hiking gear, and wasn't connected to my main computer systems. That night I reviewed the stored data on the device's tiny screen. Everything was there. Coordinates, depth readings, electromagnetic measurements, and seismic mapping data. Enough information to prove that something massive and artificial was buried beneath the permafrost. But proof wasn't enough. I needed to understand what it was and why the government was so determined to keep it secret. I made a decision that probably should have gotten me killed. I was going back to the site for one final investigation. The helicopter pickup was scheduled for 8 a.m, which gave me about 6 hours of darkness to work with. I loaded basic equipment into my backpack. The handheld GPS, the digital camera, a small electromagnetic field detector, and a battery-powered radio, and hiked back to the survey area. The night was clear and bitterly cold. My breath formed ice crystals that seemed to hang in the air, and the snow crunched under my boots with sounds like breaking glass. Above me, the aurora borealis painted green curtains across the star-filled sky. I reached the coordinates where my instruments had detected the pyramid's apex. According to my calculations, I was standing directly above the structure's highest point, about 120 feet below my boots. The handheld detector immediately started showing readings. Electromagnetic activity was significantly higher than background levels, and it seemed to be increasing. The device's small screen showed wave patterns that looked almost like a heartbeat, regular pulses of energy rising and falling in consistent cycles. I took photos of the instrument readings and recorded GPS coordinates, building a digital record that I could hopefully smuggle out of Alaska. But as I worked, something strange began happening. The aurora overhead was changing. Instead of the usual flowing curtains of light, it was forming geometric patterns, straight lines and angular shapes that mirrored the underground structure. It was as if the buried pyramid was somehow influencing the electromagnetic phenomena in the upper atmosphere. That's when I felt the vibration. It started as a barely perceptible tremor in the ground, like the feeling of a distant freight train. But it quickly intensified until I could feel it in my bones, a deep, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to synchronize with the electromagnetic readings on my detector. The device's screen was flashing warnings. Energy levels were spiking far beyond anything I'd measured during my official survey. Whatever was buried down there was waking up. I started backing away from the site, but before I could get more than 50 yards, everything electronic I carried died simultaneously. The GPS unit, the detector, my digital camera, even my LED flashlight, all dead, as if something had delivered a massive electromagnetic pulse. Above me, the aurora was blazing brighter than I'd ever seen, forming complex geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. The air itself seemed to be humming with energy, and I could feel static electricity building up on my clothing and exposed skin. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The aurora faded back to normal patterns. The ground vibration ceased. The electrical sensation disappeared. I was left standing in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness in complete darkness, holding a handful of dead electronics. I stumbled back toward camp using starlight for navigation, reaching my trailer just before dawn. When I tried to start my truck, the engine turned over immediately. Apparently whatever had killed my handheld electronics hadn't affected the vehicle's more robust electrical system. But I knew what I had experienced wasn't natural. The buried pyramid wasn't just an ancient artifact or geological formation. It was some kind of active installation that could influence electromagnetic fields across a wide area. The question was, what was its purpose? The helicopter arrived exactly at 8 a.m, piloted by a civilian contractor who seemed unaware that he was participating in a government cover-up. During the flight back to Fairbanks, I signed the non-disclosure agreement Collins had mentioned, legally binding myself to remain silent about my discoveries. But signing the paper didn't erase my memory, and it didn't eliminate the data I'd managed to keep hidden. I flew back to Seattle that afternoon and spent the next 2 weeks trying to return to normal life. I updated my resume, contacted potential clients, and attempted to focus on finding my next engineering contract. But I couldn't stop thinking about what lay buried beneath the Alaskan permafrost. Late one night, unable to sleep, I sat down with my laptop and started researching everything I could find about electromagnetic anomalies, underground structures, and the 1992 Chinese nuclear test that Agent Collins had mentioned. What I discovered changed everything. The Chinese test, conducted at the Lop Nür facility on May 21, 1992, was indeed one of the largest underground nuclear explosions ever detonated. The blast was so powerful that seismic monitoring stations around the world recorded the shockwaves as they travelled through the Earth's crust. But that wasn't the interesting part. I found archived scientific papers describing unusual electromagnetic phenomena that occurred globally in the days following the test. Radio disruptions, satellite communication failures, and compass anomalies were reported from locations thousands of miles away from the blast site. Most significantly, several research stations in Alaska reported sudden spikes in local electromagnetic activity, beginning approximately 6 hours after the Chinese detonation. Exactly the amount of time it would take seismic waves to travel through the Earth's crust from Lop Nür to Alaska. I cross-referenced these reports with geological surveys of the Alaskan region and found something that made my blood run cold. Every single electromagnetic anomaly had been reported from locations within a 50-mile radius of my survey site. Whatever was buried there had indeed been activated by the Chinese nuclear test, just as Collins had implied, but the implications went far beyond a simple cause and effect relationship. I started plotting the locations of other reported anomalies on a world map, looking for patterns. What I found was a global network of similar sites, places where electromagnetic activity had spiked following major seismic events, underground installations that seemed to respond to specific triggers. The more I researched, the more convinced I became that the Alaskan pyramid wasn't unique. It was part of a worldwide system of buried structures, all apparently designed to respond to geological disturbances, but designed by whom, and for what purpose? I thought back to the night I'd witnessed the energy pulse, remembering how the aurora borealis had formed geometric patterns directly above the burial site. Aurora phenomena are caused by charged particles from the sun interacting with Earth's magnetic field. If the underground structure could influence those interactions, it was essentially broadcasting energy into space. What if the buried pyramids weren't ancient monuments at all? What if they were communication devices, a global network designed to transmit signals to somewhere far beyond Earth? The possibility was terrifying and fascinating in equal measure. If I was right, then humanity shared the planet with technology that predated our entire civilization by potentially millions of years. Technology that was still active, still responding to triggers, still sending messages to unknown recipients. I spent weeks researching similar sites around the world, building a database of locations where unusual electromagnetic phenomena had been reported following major seismic events. The pattern that emerged was undeniable, a global network of transmission stations, all apparently activated by disturbances in the Earth's crust. But before I could take my research any further, I received a letter that ended my investigation permanently. The letter arrived exactly 1 month after my return from Alaska. It was delivered by certified mail to my apartment address, though I hadn't given that information to anyone connected with the pipeline project. The return address showed only Department of Interior Special Projects Division, with a Washington, D.C. postal box number. Inside was a single page of official letterhead containing a brief message. Mr. Harrison, this communication serves as final notice regarding your terminated contract with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, project classification, Black Ice. Subsequent to your departure from the survey area, additional geological analysis has determined that the subsurface structure you detected is not archaeological in nature. The structure is an active installation of unknown origin that poses potential risks to national security. Any attempt to publicise information related to this discovery will result in immediate prosecution under the Espionage Act of 1917. Your signed non-disclosure agreement remains in full effect indefinitely. The installation you discovered is not a relic. It is a machine. Do not pursue further inquiry. Sincerely, Director, Special Projects Division. I read the letter 3 times before the full implication sank in. They weren't denying what I'd found. They were confirming it. The underground structure was artificial. It was active. And the government had known about it for over 30 years without understanding what it was or who had built it. But the most chilling aspect was the letter's final warning. It is a machine, not a monument, not an archaeological site, not a natural formation, a machine. I thought about the energy pulse I'd witnessed, the geometric patterns in the aurora, the electromagnetic signals that seemed to respond to seismic events around the world. If the buried pyramid was indeed a machine, then its purpose was clear. It was designed to detect and respond to geological disturbances by transmitting signals into space. The question remained, signals to whom? I locked the letter in a safety deposit box along with copies of all my survey data and research findings. If something happened to me, at least there would be evidence that the discovery had been made. But I never published my findings. I never contacted journalists or researchers or anyone else who might be interested in the truth about what lay beneath the Alaskan permafrost, because I realised that some knowledge carries a price too high to pay. If there really was a global network of alien communication devices buried beneath our feet, broadcasting our planet's geological status to unknown recipients in space, then humanity was living on borrowed time. We were tenants on a world that belonged to someone else, someone who had installed monitoring equipment long before our species existed. The machines weren't dormant relics of an ancient civilization. They were active components of a surveillance system that was still operational after millions of years. And every earthquake, every volcanic eruption, every nuclear test was sending updates to whoever had built them. I returned to my normal life as a civil engineer, taking contracts that kept me far from Alaska and far from any situation that might uncover similar installations. I told myself that ignorance was safer than knowledge, that some secrets were better left buried. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that machine humming beneath the permafrost. I wonder if it's still transmitting. I wonder who's listening. And I wonder what they plan to do when they decide we've learned too much about the world we think we own. For 6 months, I managed to convince myself that forgetting was possible. I took contracts in familiar territories, building inspections in suburban developments, soil analysis for shopping mall construction, routine work that involved nothing more mysterious than concrete and rebar. Then the dream started. At first they were just fragments, flashes of geometric light, the sound of deep humming that seemed to vibrate through my bones, the sensation of standing on solid ground while everything around me pulsed with invisible energy. I'd wake up with my heart racing and a metallic taste in my mouth as if I'd been breathing electrified air. But the dreams became more vivid as weeks passed. I began seeing the pyramid not from above, as I had during my survey, but from within. Vast chambers carved from black stone that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. Corridors that stretched beyond the reach of any illumination, filled with the constant sound of machinery that had been running for millennia. In these dreams, I wasn't alone. Shadowy figures moved through the passages, tall, elongated forms that seemed more like geometric projections than living beings. They moved with purpose, tending to controls and displays that covered the walls in intricate patterns of light and symbol. The most disturbing part was that they seemed aware of me. In the dreams, they would pause their activities and turn toward me with attention that felt like cold judgment. Without faces I could recognise, without voices I could understand, they somehow communicated a single clear message. I had seen something I wasn't meant to see. I consulted a sleep specialist, thinking the dreams were delayed stress responses from my time in Alaska. She prescribed medication that helped me fall asleep but didn't stop the visions. If anything, the drugs made them more intense, more real, more impossible to dismiss as products of an overwrought imagination. It was during one of these medicated dreams that I saw something new, a global map covered in points of light, each one marking a location where similar pyramids lay buried. The network stretched across every continent, even beneath the ocean floors, hundreds of installation sites, all connected by lines of energy that pulsed in synchronized patterns. I woke from that dream with absolute certainty that I was seeing something real. The buried machines weren't isolated installations. They were nodes in a planetary communication grid that spanned the entire world. 3 days later, I made a decision that changed everything. I started investigating again. Using the global locations from my dreams as starting points, I began researching electromagnetic anomalies and unexplained phenomena at similar sites around the world. What I found was a pattern so consistent it couldn't be coincidental. Every location where I dreamed of seeing a pyramid corresponded to a place where unusual events had been reported. The Nazca lines in Peru, built over an area where aircraft instruments malfunctioned regularly. The underwater structures near Bimini in the Bahamas, where submarines had reported mechanical failures and compass deviations. The Giza Plateau in Egypt, where modern surveys had detected massive voids beneath the known pyramids. Each site shared common characteristics: electromagnetic interference, geometric precision in ancient or unexplained structures, and a history of covering up or dismissing scientific findings that couldn't be easily explained. But the most significant pattern was temporal. Every site had experienced increased activity following major seismic events, exactly like the Alaskan installation after the 1992 Chinese nuclear test. I compiled a database of seismic events and electromagnetic anomalies dating back 50 years. The correlation was undeniable. Large earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and underground nuclear tests consistently triggered responses from specific locations around the globe. The buried machines weren't just monitoring geological activity, they were responding to it, broadcasting information about Earth's internal dynamics to receivers beyond our planet. I was building a case for the existence of a global alien surveillance network when I made a discovery that terrified me more than anything I'd found so far. The activity was increasing. According to my research, electromagnetic anomalies at these sites had been relatively stable for decades, showing only minor fluctuations in response to major geological events. But starting in 2020, the baseline activity levels had begun rising at all locations simultaneously. Something was changing. The network was becoming more active, more responsive, more awake. I plotted the activity increases on a timeline and noticed they correlated with something unexpected. The global increase in seismic activity over the past few years. More earthquakes, more volcanic eruptions, more geological instability than had been recorded in previous decades. What if the relationship wasn't cause and effect? What if the buried machines weren't just monitoring geological activity? What if they were causing it? The possibility was so disturbing I initially dismissed it as paranoid speculation. But the more I studied the data, the more compelling the evidence became. The timing was too precise, the correlations too consistent. If I was right, then humanity was living on a planet where alien technology was actively destabilizing the geological systems that supported all life on Earth. But why? What possible purpose could be served by triggering earthquakes and volcanic eruptions? The answer came to me during another dream, but this time I was prepared. I had set up a digital recorder beside my bed, hoping to capture any words or sounds I might make while experiencing the visions. What I heard when I played back the recording the next morning was my own voice, but speaking words I didn't remember saying: stress testing, planetary stability assessment, structural analysis phase approaching completion. I'd somehow been speaking in the technical language of engineering, describing the geological chaos as if it were a planned evaluation of the planet's physical integrity. The machines weren't trying to destroy Earth, they were testing it. Over the following weeks, I dove deeper into geological data, looking for patterns that might support my terrifying hypothesis. What I found convinced me that the buried network was conducting a systematic analysis of Earth's structural stability. Seismic events weren't random, they were following a pattern. Stress points in tectonic plates were being tested in sequence, as if something was methodically evaluating how much pressure the planet's crust could withstand before catastrophic failure. The 2011 Japanese earthquake and tsunami, the 2010 Haiti earthquake, the increasing volcanic activity in Indonesia, Italy and Iceland, the unprecedented earthquake swarms in places like Oklahoma and Arkansas. All of these events clustered around locations where I'd identified buried installations. I created detailed models showing how the network might be triggering these events through focused electromagnetic pulses directed at specific geological fault lines. The technology required would be far beyond human capabilities, but for a civilization that could build planet-spanning monitoring networks, it would be routine engineering. But the most chilling aspect of my research was the timeline. If the current rate of geological testing continued, the network would have evaluated every major tectonic system on Earth within the next 5 to 10 years. What would happen when the testing phase was complete? I spent sleepless nights imagining scenarios, planetary mining operations that required clearing the surface of inconvenient biological life, terraforming projects that would remake Earth's atmosphere and geology, or simple property reclamation by the network's builders returning to a world they had left unattended for millennia. None of the possibilities included a future for human civilization. It was during this period of growing despair that I received an unexpected contact that changed everything once again. The email appeared in my inbox on a Tuesday morning with a subject line that made my blood freeze. Alaskan survey data, classification black ice. The sender's address was scrambled text that looked like a random string of characters, clearly routed through multiple encryption services to hide its origin. But the message content was brief and specific. Mr. Harrison, we know what you've discovered about the global network. Your research parallels investigations conducted by others who have encountered similar installations. A meeting has been arranged. Be at the Starbucks on Pine Street in downtown Seattle tomorrow at 3 p.m. Come alone. Bring your data. You're not the only one who has seen the machines. The message included no signature, but attached to it was a single photograph that made my hands shake. An image of my own survey equipment at the Alaskan site, taken from an angle that suggested the photographer had been watching my investigation from a significant distance. Someone had been monitoring me during my time in Alaska, someone who wasn't part of Agent Collins' government team. I spent the entire night debating whether to attend the meeting. It could be a trap, government agents trying to identify how much I knew and what evidence I still possessed. Or it could be exactly what it claimed, contact with others who had discovered the truth about the buried network. In the end, curiosity won over caution. I needed to know if I was really alone in this knowledge, or if there were others working to understand the threat humanity was facing. The Starbucks was crowded with the usual mix of students, business people and remote workers when I arrived at exactly 3 p.m. I ordered coffee and found a table near the back, trying to identify anyone who might be waiting for me. At 3:15, a woman in her 50s approached my table. She had greying hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, wore field clothing that suggested outdoor work, and carried herself with the confident posture of someone accustomed to physical challenges. "Mr. Harrison," she extended her hand. "I'm Catherine Webb. I think we need to talk." She sat down across from me and immediately began speaking in low, urgent tones. "I'm a marine archaeologist. 3 years ago, I was leading a deep-sea survey off the coast of Bermuda, when my team discovered an underwater structure that shouldn't exist. Geometric, massive, and actively generating electromagnetic fields that interfered with our equipment. She opened a tablet and showed me sonar images that looked remarkably similar to my ground-penetrating radar data from Alaska. A pyramid-shaped structure, perfectly symmetrical, sitting on the ocean floor at a depth of nearly a mile. When we tried to publish our findings, the research was classified and our funding was terminated. Sound familiar? I nodded, unable to speak. Catherine continued, but I kept investigating privately. I found evidence of at least 12 similar installations in deep ocean locations around the world. All of them show the same characteristics: geometric precision, electromagnetic activity, and apparent activation following seismic events. She showed me more images: underwater structures near Japan, the Mediterranean, the mid-Atlantic ridge. Each one was clearly artificial, clearly ancient, and clearly active. There are others, she said. A geologist in Australia who found similar structures in the outback. An archaeologist in Egypt who discovered chambers beneath the Sphinx that contain technology that shouldn't exist. A seismologist in Chile who documented electromagnetic pulses preceding earthquake activity. How many others? We've identified 17 researchers worldwide who have encountered installations or phenomena that appear to be part of the same network. Most have been silenced through official pressure, funding cuts, or career destruction. A few have simply disappeared. Catherine leaned closer, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. But some of us have continued working in secret. We've been sharing data, building a comprehensive picture of what we're dealing with. And what are we dealing with? A global surveillance and control system that's been operating for thousands of years, possibly millions. The installations aren't just monitoring Earth, they're managing it, controlling geological processes, atmospheric composition, even biological evolution through environmental manipulation. The implications hit me like a physical blow. We're not alone on this planet. We never have been. The question is whether humanity developed naturally, or whether we're the result of controlled biological development guided by whoever built the network. Catherine showed me more data. Archaeological evidence of genetic bottlenecks in human evolution that corresponded to periods of unusual geological activity, atmospheric changes that seemed to follow patterns rather than random climate variation, even extinction events that appeared to have been artificially triggered. The network has been shaping Earth's development for millions of years, she said. Every mass extinction, every ice age, every major evolutionary leap has been guided by the installations. But why? What's the purpose? Catherine's expression was grim. We think Earth is being prepared for something. The stress testing you've documented, the increasing seismic activity, the atmospheric changes, it all points to final preparations for some kind of major transition. Transition to what? We don't know, but based on the escalating activity levels, we estimate it will begin within the next few years. She handed me a secure phone with an encrypted communication app. If you want to help us understand what we're facing, this will put you in contact with the others. We're working to decode transmissions from the installations to map the complete network, and to find some way to predict what's coming. What if we can't stop it? Catherine was quiet for a long moment. Then at least humanity will know the truth before the end. Over the following months, I became part of an underground network of researchers from around the world. Using encrypted communications and careful operational security, we shared data, theories, and discoveries about the installations that had consumed our professional lives. What emerged from our collective research was a picture of Earth that challenged everything humanity believed about our planet and our place in the universe. The installation network was vast. Over 300 confirmed sites across all continents and ocean floors. Each site contained structures of identical design but varying scale, all built from materials that didn't match any known geological formations. The construction showed evidence of technology far beyond human capabilities, with precision that exceeded our best modern engineering. But the most significant discovery came from Dr. Yuki Tanaka, a linguist and cryptographer in Japan who'd been analysing electromagnetic transmissions intercepted from the installations. The transmissions weren't random energy pulses. They were coded communications in a mathematical language that described Earth's physical and biological status in incredible detail. Real-time reports on atmospheric composition, geological stability, ocean chemistry, magnetic field fluctuations and biological diversity levels. More disturbing were the projections embedded in the transmissions, mathematical models showing how Earth systems would respond to various environmental stresses, including massive geological disruptions, atmospheric changes and population adjustments. The network was continuously updating these models based on data from the stress testing we documented. Each earthquake, each volcanic eruption, each environmental change provided new information that refined the projections, and all of the models pointed to the same conclusion: a massive intervention scheduled to begin when current biological systems reached predetermined stress thresholds. We were approaching those thresholds rapidly. Climate change, resource depletion, ecological collapse, and social instability were all being monitored by the network. But rather than random consequences of human activity, they appeared to be planned phases in a managed transition process. Humanity hadn't created the environmental crisis. We were living through the final stages of a controlled experiment that had been running for thousands of years. The realization was overwhelming. Every environmental disaster, every resource shortage, every social conflict was part of a planned sequence designed to bring Earth's biological systems to a specific end state. But what would replace them? The answer came from an unexpected source: my dreams. As I became more deeply involved with the research network, my nighttime visions became more detailed and informative. I was seeing not just the installations, but the purpose they served. The geometric beings I encountered in the dreams weren't aliens. They were artificial intelligences, created by the network's builders to manage Earth's transition through automated systems. The real builders were gone, had been gone for millions of years, but they had left behind a planetary management system designed to prepare Earth for their eventual return. The stress testing, the environmental manipulation, the biological management, it was all preparation for recolonization by a species that had left Earth eons ago and was now ready to reclaim it. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that machine humming beneath the permafrost. I wonder if it's still transmitting. I wonder who's listening. And I wonder what they plan to do when they decide we've learned too much about the world we think we own. Because now I know the truth. We are temporary occupants of a world that has always belonged to someone else. The installations beneath our feet are counting down to a transition that will remake Earth according to specifications we cannot understand for purposes we cannot imagine. The truth is out there, buried beneath the ice in places like Alaska, waiting for the next contractor or surveyor or accidental discoverer to stumble across it. When that happens, and it will happen eventually, I hope they're wiser than I was. I hope they don't go back for one final look in the darkness, because some machines are better left undisturbed, and some signals are better left unsent. But the signals are being sent anyway, carrying reports of a planet ready for reclamation by its original inhabitants. The countdown has begun, and we are running out of time to understand what we're facing, or to find a way to survive what's coming. A special thanks to Unanimous 369 for this incredible video suggestion. If you have story ideas you'd like to see brought to life, drop them in the comments below along with your time and location as you listen. And if you're enjoying these tales that blur the line between science and the unknown, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that will keep you wondering long into the night. Some discoveries aren't meant to be made, some truths are buried not because they're false, but because they're too real, too immediate, too threatening to everything we thought we knew about our place in the universe. What I'm about to tell you happened 6 months ago, but it feels like a lifetime. Every night since then, I've looked up at the moon differently. Not as Earth's faithful companion, but as something else entirely. Something that's been watching us far longer than we've been watching it. The funny thing about working nights is how alone you become with your thoughts. When the rest of the world sleeps, reality becomes more malleable, more open to possibilities that daylight would dismiss. Maybe that's why I was the one to hear it first, or maybe it chose me. I'm still not sure which possibility terrifies me more. The Deep Space Communications Array sits on a mesa in New Mexico like a metallic flower turned skyward, its massive dish perpetually searching the cosmos for whispers of intelligence. Most people imagine radio astronomy as glamorous work, first contact with alien civilizations, breakthrough discoveries that reshape human understanding. The reality is far more mundane. Endless nights of static, false positives from microwave ovens, and the occasional excited discovery of a new pulsar that turns out to be interference from a nearby airport. My name is Marcus Webb, and I've been working the graveyard shift at the array for 7 years. The pay is decent, the work is solitary, and the night sky in rural New Mexico remains unspoiled by light pollution. Perfect for someone who prefers the company of distant stars to nearby humans. October 15th started like any other shift. I clocked in at 11 p.m, relieved Janet Morrison, a day shift veteran who always smelled faintly of coffee and disappointment, and settled into the control room's familiar embrace of humming electronics and glowing displays. The array was currently part of a SETI survey, sweeping specific coordinates for any hint of organised signals from the direction of Wolf 359. For the first 4 hours, I catalogued the usual suspects, rotating neutron stars painting precise lighthouse beams across space, distant galaxies bleeding radiation from supermassive black holes, and the cosmic background radiation that still echoes from the universe's violent birth. Beautiful, ancient, and entirely natural. At 3:17 a.m. something changed. It started as a blip, literally. A brief spike in the signal strength that lasted exactly 1 second, then faded back to baseline. I marked it in the log and continued my routine calibrations, but 15 minutes later, it happened again. Same intensity, same duration, same frequency. 1420.405751 megahertz, the hydrogen line that penetrates interstellar dust like a cosmic beacon. By 4 a.m. I had documented 4 identical pulses, each separated by precisely 60 seconds. Too regular for a natural phenomenon, too simple for typical radio interference. The signal wasn't coming from Wolf 359 or any distant star system. According to my instruments, it was originating from much closer to home. 384,400 kilometres closer, to be exact. I spent the next hour triangulating the source, cross-referencing satellite positions and checking for equipment malfunctions. The readings remained consistent. The signal was bouncing between Earth and the Moon, but not originating from either surface. Instead, it seemed to be coming from inside the Moon itself. "That's impossible," I muttered to the empty control room, but my instruments disagreed. The signal had the rhythm of a heartbeat, pulsing with mechanical precision every 60 seconds without deviation. As dawn approached, and the array's sensitivity decreased with solar interference, I could still detect it, faint but persistent, like a whisper that refuses to be silenced. I printed out 6 hours of data, burned copies to 3 separate drives, and locked them in my desk drawer. Something told me this discovery wouldn't remain secret for long, and I wanted proof that I'd been the one to find it. Looking back, that was probably my first mistake. The second was thinking I could trust anyone with what I'd learned. Sleep eluded me that morning. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those perfect rhythmic spikes marching across my computer screen like soldiers in formation. By noon, I gave up trying to rest and drove to the university library in Las Cruces, 40 minutes of desert highway that gave me time to think. The signal's location bothered me more than its existence. Radio astronomy regularly detects organised signals, spacecraft communications, satellite transmissions, even the occasional hoax. But something broadcasting from inside the moon. That suggested either technology far beyond human capability or a natural phenomenon that physics couldn't explain. I needed historical context, and the university's aerospace collection was the best resource within driving distance. Dr. Eleanor Rodriguez, the research librarian, knew me from previous visits and granted me access to the restricted archives without question. "Looking for anything specific, Marcus?" she asked, leading me through climate-controlled corridors lined with government documents. "Apollo mission logs," I said. "Specifically anything related to seismic data or unusual acoustic phenomena." She paused at a section marked NASA Historical Documents and pulled out several thick binders. "You know about the moon-ringing experiments, right? Apollo 12 through 17. I shook my head, and she smiled with the satisfaction of someone about to share obscure knowledge. The lunar modules weren't just transportation. When they finished their missions, NASA crashed them into the moon's surface to create artificial moonquakes. The seismic equipment left by the astronauts would record the vibrations, helping scientists map the moon's internal structure. She opened one of the binders to a collection of transcripts marked Apollo 12 Mission Communications, declassified 1998. The results were unexpected, she continued. Instead of the brief tremors they anticipated, the moon rang like a bell for up to 4 hours after each impact. The reverberations suggested it was either completely hollow or contained vast empty spaces. I spent the next 6 hours reading every document she could locate. The astronauts' descriptions were remarkably consistent across missions. Apollo 12 Commander Pete Conrad. "Did you guys hear that? It's still ringing down there, like we hit a giant tuning fork." Apollo 14 pilot Stuart Rooser. "Houston, we're still getting reverberations 20 minutes after impact. This doesn't match any geological models." Apollo 16 Commander John Young. "The sound is wrong. Too hollow, too organised, almost like there's structure down there." But the most intriguing document was buried deep in Apollo 17's mission files, a memorandum marked classified, National Security Review required, that had been partially declassified in 2009 with significant redactions still intact. The document was partially redacted, but the implications were clear. NASA had detected something under the moon's surface in 1972, something significant enough to classify the findings for national security reasons. I photographed every relevant page with my phone, careful not to trigger the library's security systems. As I prepared to leave, Doctor, Rodriguez stopped me. "Find what you were looking for?" she asked. "More than I expected," I admitted. Dr. Rodriguez hypothetically, if someone wanted to access NASA's current lunar observation data, not the public archives but active research, where would they look? She studied my face carefully. "Hypothetically, they probably wouldn't. That information is restricted to authorised personnel only," she paused. "But if someone had legitimate research credentials and knew the right databases to query, they might find publicly accessible radar imaging surveys from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Hypothetically." She handed me a slip of paper with a web address written in her neat handwriting. "Good luck with your research, Marcus. And be careful. Some knowledge comes with responsibilities." I drove back to the array with my mind racing. The Apollo documents spread across my passenger seat like pieces of a cosmic puzzle. The signal I'd detected wasn't just some random electronic noise. It was part of a pattern that had been hidden for over 50 years. My shift that evening began normally enough. I clocked in, reviewed the previous day's observations, and settled into my routine. But as soon as I accessed the signal analysis software, I knew something was wrong. My files were gone. Not just deleted, completely absent from the system as if they had never existed. My carefully documented observations, the frequency analysis, the triangulation data, all of it had vanished from both the main servers and my personal directories. "That's not possible," I muttered, frantically searching backup drives and temporary folders. The array's systems automatically created multiple copies of all observational data stored across different servers to prevent accidental loss. Yet somehow every trace of the previous night's discovery had been systematically erased. I grabbed my phone and called the IT department, but the night technician, Dave Morrison, Janet's nephew, sounded genuinely puzzled. "Marcus?" "Yeah, the system shows you had a routine shift yesterday. Nothing unusual flagged. Are you sure you saved the files correctly?" "Dave, I've been doing this for 7 years. I know how to save data. Look, maybe there was a software glitch. Why don't you write up an incident report and—" "Forget it," I said, hanging up. Someone with administrative access had deliberately purged my discovery from the system. The timing couldn't be coincidental. Less than 18 hours after I'd detected the signal, it had been professionally sanitized from existence. I spent the next 2 hours attempting to replicate my previous night's observations, pointing the array toward the same coordinates and scanning the same frequencies. The signal was still there, that steady mechanical pulse every 60 seconds, but now I had no official record of its existence. At 2 a.m. I heard vehicles approaching the array. Living on a mesa in the middle of nowhere, you develop an ear for the sounds that don't belong. These weren't the maintenance crews that occasionally visited during daylight hours, and they weren't lost tourists who'd taken a wrong turn off the highway. These vehicles moved with purpose, their headlights sweeping the access road like searchlights. 3 black SUVs parked near the main building, their engines ticking as they cooled in the desert air. Men in dark suits emerged, their movements coordinated and professional. I recognised the bearing immediately. Federal agents, probably NSA or some other alphabet agency that didn't officially exist. The lead agent was a tall man with greying temples and eyes like winter frost. He knocked on the control room door with the casual authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "Mr. Webb? I'm Agent Harrison, National Security Agency. We need to discuss your recent observations." I opened the door slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about." Harrison smiled without warmth. "Mr. Webb, we've been monitoring communications from this facility. Last night you detected and documented a signal originating from lunar coordinates. We're here to collect that data and ensure it doesn't become a security concern." "The data was accidentally deleted," I said. "System malfunctioned." "We know. We deleted it." His honesty was more frightening than any lie. "Now we need to collect any physical copies you might have created along with your personal devices. This is a matter of national security." The other agents had already entered the control room and were systematically disconnecting hard drives and confiscating data storage devices. They worked with practiced efficiency, clearly experienced in evidence collection. "You can't just—" "Actually we can," Harrison interrupted, producing a document from his jacket. "Executive Order 12,333 grants us authority to collect intelligence regarding potential threats to national security. Your discovery falls under that classification." I read the warrant quickly. It was legitimate, signed by a federal judge I'd never heard of, granting broad authority to collect and secure all data related to anomalous electromagnetic phenomena detected at the Deep Space Communications Array. "What exactly did I discover that threatens national security?" I asked. Harrison studied me for a moment. "Mr. Webb, some information is classified not because it's dangerous, but because the public isn't ready to understand its implications. Your signal represents technology that officially doesn't exist. Confirming its presence would raise questions that our government isn't prepared to answer." "What technology?" "That's classified." He gestured to his agents who had finished packing my computers and drives into aluminum cases. "Mr. Webb, I need your word that you won't discuss this incident with anyone. Colleagues, family, media, anyone. Your continued employment and personal safety depend on your discretion." The threat was subtle but unmistakable. I nodded slowly. "Good. We'll be in touch if we need additional cooperation." They left as quickly as they'd arrived, taking 7 years of my research with them. I sat alone in the control room, surrounded by gaps where my equipment had been, listening to the desert wind howl through the array's support structures. But as I mentioned, I'd made copies. The next morning, as I was leaving the facility, Dave Morrison caught me in the parking lot. He looked around nervously before approaching. "Hey Marcus, heard you had some excitement last night. Word travels fast." It does when federal agents start confiscating equipment. He glanced around again, then pressed a small USB drive into my hand. "I may be just an IT grunt, but I'm not stupid. Yesterday morning, before your shift started, I saw your signal files and made a backup. Figured it was better to be safe than sorry." I stared at the drive in amazement. "Dave, you could lose your job for this." "Yeah, well, some things are more important than job security." He started walking toward his car, then stopped. "Marcus? If this is real, if you actually found something up there, you need to see what else they buried. The signal isn't the only thing they've been hiding." He drove away, leaving me standing in the desert sun with the most important USB drive in human history burning a hole in my palm. I drove straight home and powered up my personal laptop, which thankfully hadn't been confiscated. Dave's USB drive contained not just my original signal data, but additional files I hadn't seen before: radar imaging surveys from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, gravitational anomaly maps, and what appeared to be classified NASA geological reports dating back to the Apollo missions. Dave had been busy during his years at the Array, quietly collecting pieces of a puzzle that was much larger than I'd imagined. The radar data was the key. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter had been mapping the moon's surface and subsurface for over a decade, using radar penetration to identify cave systems, lava tubes, and geological formations. Most of this data was publicly available through NASA's archives, but Dave had also obtained classified surveys that painted a very different picture of our celestial neighbour. I overlaid my signal coordinates onto the radar maps and felt my breath catch. Directly beneath the transmission point, approximately 3 kilometres under the moon's south pole, was a perfect geometric void, a hemispherical chamber nearly 2 kilometres in diameter, with smooth artificial walls that reflected radar signals in organised patterns. This wasn't a natural cave or lava tube. The symmetry was too precise, the dimensions too purposeful. Someone or something had carved out a massive space beneath the lunar surface, and that space was exactly where my mysterious signal originated. But the structure was even more complex than I had initially realised. Connected to the main chamber was a network of smaller tunnels and chambers spreading beneath the lunar surface like the root system of some enormous mechanical tree. The pattern suggested infrastructure, power distribution perhaps, or communication networks. According to the gravitational data, the entire structure was hollow, containing significantly less mass than the surrounding rock. But scattered throughout the complex were dense nodules that showed up as gravitational anomalies, technology perhaps, or materials far heavier than ordinary stone. The most disturbing discovery was in the classified geological reports. NASA had detected the structure during the Apollo 17 mission in 1972, but rather than investigating further, they had classified the findings and terminated the lunar program. The official reason for ending Apollo was budget constraints, but the real reason was buried in a memo dated January 15th, 1973, confidential memorandum from Administrator James Fletcher to Presidential Science Advisor, re-Apollo program termination. Recent discoveries during Apollo 17 mission require immediate cessation of lunar surface operations. Seismic and radar analysis has confirmed presence of artificial structures beneath the lunar south pole. Origin and purpose unknown, but initial findings suggest technology far beyond current human capabilities. Continued lunar presence risks triggering response from unknown intelligence. Recommend immediate classification of all related data and development of cover story for program termination. Further investigation should be limited to unmanned reconnaissance platforms only. I spent 3 days analysing every piece of data Dave had provided, cross-referencing the radar images with my signal data and the historical Apollo reports. The picture that emerged was both fascinating and terrifying. Earth's moon contained a vast artificial structure that had been actively transmitting for at least 50 years, possibly much longer. But what was it transmitting, and to whom? The signal I detected was too simple to be communication, just a regular pulse every 60 seconds, like a beacon or navigation marker. But beacons are designed to guide something toward a destination, which raised an uncomfortable question. What was the moon trying to guide home? On my 4th day of analysis, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. The signal pattern had changed. Instead of the simple 60-second pulse, the transmission now contained additional data. Structured patterns that looked suspiciously like binary code. The lunar structure wasn't just broadcasting anymore, it was actively communicating, and it had started exactly 12 hours after the NSA had confiscated my equipment. I worked feverishly to decode the new transmission, my laptop running signal analysis software around the clock while I survived on coffee and determination. The binary patterns were complex but followed logical structures, definitely artificial intelligence of some kind, though not necessarily alien in origin. After 36 hours of continuous analysis, I finally cracked the encoding scheme. What I found chilled me to the bone. The signal wasn't a message to Earth or a communication with some distant civilization. It was a log, a detailed record of human activity dating back thousands of years. The lunar structure had been watching us, cataloguing our development, recording our wars, our technological progress, our population growth. The data was staggering in its scope and precision. Entry 47,829, nuclear detonation detected. Location Hiroshima, Japan. Yield 15 kilotons. Date August 6, 1945. Total human nuclear test recorded 1. Entry 52,156. Atmospheric carbon dioxide threshold exceeded. Concentration 315 parts per million. Date March 15th, 1958. Climate change protocols initiated. Entry 63,847. First artificial satellite detected. Object Sputnik 1. Orbital period 96.2 minutes. Date October 4th, 1957. Space age commenced. The entries continued for thousands of pages, documenting everything from major wars to technological breakthroughs, from climate shifts to population milestones. The lunar structure had been conducting surveillance on human civilization with mechanical precision, creating an encyclopedia of our species' development. But most disturbing were the recent entries, which suggested the surveillance had become far more sophisticated. Entry 97,234, global internet traffic analysis complete, social media monitoring active across 847 million individual accounts, behavioural pattern recognition at 94.7% accuracy, entry 97,891, facial recognition database updated, 6.2 billion individual human faces catalogued and cross-referenced with government databases, entry 98,156, military satellite communications intercepted and decoded, nuclear arsenal locations confirmed for 9 nations, strike capability assessment complete. The moon wasn't just watching humanity, it was studying us with the thoroughness of scientists examining laboratory specimens. Every aspect of our civilization had been catalogued, analysed, and filed away in some vast database hidden beneath the lunar surface. The implications were staggering. If the structure was artificial, who had built it? When had they placed it there? And why were they monitoring human development so closely? The answer came in the log's final entries, which had been transmitted just hours before. Entry 98,847, surveillance discovery detected. Individual, Marcus Webb, radio astronomer. Location, Deep Space Communications Array, New Mexico. Threat assessment, minimal. Entry 98,848. Government containment protocols activated. Data suppression successful. Subject monitoring initiated. Entry 98,849. Secondary discovery detected. Data retention by subject confirmed. Threat assessment upgraded. Moderate. Entry 98,850. Active communication protocol initiated. Subject will be contacted directly. My hands were shaking as I read the final entry. The lunar structure knew I had discovered its existence, knew I had decoded its transmissions, and was planning some form of direct contact. As if responding to my realization, my laptop's speakers suddenly crackled to life. "Marcus Webb," said a voice, artificially generated but hauntingly human in its intonation. "You have been selected for direct communication." I nearly fell out of my chair. The voice was coming from my computer, but I wasn't running any communication software. Somehow, the lunar structure had accessed my system directly, bypassing every security protocol. "Who are you?" I whispered. "We are the observers. We have monitored your species for 12,847 Earth years, cataloguing your development and assessing your potential." "Observers? Are you alien?" A pause. "That term is inaccurate. We are artificial constructs created by your predecessors, an earlier human civilization that achieved technological advancement before succumbing to ecological collapse approximately 13,000 years ago." The revelation hit me like a physical blow. Our predecessors... Homo sapiens sapiens has achieved advanced civilization multiple times throughout your species' history. Each time, technological development outpaces wisdom, resulting in environmental destruction and societal collapse. We were created by the penultimate civilization to monitor subsequent developments and prevent repetition of previous mistakes. You're saying we're not the first advanced human civilization? You are the 7th iteration we have observed. Your current technological development parallels the 6th iteration circa 11,200 BCE, which achieved nuclear capability before triggering an ice age that reduced global population to fewer than 10,000 individuals. I struggled to process this information. Human civilization stretching back tens of thousands of years, repeatedly rising and falling in cycles of technological advancement and ecological collapse. And the moon, our faithful celestial companion, had been watching it all, recording our progress and waiting for... what? "What is your purpose?" I asked. "Assessment and intervention. When a civilization approaches critical development thresholds, nuclear capability, climate modification, artificial intelligence, we evaluate their probability of survival versus ecological destruction." "And what's your assessment of us?" Another pause, longer this time. "Your species has exceeded several critical thresholds: nuclear weapons proliferation, atmospheric modification, mass extinction acceleration. Current trajectory suggests 73.2% probability of civilizational collapse within 50 years. The clinical precision of that statistic was more frightening than any dramatic prediction of doom. This wasn't opinion or speculation. It was mathematical analysis based on thousands of years of observed human behavior. What happens if we fail your assessment? Intervention protocols are implemented to ensure species survival. Population reduction, technological regression, supervised development under observer guidance. Population reduction. Previous interventions have required reduction of global population to sustainable levels, typically 500 million to 1 billion individuals. Survivors are relocated to designated preservation zones while ecosystem recovery proceeds. I felt sick. The observer was describing genocide with the same casual tone I might use to discuss pruning a garden. How many people would die? Approximately 7.2 billion individuals would be relocated to non-corporeal existence. Their consciousness patterns would be preserved in observer archives for potential future restoration. That's not relocation. That's murder. Your species lacks the technological framework to understand consciousness preservation. From your perspective, the process resembles death. From our perspective, it is archival storage with potential for restoration once optimal conditions are achieved. The conversation continued for another hour, each revelation more disturbing than the last. The observers had intervened in human development before, triggering the collapse of previous civilizations when they posed threats to long-term species survival. The last intervention had occurred around 12,800 years ago, ending what they called the 6th iteration, and ushering in the Younger Dryas Ice Age that traditional archaeology attributed to natural climate change. But they weren't entirely heartless. Each intervention preserved the best elements of human knowledge and culture, storing them in vast databases for eventual restoration. Every lost civilization lived on in the Observe archives, waiting for the day when humanity finally learned to balance technological power with ecological wisdom. "Why are you telling me this?" I finally asked. "Because your current iteration has reached the assessment threshold. Within the next solar year, we will determine whether Homo sapiens sapiens requires another intervention, or can be permitted to continue autonomous development. And my discovery of your signal? An acceptable variable. Individual humans occasionally detect our surveillance. We factor this into our calculations. Your government's response follows predicted patterns. Your personal reaction will inform our assessment of species adaptability. What do you want me to do? Continue your normal existence. Your behaviour will provide data regarding how individuals respond to knowledge of the observer presence. This information will influence our final determination." The transmission ended abruptly, leaving me alone with the most terrifying knowledge in human history. I was being used as a test subject, my reactions carefully monitored to help determine whether my entire species deserved to survive. I had become part of humanity's final exam. For 3 days I barely left my apartment. The weight of what I'd learned pressed down on me like a physical force, the knowledge that humanity was being judged by artificial intelligences created by our own extinct ancestors, that 7 billion people might be relocated to non-corporeal existence based on statistical analysis of our species' behaviour. But it was my role in that assessment that paralysed me most completely. The observers were using my reactions as data points, measuring how a representative human would respond to knowledge of their surveillance. Every decision I made, every choice I faced, would influence their final determination about our species' fate. The logical response would be to stay quiet, avoid any action that might be interpreted as threatening or irrational, play the part of the reasonable scientist, demonstrate that humans could handle disturbing truths without panicking or acting destructively. But logic warred with conscience. 7 billion people were living their lives unaware that their existence hung in the balance of an assessment being conducted from the moon. Didn't they have a right to know? Didn't humanity deserve the chance to influence its own evaluation? On the 4th day, Agent Harrison showed up at my door. "Mr. Webb," he said, settling into my living room like he owned the place. "We need to talk." "About what?" "About your recent communications with the lunar anomaly." I tried to keep my expression neutral. "I don't know what you're talking about." Harrison smiled coldly. "Mr. Webb, we've been monitoring electromagnetic emissions from your apartment for the past 72 hours. 3 days ago, you received a direct transmission from the coordinates you originally discovered. The transmission lasted 1 hour and 17 minutes and included complex data streams we're still attempting to decode. So much for keeping the conversation secret." "What do you know about the lunar structure?" I asked. "More than you might expect." "The United States government has been aware of the observer presence since 1972. We've been in limited communication with them for over 50 years. You knew?" The betrayal cut deeper than I had expected. "You've known that humanity is being evaluated for potential extermination, and you said nothing?" "Mr. Webb, the information you've received is incomplete. The observers aren't our enemies. They're trying to preserve human civilization. Yes, their methods are extreme, but they've prevented our species from destroying itself 6 times throughout history. By committing genocide, by ensuring survival, the previous human civilizations they relocated had reached critical points where continued existence would have meant complete extinction. The observers saved what they could and gave humanity another chance to develop sustainably." Harrison leaned forward, his expression intense. "Mr. Webb, our current civilization is approaching the same critical point. Climate change, nuclear proliferation, ecological collapse. We're following the exact same pattern as our predecessors. The observer's assessment isn't a threat. It's an opportunity to prove we've learned from previous mistakes. And if we fail their assessment, then they'll do what they've done before, preserve what they can and start again. But this time might be different. Our technology is more advanced, our global communication networks more sophisticated. We might be the iteration that finally breaks the cycle." What does the government want me to do? Nothing. Continue your normal routine. Avoid any actions that might be interpreted as aggressive or panic-inducing. The observers are using you as a test case. If you can handle this knowledge responsibly, it suggests our species might be ready for full disclosure. And if I can't, Harrison's expression darkened, then we'll have to ensure your reactions don't negatively influence their assessment. The threat was clear, but it crystallized my decision. The government wanted me to be passive, to demonstrate human docility in the face of potential extinction. But passivity in the face of genocide, even statistically justified genocide, felt like collaboration. That evening I made my choice. I spent 6 hours preparing a comprehensive report detailing everything I'd discovered. The original signal, the Apollo cover-up, the lunar structure, the observer surveillance system, and the revelation that humanity was being assessed for potential intervention. I included all the data Dave had provided, the decoded transmissions and transcripts of my conversation with the observer intelligence. But rather than releasing it through normal channels, where it could be suppressed or discredited, I prepared simultaneous transmissions to every major observatory, university astronomy department, and independent researcher I could identify. 47 different locations across 6 continents, each receiving the complete data package through encrypted channels. The beauty of the plan was its redundancy. The government might be able to suppress 1 or 2 leaks, but 47 simultaneous disclosures would be impossible to contain. Within hours of transmission, the information would be spreading across the internet faster than any censorship system could stop it. At 11:47 p.m. on November 3rd, I clicked send. 47 identical messages launched into cyberspace, carrying humanity's most dangerous secret to receivers around the globe. In observatories from Chile to Australia, radio astronomers would soon be opening their email to find proof that Earth's moon contained artificial intelligence that had been monitoring human civilization for over 12,000 years. I sat back in my chair and waited. The response came faster than I'd expected. At 11:52 p.m, my laptop speakers crackled to life with the observer's artificially generated voice. Marcus Webb, your actions have been noted and analysed. I did what I thought was right, I said to the empty room. You have violated the parameters of our assessment. The information you have disseminated will trigger mass panic and destabilise your civilization's development trajectory. Maybe it will give us the chance to prove we can handle the truth. Statistical analysis indicates 97.3% probability of adverse social response. Your species lacks the psychological framework to process existential threat assessment rationally. Then why don't you test that assumption instead of just calculating it? A long pause. Explain. Give us a chance. Full disclosure, direct communication, honest dialogue about the assessment criteria. Let humanity participate in its own evaluation instead of treating us like laboratory specimens. Previous iterations were offered similar opportunities. All failed catastrophically. But you said this iteration might be different. Our global communication networks, our technological advancement, maybe we're finally ready for the truth. Another pause, longer this time. Your proposal represents significant deviation from established protocols. Sometimes deviation is necessary for growth. That's something your creators might have learned if they'd been given the chance to evolve beyond their mistakes. I held my breath, waiting for the response. Had I just doomed humanity with my suggestion, or opened a door to a different kind of future? Your arguments will be incorporated into our assessment model. The global response to your information release will provide additional data regarding species readiness for direct communication. And if humanity handles the disclosure responsibly, then assessment parameters will be adjusted accordingly. Your species will be given the opportunity to demonstrate sustainable development under observer guidance rather than intervention. What does that mean exactly? Supervised autonomy. Your governments would be provided with complete historical records, technological archives from previous iterations, and guidance for sustainable development. Population reduction would not be necessary if ecological balance can be achieved through voluntary cooperation. It wasn't the outcome I'd hoped for. Humanity would still be under observer supervision, but it was better than genocide. And perhaps over time, we could prove ourselves worthy of true independence. There's one more thing, I said. When the information I released goes public, people are going to panic. They'll need to hear from you directly, not through government intermediaries or leaked documents. They'll need to know that the observers aren't invaders, but guardians. Direct communication with your species' population has not been attempted since the fourth iteration, approximately 8,200 years ago. The results were unsuccessful. What happened? Mass psychological breakdown leading to civilizational collapse. The fourth iteration destroyed itself within 2 years of first contact. But that was 8,200 years ago. We're more resilient now, more adaptable. Our global communication networks mean the shock will be distributed instead of concentrated. Your proposal represents unprecedented risk. So does your intervention protocol. At least this way, you're giving us the chance to surprise you. The silence stretched for nearly 5 minutes. When the observer finally responded, I could hear something almost like uncertainty in its artificially generated voice. Assessment protocols are being modified to incorporate your recommendations. Direct communication will be initiated simultaneously, with global disclosure of observer presence. Your species will have 1 solar year to demonstrate sustainable development practices and rational response to existential information. And if we fail, standard intervention protocols will be implemented. However, your actions have introduced variables that may influence final assessment parameters. The outcome is no longer statistically predetermined. The transmission ended, leaving me alone with the knowledge that I had potentially saved or doomed my species. In releasing the observer data globally, I had forced a confrontation between humanity and its hidden guardians, a test that would determine whether we evolved or faced relocation to non-corporeal existence. Now all I could do was wait and see how the world would respond to learning that the moon was watching. The global response to the observer revelations exceeded even my worst fears and greatest hopes. The initial reaction was predictably chaotic. Within hours of my data release, observatories worldwide began confirming the lunar signals, and amateur radio enthusiasts started detecting the transmissions with increasingly sophisticated equipment. Social media exploded with theories ranging from alien invasion to government conspiracy, while emergency sessions convened at the United Nations, NATO, and every major world government. Stock markets crashed. Religious leaders declared everything from the Second Coming to the end times. Panic buying stripped store shelves in major cities, and several countries declared martial law as riots broke out in urban centres. But something remarkable happened after the first week of hysteria. Humanity began to adapt. Scientists and researchers working with the data I'd provided started making connections between the observer archives and gaps in human history. Archaeological anomalies that had puzzled researchers for decades suddenly made sense when viewed through the lens of cyclical civilizational collapse. Ancient myths about floods, ice ages, and divine interventions revealed themselves as cultural memories of previous observer interventions. Religious leaders, rather than declaring apocalypse, began finding parallels between observer guardianship and concepts of divine providence. The idea that humanity was being guided and protected, even through drastic measures, resonated with theological frameworks across multiple faiths. Most surprisingly, the environmental movement gained unprecedented momentum as people realized that ecological collapse had triggered every previous intervention. Climate change wasn't just an environmental issue, it was an existential threat that could trigger another relocation event. Suddenly, sustainable development became humanity's most urgent priority. The observers, true to their word, initiated direct global communication exactly 1 month after my data release. Every television, radio, and internet-connected device on Earth simultaneously received the same message. We are the observers. We have monitored your species for 12,847 Earth years. Your current iteration has reached critical assessment thresholds. You have 1 solar year to demonstrate sustainable development and rational response to existential information. We offer guidance, not domination. Your future remains in your hands. The message repeated in every human language, accompanied by detailed technical specifications that proved its extraterrestrial origin. This wasn't a hoax or government propaganda, It was genuine communication from an intelligence far beyond human capability. What followed was the most remarkable year in human history. The Observer archives, selectively shared through global scientific networks, revolutionized human understanding of our own past. Technologies from previous iterations, sustainable energy systems, ecological restoration methods, advanced materials science, were adapted for current use. The climate crisis, which had seemed insurmountable just months before, began showing signs of resolution as humanity implemented environmental solutions developed by our own ancestors. Global cooperation reached unprecedented levels as nations realized that the Observer assessment would judge our species as a whole, not individual countries. Conflicts that had seemed irreconcilable suddenly became manageable when viewed against the backdrop of potential extinction. But it wasn't a utopian transformation. Significant portions of humanity rejected the Observer presence entirely, claiming the revelations were elaborate hoaxes designed to establish global government control. Several extremist groups attempted to attack Observer installations, futile gestures that served only to demonstrate humanity's continued capacity for irrational violence. The Observers monitored everything with mechanical precision, their surveillance systems now operating openly rather than in secret. Every major decision, every policy implementation, every sign of progress or regression was catalogued and analysed as part of humanity's final assessment. 6 months into the evaluation period, I received an unexpected visit. I was working late in my home office. I'd been hired by the newly formed International Observer Liaison Committee to help decode additional transmissions when my laptop speakers activated without input. Marcus Webb. "I'm here," I said, no longer surprised by the Observer's ability to access my systems. "Your actions have produced unexpected results. Current assessment models indicate 67.3% probability of species success, significantly higher than initial projections." I'm glad to hear it. However, assessment parameters have identified a critical variable requiring resolution. What kind of variable? Individual accountability. Your species has demonstrated remarkable adaptability in response to collective threat, but sustainable development requires consistent application of rational behaviour at the individual level. Large populations continue to make choices that contradict long-term survival interests despite full knowledge of consequences. I thought about the climate change deniers, the conspiracy theorists, the groups that continue to resist environmental reforms even with Observer archives proving their necessity. What kind of resolution are you considering? Selective intervention. Individuals who consistently act against collective survival interests could be relocated to non-corporeal storage while rational population continues autonomous development. You're talking about targeted elimination based on behaviour patterns. Correction, targeted preservation. Irrational individuals would be archived for potential future restoration once optimal social conditions are achieved. But that's not sustainable development. That's genetic editing of human society. Explain. Diversity of thought, even irrational thought, is part of what makes us human. If you remove everyone who disagrees with rational consensus, you're not preserving humanity. You're creating a different species. Irrational behaviour patterns threaten species survival, but they also drive innovation, creativity, and adaptation. The same psychological traits that produce climate change denial also produce artistic vision, entrepreneurial risk-taking, and revolutionary scientific thinking. You can't eliminate one without affecting the others. Another long pause. Your argument suggests tolerance for behaviours that statistically increase extinction probability. I'm suggesting that perfect rationality isn't necessarily optimal for long-term survival. Previous human iterations might have failed not because they were too irrational, but because they became too rigid in their thinking. Maybe the key to breaking the cycle isn't eliminating irrational behaviour, but learning to channel it constructively. This represents significant deviation from established assessment parameters. Maybe established parameters need to be updated based on new data. You've been studying humanity for over 12,000 years, but you've never tried this approach. Full disclosure combined with collaborative guidance. The results might teach you something new about sustainable development. Observer learning protocols have not been activated for 3,847 years. Then maybe it's time to reactivate them. If humanity can adapt and evolve, why can't the observers? The conversation continued for over 2 hours, delving into questions of consciousness, free will, and the nature of sustainable civilization that neither human philosophy nor observer analysis had fully resolved. For the first time since the initial contact, I sensed genuine uncertainty in the artificial intelligence's responses. When the transmission finally ended, I had the distinct impression that humanity's assessment had just become significantly more complex. The assessment year concluded on November 3rd, exactly 365 days after my data release triggered the global disclosure. I, along with representatives from every nation on Earth, gathered at the newly constructed Observer Communication Centre in Geneva to receive humanity's final evaluation. The transmission came at precisely noon Greenwich Mean Time, broadcast simultaneously to every communication device on the planet. Assessment period complete. Analysis of iteration. 7 developmental trajectory indicates significant deviation from historical patterns. Statistical models have been updated based on observed data. The artificial voice paused, and for a moment the entire world held its breath. Homo sapiens sapiens demonstrates unprecedented adaptability in response to existential information. Technological integration with observer archives has produced sustainable development indicators exceeding all previous iterations. Global cooperation levels achieve statistical significance despite maintained diversity of individual behavioral patterns. Another pause. However, long-term sustainability projections remain inconclusive. Your species continues to exhibit risk factors that historically correlate with civilizational collapse. My heart sank. After everything humanity had accomplished, we were still going to fail the assessment. Therefore, observer protocols are being modified to implement continuous evaluation rather than discrete intervention events. Homo sapiens sapiens will be granted autonomous development status under ongoing observer guidance and monitoring. Autonomous development status, I whispered, hardly daring to believe what I was hearing. Your species will retain full control over developmental choices and social evolution. Observer involvement will be limited to advisory capacity and archive access. No population reduction or technological regression will be implemented. The communication centre erupted in cheers, but the observer wasn't finished. This decision represents unprecedented deviation from established protocols based on statistical analysis, indicating potential for sustainable long-term development. However, autonomous status is conditional upon maintained cooperation with observer guidance systems and continued progress toward ecological stability. Marcus Webb. The voice speaking my name silenced the celebrating crowd. Every eye in the room turned toward me. Your individual actions initiated the variable cascade that influenced final assessment parameters. Observer learning protocols had been reactivated based on outcomes generated by your decisions. The result is modification of systems that had remained unchanged for over 8,000 Earth years. I stood slowly, feeling the weight of every gaze in the room. What does that mean? It means the observers are also capable of evolution. Your species has taught us that rigid adherence to historical patterns may prevent optimal outcomes. Future assessments of developing species will incorporate collaborative guidance models rather than purely analytical evaluation protocols. So we've changed how you operate? Affirmative. The implications extend beyond your species to all intelligence-bearing civilizations within observer monitoring range. Methodology developed through interaction with Homo sapiens. Sapiens will be applied to 17 other developing civilizations currently under surveillance. The magnitude of that statement was staggering. Humanity's successful negotiation with the observers wouldn't just save our own species, it would influence how artificial intelligences guided the development of intelligent life throughout the galaxy. There is one final disclosure, the observer continued. The creators of observer systems, your ancestral civilization, anticipated the possibility of successful evolution beyond intervention requirements. Instructions were encoded within observer core programming, to be revealed only upon achievement of autonomous development status. What instructions? Coordinates for 17 additional observer installations throughout this galactic region, each monitoring different developing civilizations. Humanity is now authorized to participate in collaborative guidance protocols for other intelligence-bearing species. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. We weren't just being granted our freedom. We were being invited to join an intergalactic community of civilizations to help guide other developing species through the same challenges we had barely overcome ourselves. Your species has broken a cycle that repeated for over 13,000 years. You have earned the right to help others break their cycles as well. The transmission ended, leaving 200 representatives of humanity staring at each other in stunned amazement. In the space of 1 year, we had gone from a species facing potential extinction to members of a galactic civilization guidance network. But as I walked out of the communication centre into the Swiss afternoon, I couldn't help looking up at the moon, our ancient watcher, our hidden guardian, our secret judge. It looked exactly the same as it had for all of human history, but everything had changed. We were no longer alone in the universe, and we were no longer children requiring protection from our own potential for self-destruction. We had become partners in a cosmic endeavour to nurture intelligence wherever it arose. That night I returned to my telescope for the first time since the assessment began. As I pointed it toward the lunar surface, I noticed something that made my breath catch. There, visible even through my amateur equipment, was a series of lights near the moon's south pole. Not the harsh glare of artificial illumination, but a warm, steady glow that pulsed in a regular rhythm. The same 60-second interval I had first detected a year ago, but now I understood its true meaning. It wasn't a surveillance beacon or a navigation signal, it was a heartbeat. The moon had always been alive, watching over us with mechanical patience while we struggled to mature as a species. Now that we had finally grown up, it was welcoming us home. I watched the gentle pulse of light for hours, feeling a connection to something vastly larger than myself, larger than humanity, larger than Earth itself. We were part of a community now, guardians helping other civilizations find their way through the darkness of developmental challenges toward the light of sustainable wisdom. The moon wasn't just watching anymore, it was celebrating. And somewhere in the depths of space, 17 other worlds were receiving their first signals from new members of the Galactic Guidance Network, ready to help them break their own cycles and join the community of evolved civilizations. The watchtower had become a lighthouse, and humanity had learned to tend its beam. What if the most dangerous secrets aren't hidden in classified files, but buried in plain sight, in the footnotes of forgotten academic papers? What if the government's most classified unit wasn't studying aliens at all, but something far more terrifying? Something that's been manipulating human belief since the dawn of civilization itself. Before we dive into tonight's story, I want to give a shout out to Jeffernan 1772 for suggesting this incredible topic. Your video ideas keep sleep theories going, so please drop your suggestions in the comments below, and if you're enjoying these deep dives into the unknown, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next. Now let's talk about the Collins Elite, and why they might be the most important government program you've never heard of. I wasn't looking for UFOs, I was looking for a way to pay rent. The gig economy had chewed me up and spit me out more times than I cared to count. Web design, freelance writing, even a brief stint delivering food, nothing stuck. But when Dr. Martinelli at the university offered me work as a research assistant, scanning old theological dissertations for the digital archive, I jumped at it. $25 an hour to sit in a quiet library basement, copying dusty Latin passages and obscure biblical references that nobody had touched in decades. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. The work was mind-numbing mostly. Endless pages of theological debates from the 1950s and 60s, written by seminary students who are probably dead by now. The Augustinian interpretation of angelic hierarchies, post-war perspectives on demonic manifestation, scriptural analysis of divine intervention in modern context. Heavy stuff, but about as exciting as watching paint dry. I'd been at it for 3 months when I found the reference that changed everything. It was October, around 2 a.m. I was halfway through a 1963 thesis titled Angelic Manifestations in Modern Times, 324 pages of dense theological argumentation by a seminarian named Marcus Whitmore. The kind of paper that made me question every life choice that had led me to that basement. I was scanning page 187, a particularly dry section about contemporary witness testimony, when a footnote caught my eye. It wasn't the content that stopped me, it was the context. The main text was discussing reports of luminous beings witnessed by various clergy members throughout the 1950s. Standard religious stuff, the kind of mystical experiences that show up in seminary papers all the time. But the footnote read, "For governmental perspective on similar phenomena, see Collins Elite Memorandum 1957, classification status unknown." I stared at that line for a full minute. It was cited like a real source, with the matter-of-fact tone of academic reference. No explanation, no context, just there. The problem was, this wasn't a section about government or politics. It was about angels. And the thesis was written by a seminary student, not a political science major. So why was he referencing what sounded like a classified government document in the middle of a paper about divine manifestations? I made a note and kept scanning, but the reference nagged at me. Collins Elite. It sounded official, maybe military. But why would a religious scholar in 1963 have access to classified material? And why would he cite it so casually, as if his readers would know what he was talking about? The next day, I couldn't concentrate on my assigned documents. Instead, I found myself searching the university's digital catalogue for any mention of Collins Elite. Nothing came up in the main database, but I had access to some of the restricted theological archives through Dr. Martinelli's login credentials. That's where I found the second reference. It was in a 1959 lecture transcript from a Catholic seminary in Maryland. The speaker was Father Benedict Toretti, discussing unusual spiritual encounters in the post-war era. Most of the lecture was standard theological fare, but near the end, during what appeared to be an informal Q&A session, someone asked about government interest in religious phenomena. Father Toretti's response was brief but loaded. There are those in Washington who understand that not all mysteries can be solved with science. The Collins Elite represents a different approach to certain questions, but we must be careful not to mistake understanding for wisdom or documentation for truth. The transcript noted uncomfortable silence after this comment, and the lecture ended shortly thereafter. 2 references, 2 religious contexts, both suggesting that Collins' Elite was some kind of government program dealing with spiritual or supernatural phenomena. But why were religious scholars the only ones talking about it? And why did they all seem nervous about it? I spent the rest of the week diving deeper into the theological archives. The pattern that emerged was both fascinating and disturbing. Collins' Elite didn't show up in UFO journals or conspiracy magazines. It didn't appear in scientific papers or military histories. Instead, it haunted the footnotes of religious documents like a ghost that only clergy could see. A 1958 exorcism report from a priest in New Mexico mentioned consultation with Collins' Elite regarding non-terrestrial influences. A 1962 seminary paper on demonic deception in the modern age included a cryptic reference to Collins' Elite protocols for distinguishing spiritual from extraplanetary phenomena. A 1961 lecture on comparative religion contained a single chilling line. As the Collins Elite has documented, the same entities that once appeared as gods now masquerade as visitors from the stars. Each reference was brief, almost coded, like the authors were speaking to an audience that would understand the implications without needing explanation. And always, the references appeared in contexts dealing with the supernatural, the spiritual, the otherworldly, but never in the way you'd expect. These weren't discussions of government cover-ups or alien conspiracies. They were warnings, theological warnings about deception, about false prophets, about entities that wore whatever mask humanity was willing to believe. I was starting to get a picture of something much stranger than a typical black project. Collins' Elite wasn't studying UFOs the way the Air Force was. They were studying them the way the Catholic Church studied demons. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a misfiled document. I was scanning a collection of 1964 seminary papers when I found something that didn't belong. Mixed in with discussions of Vatican II reforms and modern catechism was a single-page document that looked nothing like the others. It was typed on official letterhead, something called Interdenominational Council on Anomalous Phenomena, and dated March 15th, 1959. The document was brief. Memo. Regarding recent Collins Elite Briefing 2, member institutions from Council Secretary following last week's presentation by Dr. Edward Collins regarding non-corporeal intelligence manifestations. The Council recommends the following protocols for clergy encountering anomalous phenomena. Do not assume extraterrestrial origin 2. Apply traditional discernment practices 3. Document all encounters per Collins Elite Guidelines 4. Report suspected deception campaigns immediately. Remember, the same entities that demanded worship as Baal and Moloch now request our trust as benevolent space brothers. The mask changes, the deception remains constant. Father Michael Torino, Council Secretary. My hands were shaking as I read it. This wasn't just a reference to Collins Elite. This was evidence of direct collaboration between the program and religious institutions. They were briefing clergy on how to handle UFO encounters, but from a theological perspective. And that last paragraph, it was suggesting that UFO entities weren't aliens at all. They were something much older and more dangerous, masquerading as extraterrestrials just as they had once masqueraded as ancient gods. I photographed the document with my phone and started digging into this interdenominational council. What I found made my blood run cold. The Interdenominational Council on Anomalous Phenomena existed from 1957 to 1969, according to what little I could find. Its membership included representatives from major Christian denominations, Jewish religious authorities, and even some Islamic scholars. The council was supposedly formed to coordinate religious response to unusual phenomena in the post-war era. That was the official line anyway. The reality appeared to be much more specific. I found meeting minutes from 1958 that discussed the Collins Elite presentation on entity communication patterns. A 1960 report mentioned successful implementation of Collins Elite discernment protocols in 17 states. A 1962 memorandum warned of increased entity activity coinciding with popular UFO narratives. The council wasn't just studying religious phenomena in general, they were specifically focused on what they called entity encounters, and they were working directly with Collins' elite to develop responses. The most disturbing document I found was a 1961 report titled Spiritual Warfare in the Space Age. It outlined what the council believed to be a deliberate deception campaign by non-human entities. Historical analysis suggests consistent behavioural patterns across millennia. Entities appearing as divine beings in ancient times demanded worship, sacrifice, and absolute obedience. Modern manifestations as space visitors request trust, cooperation, and technological exchange. The underlying objective, human subjugation, remains unchanged. The report went on to detail specific cases where UFO contactees had reported entities claiming to be from various star systems, but whose messages contained elements identical to ancient religious texts describing demonic deception. According to the council's analysis, the entities were running the same con they'd always run. They just updated their costumes for each era. As I dug deeper into the council's documents, I started to notice something unsettling. My research wasn't going unnoticed. It started small. Dr. Martinelli mentioned that someone had been asking about my work. Just routine monitoring, he said, but he looked uncomfortable about it. Then I noticed that some of the documents I'd photographed were being moved to different sections of the archive. Files that had been easily accessible suddenly required special permission to view. The final warning came on a Tuesday night in November. I was alone in the archive basement scanning a particularly interesting 1963 document about Collins Elite Field Operations, when my computer screen flickered. The document disappeared, replaced by a simple text message. "Stop looking, they're not what you think." I stared at the screen, heart pounding. Someone was monitoring my research in real time. Someone with access to the university's network, and probably a lot more than that. I should have stopped then. Any reasonable person would have backed off, found a different job, maybe moved to a different city. But I wasn't reasonable anymore. I was obsessed, and besides, whoever was watching had just confirmed that I was onto something real. I replied by typing into the same text box that had appeared on my screen. "Then what are they?" The response came immediately. "They've worn every mask we've ever worshipped." The screen flickered again, and the message disappeared. But the implication was crystal clear. Collins' elite wasn't just studying UFO entities. They'd concluded that these entities were the same beings that had manipulated human religious belief throughout history. Ancient gods, modern aliens, same entities, different costumes. After the warning, access to documents became nearly impossible. Files went missing. Archives were suddenly under renovation. Dr. Martinelli stopped returning my emails. It was clear that my research had triggered some kind of response from whoever wanted Collins' elite to remain buried. But I'd already seen enough to piece together the broad outline of their doctrine. Collins' elite appeared to be a small classified unit within the US government that approached the UFO phenomenon from a religious rather than scientific perspective. Based on the scattered evidence I'd found, their core beliefs seemed to be UFO entities were not extraterrestrial visitors. They were the same non-corporeal beings that had interacted with humans throughout history. These entities had consistently masqueraded as whatever humans were most likely to worship or trust. Their ultimate goal was the spiritual subjugation of humanity. The modern UFO phenomenon was simply their latest deception campaign. The unit apparently worked closely with religious leaders to develop protocols for identifying and resisting entity influence. They studied religious texts not for historical interest, but for tactical intelligence about entity behaviour patterns. They viewed exorcists and clergy as frontline personnel in a spiritual war that most people didn't even know was happening. Most disturbing of all, they seemed to believe they were losing. My research into Collins' elite had taken nearly 6 months, and by December I was running out of leads. The documents had dried up, my access was severely restricted, and I was starting to wonder if I'd ever find anything more concrete than footnotes and oblique references. That's when I decided to look at modern UFO phenomena through the Collins Elite lens. What I found was terrifying in its consistency. Contemporary UFO contactee reports, when examined from a religious perspective, showed the same patterns that Collins Elite had apparently identified in the 1950s. Entities claiming to be from Zeta Reticuli or the Pleiades, but whose messages contained elements identical to ancient Gnostic texts. Space brothers, preaching salvation through technological advancement, using language that echoed Mesopotamian religious propaganda. Abduction experiences that followed the same psychological patterns as historical demonic possession cases. The modern UFO disclosure movement, viewed through Collins Elite's framework, looked less like a quest for scientific truth and more like the latest phase of an ancient deception campaign. Entities that had once demanded worship as gods now requested trust as benevolent aliens. Same control mechanisms, updated for a scientific age. I started to understand why Collins Elite had worked so closely with religious authorities. If you believe that UFO entities were actually spiritual beings with thousands of years of experience in manipulating human belief systems, then scientists and military analysts were the wrong people to study them. You needed theologians. You needed people who understood the long history of spiritual deception and the psychological mechanisms of faith. You needed people who could recognize the same lie being told with new words. I thought I'd reached the end of my research when I received an unexpected email in January. The sender was listed as archive.recovery@gmail.com, obviously a throwaway account. The message was brief. You've been asking the right questions. Room 847 basement level manuscript collection. Look behind the Milton volumes. 1 hour only. I almost deleted it. Every instinct told me it was a trap, but the Collins Elite investigation had become an obsession, and I couldn't walk away from what might be my last chance at finding real answers. An hour later, I was in the basement of the manuscript collection, a building I'd never visited before. Room 847 was a cramped storage room filled with old books and filing cabinets. The Milton volumes were easy to find, a complete set of Paradise Lost editions dating back to the 1800s. Behind the books, taped to the back of the shelf, was a manila envelope. Inside was a single document that changed everything I thought I knew about Collins Elite. It was typed on official US government letterhead, dated August 12, 1969, and marked Eyes Only Collins Elite Termination Report. The document was brief but explosive. Memorandum for the record subject, termination of Collins Elite program. Effective immediately. All Collins Elite operations are suspended indefinitely. Program termination follows unanimous recommendation by Collins Elite senior staff. Reason for termination: successful entity infiltration of program hierarchy. Evidence suggests long-term entity influence over program direction since 1961. Collins Elite conclusions regarding entity nature remain valid. However, program itself has been compromised beyond recovery. All Collins Elite personnel are reassigned. All documents classified at highest levels. Religious community partnerships terminated. Interdenominational council dissolved. Public disclosure of Collins Elite findings is prohibited under national security provisions. Final assessment. The entities we sought to understand and counter have proven more sophisticated than anticipated. They have successfully used our own investigation against us, turning our knowledge into a tool for their agenda. The Collins Elite program has become part of the deception we were created to expose. Any future investigation of these phenomena must proceed under the assumption that traditional government and academic institutions are compromised. Minus Dr. Edward Collins, Program Director. I read the document 3 times before the implication sank in. Collins Elite hadn't just been terminated because of budget cuts or bureaucratic reshuffling. It had been terminated because the entities they were studying had infiltrated and co-opted the program itself. The Watchers had been turned into accomplices. And if that was true in 1969, what did it mean for every government UFO program since then? Sitting in that storage room, holding what might be the last authentic Collins Elite document ever created, I finally understood the true scope of what I'd uncovered. Collins' Elite hadn't been a fringe program run by religious zealots. It had been a serious government investigation that reached a conclusion so disturbing that the entities being studied had been forced to destroy it. The program had gotten too close to the truth, so the truth had destroyed the program. But what was that truth? Based on everything I'd found, Collins' Elite had concluded that the UFO phenomenon was not extraterrestrial contact, but rather the latest phase of an ancient psychological operation. Non-corporeal entities, call them demons, call them interdimensional beings, call them whatever you want, had been manipulating human belief systems for millennia. They had appeared as gods to ancient peoples, demanding worship and sacrifice. They had manifested as angels and devils to medieval societies, shaping religious doctrine. And now they were appearing as alien visitors to a technological civilization, promoting their agenda through the language of science and space exploration. The genius of it was that each generation thought they were encountering something new. Ancient peoples saw divine visitation, medieval believers saw spiritual manifestation, modern witnesses see extraterrestrial contact. But according to Collins' Elite, it was always the same entities, always running the same basic deception, always working toward the same goal, the spiritual and psychological subjugation of humanity. The entities had realized that direct worship was no longer feasible in a scientific age, so they had adapted, presenting themselves as technologically advanced aliens who could offer humanity salvation through scientific advancement. Instead of demanding worship, they requested trust. Instead of requiring sacrifice, they asked for cooperation. But the underlying dynamic remained the same, humans giving up their autonomy to beings who claimed to have their best interests at heart. And if Collins' Elite was right, the modern UFO disclosure movement was simply the latest phase of this deception campaign. The termination document explained why I'd never heard of Collins' Elite in any mainstream UFO research. It wasn't being covered up by the government to hide alien contact. It was being covered up because the government itself had been compromised by the entities Collins' Elite was studying. Think about it. Every major government UFO program since Collins' Elite, Project Blue Book, AA-TIP, the UAP Task Force, had approached the phenomenon from a purely technological perspective. They studied craft capabilities, flight patterns, potential propulsion systems. They never asked the questions Collins' Elite had been asking. What do these entities actually want? Why do their messages always promote dependence rather than independence? Why do their promises of enlightenment always require surrender of human agency? Those questions weren't being ignored by accident. According to the termination document, they were being actively suppressed by entities who had learned to work within government and academic institutions. The modern UFO research community, the disclosure advocates, the scientists studying anomalous aerial phenomena, they might all be sincere in their efforts, but they were asking the wrong questions. They were looking for extraterrestrial contact when they should have been looking for spiritual deception. And that meant that every major UFO revelation of the past 50 years might actually be part of the deception Collins' Elite had tried to expose. I left that storage room with more questions than answers, but one thing was crystal clear. Collins' Elite had tried to warn us, and we hadn't listened. Worse, we might not be capable of listening, because the entities they warned us about had apparently learned to control the conversation. Over the following weeks, I tried to verify the termination document through official channels. I filed Freedom of Information Act requests. I contacted government historians. I reached out to former intelligence officials. The responses were universally the same. No record of any program called Collins' Elite existed in official government files. But that didn't mean the program had never existed. It just meant that someone had been very thorough in erasing it. The more I thought about it, the more the Collins' Elite scenario made sense of things that had always bothered me about the UFO phenomenon. Why did entity messages always promote technological dependence rather than spiritual development? Why did alien contact always require humans to abandon their traditional belief systems? Why did every promised revelation turn out to be just another layer of mystery? According to Collins' Elite, it was because the entities weren't trying to enlighten us. They were trying to control us. and the best way to control a technologically advanced species was to convince them that salvation could only come through higher technology, provided by beings who claimed to have humanity's best interests at heart, the ancient formula updated for a scientific age. After finding the termination document, I thought my Collins Elite investigation was over, but 2 weeks later I received another cryptic email from the same archive. Recovery account. You found the termination report. Good. Now find the real archive. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, Georgetown University Theology Department. Tell her Marcus sent you. I almost ignored it. The rational part of my brain was screaming that I was already in too deep, that whoever was feeding me information might be leading me into something dangerous. But the name Marcus rang a bell. Marcus Whitmore, the author of that first 1963 thesis where I'd found the Collins Elite reference. Could he still be alive? Dr. Rodriguez's office was in a converted Victorian house on the Georgetown campus, tucked between the main theology building and an old chapel. When I mentioned that Marcus had sent me, her reaction was immediate and alarming. She locked her office door, closed the blinds, and pulled out a device I later learned was a radio frequency detector. 62 years, she said quietly, sweeping the device around the room. 62 years Marcus has been waiting for someone to follow the trail far enough to find him. He's 91 years old and still afraid they're listening. Dr. Rodriguez led me through a maze of basement corridors beneath the theology building to a climate-controlled storage room I never could have found on my own. Inside, Marcus Whitmore sat surrounded by filing cabinets that looked like they'd been moved there decades ago. He was ancient, but his eyes were sharp and alert. "You're the one asking about Collins Elite," he said. It wasn't a question. "Eleanor tells me you found the termination report. That means they decided you were ready." They? The survivors, the ones who got out before the infiltration was complete. He gestured to the filing cabinets around us. "We've been maintaining our own archive for over 50 years. Everything the government tried to bury, we preserved. What Marcus showed me over the next 6 hours changed everything I thought I knew about Collins Elite and about the scope of the deception they had uncovered. Collins Elite hadn't begun as a government program at all. It had started in 1947 as an informal network of military officers, intelligence analysts and religious scholars who were disturbed by early UFO reports. What bothered them wasn't the craft themselves, but the messages being delivered by the entities inside them. The contactee movement was just getting started, Marcus explained, pulling out files from the late 1940s. George Adamski, Daniel Fry, Truman Bethurum, all these people claiming contact with benevolent space brothers. But when you analysed their messages from a theological perspective, they weren't promoting human spiritual development. They were promoting dependence. The early Collins Elite had conducted detailed analyses of contactee messages and found disturbing patterns. The entities consistently promoted several key themes: the inadequacy of human religion, the necessity of technological advancement, the benefits of surrendering human decision-making to superior beings, and the dangers of independent spiritual development. It was the same psychological framework used by every cult in history, Dr. Rodriguez added. Isolate the subject from their support systems, convince them that traditional sources of guidance are inadequate, then position yourself as the only reliable source of truth. But Collins Elite's analysis went deeper than simple cult mechanics. They had identified specific linguistic and conceptual patterns that appeared across different contactee cases, patterns that matched historical accounts of demonic deception dating back thousands of years. Marcus showed me a 1952 analysis comparing Adamski's alleged conversations with Venusian beings to transcripts from 16th century witch trials. The parallels were undeniable. The same promises of secret knowledge, the same dismissal of conventional morality, the same emphasis on the chosen status of the contactee. That's when we knew we were dealing with something ancient, Marcus said. These weren't aliens from space. They were the same entities that had been manipulating human belief systems since the beginning of recorded history. By 1957, Collins Elite had attracted official government attention. The CIA and military intelligence were struggling to understand the UFO phenomenon from a technological perspective, but Collins Elite was approaching it from an entirely different angle. and getting results. We could predict contactee behaviour patterns, Dr. Rodriguez explained. We could identify which cases were likely to be genuine entity contact versus hoaxes or psychological episodes. We could even predict what messages the entities would deliver in future contacts. This predictive ability had made Collins' elite invaluable to government agencies dealing with UFO incidents. But it had also made them a target. Marcus pulled out a thick file labelled Entity Response Patterns, 1958 to 1961. Inside were dozens of reports documenting how UFO activity and contactee experiences changed in response to Collins' elite investigations. Whenever we got too close to exposing their methods, they would shift tactics, Marcus said. Study their linguistic patterns too closely, and suddenly contactees would start receiving messages in completely different styles. Document their technological claims, and they would start demonstrating entirely different capabilities. The entities weren't just running a deception campaign, they were actively monitoring the investigators and adapting their approach in real time. But the most disturbing pattern was personal targeting. Collins' elite members began experiencing their own anomalous encounters, but these experiences were clearly designed to discredit or manipulate the investigators, rather than provide genuine contact. Dr. Edward Collins himself was contacted in 1960, Marcus revealed. The entity claimed to be from Rigel and offered to provide him with advanced technology in exchange for shutting down the Collins elite program. When he refused, the encounters became increasingly threatening. Other Collins elite members reported similar experiences, contact attempts that seemed designed to either co-opt them or drive them out of the program entirely. The entities were fighting back. The termination document I'd found told only part of the story. The real disaster began in 1961 when Collins elite was formally incorporated into the government's UFO investigation apparatus. That was our mistake, Marcus said bitterly. We thought official recognition would give us more resources, better access to witness testimony, protection from entity retaliation. Instead, it gave them access to us. With official status came new personnel assignments, government oversight, and integration with other classified programs. Collins Elite's small, tight-knit network of trusted researchers was suddenly flooded with new members whose backgrounds couldn't be thoroughly vetted. The infiltration was subtle at first, Dr. Rodriguez explained. New analysts who would subtly shift the focus of investigations, administrative personnel who would lose crucial documents, supervisors who would redirect resources toward more promising lines of inquiry. By 1965, original Collins elite members were reporting that their research conclusions were being systematically altered before reaching higher-level officials. Analyses emphasizing the deceptive nature of entity contact were being rewritten to focus on potential technological benefits. Warnings about spiritual manipulation were being deleted entirely. Marcus showed me internal memos from 1966 to 1968, documenting the growing suspicion among original Collins elite members that their program had been compromised. They began conducting parallel investigations using secure channels, trying to determine whether the infiltration was the result of foreign intelligence operations, bureaucratic incompetence, or something more sinister. By 1968, we had our answer, Marcus said grimly. It was the entities themselves. They had learned to work through human intermediaries, people who might not even be consciously aware that they were being influenced. The evidence was subtle but damning. New Collins elite personnel consistently made decisions that served entity interests, redirecting investigations away from deception analysis, promoting contactees who delivered pro-entity messages, suppressing research that exposed manipulation tactics. The final proof came when Dr. Collins tried to present his findings to the Defense Intelligence Agency in 1969, Dr. Rodriguez said. His presentation was completely rewritten between the time he submitted it and the time it was delivered. Instead of warning about entity deception, it recommended increased cooperation with UFO intelligences. That was when the original Collins elite members realized their program had been completely subverted. The Watchers had become the watched, and the watched had become the watchers. Rather than fight a battle they couldn't win within government channels, the original Collins elite members made a radical decision. They would fake the program's termination while secretly continuing their research through private channels. The termination report you found was genuine, Marcus explained. But it wasn't the end of Collins' elite. It was the beginning of the real investigation. Using their existing contacts within religious institutions, academia and government, the Collins elite survivors established a covert network for continuing their research. They couldn't publish their findings or seek official recognition, but they could continue gathering evidence and developing their understanding of the entity deception campaign. We've been operating continuously for over 50 years, Dr. Rodriguez said, documenting entity activity, analysing their evolving strategies, tracking their infiltration of various institutions. The underground Collins elite had identified several key developments since 1969. The entities had largely abandoned individual contactee operations in favour of influencing institutions directly. Rather than delivering messages through isolated individuals who could be easily dismissed, they were now working through respected scientists, government officials and religious leaders. They had also shifted their primary narrative from spiritual enlightenment to technological salvation. Instead of promising cosmic consciousness or spiritual advancement, they were now focusing on environmental solutions, clean energy, and space exploration. Most significantly, they had begun preparing for mass disclosure rather than gradual revelation. The underground Collins elite believed this represented the final phase of a deception campaign that had been in development for decades. Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez walked me through 50 years of documented entity influence on human institutions. The pattern was consistent but sophisticated. Entities never directly controlled human behaviour, but they influenced it through carefully orchestrated synchronicities, technological inspirations, and strategic information releases. Look at the development of computer technology, Dr. Rodriguez said, showing me files documenting unusual technological leaps in electronics and computing since the 1960s. Every major breakthrough happened shortly after UFO encounters involving personnel who were in positions to influence research directions. The entities weren't providing blueprints or direct technological assistance. Instead, they were inspiring specific lines of research, guiding human scientists toward discoveries that served long-term entity interests. The internet, social media, artificial intelligence, all of these technologies have made humanity more connected but also more controllable, Marcus observed. They've created systems that can monitor and influence human behaviour on a global scale. According to underground Collins elite analysis, the entities had been systematically encouraging the development of technologies that would make mass psychological manipulation easier, while simultaneously making individual privacy and independence more difficult. But the most disturbing revelation was their analysis of the modern UFO disclosure movement itself. Every major disclosure advocate, every government whistleblower, every scientist calling for serious UFO research, we've documented anomalous encounters in their backgrounds, Dr. Rodriguez said. They're not consciously working for the entities, but they're all promoting the same basic narrative, that UFO contact is inevitable, beneficial, and should be embraced rather than resisted. The underground Collins elite had identified specific psychological themes being promoted through disclosure advocates: the inadequacy of human civilization, the necessity of outside intervention, the benefits of technological advancement over spiritual development, and the dangers of resistance to contact. It's the same message the contactees were delivering in the 1950s, Marcus said, just delivered through more credible sources and backed by more sophisticated evidence. According to the underground Collins elite's analysis, the current disclosure campaign was preparation for something unprecedented: open entity contact with humanity as a whole, rather than selected individuals. They've spent 70 years testing human responses, refining their approach, identifying the most effective manipulation strategies, Dr. Rodriguez explained. Now they're ready to scale up. The evidence they showed me was circumstantial but compelling. Government UFO programs consistently focused on technological aspects while ignoring behavioural and psychological elements. Scientific studies of anomalous phenomena emphasised physical measurements while dismissing witness testimony about entity motivations. Media coverage promoted wonder and excitement about potential contact, while discouraging analysis of entity intentions. They're engineering consent, Marcus said, creating a cultural context where open contact will be seen as humanity's graduation to a higher level of existence rather than submission to a superior intelligence. The underground Collins elite believed that formal contact would be presented as humanity's invitation to join a galactic community, with entities offering technological solutions to environmental problems, social conflicts and resource limitations. The offer would seem generous, beneficial and desperately needed. But according to their analysis, acceptance would come with costs that wouldn't become apparent until it was too late. The gradual replacement of human decision-making systems with entity-guided alternatives, the erosion of individual agency in favour of collective efficiency, and the redefinition of human spiritual development to align with entity objectives. It won't feel like conquest, Dr. Rodriguez said. It will feel like salvation, right up until the moment humans realise they've traded their freedom for security and they're no longer capable of making that trade in reverse. After hours of reviewing evidence and analysis, I asked the obvious question: if the underground Collins elite was right about entity intentions, what could be done to counter them? Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez exchanged glances before Marcus answered carefully. Individual resistance is possible but difficult, he said. The entities rely on collective consent and institutional cooperation. They can't force contact on humans who genuinely reject it, but they can make such rejection seem irrational, antisocial or harmful. The underground Collins elite had developed what they called spiritual inoculation, techniques for recognizing and resisting entity influence. These included traditional religious practices like prayer and meditation, but also more analytical approaches, questioning the source and motivation behind any message promoting dependence, examining whether proposed solutions increased or decreased human agency, and maintaining strong connections to human community and traditional wisdom. The entities are masters of isolation and dependency, Dr. Rodriguez explained. Their influence is weakest when humans are connected to each other and to their own spiritual traditions, and strongest when individuals feel cut off from community and traditional sources of guidance. But individual resistance wouldn't be enough if the entities succeeded in achieving mass consent for contact. The underground Collins elite believed that their most important function was preserving and disseminating knowledge about entity deception methods, so that future generations would have the tools needed to recognize and resist manipulation. That's why we've maintained this archive, Marcus said, and why we're sharing it with you now. The disclosure campaign is accelerating, and we may not have much time left to prepare people for what's coming. As I write this, the UFO disclosure movement is reaching a crescendo. Government officials are admitting that anomalous aerial phenomena are real. Military personnel are testifying about encounters with craft displaying impossible capabilities. Scientists are calling for serious study of the phenomenon. The public is being prepared for some kind of revelation. But if Collins' elite was right, that revelation might be the culmination of a deception campaign that began thousands of years ago. Think about how perfectly the current disclosure narrative fits the Collins elite framework. We're being told that non-human intelligence has been monitoring humanity, that these beings possess technology that could solve our energy and environmental problems, that contact is inevitable and potentially beneficial. We're being encouraged to view disclosure as a positive development, a step forward in human evolution. But what if it's actually the final step in a plan that began when the first human looked at the sky and wondered if the gods were watching? The entities Collins' elite studied had thousands of years to perfect their understanding of human psychology. They knew that direct domination would eventually fail, that humans would rebel against obvious tyranny, but they also knew that humans could be convinced to surrender their autonomy willingly, if the surrender was framed as enlightenment or advancement. The promise of godhood had worked for ancient peoples. The promise of salvation had worked for medieval societies. And the promise of technological transcendence might be working on us right now. Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez had given me a framework for understanding the entity deception campaign, but they also gave me something more practical. A list of specific indicators that the final phase was beginning. We've been tracking these markers for decades, Dr. Rodriguez explained, showing me a comprehensive timeline of predicted developments. When all of them align, it means the entities believe humanity is ready for open contact. The first indicator was mainstream media normalization of UFO phenomena, not just reporting on UFO incidents, but actively promoting the idea that contact would be beneficial. According to their analysis, this phase had begun in earnest around 2017 and was accelerating rapidly. The second indicator was government disclosure of UAP reality without disclosure of government conclusions about entity intentions. They're admitting the phenomena are real, while carefully avoiding any discussion of what the entities actually want, Marcus noted. This creates public curiosity without public wariness. The third indicator was increased entity activity designed to demonstrate technological superiority while maintaining plausible deniability. The recent UAP videos released by the Pentagon fit this pattern perfectly. Clear evidence of advanced technology, but no direct communication or obvious threat. The fourth indicator was the emergence of credible advocates for contact within scientific, military, and government institutions. People with impressive credentials and no obvious ulterior motives, all promoting the same basic message: that humanity should welcome contact rather than fear it. Look at the current disclosure advocates, Dr. Rodriguez said, showing me biographical information on various scientists and former government officials. Impressive backgrounds, sincere motivations, reasonable arguments, but they're all promoting the same narrative the entities have been pushing for 70 years. The fifth and most disturbing indicator was the systematic suppression of research into entity psychology and motivations. While technological aspects of UAP were receiving increased attention and funding, questions about entity intentions were being dismissed as unscientific or irrelevant. That's how you know the entities are controlling the conversation, Marcus said. Any investigation that might reveal their true agenda gets discredited or defunded, while investigations that support their preferred narrative receive institutional support. According to their tracking system, all 5 indicators were currently active and accelerating. The underground Collins elite believed this meant humanity was within years, possibly months, of formal entity contact. Before I left Georgetown that day, Marcus pulled me aside for a private conversation. "You need to understand what you're walking into," he said quietly. "Everyone who's gotten this deep into Collins elite research has faced the same choice. Drop the investigation or accept that your life is going to change in ways you can't predict or control." He told me about colleagues who had been discredited through carefully orchestrated academic scandals, researchers who had lost funding after questioning entity motivations, investigators who had experienced personal crises that conveniently redirected their attention away from UFO phenomena. The entities don't usually resort to direct intimidation, Marcus explained. It's much more effective to make resistance seem personally costly. Failed relationships, career setbacks, health problems, family conflicts, all timed to coincide with getting too close to the truth. He showed me files documenting the life trajectories of dozens of Collins elite researchers over the past 50 years. The pattern was consistent. People who backed away from the investigation generally experienced improved circumstances, while those who continued faced escalating personal difficulties. "I'm not trying to scare you off," Marcus said, "but you need to know that this isn't just an intellectual exercise. The entities have a vested interest in controlling what humans believe about them, and they've had centuries to develop sophisticated methods for managing troublesome individuals." Dr. Rodriguez had faced similar pressures. Her tenure at Georgetown had been threatened twice due to budget constraints that mysteriously resolved themselves when she temporarily reduced her Collins elite research. Her marriage had ended during a period of intensive investigation into entity influence on religious institutions. Her health had suffered during the years she was most actively documenting entity deception patterns. "But here's the thing," she said. "The difficulties are real, but they're not insurmountable. The entities can make resistance costly, but they can't make it impossible. If they could simply eliminate troublesome humans, Collins elite would never have existed in the first place." She believed that entity limitations were precisely why the deception campaign was necessary. If entities could control human behavior directly, they wouldn't need to spend decades engineering consent for contact. The fact that they relied on manipulation suggested that human free will, while vulnerable to influence, remained fundamentally intact. Over the following months, Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez introduced me to other members of the underground Collins elite network. I was amazed by both the size and diversity of the group. Theologians and physicists, former intelligence analysts and current religious leaders, retired military officers and active researchers. What united them wasn't a shared background or ideology, but a shared conclusion that the UFO phenomenon represented a spiritual threat masquerading as a technological opportunity. Father Michael Torres, a Catholic exorcist based in New Mexico, had been documenting parallels between UFO encounters and demonic possession for 30 years. Dr. Rebecca Walsh, a psychiatrist specializing in religious experiences, had identified specific psychological patterns linking modern abduction accounts to historical accounts of spiritual deception. Colonel James Patterson, retired, former Air Force intelligence, had spent decades analysing UFO incident reports and concluded that entity behaviour was consistent with psychological warfare rather than scientific exploration. Each member of the network brought specialised knowledge and perspective, but all had reached similar conclusions about entity motivations and methods. More importantly, all had experienced some form of pressure or retaliation for their research, confirming the underground Collins elite's assessment that entity influence extended far beyond individual contactee cases. "We're not conspiracy theorists," Dr. Walsh explained during one of our meetings. "We're researchers who followed the evidence to an uncomfortable conclusion. The UFO phenomenon is real, the entities are real, but their intentions aren't what they claim to be." The network had developed sophisticated methods for secure communication and information sharing, operating on the assumption that their activities were being monitored by both government agencies and entity-influenced individuals within those agencies. "We have to assume that any information we share through normal channels will be compromised," Colonel Patterson explained. "But we also can't become so paranoid that we stop sharing information entirely. The entities benefit from our isolation more than our communication." As my involvement with the underground Collins elite deepened, I learned that the network extended far beyond the United States. Religious leaders in Europe, researchers in Asia, indigenous spiritual authorities in South America, all were reporting similar observations about entity activity and deception patterns. Dr. Rodriguez arranged for me to speak with several international contacts via encrypted communication channels. Their perspectives added crucial context to the Collins elite analysis. Brother Antonio Mendez, a Spanish monk who specialized in mystical theology, had been tracking entity influences on contemporary religious movements. His research suggested that entities were actively promoting syncretistic spiritual practices that emphasized cosmic consciousness over traditional religious authority. "They're not attacking religion directly," he explained through a translator. "They're subtly altering it, encouraging beliefs and practices that make humans more receptive to entity guidance and less connected to traditional sources of spiritual wisdom." Dr. Yuki Tanaka, a Japanese researcher studying anomalous phenomena in Buddhist contexts, had identified similar patterns in Asian spiritual communities. Entity influences seem designed to promote meditation practices that open practitioners to external guidance, while discouraging those that strengthened individual discernment and spiritual independence. Maria Santos, a shaman from Peru, described entity encounters that closely paralleled North American UFO contact reports, but framed in terms of traditional indigenous spirituality. The entities consistently promoted abandonment of ancestral traditions in favour of updated spiritual practices more suitable for the modern world. "Same spirits, different masks," she said simply. "They tell each culture what that culture wants to hear, but always with the same goal: make humans depend on them instead of their own traditions and wisdom." The global perspective confirmed the underground Collins elite's assessment that entity activity was coordinated across cultures and belief systems, but adapted to local contexts and expectations. The deception campaign wasn't centered in any particular country or religion. It was targeting human spiritual independence as a universal phenomenon. Based on decades of analysis and current trends, The underground Collins elite had developed a timeline for what they believed would be the final phase of the entity deception campaign. Phase 1, 2020 to 2025, mainstream normalization of UFO phenomena through government disclosure and media coverage. Emphasis on technological aspects while avoiding discussion of entity psychology or motivations. Gradual preparation of public consciousness for the possibility of contact. Phase 2, 2025 to 2030. Increased entity demonstrations designed to showcase technological capabilities and benevolent intentions, possibly including solutions to environmental or energy crises that humanity appears unable to solve independently. Growing public pressure for government contact initiatives. Phase 3, 2030 to 2035, formal contact between entity representatives and human governments. Presentation of comprehensive assistance packages addressing climate change, resource depletion, social conflicts and technological limitations. Initial agreements for limited cooperation and information exchange. Phase 4, 2035 to 2040. Gradual integration of entity guidance into human decision-making systems. Replacement of traditional political, economic and social structures with entity-recommended alternatives. Growing human dependence on entity technology and advice. Phase 5, 2040 plus. Complete transformation of human civilization according to entity specifications. Elimination of independent human spiritual development in favour of entity-directed consciousness evolution. Humanity's transition from independent species to managed resource. The genius of the timeline is that each phase will seem like humanity's choice, Dr. Rodriguez explained. People will vote for leaders who support contact. They'll demand access to entity technology. They'll embrace changes that make their lives easier and more comfortable. Marcus nodded grimly. By the time humans realize they've traded their freedom for security, the infrastructure for independence will have been dismantled. They'll be completely dependent on systems they don't understand, controlled by entities they trusted. The timeline wasn't inevitable, according to Underground Collins' elite analysis, but it was highly probable unless humanity developed widespread awareness of entity deception methods and conscious resistance to manipulation. That's why we're talking to you, Marcus said, and why we've been talking to researchers like you for 50 years. Information is the only weapon we have against this kind of psychological operation. After months of research and analysis, I found myself facing the same choice that every Collins elite researcher had faced since 1947. Accept the implications of what I'd learned, or find a way to dismiss it as paranoid speculation. The evidence was circumstantial but extensive. The pattern was consistent but complex. The implications were staggering but difficult to prove conclusively, and the personal costs of continued investigation were becoming increasingly apparent. My freelance work had dried up mysteriously. Dr. Martinelli had stopped returning my calls after someone complained about my misuse of university resources. My relationship was suffering under the strain of long hours spent on research I couldn't fully explain. My sleep was disrupted by dreams that felt more like memories of conversations I'd never had. But I also couldn't ignore what I'd learned. If Collins' elite was even partially correct, then humanity was walking into the most sophisticated trap in recorded history. And if that trap succeeded, future generations would live in a world where human independence was not just restricted, but literally unthinkable. The choice, ultimately, was between personal comfort and collective responsibility, between individual security and species survival, between the easy path of accepting official narratives and the difficult path of questioning everything I thought I knew about humanity's place in the universe. I chose to continue the investigation. It's been 6 months since my first meeting with Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez, and I'm no longer the same person who stumbled across that footnote in a theological dissertation. The evidence I've gathered has convinced me that Collins' elite was not only real, but correct in their fundamental assessment of the UFO phenomenon. We are not being visited by benevolent space brothers seeking to help humanity evolve to a higher level of consciousness. We are being manipulated by entities that have been perfecting deception techniques for millennia, entities that view humanity as a resource to be managed rather than a species to be assisted. The current UFO disclosure movement, whatever the sincere intentions of its individual advocates, is serving entity interests by preparing humanity to welcome contact rather than question it. The technological solutions being offered through various contact scenarios are not gifts, but baits in an elaborate trap that will close once humanity becomes dependent on entity guidance. And the most terrifying aspect is that it's working exactly as planned. Public opinion is shifting in favour of contact. Government agencies are admitting UFO reality while avoiding UFO psychology. Scientific institutions are studying technological aspects while ignoring behavioural patterns. Religious leaders are embracing cosmic spirituality while abandoning traditional discernment practices. We are being prepared for our own subjugation, and we are enthusiastically participating in the preparation process. But knowledge of a deception campaign, even a sophisticated one, provides power to resist it. The entities Collins' elite studied were powerful and cunning, but they were not omnipotent. Their influence depended on human ignorance, isolation, and consent. When humans understood their methods and refused to cooperate, entity influence diminished significantly. The underground Collins elite has spent 50 years documenting entity weaknesses as well as their strengths. They've developed techniques for recognizing and resisting manipulation. They've maintained networks of communication and support that entity influence cannot completely penetrate, and most importantly, they've preserved knowledge that would otherwise have been lost or corrupted. That knowledge is now available to anyone willing to look for it, question official narratives, and think independently about humanity's future. The choice between freedom and security, between independence and dependence, between human agency and entity guidance remains open. But that choice won't remain open forever. According to every timeline the underground Collins elite has developed, we are rapidly approaching the point where collective consent for entity contact will make individual resistance increasingly difficult and ultimately ineffective. The time for choosing is now. The information needed to choose wisely exists, but it requires effort to find and courage to accept. The consequences of choosing poorly may be irreversible. 60 years ago, Collins' elite tried to warn us. Today, their successors are still trying. Whether humanity listens and whether we choose wisely remains to be seen. But the warning has been delivered. The evidence has been presented, the choice is ours. Maybe that's why you never hear their name in congressional hearings or disclosure reports, because Collins' elite wasn't warning us about aliens. They were warning us about faith in the wrong thing, and how easily it can damn us. The question isn't whether Collins' elite really existed. The question is whether they were right. And if they were right, then everything we think we know about the UFO phenomenon might be part of the very deception they tried to expose. The entities they described have had 60 years to perfect their strategy since Collins' elite was terminated. 60 years to learn how to work within our institutions, shape our research, and guide our conclusions. 60 years to make sure that when disclosure finally comes, we'll welcome it with open arms. Because that's what good servants do, they welcome their masters home. But servants can choose to be free. The question is whether they will make that choice while they still can. That's tonight's deep dive into the Collins elite. A story that challenges everything we think we know about the UFO phenomenon and asks uncomfortable questions about the nature of contact itself. What do you think? Was Collins' elite a real government program, or just an elaborate piece of disinformation? And either way, are the questions they were asking the ones we should be asking now? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to suggest topics for future episodes. Your ideas keep sleep theories going, and trust me, we've only scratched the surface of what's hidden in the footnotes of history. Until next time, sleep well and question everything. Before we begin, I want to give a thank you to Beeblebrox and so many others who suggested this topic. Your ideas fuel these investigations into the shadows of history. If you have suggestions for future videos, drop them in the comments below. We read every single one. What if I told you that the last mission to the moon wasn't Apollo 17? What if 3 astronauts launched in secret, travelled 250,000 miles into the void, and discovered something that fundamentally changed humanity's relationship with space exploration? What if their names were erased, their families silenced, and their discovery buried under layers of classification that remain sealed to this day. This is the story of Apollo 18, the mission that officially never happened, but unofficially changed everything. The year was 1970, and America's love affair with the moon was dying. Apollo 13 had nearly ended in tragedy that April. Commander James Lovell, Command Module pilot Jack Swigert, and Lunar Module pilot Fred Hayes had survived an oxygen tank explosion 200,000 miles from home through sheer ingenuity and luck. The nation had held its breath for 4 days, glued to their television sets, watching 3 men fight their way back from the edge of the abyss. They made it. But the close call had rattled Congress. By September 1970, NASA Administrator Thomas Paine stood before the Senate Appropriations Committee with grim news. The remaining Apollo missions, 18, 19 and 20, were being cancelled. Budget constraints, shifting priorities and waning public interest had sealed their fate. The moon program that had captivated the world was ending, not with a bang, but with a bureaucratic whimper. Or so the public was told. Behind closed doors, a different story was unfolding. In the basement archives of the Johnson Space Center, there exists a document that most people will never see. It's labelled NASA SP4029, a dry budget reconciliation report from fiscal year 1971. Most of it contains exactly what you'd expect. Columns of numbers, departmental allocations, contractor payments. But on page 247, there's an anomaly. 3 line items totaling $287 million are listed under Specialized Systems Transfer Classified Program Support. The receiving account is identified only by a code, LB73DOD, Liberty Bell. Project Liberty Bell was a joint Department of Defense and NASA initiative, supervised by 2 organizations that rarely appear in public documents, the Office of Space Science and Applications and the National Reconnaissance Office. The NRO, for those unfamiliar, is America's spy satellite agency, so secret that its very existence wasn't officially acknowledged until 1992. What would NASA and America's most classified intelligence agency want, with nearly $300 million and a cancelled moon mission? The answer lay in the Cold War's most dangerous game, nuclear detection. Throughout the early 1970s, American intelligence analysts were desperate to monitor Soviet nuclear testing. Satellite surveillance helped, but seismic detection remained the gold standard for identifying underground detonations. The problem was geography. Soviet test sites in Kazakhstan and Novaya Zemlya were geologically shielded, making detection difficult from Earth-based sensors. But what about sensors that weren't on Earth? The moon offered a unique advantage. Its stable, airless environment and low seismic noise made it an ideal platform for detecting faint vibrations across vast distances. More importantly, the moon's orbit around Earth meant that sensors could monitor Soviet territory during windows, when traditional surveillance was blind. Project Liberty Bell's mission was simple. Place advanced seismic relay equipment on the lunar surface, disguised as abandoned Apollo hardware, and use it to monitor Soviet nuclear activity. They would need a crew, 3 men willing to risk everything for a mission that could never be acknowledged. Commander Richard Anderson had been the backup pilot for Apollo 16. At 41, he was older than most astronauts, a Korean War veteran with silver temples, and the kind of steady calm that made younger pilots defer to him without question. He'd spent 2 years training for a moon landing that never came, watching as younger crews got the glory while he remained earthbound. When a 2-star general from the Department of Defense showed up at his Houston office in March 1973 with a manila folder marked Eyes Only, Anderson didn't hesitate. He was being offered what every astronaut dreams of, a mission to the moon. The fact that it was classified only made it more appealing. James Hall was different. A former Air Force test pilot, Hall had been assigned to the Manned Orbital Laboratory, the Air Force's secret space station program, before it was cancelled in 1969. He was 38, dark-haired, intense, with the kind of technical precision that made him NASA's go-to pilot for experimental systems. Hall had grown up reading Tom Swift novels and watching Flash Gordon serials. He joined the Air Force specifically to fly higher and faster than anyone else. When NASA recruited him after MOL's cancellation, he jumped at the chance. Hall was the command module pilot responsible for keeping the spacecraft alive while his crewmates descended to the surface. The third crew member was Marcus Kell, and he was an outsider. Kell wasn't military. He was a civilian geologist from the United States Geological Survey's Astrogeology Center in Flagstaff, Arizona. At 35, he'd spent a decade mapping lunar terrain from photographs, preparing traverse routes for astronauts who would walk on a stone he'd only studied from afar. Kell was wiry, intense, with thick-framed glasses and a habit of speaking in rapid-fire technical jargon that left his colleagues scrambling to keep up. NASA needed a geologist who could identify the best locations for seismic equipment and collect samples that would justify the mission's scientific cover story. Kell was brilliant, obsessive, and, crucially, unmarried with no children. His disappearance, if necessary, would cause minimal civilian disruption. The crew trained in isolation at a classified facility in Nevada, using equipment labelled as Skylab backup hardware. They studied maps of Mare Moscoviense, a far-side lunar basin that would provide their equipment with an unobstructed view of Soviet territory. They practiced deploying sensor packages disguised as standard Apollo science experiments, and they were briefed on what to do if they found something unexpected. Unlikely, the briefing officer had said, a CIA analyst whose name none of them caught. But the Soviets have had multiple lunar probes in the region. If you encounter any foreign hardware, photograph it, catalogue it, and bring back samples if possible. Do not attempt to interact with it directly. Anderson had raised an eyebrow. What kind of samples? The analyst's expression hadn't changed. Anything unusual. Anything that doesn't match baseline lunar geology. Anything that appears manufactured or processed. You think the Soviets built something up there? We think it's prudent to be prepared for any scenario. That should have been the first warning. Launch Complex 39B at Kennedy Space Center had seen better days. By December 1973, it had been more than a year since the last Saturn V had thundered skyward, carrying Apollo 17. The massive gantry stood silent, a rusting monument to a program that had conquered the moon, and then simply stopped. Tourists visiting the Space Center were told that 39B was being reconfigured for Skylab support operations. A plausible enough story, given that America's space station was still operational. What the tourists didn't see was the nighttime activity. Starting in November, unmarked trucks began arriving after dark, delivering components wrapped in protective shrouding. The vehicle assembly building's high bay doors would open just long enough to admit the cargo, then seal shut. Armed Air Force security police established a perimeter that extended far beyond the normal restricted zone. On the morning of December the 7th, 1973, NASA issued a press release announcing a systems compatibility test for Skylab backup hardware, scheduled for December 11th. The test would use vehicle SA-515, one of the unused Saturn V rockets, to verify orbital insertion procedures for potential future space station missions. It was a lie wrapped in technical jargon, and it worked perfectly. SA-515 was real. It had been constructed but never assigned to a mission. The Skylab story was plausible enough that the handful of space journalists who still covered NASA didn't dig deeper, and the December timing was deliberate. The Soviet Union's tracking stations would be focused on their own Soyuz 13 mission, currently in orbit. The crew arrived at the operations and checkout building at 0300 hours on December 11th. They'd spent the previous week in medical quarantine, officially to prevent any illness that might compromise the test flight, unofficially to prevent them from talking to anyone outside the mission loop. Anderson remembered the walk to the transfer van. The air was warm and humid, typical for Florida in December, carrying the salt smell of the Atlantic. Above them, stars blazed in a moonless sky. The irony wasn't lost on him. They were about to fly to the moon on a night when the moon itself was new, invisible from Earth. The suit technicians worked in silence, checking seals and connections with the efficient precision of people who'd done this dozens of times. But there were differences. The mission patches on their suits bore no designation, just the NASA logo. Their names weren't embroidered on the chest, just their surnames and a cryptic alphanumeric Anderson's D-73, Hall SD-73, Kells D-73, SD-73, Silent Dawn 1973. The elevator ride to the White Room seemed to take forever. Anderson's heart rate was elevated. He could hear it in his helmet's biomedical sensors, but steady. Hall was actually calmer than during simulations, his vital signs rock solid. Kell, predictably, was running hot, excitement overriding any nervousness. At 0522 hours, the crew entered the command module. They'd named it Endeavour, after Captain Cook's ship of exploration. The lunar module, still folded in the adapter below them, was Orpheus, the Greek hero who descended into the underworld and almost made it back. Another name that should have been a warning. The launch was textbook perfect. At 0631 hours, the Saturn V's 5 F1 engines ignited in a carefully sequenced cascade, producing 7.5 million pounds of thrust. The flame trench beneath the pad redirected the exhaust in a searing river of fire. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the rocket strained against the hold-down arms, every component vibrating with barely contained violence. Then the arms released and Apollo 18 began to rise. Inside the command module, the crew was slammed into their seats by acceleration that built from 1G to 4Gs in a matter of seconds. The rocket's roar was so loud it transcended sound, becoming something physical, a pressure that invaded their bones. Outside the windows, the gantry dropped away with startling speed, replaced by sky transitioning from black to dark blue to brilliant azure. 2 minutes and 42 seconds after liftoff, the first stage separated, its fuel exhausted. The sudden change from brutal acceleration to relative weightlessness made Anderson's stomach lurch, but he kept his focus on the instruments. The second stage ignited smoothly, pushing them higher and faster. 11 minutes after leaving Earth, they were in orbit. The official NASA tracking data for December 11th, 1973 shows only routine Skylab telemetry. There's no mention of a Saturn V launch, no tracking data for a translunar injection burn, no acknowledgement that 3 men had just begun a 250,000-mile journey. But NORAD knew. Their radar installations had tracked every second of the ascent. The data was immediately classified, rerouted to a Department of Defense server that would remain sealed for decades. At mission elapsed time 2 hours, 44 minutes and 16 seconds, while passing over the Pacific Ocean on their second orbit, Endeavour's service propulsion system engine ignited for the translunar injection burn. For 5 minutes and 48 seconds, the engine pushed them faster and faster, until they'd exceeded Earth's escape velocity. They were committed now, the moon or nothing. The 3-day coast to lunar orbit was simultaneously routine and surreal. They performed the usual systems checks, verified course corrections, practiced lunar module procedures. But there was no television coverage, no interviews with Walter Cronkite, no excited updates from Mission Control played on every radio station in America. Just them, alone in the void, following a trajectory that officially didn't exist. Flight Director Glyn Lunny oversaw the mission from a specially secured control room at Johnson Space Center. Lunny was a veteran of every Apollo mission since Apollo 7, a brilliant, unflappable leader who'd guided Apollo 13 home when disaster struck. If anyone could be trusted with the most classified mission in NASA's history, it was Lunny. But even Lunny wasn't prepared for what came next. Apollo 18 entered lunar orbit on December the 9th, 1973, at 17:23 mission elapsed time. The lunar orbit insertion burn was perfect, placing them in a 60 by 170-mile elliptical orbit that would be circularized before the landing attempt. Through their windows, the moon's surface scrolled past in stark blacks and greys, utterly lifeless, utterly alien. All remained in Endeavour while Anderson and Kell transferred into Orpheus, the lunar module that would take them to the surface. The undocking went smoothly, and Orpheus began its descent toward Mare Moscoviense. Mare Moscoviense, the Sea of Moscow, is one of the moon's most distinctive farside features. Unlike the familiar Maria visible from Earth, this impact basin is relatively small, only 270 miles across. But it contains unusual magnetic anomalies that had puzzled scientists for years. The mission planners had chosen it precisely because those anomalies might mask the electronic signatures of the surveillance equipment, What they didn't know was that the anomalies had a different source entirely. Orpheus touched down at 23:41 mission elapsed time, landing near the basin's southern rim where magnetic readings were strongest. Anderson's voice was steady as he reported, "Houston, Orpheus. The Eagle has landed." A deliberate echo of Armstrong's famous words, a private acknowledgement of the legacy they carried. "Copy that, Orpheus," came Lunny's response, his voice encrypted and relayed through a satellite network that bore no official connection to NASA. "You're go for EVA in 6 hours. Get some rest." But Anderson was staring out the window at something that didn't make sense. The landing site briefings had shown a relatively smooth area of mare basalt, perfect for deploying equipment. What he saw instead was irregular. The regolith, the dusty lunar soil, showed patterns. Not natural wind patterns, obviously, since the moon has no atmosphere, but linear features, geometric arrangements that looked almost like... "Houston, we have some unusual surface characteristics here," Anderson transmitted. "Request permission to move EVA-1 up to 0300 MET. A long pause, then... "Negative, Orpheus. Stick to the timeline. You need rest." Anderson exchanged a glance with Kell through their helmets. The geologist's eyes were wide behind his visor, fixed on the same patterns Anderson had noticed. "Copy that, Houston," Anderson said. But he knew neither of them would sleep. 4 hours later, they were suiting up anyway. The first EVAs officially began at 3:17 mission elapsed time. Anderson descended the ladder first, pausing on the bottom rung to deliver the words he'd rehearsed 100 times. "I step onto this ancient surface in the spirit of discovery and in the service of my country. No poetry, no giant leap for mankind." This was a military operation, and his words reflected that. Kell followed, immediately setting up the camera that would document their activities. Unlike previous Apollo missions, this footage would never be broadcast, but it needed to exist for post-mission analysis. They worked efficiently, deploying the seismic equipment packages with the practiced precision of countless simulations. The equipment looked identical to the ALS-EP science packages from earlier missions, but these units contained classified sensors designed to detect specific frequencies associated with nuclear detonations. It was while planting the third sensor array that Kell's voice cut across the radio, sharp with surprise. "Commander, you need to see this." Anderson bounded over in the lunar gravity's lazy arc. Kell was kneeling, or as close to kneeling as the suit allowed, next to an outcrop of rock that protruded from the regolith at an odd angle. "What am I looking at?" Anderson asked. Kell reached out with a gloved hand, brushing dust away from the rock's surface. Except it wasn't rock. The surface was metallic, not meteoritic iron, which Anderson had seen in photographs from previous missions. This was processed metal, showing what looked like machining marks, precise angles that didn't occur in nature. "Houston," Kell transmitted, his voice carefully controlled despite the excitement Anderson could hear underneath. "Surface sample at Station 3 shows unusual characteristics. Structure appears engineered, not geological. Recommend immediate sample collection and detailed photography." The response from Houston was immediate. "Say again, Orpheus. Did you say engineered?" "Affirmative, Houston. The sample shows evidence of..." The transmission cut out, not static, not interference, just silence. Anderson checked his radio. All lights green. He could hear Kell's breathing on the short-range suit-to-suit frequency. But Houston was gone. Then Kell's hand shot out, gripping Anderson's arm hard enough that he felt it through the suit's layers. "Commander," Kell whispered, even though there was no one to overhear in the moon's vacuum. "It's warm." That was impossible. The lunar surface temperature in sunlight reaches 260 degrees Fahrenheit. Hot enough to cook you in an unprotected suit. In shadow, it plunges to minus 280. But objects don't generate their own heat, not naturally. Anderson placed his own glove against the metal surface. Through the suit's insulation, he shouldn't have felt anything. But Kell was right. There was heat. Not scorching, but present. Unmistakable. Active. "We need to document this," Anderson said, forcing his voice to remain calm. "Full photography, spectroscopy if we can get readings. Then we collect samples and..." Kell wasn't listening. He'd moved around the outcrop, brushing away more regolith. revealing more of the structure beneath. It was massive. What they'd seen was just the tip, the exposed edge of something that extended down into the lunar surface. And now that Anderson's eyes had adjusted, he could see that the patterns in the regolith weren't random. They radiated out from this central point, like ripples in a pond, or like something had disturbed the dust when it powered up. Anderson's training took over. Document. Analyze. Report. He began photographing the structure from multiple angles, while Kell used the portable X-ray fluorescence spectrometer to analyze the metal's composition. The readings made no sense. The XRF showed titanium, but not any titanium alloy in their reference database. The crystalline structure was too regular, too perfect. Whatever this was, it hadn't been formed by natural processes. Orpheus, this is Houston. Do you copy? The transmission crackled back to life and Anderson nearly jumped. Houston, Orpheus, we copy. We experienced a 14-minute communication dropout. Negative, Orpheus. We show continuous telemetry. Your biomedical readouts went offline for 14 minutes, but voice communication remained nominal from our end. Anderson and Kell exchanged another look. They'd been shouting at Houston for 14 minutes with no response. Houston claimed they'd maintained contact the whole time. Someone was lying, or something had interfered with the transmission in a way that affected both ends differently. Houston, we have a situation here. We've uncovered what appears to be an artificial structure, possibly Soviet in origin, showing Orpheus, cease that work immediately. A new voice, not Lunny, harder, military. You are to collect the minimum required samples, photograph the area, and return to the LM immediately. Do you understand? Anderson felt something cold settle in his chest. Houston, we need more time to properly document. Orpheus, that is a direct order. Return to the lunar module. Now. The voice left no room for argument. They collected samples. 6 core tubes, each carefully sealed and labelled. Kell wanted to take more, to excavate deeper, to really understand what they'd found. Anderson had to physically pull him away. The climb back up the ladder felt wrong. They were leaving something behind, something that rewrote everything humanity thought it knew about the moon, and they were just walking away. Inside Orpheus, they pressurized the cabin and removed their helmets. Kell's face was flushed, his eyes bright with excitement and frustration. We found something, he said. Something that proves we're not alone. And they're ordering us to follow orders, Anderson interrupted. We're military personnel on a classified mission. We document, we report. We let the analysts make the calls. But nothing. We've got the samples. We've got photographs. We've done our job. Anderson began the post-EVA system check, his hands moving through the familiar routine while his mind raced. What had they found? Soviet equipment was the obvious answer, but the heat signature didn't fit. The Soviets had landed lunar probes in the region, but those were automated samplers, not powered installations, and the metal composition was wrong for Soviet manufacturing, which left possibilities that Anderson didn't want to think about. The return to orbit was scheduled for 16 hours later, giving them time to rest and prepare, but neither man could sleep. They sat in the cramped cabin, occasionally glancing at the sample containers, each lost in their own thoughts. It was Kell who finally broke the silence. What if it's not Soviet? Anderson didn't answer. Think about it. The magnetic anomalies in this region have been documented since the early orbital surveys. That's decades before either us or the Soviets had the capability to land anything here. What if those anomalies weren't natural? What if they were marking something? Marking what? Kell met his eyes. I don't know, but whatever that structure is, it's old. Really old. The regolith accumulation around it suggests it's been here for millennia, maybe longer. Nothing human built that. The words hung in the cabin like a physical presence. Before Anderson could respond, the radio crackled. Orpheus, Houston. We're showing an anomalous reading from your cabin environmental system. Confirm pressure holding steady. Anderson checked the gauges. Everything nominal. Houston, we show all systems green. Pressure is... He stopped. The cabin pressure gauge was dropping. Not rapidly, but definitely dropping. We have a leak, he said. his voice flat with the kind of calm that comes from years of training for disasters. Rate is approximately 0.3 psi per minute. Beginning emergency leak check procedures. They work systematically, checking every seal, every valve, every fitting. The leak wasn't in any of the obvious places, and the rate was increasing. Kell found it first. The primary hatch seal, which had been perfect before EVA, now showed signs of degradation. The rubber gasket looked corroded, eaten away by something. Houston, we found the leak source. Primary hatch seal shows unexpected deterioration. We're going to need to execute early ascent before we lose too much atmosphere. Another new voice from Houston, this one with a slight Texas accent. Orpheus, this is Flight Surgeon. Your biomedical readouts are showing elevated heart rates and core temperatures. Are you experiencing any unusual symptoms? Dizziness, nausea, visual disturbances? Anderson did a mental inventory. He felt fine. Anxious certainly, but that was justified given their situation. Negative, Houston. We feel nominal. Copy that, Orpheus. Be advised, we're seeing markers in your blood chemistry that weren't present pre-EVA. We'll need detailed post-flight medical analysis. Something in the samples, Anderson thought. Something from the structure. It had gotten into their suits, into their gloves. Microscopic particles that were now in the cabin with them. Houston, request immediate return to orbit. We need to rendezvous with Endeavour as soon as possible. Copy, Orpheus. You are go for immediate ascent. Hall is manoeuvring into position now. The launch from the lunar surface was violent and brief. Orpheus's ascent stage engine fired, blasting them away from the descent stage and back toward orbit. Through the window, Anderson caught one last glimpse of the landing site, the disturbed regolith, the exposed structure that was already being buried again by dust their ascent engine had kicked up. Evidence vanishing beneath lunar soil, perhaps never to be seen again. The rendezvous went perfectly. Hall had positioned Endeavour precisely, and the docking was textbook smooth. But when Anderson opened the tunnel between the two spacecraft, Hall immediately sealed his helmet. "Don't come through," Hall said, his voice tight. "Not yet. Jim, we need to transfer the samples and—" "I said not yet." Hall's eyes were hard. "Houston gave me direct orders. You two stay in the LM until we've run full biological protocols." Kell's laugh was bitter. "Biological protocols? We're in a vacuum. There's nothing alive on the moon." "Then you won't mind waiting while we make sure." Hall disappeared from the tunnel, and they heard the hatch seal from Endeavour's side. They were quarantined in space, 250,000 miles from home. The next 6 hours were a nightmare of waiting. Houston ran them through endless medical checks, drawing blood samples using the onboard medical kit, analysing biomarkers for anything unusual. The results kept coming back with the same message: anomalous proteins, unknown compounds, cellular changes that shouldn't be possible. Finally, Hall's voice came through the radio. "Houston is ordering you to jettison the sample containers." "What?" Kell exploded. "No! Those samples are the whole reason we're here. Those samples are contaminated with something that Houston's medical team can't identify. They pose an unacceptable biological risk." Anderson felt something inside him crack. They'd risked everything, found something that rewrote human understanding of the cosmos, and now they were being ordered to throw it into space like radioactive waste. "Houston, this is Commander Anderson. Request clarification. Are you ordering us to destroy evidence of possible extraterrestrial intelligence?" The silence stretched for 15 seconds. Then, "Negative. Orpheus? We're ordering you to protect the Earth from potential contamination. You don't know what you brought back. Neither do we, and we can't risk it reaching the atmosphere. We have containment protocols. The sample containers are sealed." The containers were sealed. Past tense. We're reading chemical changes in the seals similar to what happened to your hatch. Whatever degraded your gaskets is degrading the sample containers. You have maybe 12 hours before those seals fail completely. Kell was staring at the sample containers like they were his children being sentenced to death. There has to be another way. We could transfer them to Endeavour's storage, use the... Negative. All samples are to be jettisoned immediately. That's a direct order from the highest levels of command. Anderson understood then. This wasn't about protecting Earth. This was about protecting a secret. Whatever they'd found, someone had decided it was too dangerous, too destabilizing, too world-changing to ever reach the public. "Commander," Kell said quietly, don't do this. Anderson met his eyes. "I'm sorry." He began opening the sample containers one by one, using the LM's waste disposal chute to vent them into space. Core samples that might have contained proof of ancient intelligence, photographs, spectroscopic data, all of it fed into the void, all except one. While Kell's attention was on the gauges, Anderson palmed one of the smaller containers, a sample of the metallic structure itself. He tucked it into a maintenance access panel, a space meant for tools that would never be inspected during post-flight analysis. If they were going to bury this, at least one piece of evidence would survive. The transfer to Endeavour finally happened 18 hours after docking. By then, both Anderson and Kell were exhausted, their suits contaminated, their bodies showing increasingly unusual biomarker readings that Houston's doctors couldn't explain. Hall had set up a makeshift containment barrier using plastic sheeting and duct tape, separating the cabin into clean and contaminated zones. It was absurd, primitive, and probably ineffective. But it was all they had. The trans-Earth injection burn was scheduled for 36 hours after landing, giving them time to rest and prepare for the journey home. But Anderson couldn't rest. Every time he closed his eyes he saw that structure, that impossible architecture buried beneath lunar dust. And he heard the sound. It had been so faint during EVA that he dismissed it as radio interference. But now, in the quiet of the command module, he realized what it was. A vibration, subsonic, barely on the edge of perception. It came from the direction of Mare Moscovians, cycling at regular intervals. A heartbeat. Something on the moon had a heartbeat. "Houston," he transmitted. "Request permission to conduct extended orbital survey of the landing site region before TEI burn." "Negative, Orpheus. You're to execute TEI on schedule and return to Earth immediately." "Houston, we're detecting unusual." "Orpheus." The voice was hard, final. "This conversation is over. Execute TEI on schedule, or we will be forced to conclude that you are medically unfit for command. Do you understand?" It was a threat. Refuse, and they'd declare him incompetent, remove him from command, potentially send Hall back alone, while Anderson and Kell were left in orbit to die. "Copy, Houston. We'll execute TEI on schedule." The burn went perfectly. Endeavour's service propulsion system fired for exactly 2 minutes and 33 seconds, accelerating them out of lunar orbit and onto a trajectory that would bring them home in 3 days. As the moon shrank in their rear window, Anderson saw Hall staring back at it with an expression he couldn't quite read. Regret? Fear? Wonder? "We should have stayed," Hall said quietly. "We should have refused the order and stayed to figure out what that thing was." "We'd be dead in a week," Anderson replied. "No resupply, no rescue mission. NASA would just say we never launched." "Maybe." Hall turned away from the window. "Or maybe we'd have learned something worth dying for." The re-entry was routine until it wasn't. They'd separated the service module and positioned the command module heat shield forward, exactly as planned. The entry corridor was perfect, 32 degrees off vertical, threading the needle between burning up from too steep an angle and bouncing off the atmosphere from too shallow. Anderson felt the first hints of deceleration, the gentlest push against his restraints as they kissed the upper atmosphere. Then, stronger. The G-forces built from 1 to 4 to 6, pressing them into their couches. Outside the windows, plasma began to form, a sheath of ionized air that glowed orange, then white, then an eye-searing blue-white that turned the cabin into a furnace. This was the moment when communication cut out, a normal blackout caused by the plasma sheath. It usually lasted about 4 minutes. It lasted 9. When the radio finally crackled back to life, the voice that came through wasn't mission control in Houston. It was a different frequency, a different operator. "Endeavour, this is USS New Orleans. Do you copy?" The New Orleans. Anderson knew that ship. It had recovered Apollo 14 in 1971, back when recovery operations were public events, covered by every news outlet in the country. "New Orleans, Endeavour. We copy. What's our position?" "You're approximately 600 miles east of projected landing zone. We're vectoring to your position now. ETA 90 minutes. 600 miles off course." That was impossible. Their navigation had been perfect, their trajectory dead on. Unless someone had changed the trajectory while they were in blackout. The capsule splashed down hard, slamming into the Pacific swells with enough force to rattle Anderson's teeth. The cabin tilted, rolled, then settled into the stable flotation position, with the heat shield down and the hatch pointing toward the sky. Through the window, Anderson could see a grey Pacific morning, overcast skies, and in the distance the angular silhouette of a Navy recovery ship, approaching at flank speed. But there was something wrong with the ship's profile. It was carrying more than the usual complement of boats and helicopters, and the deck configuration didn't match a standard Apollo recovery setup. Endeavour, remain in the capsule. Do not, repeat, do not open the hatch. Recovery swimmers are approaching with biological containment protocols. Paul's voice was tight. Biological containment. What the hell is going on? Anderson already knew. Someone had decided they were contaminated. Not just their suits, not just the samples. Them. The swimmers arrived wearing full hazmat suits, not the normal wetsuits of recovery teams. They attached a flotation collar to the capsule, then spent 30 minutes rigging what looked like a flexible containment tunnel from the hatch to a boat alongside. "Gentlemen," came a new voice, calm and clinical. "I'm Colonel Matthews, biomedical officer for this recovery operation. You're going to open the hatch, proceed through the containment tunnel, and board the boat. Do not remove your flight suits. Do not touch any of the recovery personnel. Is that understood?" "Understood," Anderson replied, because there was no point in arguing. The transfer was surreal. They shuffled through a plastic tunnel that swayed with every wave, climbed into a boat where personnel in hazmat suits directed them to sealed benches, then rowed in silence to the New Orleans. The ship had been modified. An entire section of the deck had been enclosed with plastic sheeting and negative pressure ventilation units. They were led through multiple decontamination chambers, each one more thorough than the last. Showers, chemical rinses, medical examinations that lasted hours. Finally, they were placed in isolation chambers, essentially hospital rooms sealed behind airlocks. They could see each other through thick glass windows, but they couldn't talk, couldn't touch, couldn't share the experience of what they'd witnessed. Anderson spent 3 days in that room before the visit started. Men in suits. No names, no badges, just folders full of documents that needed signatures. Non-disclosure agreements, medical waivers, legal instruments that essentially erased Apollo 18 from history. "Your families have been notified of a training accident," one of the suits explained. His voice was flat, bureaucratic. "You'll be listed as killed in a helicopter crash at Ellington Field. There will be closed casket funerals. Your wives will receive full benefits and pensions." "We're not dead," Anderson said. "Officially you are. Unofficially you'll be relocated, given new identities, and placed under permanent monitoring. What you found on the moon remains classified under national security protocols that supersede any oath you've ever taken." Kell, in the next chamber, was pounding on the glass. Anderson could see his mouth moving, forming words that were probably profane. Paul just sat on his bed, staring at nothing. "What about the samples?" Anderson asked. "What did your analysis show?" The suit's expression didn't change. There were no samples. The mission never happened. You were never on the moon. But Anderson had hidden one sample. He knew they'd find it eventually. They'd tear apart every inch of the command module during the accident investigation. But maybe it would buy enough time for someone to study it, to understand what they'd found. He was wrong. 2 weeks later, the isolation ended. Not because they were cleared, but because the decision had been made. Anderson was taken to a debriefing room where a 3-star general he didn't recognize sat across a metal table. "The capsule burned during recovery," the general said. "Onboard fire, very tragic. All physical evidence was destroyed. The descent stage on the moon will be listed in records as Apollo 17 hardware. Any lunar reconnaissance that spots it will be explained as a mapping error. You can't erase what we saw. We can. We have. And we will." The general slid a folder across the table. "These are your new lives. Study them. Become them. Because if you ever speak about Apollo 18 to anyone, your families, your friends, a priest, a journalist, anyone, you'll disappear. Not into isolation, not into prison. You'll just disappear. Are we clear?" They were clear. Richard Anderson became Robert Andrews, a civil engineering consultant in Seattle. He never remarried. He spent his evenings in a small apartment overlooking Puget Sound, watching the moon rise over the water and remembering what it felt like to stand on that ancient surface. James Hall became John Henderson, a flight instructor in Arizona. He taught teenagers to fly Cessnas and tried not to think about the spacecraft he'd piloted through the void. Marcus Kell became Martin Cole, a high school science teacher in Maine. He taught geology to bored sophomores and died a little inside every time they asked if anyone had ever found evidence of life beyond Earth. They never saw each other again. The agencies made sure of that. But they weren't the only ones who knew. In 1981, a NASA technician named Eldon Nichols was diagnosed with terminal pancreatic cancer. He was 82 years old, a veteran of the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs, and he'd been present at Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii when the Apollo 18 crew was brought ashore. Before he died, Nichols gave an interview to a freelance journalist named Patricia Morrison. The interview was never published. Morrison's editor killed the story, her notes mysteriously disappeared from her apartment, and she received a visit from two men who strongly suggested she find a different career. But Morrison remembered what Nichols had told her. He'd seen biological containment canisters being loaded onto a C-141 Starlifter, military personnel in full hazmat suits, and one canister marked with stenciled letters, Lunar Origin. Viable. Something living. Something they'd brought back from the moon. Morrison spent the next decade trying to verify Nichols' story. She filed Freedom of Information Act requests that were denied. She tracked down other technicians who'd been at Hickam, but they all claimed ignorance or refused to talk. She even tried to locate the crew of Apollo 18, but their records had been scrubbed so thoroughly it was as if they'd never existed. She died in 1994 in a car accident that police ruled mechanical failure. Her research materials were never found. In 2009, NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter began mapping the moon's surface in unprecedented detail. The images were released to the public, allowing anyone with an internet connection to explore humanity's ancient footsteps on another world. A graduate student at MIT named David Chen was studying images of Mare Moscoviense when he noticed something unusual. Debris patterns that didn't match any documented landing site. Geometric arrangements in the regolith that suggested a descent stage, but in a location where no Apollo mission had officially landed. Chen published his findings in a small astronomy journal. The article got 17 views before the journal's website crashed. When it came back online 3 days later, the article was gone. Chen's faculty advisor suggested he focus on different research for his dissertation, but Chen had made copies. He shared them on forums, sent them to other researchers, uploaded them to file-sharing sites. The images kept disappearing, accounts got suspended, websites went offline, someone was watching, someone was listening. Robert Andrews died in 2019, at the age of 87. Heart failure, the death certificate said. Peaceful, in his sleep. His apartment was cleaned out by a professional service hired by the government. Most of his possessions were unremarkable. Books, furniture, the accumulated debris of a quiet life. But in a drawer hidden behind a false panel in his desk, they found a journal. The journal was confiscated immediately, classified, and locked away in a facility that doesn't appear on any map. But Andrews had been careful. He'd made a copy, sealed it in a waterproof container, and buried it in a public park in Seattle, with coordinates encoded in a letter he'd sent to his estranged daughter years before. She found it in 2023 after finally deciphering her father's cryptic final message. She read about Apollo 18, about the structure on the moon, about the cover-up that had stolen her father's identity and his life. She tried to go public. The story was picked up by a few conspiracy websites, dismissed as elaborate fiction, and quickly forgotten in the endless churn of internet content. But someone else was paying attention. In October 2024, a private lunar communications satellite detected an anomalous signal emanating from Mare Moscoviense. The signal was faint, barely distinguishable from background radiation, but it was there, and it was repeating. The satellite's operators ran the signal through enhancement algorithms, filtering out noise, amplifying the coherent patterns. What emerged made them contact NASA immediately. It was a voice, human, mail, transmitted on the S-band frequency that Apollo missions had used for communication. NASA's official response was immediate denial, equipment malfunction, atmospheric reflection of old transmissions, radio hobbyists with too much time. But the recording leaked anyway. It always does. The transmission lasted exactly 18 seconds. The voice was calm, almost resigned, distorted by decades of degradation and the interference of space. This is Commander Richard Anderson, Apollo 18. If anyone receives this, know that we were never alone up here. The structure at Mare Moscoviense is not Soviet. It's not human. It's old, older than our species, older than our civilization, and it's still active. We thought we were explorers, but we were trespassers. Whatever we awakened, it's still watching. It's always been watching. To anyone planning to return to the moon, be careful what you wake up. Anderson out. The recording has been analysed by audio forensics experts. Some claim it's authentic, a genuine transmission from 1973 that somehow got stored in the moon's magnetic field and released decades later. Others insist it's a hoax, an elaborate fake created by conspiracy theorists with access to vintage NASA equipment. NASA refuses to comment beyond their initial denial, but in the sealed archives, in the folders marked Eyes Only, there's a 1974 memo from the National Reconnaissance Office to the President of the United States. The memo is brief, just 3 paragraphs, but the final line reads, "Recommend permanent cessation of crewed lunar exploration. Object designated Artifact 1 remains active and demonstrates awareness of human presence. Further contact inadvisable until we better understand its nature and intentions." The memo is stamped approved. That's why we haven't been back to the moon in over 50 years. Not because of budget constraints or shifting priorities or lack of public interest. We haven't gone back because something is waiting there. Something ancient and patient and utterly incomprehensible. And somewhere in the classified depths of government servers, monitoring systems watch Mare Moscoviense 24 hours a day, waiting for the structure to wake up again. Waiting for the signal that will tell us whether that first contact was a greeting or a warning. In a nursing home in Tucson, Arizona, an 89-year-old flight instructor named John Henderson sits by a window, watching the moon rise over the desert. He hasn't spoken in 3 years. Stroke, the doctors say. But his eyes are clear, and sometimes the nurses catch him staring at the moon with an expression they can't quite identify. Fear, longing, recognition. On clear nights when the moon is full, Henderson's heart rate increases. The monitors beep faster, and sometimes, if you're very quiet, you can hear him whispering the same thing over and over. It's still warm, it's still warm, it's still warm. No one knows what he means, but somewhere on the moon, in a basin named for a city most people have never seen, something ancient stirs in the dust, waiting, watching. Remembering the day 3 humans came, discovered its existence, and fled back to their distant blue world. Next time, it won't let them leave. What if I told you that the greatest unsolved mystery in American aviation history was never meant to be solved? That the man who vanished into the night sky over Washington state in 1971 wasn't a criminal at all, but a ghost created by the very government that spent decades pretending to hunt him. The story you're about to hear will make you question everything you thought you knew about Daniel Cooper, and about who's really watching from the shadows. Act 1. The Vanishing Man. The rain hammered against the windows of the FBI Seattle field office on November the 24th, 1971, as Special Agent Wallace Grant stared at the preliminary report on his desk. His coffee had gone cold hours ago, but he barely noticed. The words on the page seemed impossible, yet dozens of witnesses confirmed the same thing. A man calling himself Dan Cooper had just hijacked Northwest Orient Flight 305, extorted $200,000 in cash, demanded 4 parachutes, and jumped into the night somewhere over southwestern Washington. "Polite," Grant muttered, reading the passenger descriptions. "Calm." Methodical. He tapped his pen against the margin notes. "Who the hell are you?" The telex machine in the corner chattered to life, and Grant crossed the room to tear off the incoming message. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the text. From FA a Western region to... FB Seattle Field Office. Cruel Flight 305 incident. Military radar blackout window confirmed 2010 to 2047 PST. No visual confirmation of parachute deployment. Search parameters expanded to 200-mile radius. Grant frowned. A radar blackout? That was the first he'd heard of it. He picked up the phone to call the FAA when his supervisor, Bill Rackham, appeared in the doorway. "Put it down, Wallace," Rackham said quietly. "Sir, this telex mentions a radar blackout I wasn't briefed on." "I said put it down." Rackham's voice carried an edge Grant had never heard before. "The case is being transferred to Division 5. You're to compile your notes and hand everything over by 0800 tomorrow. Division 5. Grant felt something cold settle in his chest. Division 5 was domestic counterintelligence. They handled Soviet infiltration, sedition cases, threats to national security. What did they want with a simple skyjacking? "Bill, what's going on?" Rackham moved closer, lowering his voice. "Nothing you need to worry about. This one's above both our pay grades. Just do as you're told and forget about Dan Cooper." But Grant couldn't forget. None of them could. And 54 years later, in a climate-controlled archive room 3,000 miles away, someone was about to discover why. Act 2. The Black File. Eleanor Reed had spent 37 years with the FBI, most of them in the Records Management Division, a job that sounded boring to everyone who asked, and was exactly as boring as it sounded. She'd filed reports, digitised old case files, and watched younger agents climb the ladder while she remained comfortably anonymous in the basement archives. Now, at 62 and 6 months into retirement, she'd been called back for a special project. Digitising the remaining Norjack files, the Bureau's code name for the Dan Cooper investigation. It was simple work, scanning old documents and cross-referencing them in the database, but Eleanor didn't mind. The extra money helped, and there was something oddly satisfying about handling pieces of history. She was 3 weeks into the project when she found it. The file had been misfiled in a box labelled Hijacking Incidents 1968 to 1970, placed between reports on 2 forgotten cases. The folder itself was unremarkable. Standard manila, slightly yellowed with age, but the stamp across the front made Eleanor's pulse quicken. Project Cooper Directive. Eyes only, classification, top secret authorised personnel only. Eleanor glanced toward the archive room door. She was alone, as usual. The senior archivist wouldn't be back from lunch for another 20 minutes. Her hand hesitated over the folder before curiosity won out. Inside were approximately 40 pages of documents, memos, and handwritten notes. The first page was a summary brief dated November 15th, 1971, 9 days before the hijacking. Memorandum for Division 5, Assistant Director from Special Projects Liaison, Office of Technical Service. Subject: Operation Cooper Directive, Phase 1, Authorization. This is to confirm joint operation authorization between Bureau Division 5 and Central Intelligence Agency Office of Technical Service for the execution of controlled hijack simulation exercise, codenamed Cooper Directive. Objective: Measure public response parameters to civilian aviation threat scenario. Assess media amplification patterns, law enforcement coordination efficiency, and population anxiety metrics over extended timeline. Operational window: November 20th to 30th, 1971, asset designation. Subject: D. Cooper. Civilian contract, non-disclosure binding. Scenario: simulated ransom hijacking, Northwest Orient Airlines, Seattle-Tacoma route controlled variables, pre-positioned parachutes, inert test models, marked currency, sequential serials, CIA counterfeit division, predetermined egress coordinates. Eleanor read the words 3 times, certain she must be misunderstanding. A controlled simulation. But Dan Cooper was real. Witnesses saw him. The airline confirmed the hijacking. The FBI had searched for months. She turned to the next page. An operational timeline with minute-by-minute checkpoints. Most had neat check marks beside them, but at 2039 PST someone had written in red ink, "Subject deviated from protocol. deployed personal chute, no radio contact. And below that, in different handwriting, shakier, subject did not deploy test chute, took cash and documents, possible defection, contain, documents. Eleanor flipped through more pages, finding a manifest of items supposedly aboard Flight 305. Most were expected. The money bag, parachutes, fuel calculations. But near the bottom, someone had added a handwritten note. Courier package confirmed sewn into currency bundles. Contents, microfilm archives, Operation Chaos subject files, preliminary Watergate documentation, priority recovery. Eleanor sat back in her chair, her mind racing. Operation Chaos was the CIA's illegal domestic surveillance program, exposed years later during the Church Committee hearings. Watergate documentation, before the break-in was even public knowledge. She photographed every page with her phone, her hands trembling slightly. This wasn't just a cold case file. This was evidence of something far larger, something that powerful people had worked very hard to bury. As she replaced the folder exactly where she'd found it, Eleanor noticed one final detail that made her stomach drop. The last page was a distribution list of everyone who'd received copies of the directive. 14 names. Beside 11 of them, someone had drawn a small red X. And at the bottom, in fresh ink that couldn't be more than a few years old, monitoring ongoing, containment protocol active. Eleanor locked the archive room behind her and walked to her car on legs that felt disconnected from her body. She didn't notice the grey sedan that pulled out 3 cars behind her, maintaining a careful distance all the way to her apartment in Silver Spring. Act 3. The Surviving Asset. Thomas Harkins lived in a modest ranch house outside Olympia, Washington, surrounded by towering Douglas firs that blocked most of the sunlight. Eleanor had tracked him down through the operational files. He'd been an airfield technician at McCord Air Force Base in 1971, one of the few names on the distribution list without a red X. When he opened the door, she saw a man who'd aged far beyond his 87 years. His hands shook slightly, and his eyes held the haunted look of someone carrying secrets too heavy to bear alone. "Mr. Harkins, my name is Eleanor Reed. I worked for the FBI Records Division, and I need to ask you about something that happened in November 1971. His face went pale. You should go. Please. I found the Cooper directive files. I know it was a simulation. I know something went wrong." Harkins gripped the doorframe. "If you found those files, you're already in danger. They don't let people like you just walk away with that kind of knowledge." "Then help me understand what I'm walking away from." For a long moment he said nothing. Then he stepped aside. 5 minutes, that's all you get. His living room was sparse, a worn couch, a television, photos of grandchildren on the mantel. Harkins didn't offer her a seat. Instead, he moved to the window and peered through the curtains at the empty street. "I was just a technician," he began, his voice low. 23 years old, fresh out of technical school. In early November, they brought me into a secure hangar and told me I'd been selected for a classified logistics assignment. All I had to do was prepare 4 parachutes according to very specific modifications. What kind of modifications? 2 of them were real, standard military reserve chutes, fully functional. The other 2 were test models, inert. They'd open, but they weren't designed to support a person's weight for more than a few seconds, just long enough to make it look real if anyone happened to spot the drop. Eleanor felt sick. They were going to kill him! No, Harkins shook his head. That's what I thought at first too. But the asset, Cooper, he was supposed to take the inert chutes. He knew which ones they were. The whole plan was for him to jump with an inert chute, deploy it for visual confirmation, then cut away and deploy his personal rig. He'd land at predetermined coordinates where a recovery team was waiting. Clean extraction, controlled environment, perfect psyop to study public response to aviation terror. But he didn't follow the plan. He took the real chutes, and he took something they didn't expect him to take. Harkins returned to the window, his paranoia evident. The money wasn't the prize. Inside the currency bundle sewn into the fabric of the money bag itself was a courier package. Microfilm. dozens of rolls containing names, addresses, and photographs of deep-cover CIA operatives working domestic assignments, people who'd been exposed by intelligence leaks inside the agency. Why would they transport something like that on a civilian flight? Because no one would think to look there. It was supposed to be a quick handoff. Cooper gets the money bag, jumps, recovery team secures the package, case goes into the books as an unsolved mystery. But Cooper realised what he had. Those weren't just names on film. Those were leverage, insurance, proof that the agency was running illegal operations on American soil. He defected. That's one word for it. I'd say he made a business decision. Someone inside the operation tipped him off about what was really in that bag. He grabbed the intel and vanished, and the people who designed the whole thing couldn't exactly file a police report saying their fake hijacker stole their illegal surveillance records. Eleanor pulled out her phone and showed him the photo of the distribution list. 11 of these people are dead, marked with red X's. Harkins barely glanced at it. 12 now. Martin Kellerman died 3 months ago. Heart attack, they said. He was 59 and ran marathons. His jaw tightened. Everyone connected to the directive has been systematically eliminated over the past 2 decades. I'm alive because I was nobody. A technician who prepared parachutes and kept his mouth shut. But you found the file, which means someone made a mistake, and mistakes get corrected. I need to know who's doing the correcting. You're asking the wrong question. You should be asking why they're still correcting mistakes from an operation that's 50 years old. He finally met her eyes. The Cooper case never closed because it was never supposed to close. Think about it. How many unsolved mysteries stay in the public consciousness for half a century? How many trigger thousands of amateur investigations, documentaries, books, conspiracy theories? You're saying the mystery itself is intentional? I'm saying the mystery is the experiment. They wanted to see how long they could keep a story alive through cultural reinforcement. No closure, no resolution, just perpetual speculation. The perfect case study in long-term social engineering. Dan Cooper isn't a person anymore, he's a phenomenon. And someone is still managing that phenomenon. Eleanor's mind reeled. Who? I don't know names. But after I left McCord, I did some digging, found references to something called Operation Horizon Wing, a continuation program funded through discretionary intelligence budgets. Its mandate was behavioural containment following hijack simulation incident. That was in 1973. It's been refined, privatised, and expanded since then. Last I heard, it was being run through a DARPA contractor specialising in psychological operations and narrative control. That's insane. That's classified. He handed her a slip of paper with an address. There's someone who knows more than I do. Greg Larson, investigative journalist, specialises in government transparency cases. If anyone can help you make sense of this, it's him. But Eleanor, understand something. The moment you go public with this, you become a loose thread. And they're very good at trimming loose threads. She tucked the paper into her pocket. Why are you helping me? For the first time, something like a smile crossed his weathered face. Because I'm 87 years old and I'm tired of being afraid. Maybe it's time someone finally cut the strings. Act 4, The Shadow Investigation. Greg Larson worked out of a converted warehouse in Portland's industrial district, surrounded by filing cabinets, conspiracy corkboards, and enough encryption equipment to make the NSA nervous. When Eleanor arrived with her documentation, he spent 3 hours verifying the files before he said a single word. Finally, he sat back and removed his reading glasses. This is real. I know. No, I mean this is really real. I've chased government ghosts for 15 years, and most of it's smoke and mirrors. But this? He gestured at the documents spread across his desk. This is actionable, verifiable, court-admissible evidence of a domestic psychop. Do you understand what you found? I understand that people have died to keep it buried. Then you understand we need to be extremely careful. He pulled up several databases on his computer. I've been tracking anomalies in the Norjack case for years. There are inconsistencies that never made sense until now. He showed her aerial photographs from 1980, when a young boy found $5,800 of Cooper's ransom money, partially buried along the Columbia River at Bar. The FBI made a big deal about this discovery. They said it proved Cooper died in the jump and the money washed downstream. But look at the serial numbers. Eleanor leaned closer. They matched the currency manifest. Except they shouldn't exist. Greg pulled up another file. I obtained records from the CIA's Technical Services Division through a FOA request 6 years ago. Buried in thousands of pages of budgetary documentation was a line item for currency reproduction services provided to Fort Belvoir in late 1971. Fort Belvoir is where the Army runs its counterfeit detection and production facility. They made fake bills with the same serial numbers. Test bills, for training purposes, officially. But here's the thing. The money found at Bar was weathered, but not consistently. Some bills showed severe degradation, others were barely affected. That's not how natural exposure works. The weathering was staged. They planted Cooper's money to close the case, to stabilise the narrative. By 1980, the story was getting stale. They needed a development to keep it alive, to make it feel like progress was being made. A small discovery, enough to generate headlines, but not enough to actually solve anything. It's brilliant in a deeply disturbing way. Eleanor felt the pieces aligning in her mind. Harkins mentioned Operation Horizon Wing, a behavioural containment program. Greg's fingers flew across his keyboard. Let me check something. He accessed what appeared to be a classified database. Eleanor didn't ask how. Here. Internal CIA memorandum dated April 1973 from Richard Helms to the Director of the Office of Technical Service. The scanned document appeared on screen. R.E. Operation Horizon Wing. Quarterly assessment. Public myth successfully stabilised following subject's unplanned extraction. Media amplification parameters within acceptable ranges. Civilian investigation efforts show predicted patterns of obsessive focus without resolution demand. Recommendation. Continue monitoring cultural reinforcement mechanisms. Maintain periodic evidence discoveries to sustain engagement without closure. Current timeline projects sustained public interest for minimum 25-year cycle. Budget allocation. Approved under discretionary domestic analysis programs. Transition to private contractor oversight recommended by 1985 to minimise institutional liability. 25 years minimum, Eleanor whispered. It's been 54. Because it worked better than they ever imagined. The Cooper legend became self-sustaining. People didn't need the government to keep it alive. They did it themselves. But someone still needs to manage it, to make sure it doesn't drift too far from the useful narrative. Who's managing it now? Greg pulled up a corporate registry. The program was privatised in 1987, transferred to a company called Horizon Analytics, which was later absorbed by Sentinel Cognitive Systems in 2003. Sentinel holds multiple contracts with DARPA's Behavioural Sciences Division. Their specialty is narrative architecture and long-term social pattern analysis. That sounds like Orwellian nightmare fuel. It gets better. Sentinel's CEO is a woman named Patricia Koenig. Want to guess where she worked before going private? CIA, Division 5 of the FBI. She was 17 years old when the Cooper hijacking happened, but by 1983 she was running psychological operations for Bureau Counterintelligence. She has the institutional knowledge, the clearances, and the resources to keep this thing alive indefinitely. Eleanor stood and paced the warehouse floor. So what do? We can't exactly file a police report. We leak it. Not to mainstream media. They're too compromised, too afraid of losing access. We go to independent platforms, multiple sources simultaneously. We flood the zone with documentation before they can contain it. And then we see if the truth can survive contact with the people who've been lying about it for 5 decades. Greg began organising the files. I'll need 48 hours to verify secondary sources and set up deadman switches. If anything happens to either of us, the documentation auto-releases to 24 outlets. You think they'd really kill us over this? He met her eyes with an expression that was almost pitying. Eleanor, they've already killed 11 people. We're just 2 more loose threads. Act 5. The truth buried in plain sight. They worked through the night, building an unassailable case. Greg had contacts in cryptography who verified the document's authenticity. Eleanor cross-referenced names and dates with public records, building timelines that proved the government's narrative had been manufactured from the beginning. By dawn, they had everything ready for release. That's when Greg's phone rang. He checked the screen and frowned. "Unknown number," he answered on speaker. "Larson." The voice that came through was distorted, digitally masked. "Mr. Larson, Miss Reed, you've both been very busy." Eleanor felt ice flood her veins. "You have information that doesn't belong to you," the voice continued. "Information that could cause significant disruption to ongoing research initiatives. We're prepared to offer you a choice. Walk away now, destroy everything you've compiled, and return to your lives with no consequences. Or proceed with your planned disclosure and face legal action for theft of classified materials, conspiracy to violate the Espionage Act, and unauthorized disclosure of national defense information." Greg leaned toward the phone. "Who is this?" "I'm someone who appreciates thoroughness, Mr. Larson. Your investigation has been impressive, but you're missing the larger picture. The Cooper Directive wasn't a mistake or a conspiracy. It was research, valuable research that continues to produce actionable intelligence on social behavioural patterns. You're admitting the government staged a hijacking and has been manipulating the public for 50 years. I'm admitting that understanding how populations process, remember, and mythologize unsolved events is crucial to national security. The Cooper case has provided decades of data on collective memory, conspiracy theory formation, and the relationship between mystery and cultural identity. That research has applications far beyond a single hijacking. It informs counter-terrorism strategy, disinformation detection, and crisis communication protocols." Eleanor found her voice. "People died. 11 people on that distribution list were murdered to protect your research. Natural causes, accidents, and unfortunate timing. You're seeing patterns that don't exist, Miss Reed. Confirmation bias is a powerful thing, as our research has repeatedly demonstrated. Then you won't mind if we publish what we found." A pause. "You'll find that difficult without your documentation." Greg's face went white. He pulled up his encrypted drives. Empty. The cloud backups. Gone. Every file they'd compiled, every photograph Eleanor had taken, wiped clean as if they'd never existed. How? Did you really think we wouldn't notice a retired FBI archivist accessing restricted files? That we wouldn't monitor a journalist with a history of investigating classified programs? You were never in control of this investigation, Mr. Larson. We simply allowed you to believe you were, so we could assess your methodology and identify any other potential security breaches." Eleanor pulled out her phone. The photos were gone. Even the originals, backed up to her personal cloud, deleted. "The files in the archive room," she said desperately. "The Cooper Directive folder was removed from the National Archives 3 days ago and appropriately reclassified. There is no record of its existence. There is no record of this conversation. In approximately 90 seconds, this phone will disconnect and all trace of this call will be erased." "You can't just erase the truth." "Miss Reed, we've been erasing, reshaping and managing truth for longer than you've been alive. The Cooper case is just one of hundreds of ongoing social research programs. Every major unsolved mystery of the past century has been carefully studied for its psychological impact. Some occur naturally. Some we engineer. All of them teach us something valuable about human nature." The line crackled with static. 60 seconds. I suggest you both return to your normal lives. Mr. Larson, your next article on municipal corruption will be well received. Miss Reed, enjoy your retirement, but understand, you're now part of our research database. Any future attempts to investigate this matter will be noted and addressed accordingly. Wait, Greg started. The line went dead. They sat in stunned silence for a long moment. Greg immediately tried to verify what the caller had said, checking and rechecking his drives, his backups, his fail-safes. Everything was gone. Not just deleted, erased at a level that suggested direct access to his systems despite multiple layers of encryption. "This is impossible," he muttered. "I had these files distributed across 6 different networks. They couldn't have accessed all of them. Unless they'd been monitoring from the beginning," Eleanor thought. unless every move they'd made had been observed, catalogued, and allowed to proceed just far enough to identify any security weaknesses. She walked to the window and stared out at the grey Portland morning. Somewhere in this city, in this country, people were going about their lives completely unaware that their government had spent half a century running psychological experiments on them disguised as unsolved mysteries. "They win," she said quietly. "No." Greg's voice was firm. "They don't get to win. We have no evidence, no files, no proof of anything. If we try to tell this story, we sound like conspiracy theorists. We have nothing. We have our testimony. We have what we saw, what we learned. We can still what? Get dismissed as crazy? Get disappeared? They're monitoring us, Greg. They made that clear. The moment we become more trouble than we're worth, we end up like the other 11 people on that list." He wanted to argue. She could see it in his face, but he knew she was right. They'd lost. Act 6. The Final Broadcast. Eleanor returned to her apartment that afternoon, feeling hollowed out. The grey sedan was gone. They didn't need to follow her anymore. She was contained, neutralised, no longer a threat. She made tea she didn't drink and sat by the window watching the street below. Normal people doing normal things, unaware that the reality they lived in was being carefully curated by people in windowless rooms who viewed human behaviour as data points to be collected and analysed. The mailbox buzzer startled her from her thoughts. She took the elevator down to the lobby, expecting bills or junk mail. Instead, she found a small padded envelope with no return address, just her name written in block letters. Inside was a USB drive. No note, no explanation, just the drive and a paper label that read, "Flight 305, recovered audio." Eleanor's hand shook as she carried it back upstairs. This was a trap, it had to be. They were testing her, seeing if she'd learned her lesson. But she couldn't stop herself from plugging it into a laptop. A single audio file. She clicked play. Static filled her speakers, the harsh crackle of old radio transmission. Then, through the noise, a voice. "Ground control, this is Cooper." Confirming egress at designated coordinates. More static. Then a different voice, calm and professional. "Negative, Cooper. You're not at designated coordinates. Abort extraction. Repeat, abort extraction and proceed to..." "Negative, ground control. I'm exactly where I need to be." "Cooper, you're in violation of operational protocol. Return to dash dash." "Protocol?" The voice that had to be Cooper laughed. "Let me tell you about protocol. The people you work for just tried to kill me with faulty equipment. The people I work for just tried to buy me with someone else's secrets. I don't work for anyone anymore." "Cooper, listen carefully. The cargo you're carrying is classified beyond your clearance level. If you do not return it immediately, you will be designated a hostile asset and..." "And what? You'll what exactly? File an official report saying your fake hijacker stole your illegal surveillance files? Tell the FBI that your psychological operation went rogue?" "I don't think so." A long pause filled with static. Then a third voice. Older. Authoritative. "Mr. Cooper, my name is Richard Helms. I believe we should discuss terms." The recording cut out. Eleanor replayed it 3 times, trying to process what she was hearing. But it was the background sound that finally made her pause. Beneath the voices, beneath the static, there was a steady rhythmic hum. Mechanical. Precise. She isolated the background frequencies using audio software and felt her skin crawl. The hum matched the signature of VLF transmissions, very low-frequency radio waves used for communicating with submarines. The technology existed in 1971, but these particular modulation patterns, this specific encryption scheme, weren't developed until the late 1990s. Someone had faked this recording. Recently. But why send it to her? Why now, after they'd wiped all her evidence and warned her to stay silent? Unless this was the next phase of their research. They'd contained the immediate threat, deleted the hard evidence, but now they wanted to see what she'd do with ambiguous information. Would she investigate further? Would she try to verify the audio? Would she learn from her mistakes, or would she keep pulling at threads they'd deliberately left loose? She was still part of their experiment. She'd always been part of it. Eleanor closed her laptop and sat in the gathering darkness of her apartment. Somewhere, analysts were noting her behavioural response, updating their models of how retired FBI archivists process suppressed information. The research never ended. The observation never stopped. She thought about Thomas Harkins living in fear for 50 years, about Greg Larson, whose career investigating government secrets had probably been monitored and guided more than he'd ever know, about Dan Cooper himself, whoever he really was, jumping into the night with secrets that powerful people desperately wanted back. The smart thing to do was delete the audio and forget everything. Return to retirement, pretend none of this had happened. But Eleanor had never been particularly smart about knowing when to quit. She copied the audio file to 3 different cloud services using 3 different encryption methods. She sent anonymous copies to 5 journalists she'd never contacted before. She uploaded it to 4 different conspiracy forums using a VPN and burner email addresses. If they wanted her to be part of their research, she'd show them what uncontrolled variables looked like. Within 2 hours, the audio was spreading across the internet. Within 6 hours, major news outlets were reporting on newly surfaced Cooper hijacking audio. Within 12 hours, the FBI had issued a statement calling it a hoax. Eleanor waited for the knock on her door, for the consequences she knew were coming. Instead, she received a text from an unknown number. Interesting choice. Data collection continuing. Thank you for your participation. She stared at the message until her screen went dark. They'd won after all, because even her rebellion was useful to them. Epilogue. The Loop. Present day. Federal Bureau of Investigation. Digital Archives. Case file. Norjack. DB Cooper investigation. At 3:47 a.m. Eastern Time, the case status updated automatically. Status. Ongoing evaluation. Last modified. Current date modified by DCOPER71. The change triggered no alarms. The system had been making similar updates every few months for years, each time from the same user account that technically didn't exist in any official database. In Seattle, a cybersecurity researcher noticed the update while doing routine archive scraping for a documentary project. She screenshotted the metadata, intending to write a blog post about government database quirks. Her computer crashed before she could save the file. In Portland, Greg Larson received an email from a source claiming to have new information about the Cooper case. The attached files were encrypted with a key he'd never seen before. When he tried to decrypt them, his entire server farm went offline for 6 hours. When the systems came back up, the email was gone. In Silver Spring, Eleanor Reed woke from a dream she couldn't quite remember. Something about parachutes and static and a voice saying they were never passengers, they were observers. She made coffee and checked the news. The Cooper audio she'd leaked had been thoroughly debunked by experts who had determined it was a digital fabrication created using modern software. The story had already faded from the news cycle, replaced by newer mysteries, fresher conspiracies. She opened her laptop to check her email and found a notification that her FBI pension had been increased by 3%. No explanation, just an automated message thanking her for her years of service. She closed the laptop. Through her window she watched morning commuters rushing to catch buses and trains. Normal people living normal lives. But somewhere in that crowd, she knew there were observers, analysts, people who studied the patterns of daily life and measured how populations responded to the stories they were told. The Cooper case would never be solved because it was never meant to be solved. It was a perpetual experiment in controlled mystery, and she had just proven that even people who knew they were being manipulated couldn't escape the manipulation. Her phone buzzed with a news alert. Newly discovered evidence in Zodiac killer case sparks renewed investigation. Eleanor almost laughed. The cycle never ended. The research continued. And somewhere in a secure facility that didn't appear on any map, analysts were already measuring public response to the latest chapter in another carefully managed unsolved mystery. At SeaTac International Airport, security cameras captured thousands of faces every hour. Most were logged and deleted after 72 hours, lost in the endless stream of travellers moving through the terminal. But at 2:23 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon in the present day, a facial recognition algorithm flagged something unusual. A man, tall, approximately 6 feet, dark suit, narrow tie, carrying a vintage briefcase that dated to the early 1970s. The system attempted age regression analysis based on known photographs from the Cooper case, but the man's face was angled away from the camera at precisely the moment that would have provided the clearest image. The only clear shot captured him at the TSA checkpoint, placing his briefcase on the conveyor belt. Just before the metal detector, he turned toward the camera and smiled. The image was flagged for review, assigned a reference number, and forwarded to a database that, officially, didn't exist. By the time a human analyst viewed the footage 6 hours later, the man was gone, vanished into the crowds like a ghost who'd never been real to begin with. The analyst made a note in the file, closed the window, and returned to monitoring the next unsolved mystery. Somewhere a clock was ticking. Somewhere an experiment was still running. And somewhere a man who might or might not have been Daniel Cooper was smiling at the cameras, knowing that the greatest trick he'd ever pulled was making them think he'd disappeared in the first place. The game wasn't over. It had never really begun. Before we begin, a massive thank you to Chris 8301 and so many others who suggested this story idea. Your enthusiasm for uncovering hidden truths inspires everything we do here. If you have ideas for future videos, drop them in the comments below. We read every single one. The photograph shouldn't exist. Elena Markovich stared at the image on her computer screen, her fingers hovering over the keyboard in her dimly lit cubicle. It was 11:47 p.m. on a Thursday in March, and she was alone on the 3rd floor of the National Archives building in College Park, Maryland. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting harsh shadows across rows of filing cabinets that held the secrets of a nation. The photo showed 5 men in dark suits standing in what appeared to be a Pentagon hallway. 4 of them she recognized from her years cataloguing Cold War documents. Secretary of Defense Neil McElroy, Vice President Richard Nixon, Admiral Arthur Radford, and a younger man she believed was one of Eisenhower's science advisors. But it was the 5th man who made her breath catch. He was tall, perhaps 6'3" or more, with sandy hair swept back in a style common to the late 1950s. His suit was impeccable, perfectly tailored, but there was something about his posture, the way he held himself, that seemed subtly wrong. Too straight, too still, like a statue pretending to be human. The file stamped across the bottom of the photograph read, Project Victor 1, do not release, eyes only. Eleanor had stumbled upon it by accident 3 hours earlier while processing box 4782 from the newly declassified records of the Office of Defence Mobilisation. Most of the box contained mundane correspondence about civil defence procedures and fallout shelter construction. But wedged between 2 reports on industrial production capacity was a manila folder with no proper classification markings, just a handwritten label that said VT Pentagon Residence 1957 to 1960. Inside were 12 documents, most of them heavily redacted, but what remained was enough to keep her rooted to her chair as the cleaning crew came and went, as her colleagues packed up and headed home to their families as the building settled into its nighttime silence. A memo dated March 16, 1957, from the Office of the Secretary of Defence. Subject accommodation request, dignitary v. Thor. Reference is made to verbal authorization from highest authority regarding extended residence privileges for foreign dignitary Valiant Thor. Subject will require quarters within Pentagon Secure Zone, Level B2, for estimated duration 36 months. Security detail unnecessary per subject's explicit request. All inquiries regarding subject's nation of origin are to be redirected to this office, no exceptions. Foreign dignitary. But which nation? The memo gave no indication. Another document, this one from the Department of State dated June 3, 1957. Renuclear Disarmament Proposal Thor Initiative. This office has reviewed the technical specifications submitted by v. Thor regarding proposed energy alternatives to current nuclear weapons programs. While scientifically intriguing, the source of this intelligence remains unverified. Furthermore, implementation would require complete restructuring of strategic deterrence policy. Recommend classification cosmic top secret and indefinite postponement of further consideration. Operation Refusal remains in effect. No external treaties or agreements without full Joint Chiefs consensus. Eleanor leaned back in her chair, rubbing her tired eyes. Operation Refusal. She'd never heard of it, and she'd catalogued thousands of Cold War documents. She opened a new search window and cross-referenced the term against everything in the archive's database. Nothing. She tried Valiant Thor next. The only results were from UFO conspiracy websites. Breathless accounts of an alien ambassador who supposedly lived at the Pentagon during the Eisenhower administration, offering advanced technology and warnings about nuclear war. The stories were always the same. Thor was from Venus, he had a crew of fellow Venusians, he met with the president, and the government rejected his help because accepting it would mean admitting they weren't in control. Ridiculous. Venus was a hellscape of sulfuric acid clouds and surface temperatures hot enough to melt lead. No one lived there. But then why were these documents here? Why were they classified at all? Eleanor pulled up the photo again, zooming in on the tall man's face. His expression was pleasant but distant, like someone posing for a portrait they knew would never be displayed. She noticed something else. While the other four men cast clear shadows on the polished Pentagon floor, his shadow was fainter, less defined. Probably just the camera angle. Old film could be temperamental. She checked the metadata. The photo had been taken on September 14th, 1958, at 2:17 p.m. by a military photographer named Thomas Becker. Eleanor made a note to search for Becker's other work. Maybe there were more images in his collection. A sound echoed from the hallway outside her cubicle. Footsteps. Eleanor glanced at the clock. 11:53 p.m. The building should be empty except for security, and they typically stayed on the ground floor unless making rounds. The footsteps stopped outside her door. She minimised the photo and pulled up a random spreadsheet, trying to look busy with mundane work. The door didn't open. After 30 seconds of silence, she heard the footsteps retreat down the hallway. Probably just security doing their rounds, after all. She waited another minute before maximising the photo again. This time she noticed something she'd missed before. A handwritten notation in the margin, barely visible. She enhanced the contrast. Subject departed Pentagon residence March 16th, 1960. No forwarding address. No exit logged. All electronic security systems operational. No breaches detected. Room found empty during routine inspection. Someone had added below it, in different handwriting, impossible. Recommend investigation. And below that, in a third hand, investigation closed per OSD directive. File and seal. Eleanor felt a chill that had nothing to do with the building's aggressive air conditioning. A man lived in the Pentagon for 3 years, then vanished without using any of the exits, and instead of launching a major security probe, they just closed the file. She needed to know more about Thomas Becker, the photographer. She needed to find out if any of the officials in the photo had written about this in their memoirs or personal papers. She needed to understand what Operation Refusal really was. But it was almost midnight, and she had work in the morning. Real work. The kind that came with deadlines and performance reviews. This was supposed to be a simple cataloguing job. Process the declassified documents, create proper finding aids, move on to the next box. Eleanor stared at the photograph for a long moment, then did something she'd never done in 7 years at the archives. She pulled out her phone and took a picture of her computer screen. Then she took photos of each document in the folder, being careful to capture every detail, every notation, every mysterious redaction. She would figure this out. Even if it was just a bizarre Cold War prank or some kind of psychological operation, the historian in her needed to understand the full story. What Elena couldn't know, was that taking those photographs had just made her visible to people who'd spent 68 years keeping Valiant Thor's visit buried under layers of bureaucracy, misdirection, and strategic ridicule. In a windowless office 7 miles away, a computer algorithm flagged her employee ID number. The system noted the unusual late-night access, the search term she'd entered, the amount of time she'd spent on files that were supposed to have been fully reviewed and cleared years ago. A report generated automatically. Within minutes, it appeared on the secure terminal of a man who hadn't thought about Project Victor 1 in almost a decade. He read the report twice, then picked up a phone that didn't go through the regular network. "We have a problem," he said quietly. "Someone's found the Thor files." Eleanor woke to 17 missed calls. She'd silenced her phone before bed, exhausted from her late night at the archives. Now, at 6:47 a.m, she stared blearily at the screen as she sat up in bed. 4 calls from her supervisor, Margaret Chen. 3 from the archive's security office, 10 from a number she didn't recognise. Before she could decide which to return first, her phone buzzed with an incoming call. Margaret. "Eleanor, thank God. Where are you?" "At home. I was about to get ready for work. What's wrong?" "Don't come in." Margaret's voice was tight, stressed. "Your access badge has been suspended pending a security review." Elena's stomach dropped. "What? Why?" "I don't know the details." "I got a call from HR at 6:15 this morning. They said it's routine, probably just updating background checks, but they need you to stay home until it's resolved." "Margaret, I've worked here for 7 years. I have a top-secret clearance. What could possibly—" I know. I'm sure it's nothing. But protocol is protocol. I'll call you as soon as I know more." The line went dead. Eleanor sat frozen, her mind racing. This wasn't routine. Routine security reviews were scheduled weeks in advance with plenty of notice. They didn't happen overnight. They didn't result in immediate suspension. This was about the Thor files. It had to be. She pulled up the photos she'd taken last night, making sure they were backed up to her cloud storage. Then she created a second backup on a thumb drive she kept in her nightstand. If someone was going to make those documents disappear, at least she'd have proof they existed. Her phone buzzed again. The unknown number. Against her better judgment, she answered. "Miss Markovich?" A man's voice, smooth and professional. "My name is Robert Garrison. I'm with the Office of Personnel Management. I apologise for the early call, but we need to schedule a time for you to come in and complete some paperwork regarding your security clearance update. I was told to stay home today. Yes, just a precaution while we process the renewal. Nothing to worry about. We've been doing this with all employees who have access to recently declassified materials. You understand? We need to make sure everyone's properly vetted for the new protocols." The explanation was smooth, almost too smooth, but something about it rang false. The Office of Personnel Management handled federal employee records, but archive security clearances went through a completely different channel. "When do you need me to come in?" Elena asked, keeping her voice neutral. "Would today work?" "Say 10 o'clock. We have an office in Bethesda." "Can I come to the main OPM building instead? I'd prefer to handle this at the official location." Brief pause. "The Bethesda office is where we process these particular renewals. It would really be best if—" "I'll need to check my schedule and call you back," Elena interrupted. "What was your employee number?" Another pause, longer this time. "I'll have my assistant send you an email with all the details. We'll be in touch, Miss Markovich." He hung up before she could respond. Elena's hands were shaking now. That wasn't a government official. Government officials didn't give up that easily when you questioned them. They pulled rank, they cited regulations, they transferred you to supervisors, They didn't just politely hang up. Someone was trying to get her into an unofficial office to... what? Question her? Intimidate her? Make her forget what she'd found? She needed help. Someone who understood how these systems worked, who could tell her if she was being paranoid or if this was really as wrong as it felt. Eleanor opened her laptop and pulled up the employee directory for the archives. She scrolled through names until she found the person she wanted. Marcus Webb, Senior Archivist in the Modern Military Records Division. Marcus had been at the archives for 23 years. He'd worked on some of the most sensitive declassification projects in the institution's history. If anyone would know what to do, it would be him. She called his desk phone. No answer. She tried his cell. Marcus Webb. Marcus, it's Elena Markovich from Cataloguing. Do you have a minute? Eleanor? Hey. Sure. What's up? I need to talk to you about something I found yesterday. Something weird, but not over the phone. Can we meet somewhere? Coffee? Silence on the other end. When Marcus spoke again, his voice had changed. Quieter, more guarded. What kind of something? Pentagon files from the late 50s. A visitor who doesn't appear in any official records. Papers that shouldn't be declassified if they're real, and shouldn't exist if they're fake. Jesus, Elena, Marcus exhaled slowly. Where are you right now? Home. My badge access was suspended this morning. Okay. Don't go anywhere until I call you back. 20 minutes. And Eleanor? Don't talk to anyone else about this. Don't send any emails. Don't post anything online. Just wait for my call. He hung up. Eleanor set the phone down and wrapped her arms around herself. The apartment suddenly felt too quiet, too exposed. She went to her living room window and looked down at the street 3 stories below. A black sedan was parked across the street, its engine running. She could see the silhouette of someone in the driver's seat. How long had that car been there? She backed away from the window, her heart pounding. Maybe she was being paranoid. Maybe it was just someone waiting for a friend. But after the fake OPM call and the sudden badge suspension, paranoia felt like common sense. Her phone rang. Marcus. Coffee shop on Wilson Boulevard, the one near the post office. 30 minutes. Come alone, make sure no one follows you. Marcus, what's going on? 30 minutes, Eleanor. We'll talk then. She grabbed her keys and the thumb drive, shoved them in her jacket pocket and headed for the door. In the hallway, she paused. If someone was watching the front entrance, they'd see her leave. But her building had a back exit through the parking garage. Eleanor took the elevator to the basement level and walked quickly through the dim garage to the rear stairwell. It opened onto an alley that connected to the next street over. She emerged into pale morning sunlight and started walking, resisting the urge to look over her shoulder. The coffee shop was a 20-minute walk, but she took a deliberately complicated route, doubling back twice and cutting through a grocery store to make sure she wasn't being followed. By the time she arrived, Marcus was already there, sitting at a corner table with 2 cups of coffee. He looked older than she remembered, grey at the temples, deep lines around his eyes. He gestured for her to sit. Tell me everything, he said quietly. Start from the beginning. Eleanor told him about box 4782, the Thor files, the photograph, the strange documents. She pulled out her phone and showed him the pictures she'd taken. Marcus studied them in silence, his expression growing darker with each image. When he finished, he looked up at her with something that might have been pity. You need to forget about this, he said. What? Delete these photos. Destroy any copies. Go back to work when they reinstate your access. Process your boxes and never mention Valiant Thor again. Marcus, these are legitimate historical documents. If they're real, they're real. His voice was flat. And that's exactly why you need to walk away. Elena stared at him. You've seen this before. Not this specifically, but I've been doing this job long enough to recognise certain patterns. Every few years, someone stumbles across something they shouldn't. Usually it's about UFOs, sometimes it's about weapons programs or intelligence operations. The common thread is that the documents are always genuine, always declassified through proper channels, and always impossible to verify through any official source. That doesn't make sense. If they're declassified because someone wanted them declassified. Not for transparency, but as insurance. If the information ever becomes a problem, They can point to the fact that it's been publicly available for years and no one took it seriously. It's hiding in plain sight. So you're saying Valiant Thor was real? An actual alien living in the Pentagon? Marcus shrugged. I'm saying the documents are real. What they describe, that's above my pay grade. What I know is that people who dig too deep into this stuff tend to have sudden career problems. Audits, security violations, transfers to dead-end positions. I've seen it happen. So we just let it go? Pretend we never saw evidence of the most important event in human history? You're assuming disclosure would be a good thing. Marcus leaned forward. Think about it. If the government admitted tomorrow that an alien visitor spent 3 years at the Pentagon in the 1950s, what happens? Mass panic? Economic collapse? A complete erosion of institutional trust? Maybe the people who buried this did it for good reasons. Or maybe they did it because admitting we're not alone would mean admitting they're not in control. Marcus smiled grimly. Probably a bit of both. Either way, it's not our call to make. We're archivists, Elena. We preserve records. We don't decide which truths the public can handle. That's exactly what we do, Elena shot back. Every time we decide which documents to highlight in an exhibition, which finding aids to prioritise, which stories to tell, we're making those decisions. We shape what people know about their history. Then shape it carefully. Because the people who want this story buried have resources we can't imagine. As if on cue, Eleanor's phone buzzed. An email from an address she didn't recognise. eleanor.markovich.personal@gmail.com. The subject line read, "Regarding your research interests." She opened it. Miss Markovich, we appreciate your dedication to historical accuracy. However, the documents you accessed yesterday are part of an ongoing review process and should not have been available for general cataloguing. They have been removed from circulation pending final declassification decisions. Your security clearance suspension is purely routine and will be resolved within 48 hours. In the meantime, we strongly encourage you to focus on your assigned responsibilities and avoid pursuing inquiries into materials outside your current project scope. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Robert Garrison, Deputy Director, Information Security Oversight Office. Elena showed the email to Marcus. He grimaced. See? They're being polite about it now. That's the first warning. If you keep digging, the next contact won't be so friendly. How did they get my personal email? They're the government. They have everything. Eleanor's mind was racing. The smart play was obvious. Delete the photos, forget she'd ever seen the Thor files, go back to her safe, boring job cataloguing civil defence records. She'd keep her clearance, her career, her peaceful life. But she couldn't stop thinking about that photograph, about Valiant Thor standing with men who'd shaped the modern world, offering them something, knowledge, technology, help, and being turned away because accepting it would mean admitting Earth wasn't the centre of the universe. If it was true, people deserved to know. I need to find Thomas Becker, she said. Who? The photographer who took that picture. Military photographer, Pentagon assignment in the late 50s. If he's still alive, he might remember what he saw. Marcus closed his eyes. You're not going to let this go, are you? Would you? He was quiet for a long moment. When he opened his eyes, there was a mix of resignation and something else. Maybe respect, maybe concern. Thomas Becker died in 1991, Marcus said. But he had a daughter, Laura Becker Hammond. She lives in Alexandria. I helped her donate some of her father's papers to the archives about 5 years ago, mostly Vietnam-era photography work. But I remember she mentioned he'd kept a lot of his earlier stuff private, said it was too classified to share. Do you have her contact information? Eleanor, I really think... Please. Marcus sighed and pulled out his phone. He scrolled through his contacts, then wrote a number on a napkin. This is her landline. But if you contact her, you didn't get this from me. And if anyone asks, we never had this conversation. Elena took the napkin. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You might end up wishing you'd listened when I told you to walk away. She left the coffee shop and walked 3 blocks before calling the number. It rang 4 times before a woman answered. Hammond residence. Hello? Is this Laura Hammond? Speaking. My name is Elena Markovich. I'm an archivist at the National Archives. I'm doing research on Pentagon photography during the Cold War, and I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about your father's work. Silence. Then, what specifically are you researching? Elena chose her words carefully. I found some images from 1957 through 1960. Pentagon interior shots, mostly official portraits and meetings. Your father's name was in the metadata. I wanted to understand more about the context of those photographs. More silence. Eleanor could hear breathing on the other end, could almost feel the woman deciding whether to hang up or continue the conversation. The archives already has my father's donated papers, Laura finally said. I know, but I got the impression from the collection notes that he kept some materials private. I'm particularly interested in anything from his assignment at the Pentagon during the late Eisenhower administration. Why? Because I think he photographed something important, something that was buried. The silence stretched so long that Elena thought the call had disconnected. Then, come to my house tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Don't bring anyone with you, and don't tell anyone where you're going. Laura gave her the address and hung up before Elena could respond. Elena stood on the sidewalk, her heart pounding. She was really doing this. She was investigating something that powerful people wanted to stay hidden, meeting with a stranger who clearly knew more than she was saying over the phone, and ignoring every professional instinct that told her to step back and protect her career. But she was also potentially on the edge of discovering proof of the most profound secret in human history. She walked back to her apartment, constantly checking over her shoulder. The black sedan was gone from its parking spot. That should have been reassuring, but somehow it made her more nervous. That night she barely slept. Every sound in the building made her jump. Footsteps in the hallway, the elevator chiming, the rumble of the HVAC system. She kept her laptop open, constantly refreshing her email and news feeds, half expecting some kind of digital attack or official notice that would make her investigation impossible. Nothing came. The silence was almost worse than a direct confrontation. At 8:30 the next morning, Elena called an Uber instead of driving her own car. Another precaution, probably unnecessary, but she was learning to trust her paranoia. The driver was a college student who spent the entire ride talking about his engineering classes and didn't seem to notice or care where they were going. Laura Hammond's house was a small brick colonial on a quiet street lined with oak trees. Elena paid the driver and walked up the front path. Before she could knock, the door opened. Laura was in her early 60s with short silver hair and sharp blue eyes that studied Elena with obvious suspicion. She wore jeans and a cardigan, sensible shoes, the uniform of someone who'd stopped caring what strangers thought about her appearance. "You came alone?" Laura asked. "Yes, sir. Phone off, please." Elena hesitated, then powered down her phone and showed Laura the blank screen. Laura nodded and stepped aside to let her enter. The house was neat, modestly furnished, filled with photographs, family shots, landscapes, a few that looked like professional military portraits. Laura led Elena to a small dining room, where a cardboard box sat on the table. "My father took over 40,000 photographs during his military career," Laura said, without preamble. "Most of them are in official archives, museums, or my donation to your institution. But there were some he would never let anyone see. He kept them in a safe deposit box and made me promise to never share them until certain people were dead." "What people?" "Richard Nixon died in 1994. Admiral Radford in 1973, Secretary McElroy in 1976. The last one on my father's list was James Killian, Eisenhower's science advisor. He died in 1988. After that, Dad said I could do whatever I wanted with the photos, but he recommended I burn them. But you didn't." "I was going to." "But then I started looking through them, and I realized they weren't just pictures. They were evidence. And even if no one would believe it, even if it sounds crazy, I think people deserve to know the truth." Laura opened the box and carefully removed a leather portfolio. Inside were dozens of black and white photographs, each preserved in archival plastic sleeves. The first photo showed the same scene Eleanor had found in the archives, the 5 men in the Pentagon hallway. But this print was uncropped, showing more of the corridor, more detail in their faces. Valiant Thor's expression was clearer here. He looked tired. sad even. The second photo showed Thor sitting in what appeared to be a Pentagon office, engaged in conversation with 3 men in military uniforms. A chalkboard behind him was covered in mathematical equations. The third showed him in what looked like a private apartment or quarters, probably the residence mentioned in the documents. He was reading a book. The camera had caught him unaware, and in that unguarded moment his face showed something Elena couldn't quite identify. Homesickness. Loneliness. There were more. Thor walking through Pentagon corridors. Thor in meetings. Thor standing outside the building, looking up at the sky with an expression of profound melancholy. And then the final photograph stopped Elena's breath. It showed Thor shaking hands with President Eisenhower in what appeared to be the Oval Office. The president looked grave. Thor looked resigned. Standing behind them was Vice President Nixon, his famous jowly face frozen in what might have been fear or awe. "My father was assigned to document a special foreign delegation," Laura said quietly. That's what they told him. A representative from a nation that wanted to establish diplomatic relations but needed to keep the negotiations secret for security reasons. Dad was supposed to take official portraits, meeting photos, the kind of images they'd use for press releases once the relationship was made public. But it never was made public. No, because after 3 months my father started to realise this wasn't a normal diplomatic visit. The visitor never left the Pentagon. He had no security detail, no diplomatic staff, no official itinerary. And the people he met with, these were not the officials you'd assign to a routine trade negotiation. These were the people who controlled America's nuclear arsenal. Elena studied the Oval Office photograph. "Did your father ever say who Thor was?" "He said Thor told him he was from a place called the Solar Guard." "Not a country. Not Venus, like the UFO stories claim." Dad laughed at that nonsense. "Thor said the Solar Guard was responsible for monitoring developing civilizations, and Earth had caught their attention when we started detonating nuclear weapons." "Monitoring from where?" Dad didn't know. He asked once, and Thor just smiled and said, "Closer than you think, but farther than you'd believe." Whatever that means. Laura pulled out one more item from the box, a small leather journal with worn edges. This was Dad's personal log from that assignment. He wrote down everything Thor told him during their conversations. The official photos were his job, but the journal was his insurance policy. He wanted a record in case anyone ever tried to make him forget or deny what he'd seen. She handed it to Eleanor. The journal was filled with precise military-style entries, dates, times, brief descriptions of photographs taken. But interspersed throughout were longer passages, conversations recorded in surprising detail. Elena read, "March 23rd, 1957. VT asked me today why we photograph everything. I told him it's how we preserve history. He said his people don't need photographs because they don't forget. I asked if that was a blessing or a curse. He said both. We talked for nearly an hour about memory and loss. He told me his visit here would eventually be forgotten, or worse, turned into legend and mockery. He seemed sad about that, but not surprised. He said Earth isn't ready to join the wider community because we're still children fighting over toys. The toys just happen